At 7 in the morning, the lights in the Liu family's rooms began to turn on one after another. Soon, the house was filled with the sounds of morning activity, doors opening, people heading to the bathroom, washing up, and children reading aloud. The youngest daughter-in-law, Wang Meijing, came out of her room and went straight to the kitchen. Her daughter, Manting, always drank half a cup of warm water every morning, so she needed to prepare it in advance. Otherwise, the girl would surely fuss when she woke up. She picked up the thermos, but something felt wrong. Opening it, she found it completely empty. She checked the other two thermoses, also empty. Losing patience, she frowned and called out loudly, "Did you all finish the water last night?" Just then, the eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Yulan, entered the kitchen. She looked around and asked, "Did the second daughter-in-law not boil any water?" With more than 10 people in the household and only 3 thermoses, it was never enough. Everyone had to be careful. When the hot water ran out, someone needed to boil more. Since the second daughter-in-law had joined the family, she had taken care of all the chores, cooking, cleaning, laundry, and there had never been a shortage of hot water. Who knows? Her door's still closed, and breakfast isn't ready either, Wang Meijing said irritably, already upset at the thought of her daughter's coming tantrum. Lin Yulan lifted the pot lid, cold stove, cold pot, and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's almost 7:30. Even if we start now, breakfast won't be ready in time. The kids will be late for school. What's going on with the second daughter-in-law? Why isn't she up yet?" As she spoke, the youngest daughter of the family, Liu Xingyao, hurried into the kitchen. "I have things to do today and need to get to the factory early. Why isn't breakfast on the table yet?" "What breakfast?" Wang Meijing snapped, her temper rising. Liu Xingyao widened her eyes. "Where's breakfast?" Lin Yulan gave a knowing smile. "No one made it." The second daughter-in-law had been working hard for months, quietly pleasing everyone in the family. Had she finally given up? She didn't get up to make breakfast? Liu Xingyao asked in disbelief. Wang Meijing hummed, obviously. "What's all the noise about so early in the morning?" Ji Yuanrong walked in, already dressed neatly. "Mom, no one made breakfast. I'm going to be late for work," Liu Xingyao complained. Ji Yuanrong glanced toward the kitchen. "The second daughter-in-law didn't get up to make breakfast?" she asked, looking at her eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Yulan. Lin Yulan nodded. "No, she didn't." Ji Yuanrong said calmly, "Then she didn't." Lin Yulan was stunned. She thought her mother-in-law would be upset that the second daughter-in-law hadn't made breakfast, but instead, she just said it lightly and didn't seem to care. Ji Yuanrong turned to her daughter. "Your second sister-in-law didn't get up to make breakfast, and all you do is complain. Did it occur to you that maybe she's not feeling well? You're not a child anymore, and you have a job. Do you really need someone else to cook and serve you before you can eat? Don't you have hands and feet of your own?" Liu Xingyao mumbled a few words, but didn't dare talk back. Her mother rarely got angry, but when she did, no one could calm her down. Ji Yuanrong's gaze swept over her 2 daughters-in-law. She said nothing more, went back to her room, picked up her bag, and left the house. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged a look but stayed silent. They both understood that although their mother-in-law's words were directed at the younger sister, they were also meant for them. Neither of them felt happy about it. The second daughter-in-law didn't have a job and stayed home with her young child, while they both had to work and take care of their own children. So, what if the second daughter-in-law did a bit more housework? Was it really worth arguing over? Besides, she used to handle it just fine before. After her mother left for work, Liu Xingyao didn't have time to think about anything else. She was already running late, so she decided to grab a quick breakfast at a nearby shop. She changed clothes, grabbed her bag, and hurried out. Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan looked at each other again. Unlike their mother-in-law and sister-in-law, they couldn't just walk away. They still had children and husbands to take care of, so they quickly started preparing a simple breakfast. In the side room on the left of the Liu family courtyard, Zhao Jinshu was already awake. But she didn't want to get up, and she certainly didn't want to make breakfast for the whole family. Zhao Jinshu had been reborn the night before. In her previous life, she had lived into her 60s. By then, her children were grown and successful, and her grandchildren were already in school. After seeing her parents-in-law off, she thought her life's duties were finally done and she could relax. She had already planned a trip with her old friends, but just then, Lu Jintai retired. In her previous life, Zhao Jinshu had always been someone others admired, both in her husband's family and her own. She knew why people envied her, because Lu Jintai was good at earning money, and even after becoming successful, he never abandoned his wife who had shared his hardships. Indeed, in her past life, Zhao Jinshu only struggled financially for a few years after getting married and having children. At that time, Lu Jintai had been sent to work in the countryside. They lived with her family, and life in the village was simple and not very comfortable, but she had grown up that way and didn't find it too hard. When Lu Jintai's assignment ended and he returned to his job, he received back pay and a regular salary, which he always gave to her. From then on, she never lacked money. Later, when he developed a new research project and earned even more, their family became quite well off. Having lived most of her life, Zhao Jinshu did have some regrets long ago, but those feelings had faded with time. When she was young, she had been naive and stubborn. Once she liked someone, she saw him as her whole world. She thought about him all the time and believed she was being noble, willing to do anything for him, hoping her devotion would move him. Looking back, she realized she had been overly romantic and emotional. When her children went to college and the world became more modern, with computers and easy access to books and knowledge, her view of life changed. She came to understand that love was not everything. There were many other interesting things in life. Gradually, she let go of her old attachments. Now that she had been given a second chance at life, she felt truly grateful. In her previous life, the hardest time had been after Lu Jintai returned to the city. Their son, Lu Rue, had just been born and she was still recovering, so she didn't go with him. People in the village gossiped about it, and since Lu Jintai was gone for nearly a year, rumors spread that he had abandoned her. There had been cases of men leaving their families behind, so she was deeply troubled for a while. When she finally joined him in the city, she became very cautious, afraid of doing anything that might upset his family. Looking back, she realized she might have suffered from postpartum depression at that time. Back then, she often felt insecure when facing Lu Jintai. Later, when she followed him back to the city and arrived at the Lu family home, she was very cautious. She hardly spoke, thinking that doing more and talking less would help her avoid mistakes and keep him from losing face. Whatever they asked her to do, she did it without refusal. About the female lead calling the male lead by his full name, this might be a regional habit. Where I'm from, people often use full names when calling their children, husbands, or siblings. If anyone minds this, please be understanding. There's really no need to criticize her for it. The two sisters-in-law and the younger sister in the Lu family often made things difficult for her, both openly and secretly. They looked down on her. The two Lu brothers, including Lu Jintai, never cared about family matters. Her mother-in-law also thought she was unsophisticated and not presentable. Zhao Jinshu knew this very well. At that time, coming to a strange place and facing unfamiliar family members, she felt completely lost. She didn't know what to do. She was just a daughter-in-law from the countryside who had never left the county. Even though she had studied for 2 years in high school, it didn't help much. Facing her husband's family, people who were well-educated, confident, and from the city, she felt insecure and inferior. Now that Zhao Jinshu had been given a second chance at life, thinking about what happened later and looking at the Lu family again, she realized they were just ordinary people. There was nothing so special about them. Although Zhao Jinshu came from a village, her father was the team leader and her mother was a teacher. Their family lived quite comfortably. She was pretty, though often sick as a child, which made her a bit delicate and sensitive. Even though her parents had more than one daughter, they favored her a little more, hoping she would stay healthy. Her life growing up was better than that of many city girls. Even the young educated women who came to the village admired her. Zhao Jinshu had always liked to look nice. When she reached the age for marriage, none of the local young men caught her eye. Just then, a young professor was sent to work in the village. He was not only young but also handsome, more so than any actor she had ever seen in the movies shown in the village. To Zhao Jinshu, he was the most attractive man she had ever met. Most importantly, she heard that he was single. Blinded by her feelings, Zhao Jinshu ignored her family's objections and his temporary status in the village. She insisted on being with him. Even after living most of her life, Zhao Jinshu never understood why Lu Jintai agreed to date her, and even agreed to marry her. Just as the villagers guessed, did he want to avoid the hardships of being sent down and find someone to rely on? Zhao Jinshu didn't think so. Lu Jintai was never the kind of person afraid of hard work. Even after he started earning money, he still lived like a monk. Out of 12 months in a year, he spent 10 in the laboratory. He didn't care whether the food was good or bad, as long as it filled his stomach. He wouldn't buy new clothes unless the old ones were completely worn out. His needs for food, clothing, and shelter were simple. He just needed enough to eat, stay warm, and have a place to sleep. Rather than believing he wanted someone to rely on to make life easier, she thought it was more likely that, given his steady nature, he simply reached the age when people were expected to marry and have children. It just so happened that he was sent down, and just so happened to meet her, a stubborn woman who never gave up once she made up her mind. She didn't care about his background, wanted to be with him, and since she looked decent enough, they naturally got married and had children.
Mom, I'm hungry.
A soft, childish voice beside her broke her thoughts. Zhao Jinshu came back to herself, looked down at her sleepy daughter, and couldn't help touching her rosy, tender cheek. Thinking of how strong-willed her daughter would become later, she smiled. The child was much more adorable when she was little. After growing up, she often scolded her own mother. Still, she was grateful to both her son and daughter. If not for them keeping her busy and broadening her world, she might have stayed trapped in her own worries and self-doubt. When she was young, she cared too much about keeping the family peaceful and often ended up wronging the children. Lu Rui rubbed her eyes, curled up under the blanket, showing only her small face. Sleepily, she asked in a careful voice, "Mom, can I have some steamed egg?" Zhao Jinshu felt a pang of pity. When the two children were at their grandmother's house, they were lively and cheerful, eating whatever they wanted without hesitation. But after coming to the Lu family, their own home, supposedly, they became timid, afraid to ask for anything. It wasn't just because they were in a new place. It was also her fault. She had been too cautious and reserved, and that had affected the children, making them lose the carefree spirit they should have had. "All right, I'll make you some steamed egg," Zhao Jinshu said, sitting up. She put on her padded jacket, then picked up another one and helped her daughter into it. Lu Rui shivered and suddenly woke up completely. "Mom, it's so cold. Put your clothes on properly and you'll feel warm soon," Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. "Then hurry and get dressed, Mom." After putting on her clothes, Lu Rui said again, "My brother also likes steamed egg custard. Grandma makes it for us every day." Since coming to Dad's house, they hadn't eaten it for a long time. But Grandma had said that Dad's family was quite well off. "This is the Lu family. You and your brother both have the Lu surname. This is your home. Dad works hard and can take care of us. Rui doesn't need to worry. If you want to eat something, just tell Mom, and I'll make it for you." Zhao Jinshu spoke gently, explaining bit by bit that this was their home and they could speak their minds freely. As she talked, she picked up a comb and began to brush her daughter's hair. In the Lu family, they could still afford eggs, but the household expenses were all covered by her parents-in-law. Even though they were government workers and earned more than ordinary laborers, it was still difficult for such a big family to have steamed egg custard every day, especially since eggs weren't easy to buy at that time. Besides, the food was shared among everyone, so they couldn't keep all the eggs for themselves. At Grandma's house, after the college entrance exams were restored, her mother had raised chickens, ducks, and geese. Grandma loved her grandchildren dearly and never sold the eggs. She kept them all for the children. That's why they could eat egg custard every day. Lu Rui lifted her head, her eyes round and bright. "Then I want to eat egg custard every day." Zhao Jinshu nodded. "All right, we'll buy more eggs today so you can have egg custard every day." She thought to herself that back home, Egg custard was a rare treat. But now that they were in the city, with so many kinds of food to try, once the children had tasted everything, they probably wouldn't crave egg custard so much anymore. After getting dressed, Lu Rui said, "Mom, I'll put on my cotton shoes by myself." "Go ahead," Zhao Jinshu agreed. Having raised her own children and helped with her grandchildren, she knew well that children had great potential. Letting them do what they could on their own helped them grow more independent. Lu Rui glanced at her mother. Today, Mom seemed especially kind and gentle. She really liked this version of her mother. The mother and daughter finished dressing and fixing their hair before stepping outside. Zhao Jinshu held her daughter's hand as they walked out. Lu Rui touched her little braids happily. She had just looked in the mirror. Mom had made her braids look especially pretty today. As they stepped out of the room, she lifted her head and asked, "Should we wake up my brother?" Zhao Jinshu didn't plan to wake him up. He knows he has to go to kindergarten.
He'll get up on his own, she thought.
Her son had always been slow to get ready. Even when he grew older, he still did everything at a snail's pace. When he was little, she had to use all kinds of tricks to get him out of bed. Now, even her grandson had inherited that same habit. After watching how her son dealt with his own child, she decided to do the same with him. This time, she didn't want to waste any more effort. He could take care of himself. Zhao Jinshu told her daughter to go play, while she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Lu Rui wandered around for a bit, saw her older siblings reading, and then went out to the yard to play alone. The youngest daughter of the third family branch, Lu Manting, read for a while, but soon lost patience. When she saw her little cousin playing alone in the yard, she ran over to join her. She noticed Lu Rui's small braid and liked it. Curious, she asked, "Rui, did your second aunt braid your hair?" Lu Rui touched her braid and smiled happily. "My mom did it." Lu Manting looked at it again and said, "Then I'll ask my second aunt to braid mine like that later." Lu Rui replied, "My mom is busy. You can ask my third aunt to do it." Lu Manting frowned. She didn't like how her own mother did her hair. "No, I want my second aunt to do it. She really likes me." Lu Rui pressed her lips together. "My mom likes me the most." Everyone had their own mom, after all. But Lu Manting didn't agree. "Your second aunt likes me best." Whenever she asked her second aunt for something, she always got it. Her second aunt never told her to give in to her younger siblings. At her grandmother's house, though, her grandmother always made her share and give way, which was why she didn't like going there. Her words were annoying, and Lu Rui didn't want to talk to her anymore. Lu Manting thought Lu Rui was boring and didn't listen to her, so she went back inside. Lu Rui didn't mind. She actually preferred playing alone. She kept kicking her shuttlecock and was quite happy by herself. In the kitchen, Wang Meijing saw Zhao Jinshu and frowned. "You're finally up." What kind of daughter-in-law would dare leave her parents-in-law waiting while she stayed in her room sleeping in with her child? Looking at her young sister-in-law, Zhao Jinshu felt a bit emotional. No matter how old this woman got, her temper never improved. Later, when she had a daughter-in-law of her own, that girl's temper wasn't any better either. The conflict between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law became so intense that even the father-in-law and other family members were alarmed. Life in the household was full of chaos. "What? Do I need your permission to get up now? Since when do you make the decisions in this house?" Even after the sisters-in-law moved into separate homes, she still caused her plenty of trouble. The parents-in-law lived with the second son's family, and whenever something small happened in her own home, she would come over to complain, bringing her whole family along to eat and drink there. Even though it was annoying, she couldn't really say anything. Wang Meijing stayed silent. She had never bowed her head or been treated unfairly in her husband's family. She never expected that her plain-looking sister-in-law from the countryside would talk back to her so sharply that she was left speechless and fuming inside. Still, no matter what, Zhao Jinshu was the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family. They might look down on her or make a few sarcastic remarks, but they couldn't openly bully her. Being from the city didn't give them the right to treat her as inferior. Otherwise, not only would the second son be upset, but even the parents-in-law wouldn't be pleased. Although the parents-in-law weren't completely satisfied with the second daughter-in-law, she was already part of the family and had given birth to 2 children. They had no choice but to accept her. Since they had accepted her, they wouldn't allow anyone to gossip or cause trouble that might disturb the family's peace. So, she didn't dare claim she could control her. Lin Yulan tried to smooth things over. Second sister-in-law, don't take it the wrong way. Meijing just got up early, saw the kitchen cold and empty, and with the children needing to go to school and her having to work, she got a bit anxious. Zhao Jinshu nodded in understanding. Then she should get up earlier to boil water and make breakfast. That way, she wouldn't be in such a rush. The eldest sister-in-law always liked to play peacemaker. Between the two sisters-in-law, Zhao Jinshu actually preferred dealing with Wang Meijing. At least she was truly proud but straightforward. The eldest sister-in-law didn't talk much, but whenever she did, her words carried weight. If one wasn't careful when dealing with her, it was easy to fall into her traps. Zhao Jinshu had suffered losses because of her more than once. Lin Yulan's smile almost faltered, but as the eldest daughter-in-law of the Liu family, she felt it was her duty to say something. She began to speak. We all have to work and take the kids to and from school every day, so we're really busy. You also need to eat, so it's convenient for you to cook. We know it's a bit of trouble for you, but we're all one family, so there's no need to be so particular, especially with father and mother around. Zhao Jinshu smiled, so they were using the elders to pressure her. She said, there are more than a dozen people in this family. Even hiring a helper would cost money. I don't mind helping with the cooking, but I'd like my sister-in-law and younger brother's wife to share half of their salaries with me when they get paid. After all, I don't have a job, and I still have daily expenses. Lin Yulan's smile faded. She felt she had misjudged her sister-in-law. Just a few months ago, Zhao Jinshu had seemed so kind and eager to please everyone, taking on all the housework. Was it because she now felt secure in the family that she was showing her true colors? She thought Zhao Jinshu was being too impatient. How could someone do things only halfway? Wasn't she afraid of what the elders might think? Wang Meijing snorted. If you don't want to help, then don't. But talking about sharing salaries in one family? Don't you also eat here? You're being too calculating. What she didn't say was that Zhao Jinshu, coming from the countryside, seemed too focused on money. Asking for half their salaries was outrageous. Besides, even though she and her husband both worked, they had 2 children and many social expenses. Their money was always tight, even though they lived and ate at home. The fact that Zhao Jinshu was eyeing her salary made her feel worse than losing something precious. There was no way she'd treat her kindly after that. I thought you'd agree, Zhao Jinshu said calmly. After all, this is our shared home. You keep your salaries for yourselves, while the household expenses are all paid by father and mother. I cook for the family, which makes things easier for you. It's only fair that you give me a little in return. But if you're unwilling, that's fine. I'm already busy taking care of the child every day, and I don't want to spend all my time in the kitchen and end up looking worn out. When she first married into the Liu family, they often hinted that she was useless because she didn't have a job. She had thought they all contributed to the household expenses, which was why they kept mentioning her unemployment. She wasn't short of money, so she offered to pay her share, but her mother-in-law refused to take it. Later, when her husband Liu Jintai came home, she mentioned it to him privately. He told her that the eldest brother and the third brother never paid any household expenses, so there was no need for them to do so either. The eldest brother's family was stingy, while the third brother's family spent freely. If they started paying, the others would have to as well, and that would surely cause resentment. Since she didn't contribute to the household expenses and everything came from her parents-in-law, they shouldn't act as if she was taking advantage of them. Later, when the family's life improved, her son and daughter, feeling sorry for her, insisted on hiring a housekeeper. Zhao Jinshu only needed to decide what the family would eat and care for the children and elders. Even when her parents-in-law became ill, she didn't have to take care of them herself. Her daughter said that professional caregivers were more skilled and knew better how to look after sick elders. The family wasn't short of money. If one caregiver wasn't enough, they could hire 2, and if 2 weren't enough, then 3. If money could solve the problem, she shouldn't make things more complicated. Lin Yulan felt awkward and uncomfortable. She and her younger brother's wife always thought of themselves as city people. Their families were well off, they were educated and knowledgeable, and they looked down on their second brother's wife from the countryside. But they didn't expect her to have her own opinions. Wang Meijing kept a cold face and said nothing. She served the noodles she had made, leaving nothing in the pot, showing her attitude through her actions. Zhao Jinshu didn't care what Lin Yulan or Wang Meijing thought. She knew their tempers too well, and she herself wasn't someone with a mild personality. In the past, she would swallow her anger, but now, even if Lu Jintai stood in front of her, she wouldn't change her attitude, let alone for them. She glanced at the empty pot without surprise. Wang Meijing was the niece of her mother-in-law's sister-in-law and felt close to her mother-in-law, so she spoke with confidence in the family. She had never been treated badly in either her own family or her husband's, which made her proud and spoiled. In front of her parents-in-law, she would still be careful with her words and actions. But among people of her own generation, she never cared about their feelings and said whatever she wanted. Today, since Zhao Jinshu hadn't cooked or boiled water, she had clearly angered Wang Meijing. Wang Meijing made noodles, but she would never share them with the second branch of the family. After decades as sisters-in-law, Zhao Jinshu knew her cooking well. It was only just edible, and the taste was nothing to praise. Because of her poor cooking, when her daughter-in-law came to stay after giving birth, she was quietly criticized for a long time. So even if Wang Meijing had left some noodles, Zhao Jinshu wouldn't have wanted to eat them, nor would she let her children's stomachs suffer from such terrible cooking. She picked up a clean pot and started boiling water to steam eggs. Adding some milk to the eggs would make them softer and tastier. By this time, the family already had a refrigerator. Later, she learned that it was brought home by Lu Jintai after he returned to the city. She opened the fridge but didn't see any milk. Thinking for a moment, she remembered that the children didn't drink milk at that time, so she gave up on the idea. She steamed 3 bowls of egg custard. She planned to have some for breakfast herself, along with a few pancakes. Since there was no milk, she mixed in some of her daughter's formula instead. She remembered that fresh milk could be ordered, so she decided to subscribe for herself, her in-laws, and the 2 children. Food supplies were limited then, and they couldn't have meat every day, so she tried to find other ways to add calcium and protein to their meals. When the eggs and pancakes were ready, she brought the food out and saw her daughter playing in the yard. At the table, the eldest and third brothers' families were eating noodles. The adults forced themselves to eat politely, but the children stirred their bowls for a long time without really eating anything. Wang Meijing's face turned red with anger. "Hurry up and eat. You'll be late for school." Lu Manting said tearfully, "It's too salty. It doesn't taste good." Her son, Lu Kaifei, nodded quickly. He was used to his second aunt's cooking, and his mother's noodles really didn't taste good, too greasy and far too salty. "If it's salty, drink some water," Wang Meijing said impatiently. She had eaten a bowl herself and found it terribly salty. She was sure she hadn't added much salt and couldn't figure out why it tasted that way. Lu Manting pouted and said nothing. When she saw her second aunt bringing out egg custard and pancakes, her eyes lit up. She quickly asked second aunt, "Are those eggs for me?" The other children looked up at Zhao Jinshu too. Zhao Jinshu smiled at them. "Aren't you already eating?" She didn't mind her nieces and nephews. Even though each of them had their own little flaws, they all liked their second aunt, who cooked delicious food, and they cared about her. When they grew up and started earning money, they would sometimes come back to visit her. It made all those years of cooking for them worthwhile. Before Lu Rui was born, Lu Manting had been the only girl in the family. She was always pampered and never learned to read people's moods. Without thinking, she said, "Mom's noodles taste awful. I don't want to eat them." Zhao Jinshu hadn't reacted yet when Wang Meijing shouted, "If you don't like the noodles, then don't eat them. Go to school hungry." As she spoke, she dumped the noodles from Zhao Jinshu's bowl into the trash. The eldest son, Lu Jiaming, frowned but said nothing. The younger son, Lu Hefeng, said unhappily, "Why are you yelling at the child so early in the morning? If she doesn't want to eat, I'll eat it. It's not like you're wasting money on food. Why get so upset?" Wang Meijing's eyes turned red, and she pressed her lips together, without replying. She felt that nothing had gone right that morning. Just then, the head of the family, Lu Huaiyuan, came out of his room with a dark expression. He glanced at them without a word and walked out quickly, clearly not planning to eat breakfast at home. Seeing their father leave like that, both Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng looked uneasy. Their father rarely got angry, so if he did, it meant someone had crossed a serious line. They had all lived through hard times and valued food more than anything. For their father, what Wang Meijing did, throwing away food, was unforgivable. Yet Wang Meijing still didn't realize it and only felt wronged. Zhao Jinshu's expression turned calm. She didn't say anything more. She called out to Lu Rui to brush her teeth and wash her face, then went to check on her son. He was still lying in bed, moving slowly. "Lu Zhe," she said, "breakfast is ready. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. It's up to you if your food gets cold. Don't blame anyone else. Your sister's already up, and you're still lying there." After saying that, she walked out. In the yard, she saw her daughter clumsily brushing her teeth. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but smile. A child's nature shows early on. Her daughter had always been strong-willed and liked to do everything herself. Even after growing up, she never caused her mother any worry and became very successful in her career. Inside the room, Lu Zhe froze. His mom just left? She wasn't going to come back for him? He waited for a while, but she didn't return. He huffed softly, then, thinking about how the teacher would scold him for being late, reluctantly crawled out of bed and started getting dressed. When he finally finished and came out of his room, everyone else had already left. Only his mother and sister were still eating. He let out a small cry of protest. "Mom, Rui, why didn't you wait for me?" Zhao Jinshu said, "Your time is important, but so is your mother's and your sister's. Time is precious and waits for no one." Holding a spoon in one hand and a pancake in the other, Lu Rui looked at her brother and said, "Brother, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. You'll be late for school and the teacher will scold you." Lu Zhe groaned. "Mom didn't wake me up earlier." Zhao Jinshu looked at his back and said, "Didn't your dad get you an alarm clock? If even the alarm can't wake you, I surely can't. Next time, you'll have to get up by yourself." Lu Zhe didn't reply. He felt that his mother had changed. She didn't seem to care about him as much anymore. Realizing he was about to be late, Lu Zhe quickly washed up and came back to the table, only to hear his sister's praise. "Brother, you washed your face really fast today." Seeing his gloomy face, Zhao Jinshu encouraged him gently. "You did well today. You got up, dressed yourself, and washed up quickly. Keep it up, you'll get better and better." Lu Rui looked at her brother curiously and asked, "Mom praised you, but you don't look happy?" Lu Zhe ignored her. He thought his sister was strange. How could she get up so early on such a cold day? Didn't she know how warm and cozy the bed was? When Lu Rui saw that her brother didn't answer, she didn't mind. She just kept eating her egg custard and pancake. After finishing, she looked up and said, "Mom, I'm full, and I finished my milk too." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Good job, Rui." Lu Rui beamed. Mom had praised her. Lu Zhe lowered his head to eat his egg custard. As soon as he tasted it, he looked up happily. "Mom, the egg custard you made today is so good. It's really fragrant, soft, and smooth." Zhao Jinshu smiled to herself, thinking, "You sure know how to give compliments. Isn't it delicious?" Lu Rui added, "I think so too." "Mom, can you make it again tomorrow?" Zhao Jinshu laughed. "All right, I'll make it again tomorrow." Cooking for her children was something she did gladly. Although she hadn't cooked for years, her skills had returned quickly. The egg custard was now even better than before, soft, smooth, and full of flavor, with the rich aroma of sesame oil. It was simply delicious. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhe drank his milk in big gulps, wiped his mouth, squinted his eyes, and said playfully, "So tasty. So delicious." Zhao Jinshu patted his shoulder. "Stop joking around. Put on your backpack, I'll take you to school." They lived in the housing compound of a machinery factory and there was a kindergarten inside, only about a 10-minute walk away. After sending Lu Zhe to school, Zhao Jinshu planned to take her daughter to the department store for a little shopping. Although the future would be more prosperous, many things from this time were still worth remembering. She touched her floral cotton jacket. It looked plain, but it was warm. Knowing they were moving to the city, her mother had specially made new cotton jackets and pants for them, and even several pairs of cotton shoes, afraid they might get cold in the city. In this cold weather, nothing was warmer than cotton clothes, except maybe a military coat. She did have a military coat, but she found it a bit heavy, so she only wore it occasionally. They didn't need to buy more clothes, but she thought of getting leather cotton shoes for herself and the children, so they wouldn't get wet in rain or snow. However, once the mother and daughter entered the department store, they couldn't stop shopping. Even though supplies were limited at that time, there were still many things they needed to buy. The leather cotton shoes of that era didn't have many styles and weren't as fashionable as those in later years, but they were made of real materials, with genuine fur inside. Zhao Jinshu was quite satisfied. She had brought plenty of money with her. Since it was rare to go shopping and the new year was coming soon, she also bought a pair of leather shoes for each of the children's grandparents as New Year gifts. Mom, do we have enough money?
Hui eskich.
They were buying a lot, and her aunties often said that since Mom didn't have a job, she must not have much money. Zhao Jinshu looked at her. Didn't I tell you this morning? Your dad's earnings are enough for us. Did you forget? Rue shook her head. I didn't forget. Seeing her daughter's worried little face, Zhao Jinshu smiled. Still afraid it's not enough?
Hui nodded.
Zhao Jinshu patted her head. Don't worry, we have enough. Your grandparents work very hard, and they love you very much. So we'll buy each of them a pair of shoes, all right? In her previous life, her mother-in-law had fallen ill and was bedridden. In her old age, she became a bit forgetful and often complained that Zhao Jinshu had raised the child to be distant from the family. She used to say, "We're not scary people. Why be afraid of us?" Those words had made Zhao Jinshu feel very sad at the time. She didn't try to guess what the elders were thinking. In this life, she would never let her children go through what she had suffered before. Her son and daughter were carefree only when they stayed at their grandmother's house. After moving to the city, life became better, but they didn't feel as free. Fortunately, both children did well in school. Spending more time there kept them away from the Liu family's atmosphere. Their good grades gave them confidence, and they slowly became cheerful again. Rue nodded. Okay, let's buy it. After thinking for a moment, she asked, do Grandpa and Grandma like me a lot? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes, they like you, and they like your brother too. Both children were smart and hardworking. When they grew up, they had successful careers and happy families. Back then, her parents-in-law praised them the most. Rue smiled brightly. I like Grandpa and Grandma too. Then she remembered what her cousin had said that morning. Although she didn't really believe it, she still asked, Mom, do you love my sister more or me? Zhao Jinshu gently touched her face. Of course, I love you the most. You're my daughter. Your sister is your third aunt's daughter, and she has her own mom to love her. You're my little sweetheart. Ruerue's smile grew wider. Her mom really did love her most. She said proudly, Sister always tries to take you away from me, but she already has her own mom. Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment. Don't worry, Mom won't let her take me away. Satisfied, Ruerue stopped asking questions. Her feet were still tender, so cloth shoes were good enough for everyday wear. Leather ones were only needed for rainy or snowy days. One pair was enough. As for herself, Zhao Jinshu decided to buy 2 pairs to switch between. They bought so many shoes that they had to leave them at the store for now and pick them up later. Since they were good customers, the staff were friendly and told them to shop freely. The shoes would be kept safe. After finishing with the shoes, the mother and daughter kept shopping. When they reached the hat and scarf section, Zhao Jinshu stopped and said, Didn't you say you don't have a hat?
Pick one you like.
Ruerue hesitated. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Don't worry, we have enough money. Today you can buy whatever you want. Other children often ask their parents to buy things, but her daughter was different. She was always afraid of spending too much. It was her fault, really. She had made her daughter think the family didn't have enough money, which made the child feel insecure. After all, her daughter wasn't naturally thrifty. If she felt safe, she would spend freely. Ruer finally looked happily at the shop and pointed to one of the hats. I want this one. Zhao Jinshu glanced at it, not surprised at all. This child had a taste similar to hers. When she grew up, the coats and down jackets she bought were always either pure white, bright red, or black. The same went for her dresses. As for those light pink, yellow, or colorful ones, she didn't like them and never bought any. This kind of taste wasn't good or bad, it was just personal preference. Zhao Jinshu nodded. All right, take it. Help your brother pick one too. Lu Rui pointed to a black hat nearby. Zhao Jinshu shook her head. Too dark. Your brother doesn't like that. Let's take the gray one. Lu Rui didn't say anything more. Then she noticed the scarves beside them and said happily, Mom, you should buy a scarf too. They both had one, but their mom didn't. Zhao Jinshu smiled. She really didn't have a scarf. All right, Ruer, help Mom choose one. Okay. Lu Rui ran over and pointed to a red cashmere scarf. Mom, buy this one. Red is lucky for the new year. Zhao Jinshu agreed. Let's both wear red ones. Take two will match, and you don't have a scarf either. After buying the hats and scarves, they put them on right away. Zhao Jinshu also bought underwear and warm clothes for herself and the children. The ones they were wearing were old, brought from their hometown, some already torn. She used to be thrifty, always mending them instead of throwing them away. But now she felt there was no need. What's the point of earning money if not to spend it? Eat well, dress well. After all, Lu Jintai can make money. Winter winds were cold and dry, and their skin easily became rough. Back home, they used a kind of face oil that could be applied to both the face and lips. It was very greasy, and after using it this morning, it felt uncomfortable. They had gotten used to better things, and now they couldn't go back. So she bought 2 bottles of snow cream and 2 of Meijing lotion, one to give to her mother-in-law later. Though her mother-in-law always dressed neatly and looked proper for work, her life was actually quite simple. She never used skincare products. When her face got dry, she just applied some oil, and that was it. For lunch, the mother and daughter ate out. Afterward, they bought some snacks, eggs, and other groceries. The bags were too heavy to carry, so they called a taxi to go home. The neighbors watched the mother and daughter get out of the car, carrying many bags into the house, whispering to each other. Zhao Jinshu could easily guess what they were saying, probably that she was wasteful, bought too much, and even had to take a taxi home with all her things. She didn't care. No one was home, and both mother and daughter were tired from shopping, so they lay down and slept all afternoon. In the evening, Zhao Jinshu didn't feel like cooking. Preparing food for more than 10 people wasn't easy. Since it was cold, after picking up Luze, the two went out and each had a bowl of lamb soup with flatbread. After eating, they returned home. It was already dark, and everyone else in the family was back. The kitchen was still noisy. Clearly someone was cooking. Lu Xingyao looked at the 3 of them, her expression unhappy. Where did you go? Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and answered honestly, it was too cold, so we went out for lamb soup. She didn't hide it. You really know how to enjoy yourselves. Didn't you think about Mom and Dad still being hungry? Lu Xingyao said sharply. Aren't you all here? Zhao Jinshu looked up. Mom and Dad have several children. Some are married, some are working. If I skip cooking for one day and they end up hungry, doesn't that say more about your lack of care than mine? I have to work. Not everyone can stay home like you. Lu Xingyao stammered, surprised that Zhao Jinshu talked back. You don't give me your salary, Zhao Jinshu said calmly. Lu Xingyao stared at her, as if to say, are you seriously thinking about my paycheck? Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. Of course not. But you don't give money to Mom and Dad either, and you don't help with household expenses. So, what does your job have to do with me? Well said. Ji Yuanrong came out of her room, nodding in agreement after hearing her second daughter-in-law's words. Lu Xingyao looked shocked. Mom, you're taking her side? Who was her real daughter here? She's your second sister-in-law, Ji Yuanrong said firmly. Even if she doesn't have a job, cooking for a family of more than 10 people shouldn't be her responsibility alone. Yes, you all work, but that's for your own income, not hers. She has no reason to serve everyone for free. If a daughter-in-law was willing to help, she appreciated it. If not, she wouldn't force her. If anyone wanted to force her, they would need the ability to do so. Without it, they should just stay quiet. No matter who it was, no one had the right to bully his family. Lu Xingyao protested. Aren't we family? Do we really need to argue about this? Besides, didn't Mom also dislike second sister-in-law? Then why did you refuse when I asked you to share part of your salary with her? You're generous only when it doesn't affect you, but once it does, you refuse. Ji Yuanrong looked at her with disappointment. Is this what I taught you? Wanting to take advantage without giving anything in return? Her child didn't need to achieve great things, but she could never allow her to become selfish, someone who only thought of herself and refused to give. Lu Xingyao stayed silent, feeling wronged. Even if she was wrong, her mother shouldn't have scolded her in front of her sister-in-law. How could she face her after this? Zhao Jinshu sat calmly to the side. After dealing with her mother-in-law for half her life, she knew her well. As long as her mother-in-law was in the right, even if she spoke harshly, Zhao Jinshu wouldn't argue. With a mother like that, her sister-in-law could only accept being scolded. With her mother-in-law present, Zhao Jinshu didn't need to say a word. Lu Xingyao would behave herself. Feeling amused, Zhao Jinshu took out some snacks for the children. The oldest, Lu Hui, was just over 14, not yet 15. At that age, they all loved treats. Hearing there were snacks, they quickly gathered around. They called out, "Second aunt," second uncle's wife. Looking at their innocent faces, Zhao Jinshu thought how lovely children were. She placed the snacks on the table. "Help yourselves." The children cheered and ran over. Ji Yuanrong glanced at them, then went to the kitchen. Lu Xingyao sat alone, watching her nieces and nephews happily crowd around their second aunt, her face dark with jealousy. She thought bitterly that they were ungrateful, so easily won over by a few snacks. She often bought them treats herself, yet they didn't seem to care about her at all. In the kitchen, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, who were cooking, heard the noise from the main room. The two sisters-in-law exchanged a look. Their mother-in-law often scolded one person to warn the others. The second daughter-in-law was truly impressive. She even dared to correct the younger sister-in-law, and the mother-in-law supported her. Once again, they realized they had underestimated her. Just then, Lu Huayuan returned from outside. When she saw her father, Lu Xingyao's eyes lit up. Her father had always loved her, so he would surely take her side. Thinking of this, she nervously walked toward him. Lu Huayuan glanced at her. "What's wrong?" Lu Xingyao hesitated. Of course, she couldn't tell him the truth. She wasn't sure what to do. Although her father loved her, that only applied when she hadn't done anything wrong. If she had, he would still hold her accountable. Thinking of this, she calmed down. She couldn't confess on her own. Ji Yuanrong came out of the kitchen and gave the father and daughter a cold look. Seeing his wife's expression, Lu Huayuan knew something was up. He patted his daughter's head. "Go help in the kitchen." Facing her mother's stern face, Lu Xingyao reluctantly went to the kitchen. Who would believe it? Her father, the director of such a big factory, was actually afraid of his wife. When the children saw their grandfather return, they shouted happily. Lu Rui took out 2 candies and bravely handed them to her grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, please have some candy. My mom bought it." Ji Yuanrong's eyes softened. Among all the children, only this youngest one thought of them. So young, yet already so caring. How sweet. She said gently, "Oh, Rui, you eat it. Grandma doesn't need any." Lu Huayuan smiled. "Grandpa doesn't need any either. Rui can have them." Rui pointed to her mouth. "I already have some. You should eat them. You work hard, and candy will make you less tired." She had heard her mother say that her grandparents worked hard, and since they liked her, she wanted to share her candy with them. Lu Huayuan picked her up with a laugh. "Oh, you even know that Grandpa and Grandma get tired from work?" Rui was shy at first, but seeing her grandfather smiling, she giggled too. "I know. Mom told me." Ji Yuanrong's eyes grew even softer as she listened. As parents, They were willing to give everything for their children without expecting anything in return. But knowing their children understood their efforts made them feel deeply comforted. As for her second daughter-in-law, Ji Yuanrong couldn't say she was completely satisfied, but she wasn't unhappy either. After all, during those years, her son hadn't suffered while living with the Zhao family. Still, she couldn't say she was fully content. There was always a bit of regret. At this moment, though, she thought, no wonder her quiet son had wanted to marry her. There was a reason for it. It seems that this kind of care is something no one else can compare to. Her own daughter never thought about whether her parents were tired from work. She only wanted to coax more money from them to buy clothes. Today, Ji Yuanrong bought a chicken. After cooking, even though Zhao Jinshu and her two daughters had already eaten, Ji Yuanrong still gave them each a bowl of chicken soup. She gave the 2 drumsticks to her 2 granddaughters. As for the grandsons, there were too many, so she couldn't give to all of them. Lin Yulan looked envious. Looks like having daughters is better. Our parents really love their granddaughters. Among the 3 daughters-in-law, only she had 2 sons. If this were her own family, her sister-in-law would be praised for having 2 boys. But in the Liu family, people didn't care much about that. Whenever there was something good, the granddaughters got it first. Before, when the second branch of the family wasn't around, if the family cooked chicken, each branch got 1 drumstick. Now, both drumsticks went to Liu Rui from the second branch, and her 2 sons got nothing. I love all the grandchildren, Ji Yuanrong said, especially Liu Hui and Liu Xiang. They're the oldest, and we've taken care of them the most. She glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law. Besides, before dinner, your 2 boys ate plenty of snacks their second aunt bought. They didn't lose out. She used to think her eldest daughter-in-law was steady and sensible, but now she could also be jealous. She was the first to marry into the family, and her children were the oldest. Over the years, they had received the most help. If anyone was treated unfairly, it was the second son's family. He was sent away for work, got married, and had children at his wife's home. Even when they sent money, it wasn't much. They hadn't spent much on the second son's family, so showing them more care now was only fair. If others thought that was favoritism, then their hearts weren't in the right place. If they couldn't adjust their feelings, that was their own problem. As a mother-in-law, she could take care of their meals but not their thoughts. Seeing her mother-in-law's face change, Lin Yulan realized her words were inappropriate. She quickly added, I was just saying I envy my sisters-in-law for having daughters. Liu Jiaming, her husband, said from the side, Shaolin just wants a daughter. Zhao Jinshu sat quietly, sipping her chicken soup, not taking the words to heart. Wang Meijing smiled. If you like daughters, you can try for one. Lin Yulan sighed. Family planning is strict now. I wouldn't dare break the rules. I guess I'm just not meant to have a daughter in this life. In fact, she didn't really want to have a daughter, nor did she like the idea much. Her 2 sons were already good enough. Ji Yuanrong ignored their little thoughts. She knew very well what her daughters-in-law were like. After dinner, Liu Huayuan specifically asked Liu Xingyao to wash the dishes. Liu Xingyao grumbled, but didn't dare to disobey under her parents' stern eyes. The children sat in a row doing their homework, while Liu Jiaming and Liu Hufeng sat nearby chatting with their parents. The daughters-in-law stayed close to their own children. Even little Liu Zhe, though still in kindergarten, had homework to do. But he was always independent, so she went into the room and brought out the shoes she had bought for her parents-in-law, along with some hand cream for her mother-in-law. When Ji Yuanrong and Liu Huayuan received the gifts, they were first surprised, then delighted. Their workplace often gave them clothes, but in all these years, none of their children had ever given them shoes or clothes. They immediately took off their slippers and put on the new shoes. Everyone else was also surprised. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stopped fussing over their children and came over. Wang Meijing looked at the shoes on her mother-in-law's feet with envy. These shoes are from the department store. I saw them there last week. They were so expensive that I couldn't bring myself to buy them. Lin Yulan watched quietly, feeling a mix of emotions. Those leather winter shoes looked so nice and elegant. Of course they were expensive. She had been married for years and had only ever bought one good pair for herself, wearing and mending them over and over again, unable to throw them away. She didn't expect the second son's family to be so generous, buying a pair each for the parents. Were people from the countryside really this well-off and willing to spend? Ji Yuanrong touched the shoes and said, "They're very comfortable and fit perfectly." "How did Jin Shu know our shoe sizes?" Lu Huayuan smiled broadly. "They're warm and well-made. Must have cost quite a bit, right?" In her previous life, Zhao Jinshu often bought shoes for her parents-in-law, so she naturally knew their sizes. Smiling, she said, "I asked Jintai about your sizes. They didn't cost much anyway, it was Jintai who paid, so don't worry about it." She was telling the truth. She didn't have a job, so whose money could she spend if not Lu Jintai's? If she had used her own family's money, her parents-in-law wouldn't have accepted the gifts. Showing care for her parents-in-law, no matter whose money was used, the gifts came from her, and they would remember her kindness. Besides, knowing their character, they wouldn't mind such things at all. Lu Hufeng smiled and said, "Second brother has plenty of money, Mom and Dad, don't worry." He also thought that his second sister-in-law, though quiet, was truly thoughtful and generous. Those 2 pairs of shoes weren't cheap, which made the rest of them seem less considerate. Ji Yuanrong glanced at him calmly. "Don't you have money?" She wasn't sure if the second son had money or not. But the first and third branches of the family had been living off the household expenses for a long time, keeping their own earnings.
How could they not have saved something?
If they really had no money, that would be hard to believe. Lu Hufeng quickly closed his mouth, feeling guilty. Their branch truly had no savings. He was afraid his parents wouldn't believe it if he said so. The couple's monthly salaries were just enough to get by, with nothing left to save. He didn't even know where the money went. By the end of each month, it was always gone. Lu Jiaming smiled silently. He knew his younger brother well. Both husband and wife were spendthrifts. Even though the household covered food and living costs, they still loved to indulge themselves. Every weekend they went out to eat and have fun, so no matter how much they earned, it was never enough. "Mom, this is face cream. The winter weather is harsh, so you should apply some after washing your face in the morning and evening to keep your skin from getting dry and cracked." Zhao Jinshu handed her mother-in-law a jar of cream. Holding the cream, Ji Yuanrong was even more surprised than when she received the shoes. Truly surprised. She had never paid much attention to her own skin, yet this daughter-in-law, whom she once thought disappointing, had noticed such a detail. Her feelings were mixed and complicated. Ji Yuanrong said, "You should keep it for yourself." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "I bought one for myself too. I went to the department store today and got quite a few things. I didn't forget about me. No wonder your face looks so fair. Should I use this cream both morning and night? I usually just put some on after washing my face in the morning, and that's it for the day." Wang Meijing sat down next to Zhao Jinshu, studying her face before touching her own. "I've only used regular face oil before, not cream." Zhao Jinshu was surprised. In her past life, she had never heard Wang Meijing say anything nice to her. She hadn't expected even a small compliment. "Then how is your skin so fair?" Wang Meijing didn't believe her and thought this woman was just trying to impress her. She had seen plenty of people from the countryside before. Most of them had dark skin, nothing like her second sister-in-law, whose face was fair and smooth, without a single flaw, enough to make anyone envious. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her with a hint of a smile. "Maybe I was just born beautiful?" Wang Meijing froze, and nearby, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yulan looked over at her second sister-in-law. Even though she felt a little jealous, she had to admit that among the 3 sisters-in-law, the second one was the prettiest. No wonder Lu Jintai, who was known for being so picky, had fallen for her. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan also smiled. They hadn't expected the second daughter-in-law to have such a playful side. But it was true, her looks were outstanding, a perfect match for their son. With good-looking parents, the children were bound to be attractive too. Among the grandchildren, Ruerue and Ziz were the most handsome and pretty. Wang Meijing finally came back to her senses and stared at Zhao Jinshu in disbelief. You're really shameless." "I'm just telling the truth." "How is that shameless?" Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. Do you really think that face cream can make you look like me? If it doesn't work, why bother using it every morning and night?
Such a waste.
Wang Meijing thought about it seriously. That was true. If the cream really worked that well, everyone would have smooth, fair skin. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Of course it helps. It keeps your skin from getting too dry. If you take care of it regularly, your skin might not become like mine, but it will slowly get smoother. Using it is always better than not using it. Wang Meijing looked at her thoughtfully, surprised that her sister-in-law from the countryside actually knew so much. Her eyes couldn't help but fall on Zhao Jinshu's face again. She was only 2 years older than Zhao Jinshu, but standing next to her, Zhao looked like a young girl, while she herself seemed several years older. The thought made her feel uneasy. She quickly turned to her husband. When we get paid, I'm going to buy 2 bottles of face cream. I'll start using it every day too. I need to take care of my skin. Lu Hefeng didn't mind. It's your money. Spend it however you like. Ling Yulan couldn't help but feel a little envious. The third couple really lived comfortably. Third brother, you're so generous. Lu Jiaming looked up. You can buy some too. Lin Yulan fell silent. That cream was expensive. Why spend so much on that instead of food? Her 2 sons were under a lot of pressure. If she didn't start planning early and saving some money when her sons grew up and needed it, she wouldn't have any to give. By then, she'd have nowhere to cry about it. She refused to buy that fancy stuff. Face cream was good enough. Besides, her sons were already grown. Why bother with such unnecessary things? Lu Jiaming felt a bit upset when his wife stayed silent. His pants were patched over and over again. Even though people talked about being thrifty these days, this was going too far. How many years had it been since he last had new clothes? He had thought that if his wife agreed to buy the face cream, he would ask for a new pair of pants too. But now that he had agreed to her buying the cream, she had changed her mind. He was speechless. Zhao Jinshu listened to their conversation and secretly found it amusing. Her sister-in-law's personality was such that she wouldn't just think buying face cream was a waste of money. She'd probably think even taking the time to apply it was a waste. She might even believe that time would be better spent doing some handicraft work to earn a bit of extra money. When Lu Xingyao came out after washing the dishes, she saw everyone sitting together chatting happily and couldn't help but pout. She hadn't expected her sisters-in-law to actually sit there talking instead of helping her. After all, they weren't her real sisters, so they didn't care about her. Thinking this, she quietly sat down next to her mother. When she looked down, she noticed her mother's shoes and exclaimed, "Mom, you bought new shoes. They look great. Why didn't you get me a pair too?"
Yuan snortet.
Your second sister-in-law bought them for me. That's impossible. Lu Xingyao blurted out. Where would she get the money? Zhao Jinshu looked at her and said, I've been married to your brother for years. Of course, I've saved a little. Not much, but enough to buy a pair of shoes for Mom and Dad. Lu Xingyao fell silent. It seemed her second sister-in-law really had bought them. She said nothing, but Ji Yuanrong wasn't done. Didn't you say you'd buy something nice for your parents once you started working? When will you actually do that? Instead of asking for new shoes every time you see me with a pair. Lu Xingyao pouted. Mom, you know my salary isn't high. Ji Yuanrong didn't want to hear her excuses. Enough. Go back to your room. You're giving me a headache. People often said daughters were their mother's little treasures, but hers had been disappointing since childhood. Lu Xingyao quickly left, afraid her mother might really ask her to buy shoes. Ji Yuanrong shook her head in disappointment. This daughter, she thought, had truly been raised in vain. None of the 3 daughters-in-law said a word. Even though their mother-in-law often acted like she didn't care much for her own daughter, if they scolded the younger sister-in-law without a good reason, who knew what the mother-in-law would think? After all, that was her own daughter. No matter how much they argued, it was still a family matter. As daughters-in-law, it was best not to get involved. When Lu Zhe finished his homework, Zhao Jinshu helped the children wash their faces, feet, and get ready for bed. It was the middle of winter, and the beds were cold, so she had already placed hot water bottles in both beds. Now the blankets were warm and cozy. As soon as Lu Zhe got in, he didn't want to come out. Lu Rui yawned beside him, but still cared about her brother. Mom, brother hasn't put on his cream yet. Lu Zhe poked his head out. Even without it, my skin is soft and smells nice. Mom says I smell like milk.
Lu Hui desagrede.
If you don't put on the cream, you won't smell nice. Alright, don't get up. I'll help you, Zhao Jinshu said, putting a bit of cream on his face. Lu Rui leaned over. Now brother smells nice too.
Lucia frowned.
It feels sticky. I don't like it. Lu Rui said. Mom said you'll get used to it. Brother, did you see your hat? Lu Zhe perked up. Yes, I'll wear it to school tomorrow.
Lu Hui smiled.
I have one too. Okay, that's enough talking. Lu Zhe, go to sleep, or you'll be late getting up tomorrow, Zhao Jinshu interrupted. Lu Rui yawned again. I'm going to sleep. Lu Zhe said, Mom, close my door. I'll turn off the light myself.
All right.
Back in her room, Zhao Jinshu lay down with her daughter. Lu Rui hugged her mother's arm and asked softly before falling asleep, Mom, when will Dad come home? Her sister and brother's father was always home, but her own father was away most of the time. That made her sad. Zhao Jinshu tucked her in. He'll be back in a few days. Do you miss him? Lu Rui, already half asleep, nodded softly and drifted into dreams. In another room, Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan lay in bed, thinking about the day's events and chatting quietly. Ji Yuanrong said, the second son's wife seems quite nice. Lu Huayuan chuckled. She's always been nice. Ji Yuanrong saw the smile on his face and playfully pushed him. You old rascal. After a moment, she said again, she's really straightforward and speaks her mind, so it's easy for her to upset people. She's argued with the eldest daughter-in-law, the third daughter-in-law, and even Xingyao. Lu Huayuan sighed. Can't people have a bit of temper? The children are grown now, and they all have their own thoughts. They think the second family is easy to push around, but they've met their match this time. When Jintai comes back, let's separate them a bit.
Ji Yuanrong snortet.
They get food and drink without spending a penny, yet they're still not satisfied. A bunch of ungrateful people, only thinking about their own families. I think we two old folks should start saving some money for ourselves instead of always helping them. Lu Huayuan nodded. The grandchildren are already grown. It's time for them to stand on their own. We can't keep supporting them forever. Ji Yuanrong said, I'm not worried about the second family. The second son's job has been good these past 2 years, and it'll stay that way. The eldest isn't a big concern either. But the third family worries me. Those two are unreliable. Lu Huayuan replied, the children are grown. Let them handle things themselves. If we separate them now, it won't get too ugly, and the brothers can still stay on good terms.
Ji Yuanrong nodded.
At first, I thought the second son's wife, being from the countryside, would have a hard time living here. But things changed, the country's policies improved, and the second son got his job back. At first, their family seemed timid and quiet, but now that they've settled in, she's more confident, knows how to get along with people, and is very respectful. That's a good thing. Maybe in the future, their family will do the best. Lu Huayuan smiled. Everyone makes mistakes in judgment sometimes. It's nothing unusual. After what happened yesterday, Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan got up before dawn to prepare breakfast. Their mother-in-law had said the night before that from now on, everyone only needed to make breakfast for their own family, but dinner would be prepared together. So the two sisters-in-law made breakfast according to their own tastes, just for their own households. Yesterday, I noticed there weren't many eggs left. Did Mom buy more? Wang Meijing remembered her daughter asking for steamed egg custard yesterday, so she lifted the egg basket and found it full of eggs. Ji Yuanrong had also gotten up early. Hearing her question while drinking water outside, she said, I didn't buy any. Maybe your second sister-in-law did? While washing vegetables, Lin Yulan said, that must be it. Yesterday morning, she and her 2 children ate quite a few eggs. At that moment, she wanted to say something, but her second sister-in-law, who used to be quiet and timid, suddenly became outspoken. Afraid of causing conflict and upsetting her parents-in-law, she held back. She didn't expect her sister-in-law to be so thoughtful. After eating the eggs, she even replaced them. Ji Yuanrong nodded, showing that she understood. After sending Lu Zhe to school, Zhao Jinshu took out the clothes she had bought yesterday and washed them at home. In the afternoon, since she had nothing to do, she took her daughter to the department store and bought a few pounds of yarn. Yesterday, Lu Zhe had complained that his hands were cold while doing homework, so she decided to knit him a pair of gloves as soon as possible. She sat at the end of the corridor, enjoying the sunshine while knitting. Lu Rui was nearby, clumsily kicking a shuttlecock. Since her rebirth, she had been in a good mood. After all, anyone who suddenly became decades younger would feel happy. So, while knitting, she also steamed a pot of buns and cooked some porridge. When the family came home from work and saw the food ready, they were pleasantly surprised. Wang Meijing said cheerfully, "Second sister-in-law, are you planning to take over the cooking again?" Zhao Jinshu gave her a look. "What are you thinking?" "I just wanted to eat buns myself. I was afraid you'd be too busy to make them when you got back, so I made them in advance." Wang Meijing snorted softly and said no more. Ji Yuanrong took a stack of money from her bag and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu looked at her in surprise. "Why are you giving me money?"
Yuanrong smiled.
"The new year is coming. Take this and buy some clothes for the children. They've grown so much and haven't spent the new year with us for a long time. This year, we'll spend a little more on them." Zhao Jinshu didn't take it. "They already have clothes. There's no need to buy more." Ji Yuanrong pressed the money into her hand.
"Take it."
"And you bought eggs yesterday. This includes the money for that too." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "We all eat those eggs. Why would I take your money for that?"
Yuanrong insisted.
"It's different. The others didn't pay either, and you shouldn't have to. Your father and I treat everyone the same." Since she said that, Zhao Jinshu accepted the money with a smile. "When the winter break starts, I'll take the kids to buy clothes." Ji Yuanrong replied, "No need to wait. When Jintai comes home this weekend, let him go with you and the children. You should buy yourself a new outfit for the new year too." Zhao Jinshu smiled brightly. "I'll do as you say, Mom." Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing watched from the side, feeling quite jealous. Especially Lin Yulan. Just that morning, she had thought her second sister-in-law was sensible, but by evening, their mother-in-law gave her money as compensation. She couldn't help but scoff. Their mother-in-law truly wasn't biased. She gave money to the second son's family right in front of everyone, not caring how the others might feel. That kind of fairness was almost too direct. Wang Meijing, who could never hold her tongue, said, "Mom, why did you only give money to my second sister-in-law to buy clothes for her child? What about us? You too?" Ji Yuanrong looked up. "You don't get any." Wang Meijing fell silent, turned back to chopping vegetables, and muttered under her breath, "And she says she's not biased."
"Clearly, she is."
Ji Yuanrong's face turned serious. "Biased? Tell me, who am I biased toward?" Wang Meijing glanced at Zhao Jinshu. Ji Yuanrong gave a cold laugh. "Since you married into the Lu family, you've eaten and lived here without paying a cent. Do you know how much I've helped you over the years? The second son's family has only been back for less than half a year. How much have they spent, and how much has he contributed to the household? Do you want me to go over the numbers one by one?" Lin Yulan's heart skipped a beat. If that was the case, their branch had spent the most. She quickly said, "Mom, you're absolutely fair. Anyone who says otherwise just doesn't appreciate you." Wang Meijing couldn't help but pout. Her sister-in-law really knew how to adapt to the situation. Ji Yuanrong gave her a look and said, "I don't secretly favor anyone. The only ones I've treated unfairly are the second son and his wife. I'm telling you openly, I'll make it up to them a bit. Do you think that's wrong?" Neither of them dared to say yes. They suspected that if they did, their mother-in-law would immediately pull out a calculator and start listing every expense. Even Zhao Jinshu hadn't expected her mother-in-law's actions. After all, in her previous life, there had been no such compensation. It seemed her recent behavior had influenced her parents-in-law. That night, after everyone returned to their rooms, Lin Yulan couldn't hold it in any longer. Looking at her clueless husband, she said, "Mom gave Zhao Jinshu a thick stack of money today. Must be a few hundred yuan." Lu Jiaming sat up at once. "A few hundred? Why would Mom give her that much?" "So much money. What Did she have too much to spend? She should have given it to him, her own son. Wait a minute. Since when had his mother become so generous? Lin Yulan pouted. They said they've treated them unfairly all these years, and want to make it up to them. Lu Jiaming didn't agree. If they really felt guilty, they would have done something long ago.
Why now?
They must have a reason for giving money to my second brother and his wife. Lin Yulan thought about it. If they wanted to make it up to them, why didn't they do it when Zhao Jinshu first came? It's been months, and their mother-in-law hadn't given them a cent. She hadn't even bought clothes for the two children. Lin Yulan said thoughtfully, "Yesterday, my second sister-in-law bought shoes for our parents and face cream for Mom. She really knows how to please them. Now we look unfilial. None of us, not even Xingyao, have ever bought them anything. Compared to her, we look bad." Lu Jiaming's shoulders slumped. "I told you before not to be so stingy. You should have bought small gifts for our parents. But you said they had money and didn't need anything. Well, look what happened." Lin Yulan lay back on the bed, listless. "Maybe we should buy something for them too?" Lu Jiaming said irritably, "Too late now. Do you think our parents are fools?" Lin Yulan deflated and muttered angrily, "Didn't expect the second brother's wife to be so sly." Lu Jiaming thought, "Even if she is, at least she's willing to spend money. You, on the other hand, won't part with a single coin." Wang Meijing was also talking about this with Lu Hefeng in their room. She felt upset about her mother-in-law favoring her second sister-in-law. "I'm her niece from her own family, yet she sides with my second sister-in-law." She had always thought she was different from her two sisters-in-law. Being related by blood, she believed her treatment shouldn't be worse than theirs. Now, even someone from the countryside was getting more attention from her mother-in-law, and that made her unhappy. What's worse, it was all about money. She hadn't received a single cent, while Zhao Jinshu got it all. She was furious just thinking about it. Lu Hefeng saw her face turning red with anger and said, "Mom said it's compensation for the second household." Wang Meijing glared at him. "Compensation for what? It's not our fault that your second brother got married and had kids in the countryside, or that he was sent there in the first place." Lu Hefeng felt wrong too. Of course, he wanted some of their parents' money, but if they wouldn't give it, what could he do? He thought for a moment and said, "Don't underestimate second sister-in-law. She may seem quiet and mild, only focused on work when she's here, but she's truly filial. In that regard, neither you nor our eldest sister-in-law can compare. Parents love children who are respectful and caring. That's why she's won their favor. Second brother got married and stayed in the countryside, and our parents already feel they owe him. Now that his wife is hardworking and never complains, they naturally feel sorry for them and want to help a little." Hearing this, Wang Meijing's mouth twisted in displeasure. She couldn't help saying, "Hardworking and quiet? You think too highly of her. Haven't you seen what she's been doing these past few days? What are you shouting for?" Lu Hefeng was starting to lose patience.
What's the point of arguing with me?
"Do you expect me to confront my parents? So what if they gave second sister-in-law some money? It's their money. They can give it to whoever they want. It's none of your business." Wang Meijing glared at him. "Are you yelling at me?" Lu Hefeng frowned. "Don't start trouble for no reason." Wang Meijing suddenly stood up, hands on her hips. "How am I starting trouble?"
You're doing it right now.
Lu Hefeng was getting angry too. Instead of always finding fault with others, maybe think about your own problems. Second sister-in-law has done plenty. She's been handling most of the housework for months, treats our kids well, and never leaves them out when she buys snacks. But how do you treat second brother's children? You know the answer. Wang Meijing's eyes widened. "So now it's all my fault." Lu Hefeng stayed silent, clearly agreeing. Wang Meijing felt wronged. "How is it my fault?" Lu Hefeng looked at her. "Do you really want me to say it? I'd like to hear what you can possibly come up with." Her eyes were red with anger. She couldn't believe her own husband thought this way.
There were 3 sisters-in-law.
Their mother-in-law gave money to the second one right in front of them, leaving the others out. Wasn't she allowed to be upset about that? Forget about this so-called compensation. Second brother had been back in the city for a while, and Zhao Jinshu still stayed at her parents' house. She and the eldest sister-in-law lived with the parents and took care of them. Why didn't anyone mention that? Lu Hefeng glanced at her. First of all, you have a bad temper. As soon as he said that, Wang Meijing flared up. How could he say that about her? Lu Hefeng quickly raised a hand. Just hear me out first. Wang Meijing took a deep breath and said, All right, you talk. I held back my feelings, unable to find the right words, and was about to confront you. Lu Hefeng said, Your temper isn't good. When it comes to filial piety, you and your older sister-in-law are not as good as your second sister-in-law. Over the years, we've been living with our parents, so you didn't have to worry about family matters. When you married into the Lu family, you must have suffered some hardships, right? As he spoke, Wang Meijing's face grew darker. Did I suffer? Today is just one example. Lu Hefeng continued. If you think today's matter is a hardship, we can talk to your aunt-in-law and see what she thinks. She's not only our aunt-in-law, but also your aunt. She definitely won't favor your older or second sister-in-law. Everyone has their own little thoughts. Everyone loves money. Everyone wants their parents to favor them a little more. There are 3 or 4 siblings in the family. If the parents favor one, the others will feel wronged. But our parents truly don't favor anyone. They are fair. If they did, what would our parents think? Wang Meijing wanted to say, Just find your aunt, but she swallowed her words. If she really caused trouble like that, she would definitely offend her in-laws. Not only that, it would be hard for her to stay in the Lu family. People would think she's troublemaker. She didn't want to live like this, so she wouldn't cause trouble. Lu Hefeng looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Compared to your sister-in-law from your family, you think our life is much happier. Wang Meijing kept her lips pressed and said nothing. Her sister-in-law from her family was also married when her second brother was a young worker in the countryside. After returning to the city, her second brother brought his wife and children back. Neither of them had jobs or income, just living off others. Naturally, others didn't want that. The family couldn't stand it, so they found jobs for them. Her mother insisted that her second brother and sister-in-law contribute to household expenses. Of course, her older brother and his wife also had to contribute. Compared to her brother and sister-in-law, her life was much better. Lu Hefeng advised her again, It's better to stay under the big tree and enjoy the shade. Change your stubborn attitude and be nice to your parents. Even if they try to compensate your sister-in-law, it's limited. They won't ignore us. Moreover, your second brother bought a refrigerator for the family and his wife bought shoes and face wash for your parents. That costs quite a bit. When your grandparents come over, they should buy them a couple of sets of clothes, right? Furthermore, second brother is capable. He can easily research a project and earn many bonuses. Second sister-in-law is filial and kind-hearted, and she doesn't worry about our parents' money. When second brother went back to work, the company also gave them a large sum of money. They are not short of money. Just get along well with them and you won't lose anything. His wife is quite simple-minded. With their family's spending habits, they can't get by without their parents. Moreover, having a daughter-in-law who doesn't plan ahead and only throws tantrums makes our parents and sisters-in-law unhappy. He's really afraid that if he angers the parents, they might ask them to leave, and then he would be the one crying. Wang Meijing snorted. When Zhao Jingshu and the others first arrived, why didn't the parents give them any compensation? Who can't see that the mother-in-law was unhappy with Zhao Jingshu? When they came over, she was indifferent. Now she remembers, but it was only because Zhao Jingshu bought her a pair of shoes, thinking she was filial. They all think she's obedient, while they are not, and second brother is the most capable son. Filial? She has money, so she would be filial too. Who wouldn't be filial if Lu Hefeng earned as much as second brother? Thinking of this, she suddenly sat down and asked, when second brother went back to work, did they really compensate him with money? Second brother is really good at hiding things. There was no word about it at home. If it weren't for the man bringing it up, she wouldn't have known. Zhao Jingshu's wife actually kept quiet about it. Usually they say she has no job and no salary, but she never speaks up. Judging by how she spends money, she definitely isn't lacking cash. Who knows how much second brother gives her? Lu Hefeng sighed. Did you only hear about this? Wang Meijing snorted again. Of course not. I never knew about this before. Why do you ask? Lu Hefeng shot her a glance. Whether you ask or not doesn't matter. Just get along well with them. Wang Meijing nodded absent-mindedly. Okay, I understand. Whether she truly knew or just pretended to, only she knew for sure. Seeing her expression, Lu Hufeng realized his words were probably useless. He suddenly collapsed onto the bed. After the children fell asleep, Zhao Jingshu was still not sleepy. She was about to take off her outer coat, read a book in bed, and then sleep. She reached into her coat pocket and found some money. She took it out casually. Her mother-in-law had given her the money, but she didn't count it. She felt the thickness was enough and guessed it wasn't less. She counted it and was surprised to find 1,000 yuan inside. Thinking about the expressions of the two sisters-in-law, if they knew that the mother-in-law gave her 1,000 yuan, they might be even more angry. She smiled slightly, put the money into her bag, and lay on the bed, picking up a book to read. Her habit of reading was something she developed after marrying Lu Jintai. This habit stayed with her whole life, and even after rebirth, she didn't change it. The next morning, Zhao Jinshu got up and saw that both sisters-in-law looked tired, and the third sister-in-law had dark circles under her eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you not rest well last night?" Lin Yulan felt a bit uncomfortable. Of course, she couldn't tell the truth, so she cleared her throat and said, "Maybe I caught a cold or a flu, and I didn't sleep well." Wang Meijing didn't seem uncomfortable. She had been thinking all night about how much money second brother had, but she couldn't figure it out no matter how long she thought. Seeing Zhao Jinshu, she wanted to ask her, but when she looked at her pretty face, she couldn't help but hold back. Zhao Jinshu was no longer the same person as before. She was someone who dared to scold even her little sister-in-law. Wang Meijing could guess how she would respond if she spoke up, but she just couldn't hold back. She thought, if I confront her, maybe I can find out. If not, I'll keep worrying about it and life won't be peaceful. She made an excuse for herself. She quietly walked over to Zhao Jinshu and asked, "Second sister-in-law, I heard that when second brother went back to work, he was given a big compensation? I've never heard you mention it. How much was it?" Lin Yulan also quietly pricked up her ears. Hearing this, her eyes widened. Second brother got a big payout? Really? She had never heard about it. Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment and looked at her. "What does that have to do with you?" Wang Meijing's face immediately turned red. It really wasn't her business. But she couldn't help but want to know. What difference would it make if she told her? Could she possibly want their money, or what? Zhao Jinshu ignored her and started boiling water to make breakfast. Lu Zhe's gloves were already finished. One was ready to wear to school. Last night, Lu Zhe came back, took the gloves, and was so happy he immediately put them on. This morning, she needed to quickly finish knitting the other one. Today is Saturday. Lu Zhe only has half a day of school, and in the afternoon, she planned to take the two children to the bathhouse to wash. With some free time, she also wanted to knit a pair of gloves for herself and Lu Rui. Their mother and daughters each only had one sweater, with no spare for changing. She wasn't working, but she was quite busy and didn't have much time to compete with them for attention. All morning, she hurriedly finished knitting the gloves. She took her change of clothes and, with Lu Rui, went to pick up Lu Zhe. At noon, she decided not to go home to cook and ate outside instead. After eating, they strolled around outside to digest their food, then went to the bathhouse to wash up. A new bathhouse had opened next to the department store. In her past life, when Lu Jintai came back on weekends, she liked to take their family of 3 there to bathe. It's clean, hygienic, and has private rooms. Lu Zhe was older now, so Zhao Jinshu didn't let him use the big public bath with others for safety reasons. The 3 of them rented a private room. She first washed Lu Zhe, gave him a stool to sit and read while waiting, then she and Lu Rui went inside to wash. She had just bought shampoo, 3 bars of soap, and 3 towels, each person using their own. After washing, everyone's face was red, and Zhao Jinshu and Lu Rui had towels wrapped around their heads. Lu Zhe whispered, "Mom, I saw someone using a hairdryer to dry their hair. It dries quickly." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "That's probably a hairdryer. We can rent one, but we need to pay. The bathhouse owner sure knows how to make money." Lu Zhe said, "Then Mom, rent one." If you go home with wet hair, you'll catch a cold. Today it was freezing. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Whatever you say. Hearing him, Lu Zhe smiled happily. She rented the hairdryer and first dried Lu Rui's hair. Lu Rui sat carefully on the stool, saying, Mom, it's warm. Lu Zhe watched curiously. Wow, it's so convenient. My hair will dry quickly. After drying their hair, they bought some cookies and fruit from the nearby mall to take home. When they got home, she planned to go to her room to put away the clothes but saw someone sitting on the chair. She paused for a moment and Lu Rui ran over, calling, Dad. Lu Jintai, with a gentle smile, put down his book, hugged his daughter and looked at Zhao Jinshu, saying, You're back. Zhao Jinshu nodded, placed the soap and shampoo in the bathroom, and put the dirty clothes in a basin to soak. Lu Zhe heard his sister's voice and ran from his room, shouting, Dad, and hugged him. Lu Jintai had to put down his daughter and hug both children. Zhao Jinshu glanced at them and went outside to do laundry. While doing laundry, she couldn't help but think unkind thoughts. She remembered Lu Jintai in his 60s, calm, reserved, elegant, and dignified. Even with wrinkles on his face, he was still a handsome older man who could attract older women. But when Lu Jintai was young, he was not only calm and reserved but also more charming. That was the youthful charm, full of energy and vitality, that later older men couldn't match. No wonder she could let go. She truly believed that the young Lu Jintai was more attractive. After finishing the laundry, she didn't go inside to disturb the father and children. Instead, she took some yarn and started knitting gloves. This time, she was making gloves for Lu Rui. The boy had seen his brother's gloves before and looked at them with envy, but he didn't fuss about wanting his own. However, after experiencing life later, she thought every child should have a pair of gloves in winter. In the past, the children in the other two households didn't have gloves, and her own children didn't either, which she thought was normal. But now, she believed children should be properly kept warm. Lu Jintai spent over an hour playing with the children in the room. When he came out, he saw Zhao Jinshu sitting on the corridor, knitting yarn. Zhao Jinshu noticed his figure out of the corner of her eye, but didn't look up. She continued knitting. Even though young Lu Jintai was more charming, she no longer felt shy or excited around him. He just stood there. Lu Jintai looked at her and sat down on the chair beside her. He was wearing a black coat, tall and broad, with long legs and feet, making him very noticeable. He didn't speak, so Zhao Jinshu naturally didn't want to chat with him. Seeing Lu Jintai now, she couldn't help but remember how he was when he was older, sometimes a bit annoying, bossy about everything, especially about her. People say that aging can bring charm and that old age should be graceful. She took good care of herself, and her figure hadn't changed much. At around 60, she still looked young, with a charming aura. Back then, she liked buying beautiful clothes. She had several long red coats, paired with short boots and big wavy hair. She loved it all. He didn't like her style, thought she shouldn't dress so provocatively, and said she looked too flashy. But she insisted on wearing what she liked. She even went shopping for clothes, choosing bright and fresh styles. She bought 2 white cashmere coats, and when she wore them out, her friends praised her for looking young and beautiful. That day, he looked very unhappy, which made her very angry. Now, thinking back on that, she felt embarrassed. In her past life, she was completely controlled by him. Why was that? She reflected and realized it was mainly because, when she was young, she cared too much about him, always accommodating him and putting him first in everything. This accommodation lasted nearly 20 years, and many things became habits. She was used to giving, and he was used to her obedience. As she grew older, if she did something he didn't like, he would scold her. In this life, she must not be controlled by him anymore. She needs to take the lead, so she won't be dominated in the future. When Lu Jintai returned this time, he brought many children's books for the kids. The 2 children were reading in the room. The couple sat there, lost in thought, one staring into space, the other knitting gloves. They sat like that for half an hour, without saying a word. As the sunset faded, Zhao Jinshu finished knitting a glove. She packed up her things and went inside. Lu Jintai watched her back, his calm and handsome face showing a hint of confusion. When Zhao Jinshu came out of the room, he walked over to her. It's getting dark. Are you making dinner? Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Are you cooking? Lu Jintai looked at her, his lips moving slightly, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. After a moment he said, I'll cook. You? Do you know what dishes are in the house? Zhao Jinshu asked impatiently. Lu Jintai could cook, his father taught him. After she had Lu Zhe, she couldn't eat, and the baby had no milk. They were both anxious and crying. Her father, seeing this, asked Lu Jintai to learn cooking so he could make food for her. Although her father was the village head, he used to be a top chef at family banquets when he was young, so his cooking skills were excellent. I know. I bought lamb and lamb chops, Lu Jintai said softly. Zhao Jinshu looked at him in surprise. She had forgotten whether this had happened in her past life. Then let's have lamb soup. It's almost 5 o'clock. Hurry up, she urged. Lu Jintai looked at her. Help me. Zhao Jinshu also looked at him. I'll just pass you some seasonings. Lu Jintai nodded. The family mainly cooked with coal. Later, they got a gas tank, but they still preferred to cook with charcoal. They had 2 stoves, used alternately. Lu Jintai first cooked rice in a big pot, and then stewed lamb on the stove. Zhao Jinshu only handed him seasonings from the side. Family members gradually returned home. When I saw Lu Jintai cooking in the kitchen, I was very surprised. Not just others. Even Mother Ji Yuanrong didn't know her son could cook.
Of course, she was surprised.
Lu Hufeng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, looking annoyed. Second brother, can your cooking be eaten? You don't have to eat it. Lu Jintai was chopping potatoes without looking up and said. Lu Hufeng sniffed and said, I can smell lamb. I haven't had lamb in a long time. No matter how bad it tastes, I can still eat it. Wang Meijing stood nearby. Today, we finally have some ready-made food. After she spoke, seeing no one responded, she pursed her lips. Seeing second brother chopping lotus root again, she couldn't help but say, Second brother, you probably don't know, but second sister-in-law has been on strike these days. She's not cooking, and she's not doing housework. Zhao Jinshu overheard and didn't react at all. She was curious to see what Lu Jintai would do. Lu Jintai stood up and looked at the couple. You didn't eat at home. Wang Meijing didn't understand why he asked and hesitated before replying. We ate at home. If not at home, where else could we eat? Lu Jintai glanced at them faintly. Since you're eating at home and she's not cooking, can't you do it? Wang Meijing's face immediately turned red. Your second sister-in-law isn't your servant. After saying that, he lowered his eyes and continued chopping vegetables. Wang Meijing didn't expect second brother to side with second sister-in-law. She knew they were a couple and a family, but she always thought second brother didn't like second sister-in-law. Otherwise, why would he leave her in the countryside for so many years? Seeing the situation was tense, Lu Hufeng quickly pulled his wife away. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai continued cooking and Zhao Jinshu helped nearby. Neither of them said a word. This meal was very hearty. When the dishes were served, the whole family sighed with satisfaction. Lu Xingyao sipped lamb soup and said happily, I never thought I'd taste second brother's cooking in this life. Lu Jintai was busy serving soup to his children and didn't bother to reply. Lu Huayuan smiled happily. This soup is really fresh. Jintai's cooking is good. It really is. The lamb has no smell at all, and the soup is tender and tasty. Ji Yuanrong praised and then asked, When did you learn to cook? Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, then continued to eat her lamb chop. Lu Jintai looked at Lu Zhe and said, When I have Lu Zhe, my father taught me. Ji Yuanrong was surprised and looked at Zhao Jinshu. Is your father good at cooking? Zhao Jinshu nodded. After swallowing her lamb, she said, My father used to be a chef. Wang Meijing responded nearby, So he's a cook. Zhao Jinshu frowned slightly. Lu Jintai said calmly, Without a cook, you wouldn't be eating lamb today. Wang Meijing suddenly fell silent. Lu Huayuan's smile faded from his face. Ji Yuanrong looked at Wang Meijing. If you don't want to eat, go back to your room. Jintai bought the lamb, prepared it, and brought it to the table for her to eat fresh. Yet, she kept talking and criticizing. Who spoiled her? Wang Meijing's eyes reddened. Facing so many people, her mother-in-law told her to go back to her room. Was she not allowed to eat? Thinking of this, she got angry. She threw down her chopsticks and left. Lu Hufeng's brows almost furrowed into a deep line. He really had no way to deal with his wife. All this talk about marrying into the family, it was just causing him worry. At this moment, he had to admit he regretted it. Lu Mingxiang looked at his wife and secretly felt lucky. Although she was frugal, she wouldn't cause trouble for him and could manage the household finances well. He trusted her with the family money, so he didn't have to worry about leaks. She was a good wife. Thinking this, he picked up a piece of lamb and placed it in her bowl. It's cold outside. Eat more lamb to keep warm. Lin Yulan shot him a glance. Is he crazy? Giving her food for no reason? The chopsticks he used were already dirty. She didn't know if they were clean or not. If she wanted to eat meat, she could pick it herself. Why was he being so attentive? What was he thinking? Suddenly, she realized, could he be trying to buy something again, trying to trick her out of money? She kept a blank expression. Jean Tai's lamb is delicious. I can help myself. You should eat quickly. Lu Mingxiang didn't realize what she was thinking and was still feeling lucky. Lu Huayuan looked at his children and grandchildren. The older ones were busy eating meat, not paying attention to the adults. When the third daughter-in-law left, no one reacted. Even the two children in the third household showed no response. Looking at the two children in the second house, the little granddaughter saw that her mother's bowl of lamb was empty and knew she had given her mother some meat. This child is very thoughtful and truly caring. Sitting on the other side of the second son, Lu Zhe saw his father trying to pick up lotus root slices, but missing. He immediately stood up and moved the lotus root closer to his father. When his father picked some vegetables, he moved the lotus root back. Such a child is rare everywhere and shows good manners and upbringing. From this, we can see that the relatives who haven't met in a while are probably good people. Zhao Jinshu was drinking lamb soup and felt nostalgic. Since returning to the city, Lu Jintai had never cooked, and she hadn't tasted his lamb soup again. Now that she drank his lamb soup again, she thought that his cooking skills were actually quite good. In the future, she could ask him to cook more often. Everyone was happily eating, and no one remembered Wang Meijing had gone back to her room. Lin Yulan was thinking about her but didn't call her, thinking she was sick and couldn't see the situation clearly. Jean Tai came back, and even if it was for his sake, she should control her words. She had no worries and spoke freely. No matter how Zhao Jinshu was, she was the second brother's wife. If she looked down on her, it was just because she looked down on the second brother. Could the second brother give her a good face? She really thought everyone was incapable of distinguishing right from wrong. Wang Meijing returned to her room. Seeing no one came to call her, tears started to flow. No one cared about her, neither the men nor the children. She felt truly wronged. After dinner, Lu Xingyao and Lin Yulan tidied up the dishes and chopsticks. Lu Huayuan called his 3 sons to the study. Zhao Jinshu took out knitting needles and started making gloves. Tomorrow was a day off from school, so the children sat on the sofa watching TV. Ji Yuanrong accompanied her grandchildren to watch TV. Lu Rui sat beside her mother, watching her knit gloves. Lu Manting also came over, looking at the gloves with envy and said, "Second aunt, I want a pair of gloves too." Before Zhao Jinshu could speak, Ji Yuanrong said nearby, "If you want gloves, ask your mom." Seeing that she wanted everything and not caring about others' feelings or whether they liked it, this habit needed to change. Lu Manting unhappily said, "The gloves second aunt is knitting are pretty." Lu Rui hugged her mother's arm and said, "This is my mom, not your mom." Zhao Jinshu comfortingly patted her daughter, but she was wearing gloves, so she wasn't reluctant. It's not worth mentioning before, but after rebirth, she didn't want to spoil Manting. Even though she was kind to her aunt, she wasn't her daughter. She always liked to keep a distance from Rui. If Lu Rui liked something, she wanted it too. If she couldn't get it, she would throw a tantrum. She wouldn't let herself be wronged, but she would make her own daughter suffer. She definitely wouldn't let her daughter be wronged anymore. Lu Manting didn't care about her. "Second aunt, can you knit me a pair? Grandma doesn't listen anymore."
Yuanrong frowned.
This child was really unreasonable. She always wanted everything she saw. It became a habit. When she grew up and saw Ruerue with something she wanted, she would want it too. Wouldn't she give it to her then? She couldn't let her keep this bad habit. Lu Manting's eyes turned slightly red. She felt that Grandma didn't love her anymore, only her sister. Ji Yuanrong really didn't like her crying so easily. She pulled her inside, handed her to her mother, and decided not to care anymore. When Lu Manting saw her mother inside, she couldn't help but cry. Mother and daughter, feeling wronged, hugged and cried together. Lu Hufeng came out of the study and felt like the sky was falling. Lately, he sensed that his parents weren't acting right, and sure enough, his intuition was correct. He quietly returned to his room, saw his mother and daughter crying, and felt a pounding in his head. He held back his anger and patiently asked, "What's wrong with you two?" Wang Meijing wiped her tears. "This family can't fit us anymore. They can't stand us." "Who can't stand you?" Lu Hufeng sneered. "You're fearless, always saying whatever comes to your mind. Who dares to argue with you? If anyone couldn't stand you, wouldn't you just yell at them? What are you shouting for? I haven't even eaten and you don't care." Hearing this, Wang Meijing cried even more, tears and snot mixing. "You're still eating." Lu Hufeng, feeling very disappointed, sarcastically said, "Whether there's food to eat in the future is uncertain. What are you going crazy for?" Wang Meijing couldn't stand his expression. "I'm hungry too." "Going crazy?" Lu Hufeng smiled coldly. "From now on, we'll cook for ourselves. You can eat however you want. No one will bother you anymore. You won't be shouting then, right? You should be satisfied now." "What do you mean?" Wang Meijing was stunned. "What do you mean by opening fire yourself?" Lu Hufeng looked at her. "Just now in the study, Dad said we should handle things ourselves. Tomorrow, they'll give us a day to prepare, and next Monday, they won't buy our groceries anymore. Are you happy? Are you excited?" "Impossible," Wang Meijing said without thinking. "Mom and Dad wouldn't do that." Lu Hufeng replied. Actually, they didn't plan to do this before. Seeing his expression, Wang Meijing's heart grew cold. "Did Dad really say that?" "I'm not lying to you," Lu Hufeng said. "From now on, you'll be in charge. Are you happy about that? Are you crazy?" Wang Meijing said angrily. "What do I have to be happy about?" Lu Hufeng looked uninterested. "Whether you're happy or not, get ready to eat plain rice and vegetables. Our third family has no savings at all. The good days are over. They argue all the time, and now their parents don't care about them. Are you feeling better now?" Wang Meijing also thought of this. She grabbed his arm. "Even if we handle things ourselves, can we wait until after the New Year? Maybe after the New Year, if the in-laws are happy, they won't split up their meals?" Lu Hufeng was lying on the bed. "Do you think I haven't said that?" "Dad doesn't agree. He said he'll buy us good pots and pans. The rooms next to our second brother's are small, but they can be used as kitchens. He's thinking everything through clearly, so we can't make excuses." Wang Meijing was too upset to cry anymore. Even Lu Manting sensed something was wrong and asked hesitantly, "Do I still have my gloves?" Wang Meijing was so upset she didn't care about her daughter's gloves. "Go play somewhere else." "I'm annoyed." Lu Manting, with red eyes, ran outside. In the living room, they saw a group of people eating snacks and watching TV, quietly sitting aside. Lu Rue's gloves, Zhao Jinshu had already knitted up to the back of her hand. Thinking that her daughter liked red, she took out red yarn and knitted a red heart on the back of her hand. Lu Rue held her face and said, "It looks so nice." "Nice what?" someone asked. From behind, a calm, pleasant male voice said, "Dad." Lu Jintai picked her up and sat down next to her mother. "What did you just say looks nice?" Mom knitted it. "The gloves look nice." Lu Jintai looked over and saw the half-knit glove. He nodded and said, "It looks really nice." The TV show was at an exciting part and the children stopped talking, quietly watching the show. Lu Rue watched for a while, then slowly nodded off, feeling sleepy. Zhao Jinshu looked over and said, "I'm going to fetch some water so she can wash up and then sleep." Lu Jintai placed his daughter on the sofa. "I'll go," he said. Zhao Jinshu also stopped knitting and called out to Lu Zhe, "When are you going to sleep?" Lu Zhe kept watching the TV without looking away. After this episode, Zhao Jinshu nodded and took Lu Rui to their room. After washing her face and brushing her teeth, she let her daughter lie in bed. She was about to go to the closet to get a thick winter blanket for Lu Jintai to cover himself. Lu Jintai stood behind her, watching her stand on tiptoe, trying to reach the blanket. After a while, he gently sighed and said, "Let me do it." Zhao Jinshu turned to the side to let him. Lu Jintai reached out and carefully took the blanket. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Are you sleeping in the son's room, or in this room?" Lu Jintai looked at her calmly and said, "What do you think?" He then placed the blanket on the bed. Zhao Jinshu was speechless. Zhao Jinshu saw her daughter was asleep and left for the main room. In the main living room, a group of children were still watching TV. She didn't pay attention to the others and looked at Lu Zhe. "It's 9 o'clock. Time to sleep." Lu Zhe hesitated but stood up. "I haven't washed my feet and face yet. Go wash now," Zhao Jinshu said. She poured water for him. After he finished washing, brushed his hair, and looked cozy, she closed the door after watching him settle into bed. When she finished washing up and returned to her room, she didn't see Lu Jintai. She didn't mind and simply closed the door, lying on the bed and continuing to read the book from yesterday. Half an hour later, the door was opened. Lu Jintai, still damp, entered the room. He glanced around and saw their daughter sleeping in the middle of the bed, her mother sleeping on the other side, both wrapped tightly in a blanket. Their bed was large enough. One side was neatly covered with a thick blanket, which was for him. He silently took off his coat and got into the bed, lying on the blanket prepared for him. Zhao Jinshu didn't pay him any attention and kept reading her book. After a long while, Lu Jintai's voice sounded in the room. Did something happen? Zhao Jinshu was momentarily stunned, then realized he was talking to her. She thought for a moment. Since her rebirth, nothing much had happened. The children, father-in-law, and mother-in-law were all fine. She replied, "No." Lu Jintai looked at her quietly. Seeing her calm face, he thought nothing serious had occurred. He remained silent for a moment before mentioning the disagreements they had. Zhao Jinshu finally looked up from her book and asked him, "Are you talking about those things in the study?" Lu Jintai looked into her eyes. "What do you think? What do I think?" She thought it was fine. In their previous life, they often didn't eat together for many years. In this life, she hadn't even made a move yet, and her father-in-law and mother-in-law acted first. She was quite surprised. Zhao Jinshu said, "Then let's eat separately." Lu Jintai nodded. "If you need anything, we'll buy it tomorrow." Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment. "Aside from that, we need 2 warm water bottles." Lu Jintai asked, "Anything else?" "Anything else?" Zhao Jinshu couldn't think of anything at the moment. "You mentioned pots, bowls, and stoves. Dad will buy those. If we need anything else in the future, we'll buy it then." Lu Jintai nodded. After saying that, Zhao Jinshu continued reading her book. Lu Jintai glanced at her. Such a big matter, and she was so calm about it. He looked at his watch and said, "Go to bed early. Just finish reading this and then sleep." Zhao Jinshu replied while still engrossed in her book. Lu Jintai frowned slightly, looked at her, then lowered his eyes, and said nothing more. Half an hour later, Lu Jintai didn't hear the sound of flipping pages. He opened his eyes and looked over. She had fallen asleep at some point. He gently got up, placed the book in her hand on the table, tucked her arm into the quilt, and adjusted the blanket before returning to bed and turning off the light. The couple in the main room was also discussing eating separately. Thinking about how they would have to set aside part of their monthly salary to buy rice, vegetables, and oil, Lin Yulan felt drained. She was heartbroken. She truly didn't expect her parents-in-law to say they wouldn't care about them anymore. She hadn't even saved enough money yet. Why would they stop caring? Lu Jiaming looked very sad, like a wilted eggplant. He said, "These days my second brother's wife doesn't want to cook anymore. You all are causing trouble, and Mom and Dad are starting to worry." Lin Yulan replied. She wished she had known that her parents-in-law would be so strict. Even if she worked harder, cooking for the family every day wouldn't be a problem. As long as she didn't have to pay, what was the big deal about working harder? Why was she so slow to think? Now she regretted it. Why did she think her second brother's wife should do everything? Why did she look down on her? Now she was really afraid of her second brother's wife. Just a small move from her could cause her parents-in-law to split the family. She admired her for that. They didn't talk all night. In the morning, Zhao Jinshu opened her eyes and looked to the side. Her daughter and her husband were no longer in the room. She lay for a moment, then sat up, got dressed, combed her hair, and made the bed. After tidying up, she came out and bumped into Lu Jintai. He looked at her and said, "Go wash up and have breakfast." Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Has Lu Zhe gotten up?" "Yes, he has." After breakfast, all three families started working. They needed to clear the kitchen, or there would be nowhere to cook. Lu Jintai looked around the side room and then found Zhao Jinshu. He asked her, "How much space is next to the kitchen? Can we build a bathroom there?" Zhao Jinshu's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea." It was very inconvenient to wash up in the room every day. Lu Jintai smiled and said, "I'll hire someone to build it." "Okay." As for bricks and tiles, Zhao Jinshu didn't ask about them. Lu Jintai had his own contacts, and since he said he would get them, he probably could. The other two families were tidying up the kitchen when they suddenly heard a car outside. They all ran out to see. Lu Hufeng came over and looked at Lu Jintai. "Why are they bringing bricks? Did Dad ask for them?" Lu Jintai replied calmly, "No, I bought them." Lu Hufeng looked at him. "What are you going to do with them?" Lu Jintai said, "Build a bathroom." It had to be said Lu Hufeng was also interested. Every time he took a shower, he had to pour water himself. Especially in summer, taking a shower every day was very inconvenient. He reached into his empty pockets and asked, "Are there many bricks?" If there were enough, he could borrow some. His second brother probably wouldn't mind. Lu Jintai replied, "Just this small truck." Lu Hufeng stopped talking. The small house was just big enough to build a bathroom. Wang Meijing felt very jealous, but didn't say anything. It wasn't because she didn't want to, but because she was holding back. She was afraid that if she said more, her parents-in-law would ask them to pay back the original living expenses. She truly couldn't afford it. Even now, she had to borrow part of her salary from the factory, or their family would go hungry. Lin Yulan also felt envious, but she didn't plan to build a bathroom. She could still wash herself now, just like before. Now, her parents-in-law no longer cared for them. Saving money was the best choice. Lu Xingyao wasn't jealous at all. Her room was next to her parents' and had a bathroom, so she wasn't worried about finding a place to wash. Several construction workers came, and since the bathroom wasn't big, it was finished in one day. That evening, Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanrong brought back a cart of things. When they saw the bathroom next to Lu Jintai's room, they said in surprise, "You guys finished so quickly." Ji Yuanrong went inside the bathroom and saw it was much brighter than theirs. Even Lu Xingyao, who said she wasn't jealous, couldn't help but feel a little envious. She thought to herself that when she got married, she wanted to have a bathroom like this. Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanrong divided the things they bought among their three sons. That night, the family cooked a hearty meal. They ate quietly together for their last dinner in this house. Even the children didn't cause trouble. After dinner, Lu Huayuan looked at his children and grandchildren and said sincerely, "From now on, just take good care of your own small families. Your mother and I are still young, so you don't need to worry about us." Lu Jiaming, as the eldest son, spoke first. "Dad, Mom, don't worry. We will take good care of ourselves. Although we eat separately now, we still live in the same yard, and we see each other every day. If you need anything, just call us." As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Lu Huayuan couldn't help but scold, "You're hopeless." Lu Jiaming awkwardly wiped his eyes. "I'm just not used to it." Lu Hufeng frowned, looking unhappy. He didn't feel like talking about the tough days ahead. Lu Huayuan glanced at him, but said nothing. The good or bad days, he would handle them himself. They each went back to their own rooms. Zhao Jinshu went to her small kitchen. The new stove was already lit, and a brand new pot on it was boiling hot water. "Mom, I want to sleep." Lu Rui followed her in. "Brush your teeth with your brother. I'll get hot water for you. After washing up, you can sleep," Zhao Jinshu said as she went to get a basin. Lu Jintai's voice came from behind her. "I'll go get water." Zhao Jinshu turned around and looked at him. "Okay." While she was helping her daughter and son wash, Zhao Jinshu said, "We need to buy another pot. The one on the stove can stay for boiling water, so it doesn't get greasy." Lu Jintai nodded. "Anything else?" Lu Zhe said, I know. Zhao Jinshu was about to help him wash, and she pinched his nose with a smile. "What do you know?" Lu Zhe whined softly, then looked at his dad. "Dad, can you buy my mom a hairdryer? It's really good. It dries hair quickly." Hearing his brother, Lu Rui also got excited. "It keeps us warm." Lu Jintai smiled. "Buy it." Zhao Jinshu wouldn't refuse. She had long hair, and in winter, it was hard to dry after washing. She really needed a hairdryer. The whole family finished washing and went to bed. Nothing happened that night. In the morning, Zhao Jinshu woke up and immediately met Lu Jintai's gaze.
She paused.
"You didn't go to work?" Lu Jintai sat up. "Not busy before the new year. Everything is done." After so many years, she had long forgotten when Lu Jintai was busy or not. Now, whether he was busy or not didn't matter much to her. But since he was at home, the kids would be happy. If he wasn't busy, that was fine. Lu Zhe got up and saw that Dad hadn't left.
He was so happy.
"Dad, are you not busy now?" Lu Jintai's eyes held a smile. "Not busy this year." Lu Zhe hugged his dad's arm.
"Yay."
"When I have a holiday, can you take us to the zoo to see the animals?" Before Lu Jintai could answer, he looked sad. "Most of my classmates have been there, but I haven't." He kept talking and then snuggled into his father's arms. Zhao Jinshu glanced at them. Their son was about to turn 6 after the new year. He was tall like his parents, the tallest in the class, and liked to be pampered, wanting his dad to hold him. Yet Lu Jintai also indulged him. For breakfast, Lu Jintai made steamed eggs and cooked noodles. Zhao Jinshu was a bit surprised that Lu Jintai seemed much more diligent this time. After breakfast, they took Lu Zhe to school. The couple then took their daughter shopping. At the department store, Lu Jintai said, "Let's buy some things for my parents to send back." Zhao Jinshu replied, "A few days ago, I bought each of them a pair of shoes and already sent them." Lu Rui, in his father's arms, added, "I also bought shoes for Grandpa and Grandma." Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu. She smiled and said, "It's the new year. We should buy some things for my parents. Mom even gave me 1,000 yuan to buy clothes for the kids." Lu Jintai was a bit surprised and asked, "You also want to buy clothes?" His tone was curious. Zhao Jinshu nodded. When she was young, she was very frugal. Even if she had money, she didn't know how to spend it and was reluctant to do so. Whenever Lu Jintai suggested buying her clothes, she would refuse, thinking he earned money hard. Now, looking back, she realized she was really naive. She didn't spend money, so how could Lu Jintai have the motivation to earn more? She should spend more money to give him a sense of achievement, so he would work even harder. Lu Jintai saw her nod and said, "Send some money back to my parents too." Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "That's what your salary is for." Lu Jintai's eyes carried a smile. "I'll give it to you after I get paid tomorrow." Yesterday, busy with building the bathroom, he didn't buy a water heater. Today, they bought one together. After buying a pot, a hairdryer, and a water heater, Lu Jintai took his wife and daughter to look at washing machines. On the way, Lu Jintai tried to explain, washing clothes in winter makes your hands cold, and winter clothes are thick. Having a washing machine will make things much easier. Then let's buy one. Zhao Jinshu interrupted him. Lu Jintai looked at her. She said, "After we buy it, my parents can also use it. It will be very convenient." A smile appeared on Lu Jintai's handsome face. Compared to before, Zhao Jinshu would now be easily lost and confused, but now she was okay. Zhao Jinshu looked at his smiling face and slowly realized that he seemed very happy that she was willing to spend money. She was surprised she hadn't noticed this in her past life. After buying a washing machine, Lu Jintai took the mother and daughter to the overseas Chinese store. The clothes there were more fashionable. As soon as Zhao Jinshu entered, she saw a red cashmere coat. She looked at Lu Jintai with a strange expression and started to have an idea. She didn't know why she liked the red coat so much, but later, she saw a sentence by chance and suddenly understood. People in their time when they were young didn't wear many nice clothes, so when they got old and had money, they wanted to make up for it deep inside. Zhao Jinshu pointed at the red cashmere coat and said, I like this one. Lu Rui clapped nearby and said, It looks good. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai. His face was expressionless, so she couldn't tell what he was thinking. Lu Jintai said, Try it on. No department store had a coat like this, so when she found one she liked, Zhao Jinshu definitely wanted to try it. The staff saw the man's outfit nearby and knew this family was not ordinary. Since they came to the overseas Chinese store, they were probably wealthy. She smiled, took down the coat, and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu was tall and well-proportioned, neither fat nor thin, a perfect figure, like a hanger. When she took off her cotton jacket and put on the coat, her whole aura changed. This was a confidence and charm that Zhao Jinshu, who hadn't been reborn, didn't have before. It was refined over the years, mysterious yet attractive, making people turn their heads. The staff exclaimed, It looks great. Many people have worn this coat, but none can match the effect on you. Lu Jintai's deep gaze fixed on her, and he was very sure she was his wife. He was even more certain that something had happened to her. Zhao Jinshu turned around with a bright smile and asked Lu Jintai, Does it look good? Lu Jintai nodded slightly and said, It looks good. Lu Rui also said nearby, Mom, it looks good, it looks good. The staff said, It really looks good. When this lady wears the coat, you two look even more matching. It's obvious you're a couple. Lu Jintai's face showed a gentle smile, and he said softly, Is that so? The staff replied, Of course. Lu Jintai then said, Let's buy it. Zhao Jinshu was surprised but thought perhaps Lu Jintai still believed she was young enough to wear a red coat. Thinking this, she couldn't help but mutter to herself, Old man, just wait. When you get old, I'll wear a red coat every day. This coat wasn't cheap, but Lu Jintai paid without even frowning. She also realized one good thing about Lu Jintai. He was generous to her family and also to his wife and children. Even if their relationship wasn't perfect, Zhao Jinshu never denied that Lu Jintai was a very good man. Her judgment was right. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, Do you want to buy a coat too? The company will give us clothes, Lu Jintai replied. Zhao Jinshu looked at the coat he was wearing and forgot about that. He didn't care much about clothes or food. She asked, Is the coat warm enough? It's warm, he said. That was enough. There were down jackets available, but she always thought they weren't as warm as padded jackets, so she hadn't considered buying one. The down jackets at the overseas store looked nice, and the filling was good. She tried a long black one, and it looked pretty good for shopping. Lu Jintai said, If you like it, buy it. Zhao Jinshu nodded, so she took it. Lu Rui held his father's hand and asked cautiously, Dad, I want one too. Lu Jintai hugged her and asked, What kind do you like? Lu Rui pointed at a black down jacket nearby and said, The one with a hood at the back. I like that. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, If you like it, buy it. Your grandma has money and said she'll buy clothes for you. Lu Rui happily said, Grandpa and grandma like me. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Yes, yes, they like you. The down jacket Lu Rui liked could be worn by boys or girls. There were larger sizes, so she bought 2 identical ones. When the siblings wore them out together, everyone would know they were a family. At noon, they ate outside. They had been shopping all morning. Even though she felt younger and full of energy after rebirth, Zhao Jinshu was tired now and just wanted to go home and rest. But she had to cook herself. They needed to buy rice, flour, oil, and other supplies. She couldn't go home yet and had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy daily necessities. By the time she finished shopping and returned home, it was already after 2 p.m. When they got home, Zhao Jinshu didn't tidy up her things. She just took her daughter for a nap. Lu Jintai was still waiting for someone to deliver and install the washing machine. When Zhao Jinshu woke up, everything she bought was already put away, and the washing machine had arrived and was installed. That's great. I can put it in the bathroom. It doesn't matter, and it's easy to connect and drain water. Zhao Jinshu was very happy. She thought Lu Jintai was doing well now. He handled many things properly, thought carefully, and didn't make her worry. He also didn't talk much. They ate separately now. Ji Yuanrong wouldn't buy groceries for them anymore. When she came home from work in the evening, She just carried a cabbage and boiled some noodles. As for whether her daughter could get used to it, she believed that over time, she would. If she couldn't, she could buy groceries and cook herself. She also realized that children should become independent early. Otherwise, her and her husband's hard work would be wasted on them. They shouldn't argue about money or food. In the future, she thought, they could live their own lives peacefully. After waking up, Zhao Jinshu cooked the pork ribs she bought today and made rice. When her mother-in-law came back with just a cabbage, she called everyone to eat together. Ji Yuanrong didn't agree. She thought they shouldn't eat separately on the first day. Her son and daughter-in-law could stick to it, but she, as the mother-in-law, couldn't. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai helplessly. Lu Jintai said, "I'll bring them some pork rib soup later." Zhao Jinshu nodded. That was fine. The people from the main house and the third house hurried back home. No one was cooking for them tonight, and no one bought groceries for them either. They had to come back early. Lin Yulan also carried a big cabbage. She had worked all day and was very tired. For dinner, they kept it simple cabbage noodles. It was easy, quick, and saved money. They also avoided using cooking oil. Lu Jintai expected this and didn't say anything. He was waiting for his two sons to cause trouble. He knew this woman didn't love him, but she must love her own children. Wang Meijing and Lu Hufeng both received half their salaries in advance today. They bought a lot of things and even bought some meat. Wang Meijing wasn't good at cooking, and Lu Hufeng couldn't cook at all. He stood nearby and directed, "Add a little less salt. Even if it's bland, it's okay. We can add more if needed." Wang Meijing was already nervous, and she kept fussing beside him. When her hand trembled, she accidentally poured more than half a spoon of salt into the pot. She angrily threw the spoon to the side of the pot and glared at him. "Is that better now? You think my cooking is bad, so you do it yourself." Lu Hufeng felt guilty. "I can't cook. If I could cook, I would do it." Wang Meijing snorted. "Our second brother is so capable and can cook. If you can't, why don't you learn?" Outside, Lu Kaifei called out, "Mom, is the food ready? I'm hungry." "It's almost ready. There are rice sticks. Eat some to fill your stomach." Wang Meijing took a deep breath. "Take out the meat and boil the water again." Lu Hufeng didn't dare to say more. He quickly helped to take out the meat. Today, Lu Jintai was taking care of Lu Zhe. When he returned, Lu Rui pulled him into the house and showed him the down jacket his mother bought. Lu Rui said, "Big brother has one, I have one, we all have one." Lu Zhe picked up the down jacket and looked at it over and over, loving it very much. "My classmates also have jackets like this." He took off his cotton-padded jacket and put on the down jacket. Lu Rui saw him wearing it and said, "Big brother, I want to wear one too." Lu Zhe zipped up the jacket and looked at her. "I'll help you put it on." His sister could put on shoes easily, but dressing was still a bit difficult, especially with thick winter clothes. Lu Rui said, "Okay." While dressing himself was easy, dressing his sister was surprisingly hard. The siblings didn't go to find their mother. They studied for a while and finally managed to get her dressed. Lu Rui then said, "Big brother, I also want a hat and a scarf." Lu Zhe sighed. "You're so troublesome." Lu Rui insisted, "Yes, yes, yes." When her brother didn't help her, she took the scarf herself and wrapped it around her neck. Seeing her clumsy way of doing it, Lu Zhe quickly snatched the scarf and put it on her. Today outside, she saw someone wearing it like that. The two children finished dressing and went to the kitchen, calling for their mother. Zhao Jinshu had already finished cooking. When she saw the two of them, she smiled. "You put on your new clothes?" Lu Rui asked. "Mom, do I look good?" Zhao Jinshu said, "You look good. Both of you look good." Lu Rui then asked her dad, "Do I look good?" Lu Jintai also gave a compliment. "Yes, you both look good." Zhao Jinshu brought out a large bowl with ribs and radish cooked together. She filled a big bowl with ribs and radish, placed it on a tray, and said, "Lu Zhe, take this rib soup to your grandparents." Lu Zhe replied, "Okay." Zhao Jinshu asked, "Are you careful when carrying it?" Lu Zhe said, "There's a tray and it's not hot." Lu Huayuan also said, "I want to go too." Zhao Jinshu smiled at her and asked, "Are you just showing off your new clothes?" Lu Rui patted her clothes and said, "Grandma bought them with her money. I want to show her." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "You should show Grandma." Go ahead. Come back quickly so we can eat. Okay. In the yard, there were lights and the ground was paved with blue stones. The main house was just over 10 meters away. Although Lu Zhe was less than 6 years old, he was already acting quite grown-up. Zhao Jinshu was not worried about her children. When the food was ready, the couple went to eat first, leaving the children to serve themselves. In the main house, Ji Yuanrong had prepared noodles, and they were already eating. Seeing the siblings carrying the tray with the big bowl of ribs and radish, she quickly stood up and took the tray from her grandson. She said, "Oh dear, why are you bringing it over here?" Lu Zhe happily said, "Mom told us to carry it." Lu Huayuan also smiled and said, "You can eat by yourselves." Lu Rui said nearby, "Mom cooked a big pot." Lu Huayuan was pleased and asked, "Really?" Lu Rui nodded, "Really, this child was so funny and adorable." Lu Huayuan walked over happily and took her hand. He asked, "Do you want to eat with us?" Lu Rui obediently followed him and shook her head. "Mom is waiting for us to go back." Lu Zhe, standing nearby, smiled and asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, did you see the clothes we're wearing?" "Yes, I saw." "Are they new?" Ji Yuanrong brought the rib soup to the table and asked with a smile. Lu Rui quickly said, "Bought today, Grandma paid." Ji Yuanrong's face was full of smiles. "They look really nice. Did Mom and Dad go?" "Yes, they went. They bought a lot of things." Lu Rui spread her arms wide to show how much she bought. Lu Huayuan asked, "What did you buy?" Lu Rui thought for a moment, counting on her fingers, and said, "Blowing hair, washing clothes, and also pots, clothes, Mom's clothes, my clothes, brother's clothes, and meat, rice, flour." Lu Huayuan couldn't help but praise her, saying, "You remember everything. This child not only has a good memory but also can say all of it clearly, which is impressive." Seeing her grandfather's expression, Lu Rui felt he was praising her. She felt proud and shyly said, "I remember." Ji Yuanrong smiled and asked, "That's quite a lot. What about the hairdryer?" "It's a hairdryer," Lu Zhe explained. "Using a hairdryer can dry hair quickly." "Did your mom really buy a hairdryer?" Lu Xingyao, who had been listening, couldn't help but ask.
Lu Xia nodded.
"Yes, she bought it. Grandma can use it to wash her hair." Lu Xingyao looked at her nephew and asked, "Can I use it too?" Lu Zhe looked at her and pursed his lips, saying, "Ask my mom. It's her thing, I can't decide." "You little brat." Lu Xingyao chuckled angrily. "If your grandma uses it, then you can decide." Lu Zhe's face tightened. "Grandma can definitely use it. She's my grandma." Ji Yuanrong felt very happy hearing this. This kid really knows how to talk, much more charming than his dad. Lu Xingyao said, "I'm still your real little aunt, you naughty boy." Lu Zhe ignored her and turned to his grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, my sister, and I are going home to eat." Ji Yuanrong nodded. "It's cold. The food cools quickly. Hurry back and eat." Lu Zhe took his sister's hand, looked at Lu Xingyao and said, "Naughty little aunt." Then he grabbed his sister's hand and ran off quickly. Lu Xingyao's eyes widened in anger. She picked up her chopsticks, her voice trembling with anger. This brat dares to scold me, acting so disrespectfully." Ji Yuanrong said coldly, "The ribs in your bowl were brought to you by that naughty boy." Lu Huayuan looked at her. "When you eat, think about who you're eating for, and you won't feel so upset. If you're still unhappy, have some backbone and stop eating. Anyway, this was brought by your second sister-in-law to show respect to me and your mom." Lu Xingyao was silent. At this moment, the main household was also eating. Their meal was simple, and it was prepared quickly. They lived in the front part of the house. Lu Zhe brought rib soup to his grandparents, and everyone saw it. Lu Hui was eating noodle dumplings. His mother was good at cooking, and the taste was quite nice. But when he thought about Lu Zhe, Lu Rui, and his grandparents eating ribs, and he could only eat noodles, he felt uncomfortable and also felt a bit jealous. Lu Xiang was lively and already complained, "Why do we have to eat separately? There's no meat." Lin Yulan paused with her chopsticks and said annoyed, "Even when we eat with your grandparents, we can't have meat every day." Lu Xiang pouted and said, "Even if there's no meat, there's rice, steamed buns, and stir-fried vegetables." Lu Jiaming watched happily from the side. He wanted to see if his son would cause trouble and whether they would buy meat tomorrow. Lin Yulan sat up straight and looked at them. "Do you really want to eat meat?" Both nodded eagerly. Who doesn't want to eat meat? Lin Yulan clenched her chopsticks and lowered her voice. Carry your bowls and go for a walk outside. I promise you'll get to eat meat. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jiaming's face darkened. No going. Lin Yulan was surprised and didn't understand why he was so angry. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang also looked at their father in surprise. Lu Jiaming looked sternly at his wife and sons and said seriously, if you want to eat meat, buy some tomorrow. We are both working, and after all these years, we've saved enough money to buy some meat. Lin Yulan lowered her head and said nothing. If her son wanted meat, would they buy it? Her son even wanted to eat dragon meat, and she had bought it for them before. Seeing her expression, Lu Jiaming knew she hadn't taken his words seriously. Frowning, he said, our children should live honestly. If you really want to eat meat, just tell your second aunt. She's not stingy and won't refuse. Thinking up tricks to get things for yourself is wrong. Don't teach those little tricks to the kids. Lin Yulan's face turned red, feeling very embarrassed. Lu Jiaming's words were too serious. She cared about her dignity, and she could tell what he meant. He was saying she was scheming and calculating. She felt like her husband looked down on her. Lu Jiaming looked at his two sons and said, if you want to eat meat, just say so. Don't do any sneaky tricks. If I find out, I'll break your legs. Do you hear me? Two children rarely saw their father get angry, so they were very quiet and kept nodding. Lu Jiaming was satisfied and looked at her. Next time I get paid, I won't give you my salary. Lin Yulan suddenly looked at him, no longer feeling shy, and said loudly, are you serious? Of course, Lu Jiaming was serious. He said, the kids are growing, and we need to live well. If I give you my salary, are you willing to buy meat for them? Lin Yulan didn't think she was wrong. I want to save some money so I can help them get married in the future. Is that wrong? Lu Jiaming didn't disagree with her saving money. He said, there should be a limit. Things are hard now, and you're talking about the future? That's putting the cart before the horse. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang nodded vigorously. They didn't have to get married. If they couldn't eat meat because of marriage, they might choose not to marry. Lin Yulan disagreed, but Lu Jiaming didn't care whether she agreed or not. The salary was his, and he still had the final say. Only the main house had a TV. It was still early, and the children weren't tired. With nothing to do, Lu Zhe was lying on his parents' bed, reading comic books with his sister. Lu Rui couldn't recognize many words, but still wanted to read. She asked questions about each one. Brother, what does this character mean? Lu Zhe looked at where she pointed and said, read you. You are Rui's you. You are my sister's you, Lu Rui giggled. You are my brother's you, Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, I am your brother's you, Lu Rui blinked, seeming to understand but not quite, then continued reading but she got stuck again. She pushed her brother with her arm. What about this character? Lu Zhe looked over. Left as in left and right. He then took her left hand. This is your left hand. Lu Rui looked at her left hand. This is my left hand. Lu Zhe nodded. Lu Rui nodded back, but when she saw the next character, she got stuck again. She was about to ask her brother, but Lu Zhe quickly interrupted. Let me read it for you. Lu Rui was happy. Okay. Zhao Jinshu sat in a chair, continuing to knit gloves. She had finished one glove, and after finishing this one, the three of them had all their gloves done. Lu Jintai sat on another chair reading a book, each family member busy with their own tasks. Half an hour later, the gloves were finished. Zhao Jinshu put away her knitting needles and yarn. Lu Jintai sat beside her and said, my sweater's yarn broke. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Let me see. Lu Jintai handed her the sweater. She took it and paused, surprised. You're still wearing the sweater? This was the sweater she knitted for him when they first got married. She didn't expect it to be torn, yet he still wore it. Thinking about his personality, she wasn't surprised anymore. Lu Jintai said, it can be fixed. Zhao Jinshu nodded. There's no gray yarn at home. I'll go to the department store tomorrow to see if they have that color. Lu Jintai sat still, not moving. Zhao Jinshu ignored him and continued reading her book. Lu Jintai looked at her. Do you each have a pair of gloves? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Lu Jintai nodded back and asked, can I knit my gloves before the new year? Zhao Jinshu hadn't planned to knit him gloves, but since he asked, she wouldn't mind giving him a pair. She casually said, "I can finish them this week." Lu Jintai nodded. "Then I'll wait for my gloves." Zhao Jinshu responded with a soft, Lu Jintai looked at her sweater and asked, "Can you knit a new sweater too?" Zhao Jinshu looked up. Don't push your luck, she hadn't finished the gloves yet, and now he wanted a sweater? Knitting a sweater takes much more time than gloves. How nice that sounds. Lu Jintai didn't insist. He smiled slightly. All right. They fell silent. The only sound in the room was Lu Zhe reading aloud. After a moment, Lu Jintai's deep voice sounded near her ear. "A friend is inviting us to dinner tomorrow. Do you want to go?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him, curious. "What are we eating?" If it's to her taste, she would be happy to go. If not, she was too lazy and didn't really want to leave the house. Lu Jintai looked up. He didn't say. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and asked, "Who is it?" "Lu Jintai. Gu Qingye, my childhood friend." Hearing the name, Zhao Jinshu agreed. "All right then." Lu Jintai looked at her. What's wrong with him? Why did she agree just because she heard his name? Zhao Jinshu. What's wrong with what? Lu Jintai asked. Do you know Gu Qingye? Zhao Jinshu didn't think much about it. I heard my mom mention it occasionally. Isn't she opening a restaurant? Her mother-in-law had indeed brought it up, and even the two sisters-in-law had talked about it. Lu Jintai nodded. Yes, Zhao Jinshu added. Since you're opening a restaurant, you must be good at eating. Lu Jintai calmly replied. He is a good cook. Zhao Jinshu naturally understood. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to go eat just by hearing his name. Lu Zhe finished reading his comic book and saw that his sister had fallen asleep. He carefully crawled to the head of the bed and whispered, Mom and Dad, Ruiru is asleep. Zhao Jinshu patted his small face. It's late. You should go to sleep too. Lu Zhe hesitated, then picked up his comic book. I finished my book. I have no more to read. Lu Jintai frowned. You finished 5 or 6 books already? Lu Zhe proudly said, I can finish one in a little while. It's not enough. Lu Jintai said, you can read it again. Lu Zhe didn't say anything. If he liked a book, he would read it again. If he didn't, he wouldn't want to read it a second time. Even if he liked it a lot, he still wanted to find new books to read. But Zhao Jinshu understood very well there are very few suitable books for children nowadays. Unlike in later times, where there are all kinds of picture books from foreign countries and their own, endless options, and you can't read them all. Since her grandson was 2 years old, she had been reading picture books with him. When he started first grade, the family had accumulated several large boxes of picture books. Zhao Jinshu comforted him. Mommy will go to the bookstore when she has time to see if there are any books suitable for you. Lu Zhe was satisfied. Buy more or I won't have enough to read. Lu Jintai said, take you to the library during the holidays. You can borrow any books you want. Zhao Jinshu hadn't thought of that. After all, in her previous life, her family wasn't short of money. If her grandson wanted to read a book, she would buy it directly. Even if some picture books were very expensive, as long as he liked them, she would buy them for him. Lu Zhe was very surprised. There are places where you can borrow books? Aren't they afraid of damaging the books? He was reluctant to lend his own books to others, worried they might damage them. Lu Jintai shot him a glance. If it's damaged, you pay for it. Lu Zhe sighed. That's more like it. Zhao Jinshu patted him. Go to sleep quickly. You have school tomorrow. Lu Zhe responded with an, oh, then got off the bed, slipped on his slippers, and with a little sway of his hips, left the room. Zhao Jinshu followed behind him and turned on the light for him. When they reached his room, she touched his bed, which was warm. After seeing him get into bed, she closed the door. Back in her room, she saw Lu Jintai still sitting there reading a book. He was sitting on the other side of her bed, blocking her way. To pass, she would have to step over him. She asked, aren't you going to sleep? Lu Jintai put down his book and stood up. Seeing him stand still, Zhao Jinshu frowned. Make way, but Lu Jintai grabbed her wrist. She looked up. What's wrong? Lu Jintai looked at her face and said softly, leaving me out. What? Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Lu Jintai forcefully pulled her into his arms. You ignored me for 2 nights. Zhao Jinshu was silent. Lu Jintai gently placed his hand on her clear, flawless face. What's wrong? She took his hand away. What's wrong? Lu Jintai studied her for a moment and then said, "Nothing." She didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Since he didn't speak, she wouldn't foolishly ask again. She simply said, "I'm going to sleep now." Hearing this, Lu Jintai slowly let go of her. Lying on the bed, Zhao Jinshu's mind was racing. She understood what Lu Jintai meant. She didn't intentionally ignore him. Even if they had no feelings, it was normal for a married couple to have some intimacy. Lu Jintai was young and strong, with high needs. As long as they didn't divorce, they would still be a couple. She had just returned and hadn't adjusted her mindset. After all, she was in her 60s. Seeing the young Lu Jintai, she felt a strange disconnect. Moreover, over the past 10 years, they had lived like this. They seemed like a couple, but in fact, they had little to say to each other. She was used to this life and found it hard to change. Whether things would change in the future, she thought it was unlikely. Actually, when she saw her children as kids, she also felt unreal. Her memories were of them grown up, but they were her biological children, raised by her herself. She had adjusted quickly, almost without effort. She had a dreamless night, and in the morning, Lu Jintai prepared breakfast. When she got up, her son had already been sent to school by his father. She slept in late, and her daughter stayed with her, also sleeping in. After the mother and daughter finished washing up, they saw the steamed buns and eggs warming on the stove. Zhao Jinshu prepared 2 cups of milk powder before sitting down to eat slowly with her daughter. By the time Lu Jintai returned, they had already finished breakfast. It was still early, so there was no rush to visit anyone. They had bought a washing machine but hadn't used it yet, so they took out their dirty clothes to wash. At this time, the washing machine had limited functions. It was semi-automatic, requiring manual water filling, draining, and spinning. The machine they bought was quite complete. Some even had hand crank options, but it didn't have a spinning feature. Lu Jintai was in the bathroom washing clothes, while she cleaned the house. Lu Rui followed behind helping. After tidying up, the mother and daughter started changing clothes. She wore a long black down jacket bought from an overseas store, and she also changed her daughter into a down jacket. Once dressed, Lu Rui said, "Mom, hat, scarf, and gloves, put them on." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and said, "Looking pretty." Lu Rui's serious little face replied, "It looks good, not just for show." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "All right, you look good. I'll put them on too." Lu Rui was satisfied then. She touched her scarf and looked at her mom. "Mom, you wear yours too." Zhao Jinshu listened to her daughter and wrapped the scarf around her neck. Luckily, her black down jacket matched well, and the red scarf didn't seem out of place. She also styled her hair into a high bun. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she was very pleased with her youthful and beautiful appearance. With her face and figure, she could look good even in a sack. Lu Jintai came in wearing a coat and saw the mother and daughter, smiling. Not bad. Lu Rui was unhappy. Dad doesn't have a scarf. They all had one. She had hers, her mom had hers, her brother had one, but Dad didn't. Zhao Jinshu paused, looked at Lu Jintai, and he met her gaze with a faint smile. Lu Rui looked at her mom. "Mom, Dad will buy a scarf." Seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, Zhao Jinshu had no choice but to agree. Lu Jintai smiled softly, without saying anything. He would fulfill his daughter's wish. "If we pass by the department store, we'll buy a scarf for your dad. Okay?" Little housekeeper, Lu Rui smiled. "Okay." Lu Jintai smiled gently. "Are we going to the department store now?" "Let's go." There is a bicycle at home, but it was too cold outside and sitting on the bike was uncomfortable due to the cold wind. The 3 of them decided to take the bus instead. Since it was rush hour, the bus was not crowded. When they arrived at the department store, Lu Rui held her father's hand and headed toward the scarf section. Once there, Lu Rui said, "All scarves, Dad, you choose." Lu Jintai smiled and said, "Dad doesn't know how to pick." Lu Rui's eyes lit up. "I'll choose." Lu Jintai picked her up. Rui, you choose." Zhao Jinshu quietly followed behind. Lu Rui didn't think much and simply chose a red scarf because she loved red scarves very much. She said, "Mom and Dad, same." Lu Jintai asked, "Red? Is that not suitable?" The staff selling scarves approached and smiled. This scarf can be worn by both men and women. Many men buy red scarves. Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that, after all, this wasn't the future and many men buying red scarves might not be for themselves. But Lu Rui insisted. Dad, try it. Lu Jintai hesitated for a moment, looked at Zhao Jinshu, but she didn't stop him and let him decide. He didn't mind. Seeing his daughter's eager look, Lu Jintai couldn't refuse and had a try on the red scarf. Zhao Jinshu looked over. He was wearing a black coat about 1.85 meters tall. Even with the red scarf, it didn't look strange. Instead, it added a splash of color and made him look more charming. The staff smiled and said, wearing red scarves as a family makes it obvious you're related when you go out. Zhao Jinshu thought to himself that at this time, there was no such thing as matching family outfits. Hearing this, Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked softly, "What do you think?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "If you like it, buy it." Lu Jintai asked, "Do you think it looks good?" Looking into his eyes, she couldn't honestly say it didn't look good. She said, "It looks good." Lu Jintai's lips curved slightly. "If you say it looks good, then buy it." When did he start listening to her so much? Zhao Jinshu didn't say anything and went straight to pay. Gu Qingye invited them to dinner at his newly opened restaurant, which was just a few minutes' walk from the department store. The couple also bought some fruit and pastries and strolled leisurely over. At this moment, Zhao Jinshu had only been in Kyoto for a few months. During this time, Lu Jintai had been very busy and never took her out to socialize. His childhood friends and acquaintances had never met her. Actually, she didn't go out much with him later on either. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing and embarrassing him, so she avoided many social events. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Qingye and his wife were surprised. They knew Jintai married a country girl, but no one told them she was so beautiful and impressive. Gu Qingye's wife, Lu Minying, stepped forward and couldn't help but look at Zhao Jinshu again. She smiled and said, "Is this your sister-in-law? Wow, you look so young." Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "My sister-in-law looks young too." Since they called her sister-in-law, she naturally called her sister-in-law back. In her previous life, she didn't have much interaction with them. It was just that when their family hosted gatherings, they had met a few times. She remembered him as a pretty good person. Lu Minying laughed loudly. "I'm just an old woman. I can't compare to you." Then she looked at Lu Rui and said, "Is this your little daughter? She's really pretty, and she takes after you and your wife." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Are your children in school now?" Lu Minying nodded. "All three are in school now." Afterward, she took some candies and gave them to Lu Rui. Lu Rui looked at his mother, and Zhao Jinshu said with a smile, "Auntie gave these to you.
Keep eating."
Lu Rui took the candies and smiled. "Thank you, Auntie." Lu Minying praised such a good boy. Over there, Gu Qingye looked at Lu Jintai and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Lu Jintai handed him something and asked, "Why are you laughing? Keep going. Why did you bring something over?" Gu Qingye took it and said. Lu Jintai smiled softly. "It's not polite to come empty-handed." Gu Qingye looked at him with a smile. "You usually don't bring anything. It must be your wife's idea." Lu Jintai raised his eyes. "That shows your wife knows manners. Compared to you, she's more polite." Gu Qingye teased, then couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lu Jintai glanced at him and asked, "What's so funny?" Gu Qingye held back his laughter and pointed at his neck. "You're so flirtatious." Lu Jintai was too lazy to bother with him. He looked at his scarf and thought, "What do you know?" Zhao Jinshu. Lu Minying also overheard her husband's words and gave him a disapproving look. "Can't you speak properly? There is a child here." Gu Qingye touched his nose and invited them inside to talk. Outside is the main hall. Passing through it, there's the kitchen. Further inside, there's a courtyard surrounded by houses. The courtyard is quite large and has a nice view. Lu Minying explained, "Some people like quiet places. They can choose to eat inside with one table per room." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "It's like a private dining room or a cozy booth." Yes, that's right." Lu Minying didn't expect her to understand and smiled. Gu Qingye led the three of them around and then looked at Lu Jintai. "How is it? Not bad, right? Lu Jintai replied. It's okay. Gu Qingya looked at Zhao Jinshu and smiled. Sister-in-law, if you want to eat anything in the future, just come over. I'll cook for you myself. Lu Mining also said, his cooking is pretty good. Since this place is close to the department store, if you want to shop, just come here for lunch. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect them to be so enthusiastic. She wouldn't think that just because someone invited her to eat, they wanted to earn a little money from her. Based on their relationship with Lu Jintai, they wouldn't charge her. Gu Qingya said, Sister-in-law, we're serious. Don't feel embarrassed. This restaurant also belongs to your family. Jintai paid for it. Of course, Lu Jintai only paid for it. He didn't interfere with anything else. They just share the profits at the end of the year. Zhao Jinshu was surprised. She truly didn't know about this. She looked at Lu Jintai, her expression relaxed as before. You didn't tell me. Her parents had repeatedly told her not to interfere in Lu Jintai's work, saying she didn't understand anything and would only cause trouble if she meddled. She also thought that way and had never involved herself in his business. Now, she realized she had been mistaken. Not interfering in his work doesn't mean she can't be aware of his investments. Lu Jintai looked at her. Do you want to know? Of course, Lu Jintai nodded. I'll tell you everything from now on. Okay. Sometimes Lu Jintai was very obedient. Gu Qingya smiled and said, You two are really interesting. He didn't expect such a big matter. His sister-in-law truly didn't know. He thought she would be angry, but surprisingly, she was not upset and calmly accepted the situation. This made Jintai decide to tell her everything about future matters. Honestly, this sister-in-law was not what he expected. She was a woman who impressed him even more. Zhao Jinshu smiled a little. In her past life, many people liked to ask Lu Jintai to invest, maybe in some projects. She knew some details, but not everything. A few people sat in a private room chatting. Around 11 o'clock, another group of people arrived. Lu Jintai looked at Gu Qingya and asked, Did you invite others? Gu Qingya replied, They are all friends we've known since childhood. Lu Jintai glanced at him, but said nothing. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind. She came for dinner. If they could chat, she would join. If not, she would just eat more food. Gu Qingya and Lu Mining went out to greet the guests. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai sat at the table drinking tea and peeling sunflower seeds for their daughter. Suddenly, a group of people entered the private room, calling Lu Jintai's name. Lu Jintai remained seated, smiling and greeting them. He didn't stand up, so Zhao Jinshu naturally stayed seated too. She realized that these people gathered together probably had some matter to discuss with Lu Jintai, and Lu Jintai might also know about it. She looked up and focused her gaze on a woman who entered behind them. The woman also brought a child. This woman was Lu Jintai's childhood friend, someone who had caused her a lot of trouble in her past life. The woman was very beautiful, with a lovely name, Lu Qingya. Just hearing the name made people think she was a fresh, elegant, well-educated, modest, and beautiful young lady. In her past life, she thought so too. It was said that she had a relationship with Lu Jintai, and he still remembered her fondly. Of course, this was just a rumor. She had never heard Lu Jintai confirm it. When she saw her again this life, she just glanced and then looked away. Zhao Jinshu didn't pay much attention to Lu Qingya, but as soon as Lu Qingya entered the room, her gaze fell on her. Seeing Zhao Jinshu like this, one had to say she was very surprised. After the unexpected event, she felt it was normal. A rural girl who could make Jintai agree to marry her must have some qualities, either good looks or decent manners. Otherwise, why would Jintai marry her? Lu Qingya smiled and looked down at her daughter. Go play with that young lady. Lu Rui looked up and met Lu Qingyao's daughter's gaze. She smiled at her, but the girl turned her face away and ignored her. Lu Rui wasn't upset and kept eating her sunflower seeds. Zhao Jinshu saw this, but didn't mind much. Her daughter has always been calm, but she also has her temper. She never easily makes enemies, but once she decides someone is not worth her time, she won't look at them again. Even though she isn't angry now, if Lu Qingyao's daughter tries to play with her later, she won't bother with her. Jintai was also watching his daughter. Seeing this, he gently patted her head to comfort her. Lu Rui looked at her father and smiled, calling out, "Dad." Jean Tai replied softly, "Want some water?" Lu Rui nodded. Jean Tai took a cup, rinsed it, and poured her half a glass of water. Lu Qingyao, however, was very angry. She looked at her daughter and softly scolded, "What's wrong with you?" She wasn't just angry at her daughter. She was also upset about Jean Tai, the rural woman, and their child. Every move they made bothered her. She didn't expect Jean Tai to care so much about that woman's child. His expression gave him away. Lu Qingyao's daughter, Han Mingyu, looked upset and teary. Her mother had shouted at her. Lu Qingyao was impatient. Why cry in front of so many people? Especially in front of Jean Tai and the rural woman. Was that not embarrassing? This child was truly spoiled by her family. At this moment, Lu Minying came in. Seeing the crying child, she quickly took out some candies to comfort her. Han Mingyu saw her mother angry and dared not cry anymore. She took the candy and hid behind Aunt Lu. Lu Qingyao, what kind of terrible child is this? She's her biological mother. Does that mean she can eat her? Dream Jade is always sweet-tongued. Whether she's with her father or at home, her grandparents and relatives are all amused and happy because of her. They think her children are better raised and more well-behaved than Lu Jintai's rural children. She thought bringing her here would make her look good, but instead, she ended up losing face. She truly regrets bringing her along. A group of people sit around the table, chatting and laughing. Jintai, you didn't introduce us to your wife. Yeah, Luga, introduce your wife to us. Lu Jintai smiles and looks at Zhao Jinshu. This is my wife, Zhao Jinshu. Just call her sister-in-law. Since he's older than most here, calling her sister-in-law isn't wrong. Zhao Jinshu smiles and says, "Hello, everyone. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law." Lu Jintai continues, "This is Hu Wenbin." Zhao Jinshu nods. Hu Wenbin smiles and says, "Sister-in-law, this is my wife, Li Wenli." He nudges his wife as he speaks. Li Wenli quickly says, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu smiles and replies, "Hello." Lu Jintai then introduces, "This is Ji Minghua." Ji Minghua says, "Hello, sister-in-law. This is my boyfriend, Wang Jiehui." Wang Jiehui glances at Zhao Jinshu and softly says, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu responds, "Hello." Lu Jintai continues, "This is Lu Jianjun, and this is his sister, Lu Qingya." Lu Qingya remains silent. Lu Jianjun greets, "Hello, sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu responds politely. Lu Jintai holds his daughter in his arms. "This is my daughter, Lu Rui. Oh, she's so pretty." She inherited her looks from Lu Ge and sister-in-law. Everyone starts teasing Lu Rui. Lu Rui isn't afraid and happily talks with them. Lu Jianjun looks at Gu Qingye. "When will the food be ready?" Gu Qingye replies, "We have to wait a little longer. 2 main dishes are still cooking." Lu Jianjun nods. "Might as well pass the time with some cards." Gu Qingye waves his hand. "You guys play. I need to watch the stove." Lu Jianjun glances at the people inside. "You guys are enough without us." A few men at one table, the women at another. "That's just right," Li Qingyao said nearby. "Comrade Zhao can play cards, right?" "She probably doesn't want to play today." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "I can play cards, but I don't want it today." Li Qingyao paused, then smiled and said, "See, I told you." Noticing no one responded, she added, "Let's just play. Those who want to play can, and those who don't can drink tea or chat. No need to separate men and women at different tables." She then sat down on a chair. At that moment, Lu Jintai stood up holding his daughter. Li Qingyao was surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai didn't look at her but turned to the others and said, "I won't play cards either. I won't disturb you." Zhao Jinshu also stood up and said, "We won't disturb your game. Let's go outside for a walk." The couple then left the private room. Watching their backs, everyone was stunned. Li Qingyao acted casually and asked, "Are we still playing or not?" Li Jianjun threw his cards onto the table and said, "Of course we are." Li Wenli also stood up and said, "You all go ahead. I can't stand the smoke. I'll go outside for some fresh air." She subtly kicked her husband's leg. Hu Wenbin had to muster his courage and said, "My wife is pregnant. I'll stay with her." After saying that, they both left. Ji Minghua snorted and said, "Why bother playing? Let's stop." Li Qingyao's face looked a bit stiff, and she sat silently. Li Jianjun exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke swirling around, making it hard to see his expression. Li Wenli and Hu Wenbin went outside. Li Wenli nudged her husband with her elbow. Hu Wenbin looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Wenli leaned close and whispered, "Does Li Qingyao have a problem?" "What problem?" Hu Wenbin was surprised. He had no idea. Li Wenli rolled her eyes. She cleared her throat and said, "She was just provoking sister-in-law. Didn't you notice?" When Hu Wenbin truly hadn't noticed. Li Wenli irritably said, "Just now." Even though sister-in-law didn't say anything, she said she didn't want to play cards, clearly not wanting to play with sister-in-law. And she said there's no need to separate men and women at the tables. I think she doesn't want to play with sister-in-law. She wants to play with Brother Lu, Hu Wenbin asked. Brother Lu has money, so she wants to win a little, Li Wenli replied. They are a couple. Isn't Brother Lu's money sister-in-law's? Are you not the one who should have my money? Hu Wenbin shivered. Of course I am. If he dared say otherwise, this woman might strangle him. Li Wenli's expression softened. So, I think Lu Qingya has bad intentions. She probably has her eye on Brother Lu. Brother Lu is handsome, from a good family, talented. It's not surprising she likes him. But Brother Lu is married, with 2 children. If she still likes him, that's not right. She can't just divorce her husband for him. What about his wife and kids? They would be so sad. I definitely won't let my man have anything to do with such immoral people. After all, even her brother can see his sister's bad behavior. He doesn't say anything, but it shows her character isn't good. Hu Wenbin frowned. We just met his wife today. Why doesn't she like her? Li Wenli explained. Because she likes Brother Lu. Is that true? His voice was a bit loud. Li Wenli quickly covered his mouth. Keep your voice down. Hu Wenbin looked around and lowered his voice. Is that true? Li Wenli also whispered. Most likely. I have good judgment. Hu Wenbin sighed. Why does she want him? Someone like Brother Lu doesn't choose easily. Since he married his wife, he probably won't like others. Lu Qingya probably thinks he might leave his wife for her, right? What does she want? Li Wenli said, she likes Brother Lu because he's handsome, talented, and from a good family. She wants a lot. Hu Wenbin suddenly understood. So, there's plenty to gain. Brother Lu is quite popular. Li Wenli suddenly looked at him seriously. From now on, you should avoid dealing with them. Those siblings are very cunning. Their husband is naive, and they might trick him. Hu Wenbin promised. Don't worry, I won't go around messing with others, and I won't fall for them either. Li Wenli said, I mean, you're not smart enough. People like them are very calculating. You can't beat them. Stay away from them, or you'll get sold and end up helping them count money. Hu Wenbin felt wronged. Am I that stupid? Li Wenli concluded. Anyway, just listen to me, and you'll be fine. Hu Wenbin still wanted to struggle. I'm really not that stupid. Selling someone and counting money for others? Who would do such a thing? Li Wenli looked at him. If you don't listen, I will go back and tell my parents, Hu Wenbin angrily said. You woman, why do you always complain about everything? Li Wenli replied. If you listen, I won't complain, Hu Wenbin said. All right, I'll try to avoid dealing with them. I only thought about bringing you out to eat because I heard Brother Lu is coming. I'm not that foolish. Li Wenli was satisfied with that. The 2 of them went outside and saw Lu Jintai and the others in the yard, watching the turtles in the pond with the children. They walked over. Hu Wenbin was distracted, thinking about what his wife just said. When he saw his sister-in-law, he felt a bit guilty. He stood next to Brother Lu, cleared his throat, and awkwardly said, That turtle is pretty big. Lu Rui squatted on the ground, staring carefully at the turtle inside. Hearing her uncle, she nodded. Yes, it's a really big turtle. I want to raise one too. Lu Jintai hummed, but didn't ask why he wasn't playing cards inside. Li Wenli saw her husband acting like that and started to regret telling him about this. She went over to Zhao Jinshu and smiled. Sister-in-law, can you get used to life in Kyoto? Lu Jintai turned his head and looked at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu smiled. I'm quite used to it. Lu Jintai's lips slightly curved when she heard that. Zhao Jinshu looked at her belly. How many months are you now? Li Wenli touched her belly. Almost 5 months. I will give birth around April or May after the new year, Zhao Jinshu said. That's good. The weather then is just right for postpartum recovery. Li Wenli nodded. That's what I think too. Sister-in-law, there's a cake shop outside. Did you see it? Zhao Jinshu shook her head. No, I didn't see it, Li Wenli said. Their cakes are really delicious. When you have time, you can take the kids to try. Zhao Jinshu smiled. I must go try then. My 2 kids haven't had cake before. Li Wenli smiled shyly. I just love delicious food, so I like visiting these shops. Zhao Jinshu said naturally. Isn't it normal to love good food? Who doesn't? Li Wenli seemed to find someone who shared her feelings. She happily said, whenever I talk about eating, I can't control myself. Even my mom complains about me. Zhao Jinshu thought, eating is a natural human desire. We are just expressing ourselves. It's okay to be greedy, but not to be excessive. Li Wenli nodded quickly. Sister-in-law, you're right. I'll tell my mom that when I go back. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Just don't say I told you so. Li Wenli was happy. Of course not. They chatted for a while until Gu Qingye called everyone to eat. They returned to the private room. Inside the room, there was a strong smell of smoke. Not only could Li Wenli not stand it, but Zhao Jinshu was also uncomfortable. Plus, her daughter was here, and she didn't want the child to breathe secondhand smoke. Lu Jintai frowned and called Gu Qingye. Set up 2 tables and prepare another private room. Gu Qingye was confused but followed his instructions and set up 2 tables. Zhao Jinshu smiled and looked at Li Wenli. Let them sit here. We'll go to another private room. Li Wenli sighed with relief. Since I got pregnant, I can't stand the smell of smoke at all, Zhao Jinshu said. That's not good. If you can't stand it, try to avoid it. Just enjoy your pregnancy comfortably. Having had 2 children herself and taken care of her pregnant daughter and daughter-in-law, she knew very well how sensitive women are to smells during pregnancy. At that time, smoking was less regulated, and people didn't fully understand how harmful it was. The idea of secondhand smoke wasn't common. Li Wenli linked her arm with Zhao Jinshu's. Sister-in-law, you speak so comfortably. When she told others, they said she was delicate. She wondered, why do they think she's delicate? Since she got pregnant, she truly couldn't stand that smell. She didn't want to, but no one understood her. Zhao Jinshu smiled. That's because I've been through it myself. I understand how you feel. Li Wenli thought her sister-in-law was kind and good at talking. Her sister-in-law's children were already 2 years old, yet she still couldn't fully understand. She called her delicate and said she suffered during her pregnancy, as if she alone could endure hardships, making her feel like she was making a big mistake. They sat and waited for the food to be served. Hu Wenbin received a fierce look from his wife, so he pulled back his leg from the other private room and sat beside her, feeling guilty. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the couple and smiled. Lu Jintai went over there, brought the food to the table, and then came back. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and said, "Say hello to them." "They're drinking, but I'm not." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Li Wenli said, "Exactly, just eat. Why drink? They're drunk, and it's us women who take care of them." Lu Jintai replied, "I rarely drink." Hu Wenbin added nearby, "Brother Lu also doesn't smoke." Li Wenli raised her thumb. "Brother Lu is a good man, Hu Wenbin. His wife is really bold. Brother Lu is a good man, and he shouldn't be praised like that. He has a sister-in-law." Lu Jintai looked at his wife. Zhao Jinshu looked up and said calmly, "It means you all agree that Brother Lu is a good man." In her heart, Lu Jintai wasn't a bad man. He was actually very excellent. There's nothing wrong with admitting that. Hu Wenbin nodded blankly. Lu Jintai coughed and served her a bowl of soup. "This chicken soup is good. Drink a bowl." Zhao Jinshu took it. Lu Jintai also served a bowl for his daughter.
Luhuis milet sevetli.
"Thank you, Dad." Li Wenli watched eagerly. "I also want a daughter," Hu Wenbin envied. "I want one too." Zhao Jinshu looked at them and couldn't help but smile. They could only envy. She remembered they only had a son. While eating, Gu Qingye came over. He looked at everyone and asked, "How does it taste?" Hu Wenbin nodded quickly. "Delicious, very delicious," Gu Qingye said sincerely. Tell me honestly. If there's anything wrong, I'll fix it right away. I'm running a business, after all. Li Wenli shook her head. Brother Gu, I also think it's very tasty. There's nothing to improve. Gu Qingye waved his hand impatiently. Why do I ask you two who are always craving food? Then he looked at Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu. What do you think? Lu Jintai replied, It's pretty good. Gu Qingye said, I don't believe it. Is my cooking really that bad? Can you find any faults? He called them over for dinner today just to find something to criticize, so he could improve. But they just kept praising it. Zhao Jinshu smiled a little. Lu Jintai is easy to please. As long as the food is cooked well, not too salty or too bland, he doesn't care much about the taste. Plus, Gu Qingye is a good cook. Since he said he didn't believe it, Lu Jintai didn't say anything. Gu Qingye was still not convinced. He looked at Zhao Jinshu eagerly. Sister-in-law, Zhao Jinshu sat up straight. Gu Qingye's eyes lit up, thinking there was hope. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Are you really going to ask? Gu Qingye nodded. Sister-in-law, just tell me. I want to seriously improve my cooking. I want to hear your honest opinions as a customer. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Then I will tell you. Go ahead, Gu Qingye urged. Just as Zhao Jinshu was about to speak, he hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, wait a moment. I need a pen. Zhao Jinshu was surprised. Hu Wenbin finished his chicken, spat out the bones, and couldn't help but say, Brother, you're too serious about this. Want to do well in your career. How can you not be serious? Gu Qingye didn't look up. He took out a pen and small notebook from his pocket and said to Zhao Jinshu, Sister-in-law, go ahead. Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli also stopped eating. They couldn't understand. Such delicious food. What faults could there be? Zhao Jinshu looked at the soup in front of her. I'll only share my own opinion. The mushroom and tender pork soup tastes good, but the broth is a little cloudy. Li Wenli looked over. To be honest, she hadn't noticed until Zhao Jinshu pointed it out. Now that she said it, it really was the case. Gu Qingye's eyes lit up. He quickly wrote it down. After finishing, he eagerly asked, How can I improve this? Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and shared her opinion. Gu Qingye wanted to continue asking, but when he saw Lu Jintai's sideways glance, he decided to let his sister-in-law eat first. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and said, How about we eat and talk at the same time? Gu Qingye nodded and replied, Yes, that's a good idea. After eating a few more dishes, Zhao Jinshu shared her opinions one by one. Gu Qingye kept taking notes beside her. Lu Jintai looked up and said, Let's eat something first. He then picked up a few slices of beef and put them into her bowl. Seeing the beef in front of her, Zhao Jinshu picked some up and ate it. Gu Qingye watched her eagerly. Zhao Jinshu carefully chose her words and said, This beef could be a bit more tender. Li Wenli added a slice of beef. As soon as she bit into it, her eyes lit up and she said, Is this not tender enough? This is the tenderest beef I've ever had. Gu Qingye was about to ask how to make it even more tender, but when he saw the look in Lu Jintai's eyes, he changed his words. There are still many dishes on the table. Sister-in-law, eat more. Try this braised fish. Zhao Jinshu took a piece of fish and placed it in her bowl, eating it slowly. After finishing, she said softly, This braised fish is quite good. The spice level is just right, tender and juicy, and the timing of removing it from the heat is good. I like it. It's delicious. Gu Qingye wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and smiled. This braised fish is my best skill. Zhao Jinshu felt a bit shy and said, I just said what I felt. If you think it's right, improve it. If not, just listen. It's just my personal opinion. At this time, people hadn't yet solved their basic needs, so their expectations for food weren't high. Most of the time, it was just about filling their stomachs. Gu Qingye's future success in the restaurant business was closely related to his attitude toward food. Moreover, later she visited the restaurant Gu Qingye opened, and by then, those issues she mentioned had been improved. It seems he was always learning and improving. Gu Qingye waved his hand and said, No, I think what sister-in-law said is very reasonable. Those problems do exist. You've helped me a lot and saved me time. Improving a dish requires more than just time. First, he must identify the problems before solving them. If he doesn't even notice the problems, how can he fix them? Lu Jintai smiled and said, Then you should pay your sister-in-law a salary. Gu Qingye replied, Of course, of course. If our restaurant's dishes improve, I will pay my sister-in-law a salary every month. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, He was joking. You really took it seriously? Gu Qingye looked at Zhao Jinshu seriously and said, Sister-in-law, I am not joking. I mean it. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect him to be so serious and paused for a moment. No need. Jin Tai was just joking with you, but Gu Qingye replied earnestly, Sister-in-law, I am serious. Once you help us improve the menu, it will be a big help for our restaurant. You deserve to be paid. In a private restaurant like ours, some recipes are secret. If you tell me, I would feel guilty not paying you. Seeing her silent, he added, and besides, this restaurant also belongs to your family. It's just a matter of sharing. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, If the menu helps the restaurant, then you should get paid. Only then did Zhao Jinshu say nothing. If it wasn't useful, she wouldn't take the money. Hu Wenbin spoke from the side, Brother Gu, after sister-in-law improves the recipes, do you want to invite us for another meal to try the results? Gu Qingye shot him a quick look. Just for tasting? Do you think your mouth can tell the difference? Hu Wenbin chuckled. If I praise your cooking, isn't that enough? Gu Qingye didn't have time to chat with him and looked at Zhao Jinshu mysteriously. Sister-in-law, the soup in this pot, besides here in my place, you definitely can't find it elsewhere in winter. He then lifted the lid of the clay pot. Zhao Jinshu guessed, Tomato oxtail soup. How did you know, sister-in-law? Gu Qingye put down the lid. I was going to surprise you. He then ladled half a bowl and placed it in front of Zhao Jinshu. Sister-in-law, please. He also poured half a bowl for Lu Ruisheng. Lu Ruisheng smiled and said, Thank you, uncle. Gu Qingye smiled. No need to thank me. Zhao Jinshu took a spoon and slowly tasted a sip. The soup is rich, no strange taste, not bad. Gu Qingye grinned. This is my signature dish. Zhao Jinshu looked at the tomato in the bowl. Just tomatoes. Gu Qingye nodded. I learned it from someone. We froze a lot of tomatoes so we can enjoy tomato oxtail soup in winter. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, There are quite a few bowls of soup here. After a few sips, I'm full. She wondered how those online food streamers in later years could eat for hours straight. How did they manage to do that? Gu Qingye smiled and said, I have prepared several main soups for you to try. Lu Jintai looked at her. If you're full, don't eat anymore. Next time, let him taste it. Gu Qingye followed and said, You've already tried so many dishes, that's enough. Next time, okay? Zhao Jinshu nodded. She wouldn't force herself. Having lived again, she knew better than anyone how important health was. Li Wenli looked at her. Sister-in-law, you don't eat much? Zhao Jinshu replied, Not too little. I started with a bowl of chicken soup, then had mushroom and pork soup and beef tail soup. I also ate quite a few vegetables. Li Wenli said, All soups and broths. You must get hungry quickly. Why not wait a bit and eat some rice later? Zhao Jinshu shook her head. I'm already full. She had eaten a lot of meat today. Eating more would cause indigestion. Li Wenli didn't insist. I want to eat a bit more. Zhao Jinshu said, You're pregnant now. If you want to eat, go ahead. Li Wenli responded with an. As the meal was almost over, a group of people from the private room suddenly staggered over, wobbling and holding wine glasses, hiccuping from drinking. Their appearance clearly showed they'd had quite a bit to drink. Lu Jianjun glanced over. Jintai, you're not being considerate. Hiding here and not coming to drink with us? Do you look down on your brothers? Lu Jintai leaned back in his chair without speaking. Is it because Comrade Zhao doesn't agree? Lu Qingya's gaze fell on Zhao Jinshu. Lu Jintai said, It's because I don't want to. What does she have to do with it? Lu Jianjun didn't listen. He looked at Zhao Jinshu and said casually, Little Zhao, I heard you're from the countryside. Maybe you don't know, but women shouldn't be too strict with men. You should learn from these city women. Otherwise, in such a big gathering, if you control everything, it makes Jintai look bad. Lu Jintai's face darkened. Lu Jianjun, after all this time, haven't you learned how to respect others? Lu Jianjun's expression darkened. Was he joking? He couldn't even joke anymore? Li Wenli looked at Zhao Jinshu carefully. This Lu family brother really isn't a good person. His words are so bold. Zhao Jinshu sat quietly beside her. Her words, spoken in front of Lu Jintai, were actually quite polite. In her previous life, this so-called childhood friend of Lu Jintai, when he saw her, would secretly speak to her in their educational tone behind Lu Jintai's back. It seems they are like the cultured people from Kyoto, wealthy, influential, and high status, who look down on her. They act like teachers in front of her. Comrade Lu Jianjun once said that a wife's honor depends on her husband's status. She only enjoys a wealthy life because of her husband Lu Jintai. Otherwise, she would still be a village woman. She admits that her current wealthy life, which makes others envy her everywhere, is indeed thanks to Lu Jintai. To some extent, it is true that a husband's honor makes a wife seem more important. But now she feels she has wealth, yet she is not considered noble enough. If she truly had the honor of a noble wife, they wouldn't be able to say whatever they want in front of her. In her past life, she was timid, afraid to speak up or enjoy that so-called nobility. Now, she wants to experience what that nobility can really bring to her life. Thinking of this, she looks at Lu Jianjun and asks, "Are you city folks so casual about labeling others? Or do only your Lu family like to talk so freely?" Lu Jianjun's face stiffened. "What do you mean?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and said, "It seems this big Lu comrade is quite educated. You probably understand what I'm saying, right? If not, that's okay. I can explain. Just now, Lu Jintai said he didn't want to drink. Didn't you hear that, Comrade Lu?" Lu Jianjun's face darkened. He hadn't been spoken to so sarcastically in a long time. Seeing his grim expression, Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Lu Jintai and I are married. Don't think I'm not taking care of him now. Even if I do, it's only proper and right. Only those men who are overindulgent and unworthy would feel ashamed of being controlled by their wives. Moreover, Lu Jintai actually likes me to take care of him. If I don't, he'll think I don't care about him. She actually likes young people from modern times. Watching videos, jokes, comments, and novels from their world always refreshes her and makes her appreciate their creative ideas. To her, that's what it means to be cultured. The more she sees and hears, the more her way of thinking and speaking is influenced by them. Of course, she is happy with this influence and gladly accepts it. Lu Jianjun's face turned dark as if it could drip water. He didn't expect this rural woman to be so bold in her words. Lu Qingya's expression was also unpleasant. In the private room, everything fell silent, except for Lu Rui's muffled sounds of sipping soup. Zhao Jinshu chuckled softly and didn't plan to let them go easily. She looked at Lu Jintai and asked, "You say, am I right?" If he dared to say she was wrong, she wouldn't get angry. Then, his gloves must be gone. As for the sweater, he shouldn't even think about it. Lu Jintai's face, which hadn't looked very good earlier, only slightly brightened after hearing Zhao Jinshu's words. Now he smiled and said, "You're right." Zhao Jinshu smiled, very pleased with his reaction. She decided to knit him gloves when she went home in the afternoon. As for the sweater, seeing how well he was doing, it wasn't impossible to knit one for him. Lu Rui also agreed and said proudly, "Our family listens to my mom. We all like her to take care of us. If she doesn't, we will feel sad." She added, "Dad will be sad too." Lu Jintai patted his daughter's head. Zhao Jinshu also smiled. Lu Qingya's face grew even stiffer, and her eyes darkened with suspicion. Lu Jianjun took a deep breath. Thinking about his purpose for coming today, he held back and pretended not to care, laughing loudly. I didn't expect Jintai to be so obedient to his wife, but he clenched his glass tightly, thinking someday. Gu Qingya was writing notes. He looked up and said, "What's wrong with being obedient to your wife?" "I am too. My family always listens to Lu Mining." Hu Wenbin saw the look his wife shot him and quickly agreed, Yes, being obedient to your wife is good. My grandpa says that if the wife manages the husband, there will be plenty of gold and silver. So if you want a good life, you should listen to your wife." Lu Jianjun raised his hand and pretended to say, Okay, my mistake. I'll punish myself with a drink." Everyone looked at him. Lu Jianjun had no choice but to finish the drink in his glass. After he drank, no one said anything. Lu Qingya could only break the silence and asked Gu Qingya, We're all eating. You're not eating? What are you writing over there? Gu Qingye looked up and said, "This is all advice from my sister-in-law. I've just recorded it." Lu Qingye thought she heard wrong. Comrade Zhao's advice. Gu Qingye nodded. Lu Qingye asked, "Did Comrade Zhao work in a restaurant when she was in the countryside?" After asking, she couldn't help but laugh. Listening to everyone's advice, she thought, maybe that restaurant could just close down. Zhao Jinshu replied, "Not exactly. Gu Qingye makes his living from running restaurants, so I think we shouldn't give random advice," Lu Qingye said, believing she meant well. "Otherwise, if he loses money, he might blame you." Before Gu Qingye could speak, Zhao Jinshu said, "Then, who do you think should give advice?" Lu Qingye glanced around the room. "You can ask me, my brother, Ji Minghua, or, of course, Jin Tai. We often eat out, so we can offer some suggestions." "What do you think, Gu Qingye?" Gu Qingye looked up. "I don't think so." Lu Jintai added, "Not necessary." Lu Qingye was surprised. Comrade Zhao doesn't know anything about this. You want her to give advice? Aren't you afraid the restaurant will fail? Gu Qingye's face darkened. Watch your words. He was treating them well, and she still said something so unlucky? As a businessman, he hated hearing such talk. Lu Qingye's expression turned uneasy. She realized she had spoken too harshly in the heat of the moment. Knowing when to bend and when to yield, she quickly apologized. "Sorry, I said the wrong thing just now." Only then did Gu Qingye's expression soften. He looked at her seriously. "You know this is our second restaurant. I already have successful experience, so I understand more than you do. Naturally, I know whose advice to take and whose not to." He was already regretting inviting this group to dinner. Not only had he upset Jintai, but they were also picking on his sister-in-law. All his good intentions had gone to waste. If Lu Jianjun hadn't spoken so kindly and persuaded him to meet up for old time's sake, he wouldn't have agreed, and the situation wouldn't have turned so awkward. He couldn't even tell what they were here for. Weren't they supposed to talk to Jintai? Why were they criticizing his wife instead? Did they really think that by doing so, Jintai would still want to talk to them? Were they out of their minds? A husband and wife are one family. If you insult his wife, do you think he'll still treat you kindly? Did they think that just because they were old friends, he wouldn't mind? Or that being Jintai's old friend gave them the right to judge his wife? Lu Qingye frowned and insisted, "I really meant well." Gu Qingye waved his hand. "I know you meant well, but I trust my sister-in-law. Whether her intentions were good or not, he didn't need them." Zhao Jinshu joked nearby, "Since you trust me so much, I guess I should work hard, or I'd be letting down your salary." Gu Qingye smiled, "Then I'll trouble my sister-in-law." Lu Qingye looked on silently. They even mentioned salary. Who doesn't understand that? Lu Jintai ignored them. Seeing his daughter finish her meal, he stood up and said, "My girl needs a nap. Well, go ahead, then you can take her home to rest." Gu Qingye nodded. Given the situation, they wouldn't stay any longer. As for their matters, whether they were discussed or not, who cared? They didn't care, so why should he? After speaking, Lu Jintai hugged his daughter and prepared to leave. Zhao Jinshu was tidying up the scarves and hats they had taken off. Before leaving, Zhao Jinshu looked at Li Wenli and said, "Come visit us when you have time." Li Wenli smiled. "Sure. I'll definitely come to see you." Lu Qingye watched their backs in disbelief. They just left like that? Han Mingyu was hiding nearby, watching Lu Rui with envy. Lu Jianjun clenched his cup tightly. He didn't expect Lu Jintai to be so disrespectful to him. In the end, it was because their Lu family was struggling. Anyone could step on them. Suddenly, with a loud crack, his cup fell to the ground and shattered. Li Wenli was startled. The Lu siblings were so intimidating, just a small disagreement, and they broke the cup. Gu Qingye quickly stood up. Seeing his stern face, he didn't want him to cause trouble here. There were other customers in the restaurant. He quickly tried to smooth things over. The cup slipped. Lu Jianjun shot him a look. "Are you looking down on me too?" Gu Qingye also got annoyed. "Who said I look down on you? Isn't it you guys who keep picking fights with my sister-in-law?" Lu Jianjun's face tightened. He didn't think he was wrong, it was just a joke. Why get so worked up? They were just country folks, inexperienced and unable to joke around properly. Lu Qingye didn't react much. She always knew what she wanted and what she was doing. She wasn't sorry for provoking Lu Jintai's rural wife earlier. She hoped Jintai would see clearly how unsuitable and embarrassing his rural wife was. Then he would realize how mismatched he was with that rural wife. She didn't expect Lu Jintai to protect his rural wife so fiercely. She also didn't expect that the rural wife would be so bold. Even her daughter was very showy, clearly lacking discipline. She thought for a moment and said, "We usually joke like this, no one would think she cares." Gu Qingye secretly sneered. "Joke? You look down on her, yet you don't want her to be upset? Not everything can be covered up with a joke." Lu Qingye saw that he didn't speak and lost interest in talking, especially since Lu Jintai had already left. Who was she performing for? Lu Jianjun glanced at them, said nothing, and walked away quickly. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu, with the child, went outside to the main hall and greeted Lu Mining, who was busy. Lu Mining didn't expect them to leave so soon. She quickly grabbed Zhao Jinshu's arm. "Sister-in-law, wait a moment." Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Mining hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, wait a moment." She then took out 2 bags from the cabinet and handed them to her. Zhao Jinshu didn't take them. "What is this?" Lu Mining said, "Sister-in-law, these apples and bananas are for the kids to eat." Zhao Jinshu declined. "We have plenty at home." "You keep them for the kids. There's a lot," Lu Mining said. "They were all given by others. We can't finish eating them." Lu Jintai put down his daughter, took the bags from her hand and said, "Keep them. You like to make sweet apple soup, right? Don't be polite with them." "Zhao Jinshu, you really aren't polite either." Lu Mining laughed loudly. "Exactly, sister-in-law. Why are you being so polite to us?" Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Little sister-in-law, we're leaving now. Come visit us when you have time." "All right. Take your time. I won't see you off," Lu Mining said. "Little sister-in-law, you're busy. No need to see us out." After leaving the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai. "By the way, can you buy a few pounds of yarn at the department store?" Lu Jintai nodded. They took the children and headed toward the department store again. At the entrance of the department store, Lu Jintai was carrying things and found it inconvenient. Zhao Jinshu said, "You wait here with the daughter. I'll go in and buy some yarn, then come out." Lu Jintai nodded. Just going out for a meal isn't tiring. When she returned home, Lu Rui took a nap, and Zhao Jinshu took out some yarn to mend Lu Jintai's sweater and also started knitting him gloves. Her enthusiasm was mainly because of his good behavior these past 2 days. Lu Jintai sat on a nearby chair reading a book. The couple each did their own thing. After finishing the sweater, Zhao Jinshu folded it and put it in the cabinet, then began winding yarn to knit gloves for him. Lu Jintai looked up from his book and asked, "Is that for me?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes, for you." Lu Jintai nodded and said, "Okay." As the sun set, Lu Jintai softly asked, "What do you want to eat tonight?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Will you cook?" He nodded. She said, "Noodles." They had eaten a lot of meat at lunch, so they had enough for today. Tonight, she wanted something simple. She added, "I don't want plain noodles, I want hand-pulled noodles." Lu Jintai glanced at her. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong? Not willing?" Lu Jintai put down his book, looked at her, and asked, "Do you want hand-pulled noodles or do you want the noodles I make? Is there a difference?" Zhao Jinshu looked up at his deep eyes and suddenly understood his thoughts. She wanted to eat noodles, but she also wanted to be considerate. "I like the noodles you make." "Okay," Lu Jintai said with a smile in his eyes. "I'll make noodles for you. I'm going to pick up Ruriru and Lu Zhe," Zhao Jinshu said as she stood up. "I'll cook some lean shredded pork for Lu Zhe. We won't need more, so they wouldn't eat too much and have trouble digesting." Lu Jintai agreed. "Okay." Zhao Jinshu went to bring Lu Zhe back. Lu Jintai had already rolled out the noodles and was waiting to cook them. After boiling some hot water, washing her face and hands, the noodles were ready. She washed her hands again and went to help serve the bowls, noticing a clay pot simmering on the stove. She looked over and asked, "What's that?" Lu Jintai looked up and said, "I boiled some apples with red dates." "Don't you like it?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and looked at him. "That's really nice." Lu Jintai looked at her smiling face and slightly curved his lips. Zhao Jinshu placed the noodles on the table, watching Lu Jintai busy in the kitchen, and suddenly realized that since her rebirth, Lu Jintai seemed more caring and gentle. She also took a bowl and served each family member some apple and red date soup. After serving the food, she took a sip with her spoon. Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "The sweetness of the dates, the slight sourness of the apples, mixed together, are refreshing and thirst-quenching. Your cooking skills are good." Feeling pleased, she didn't hesitate to praise. Lu Rui scooped some food with a spoon, blew on it to cool, and took a bite. She also thought it was tasty. Lu Jintai nodded and asked, "Next time, I'll cook it for you again?" Zhao Jinshu nodded happily. "Yes, that would be nice." In the main house, Lu Xingyao waited for a long time, but no one brought the meat or vegetables. She tapped her bowl and sighed, thinking they could only eat plain noodles today. Ji Yuanrong frowned and said, "Why are you knocking like that? Are you begging for food?" Lu Xingyao looked up and said, "I'm waiting to see if anyone will bring us meat. Looks like today's not our lucky day. Does your family have a lot of money, eating meat every day?" Ji Yuanrong glared at her and added, "If you want to eat meat, it's not impossible. You can give me some money, and I'll buy some to cook for you." She didn't give a single cent but was just thinking about tasty food. Lu Xingyao didn't say anything. She didn't have enough money to buy clothes, shoes, or face cream. After tidying up the dishes, she saw her younger brother's nephew and niece come over. She rolled her eyes and wondered why they came after eating. Lu Zhe carried a basket and held his sister's hand, walking slowly into the room. Ji Yuanrong saw the siblings and went to get some candy from the cabinet to give them. Lu Zhe took the candies and also took out apples and bananas from the basket to give to Grandma. Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "Oh, these apples are cold. Grandma's stomach isn't good, so she can't eat these. You can keep them for yourselves." Lu Xingyao quickly said, "No, you don't want to eat. I can eat." Lu Zhe told Grandma, "When the apples are cooked, they won't be cold. Dad cooked them tonight, and they're really tasty." He wasn't giving the fruit to his sister-in-law. If Grandma and Grandpa didn't want to eat, he wouldn't let his mom send fruit next time. Lu Rui nodded in agreement and said, "They're really delicious." "Really?" Ji Yuanrong had never cooked apples before. She smiled and said, "I'll try making them tomorrow." Lu Zhe added, "Grandma, add some red dates too. Mom said we shouldn't eat too much sugar. If you find it not sweet enough, just add less rock sugar." Ji Yuanrong smiled happily and said, "You're quite the talker." "Okay, I'll remember that." The siblings didn't stay long. Lu Zhe had to go back to do his homework. After giving them an apple, he was about to leave. Ji Yuanrong handed them a bag of brown sugar from the company. "Take this home for your mother to brew tea." Hearing it was for their mother, the siblings took it happily, holding hands as they went back. Lu Xingyao watched their backs and muttered, "Mom is really kind to second sister-in-law." Ji Yuanrong looked at her expressionlessly and said, "Your second sister-in-law is even kinder to me and your dad, who doesn't like children who show respect and care." Lu Xingyao. "Does that mean she's unfilial?" She hasn't bought anything for her parents, but that doesn't mean she lacks respect. In her heart, only she and her parents are most important. Her mother is too snobbish. Zhao Jinshu spent a day and a half knitting gloves. Lu Jintai received the gloves and seemed very happy, immediately putting them on. Zhao Jinshu didn't care whether he was satisfied or not. Handmade gloves are never as fine as store-bought ones. If he wanted gloves, she made them. If he wasn't happy, he could buy his own. On Thursday, Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan didn't go to work. They were attending a wedding banquet. Seeing their adorable granddaughter, Ji Yuanrong wanted to bring her along too. The older children had already attended banquets with them, but these two little ones hadn't. It was a good chance to show them off. Lu Rui heard about the wedding and asked her mother to change her clothes, adding a scarf, hat, and gloves. She happily followed her grandparents out. Only the couple was left at home, exchanging glances. With nothing to do, they took apart the bed sheets and blankets to wash them. Taking apart and washing the blankets was quite a task, but luckily they had a washing machine, which saved them a lot of effort. They cooked some noodles for lunch and, in the afternoon, started sewing the blankets. They worked until evening, when Lu Zhe finished school, finally sewing all the blankets onto the beds. By then, the people attending the wedding hadn't returned, so they ate first. Lu Jiaming came back and told them that their father had called him at work. The three of them wouldn't be home tonight. He asked him and the second son to inform everyone, so no one would worry. Zhao Jinshu. She wasn't necessarily inseparable from her daughter, but she wasn't sure if Lu Rui would be upset and want her mother tonight. In her past life, she never left his side until she started first grade. Lu Zhe looked at her with envy. Did you spend the whole day at the wedding? Thinking about the wedding, he knew there would be lots of good food and fun activities. Rui must be so happy. Zhao Jinshu said, maybe they are close, so they stayed longer. Lu Zhe thought for a moment, but didn't say anything. He lowered his head to eat, but inside, he was thinking that when the holiday comes and his grandparents go to another wedding, he also wants to go. After dinner, Lu Zhe went to do his homework and the couple started cleaning up the dishes. After putting away the dishes, Lu Jintai took a pipe and filled a big pot with water, preparing to boil it. Once the water was hot, he went into the room and saw Zhao Jinshu making the bed. He leaned against the cabinet and softly asked, "Do you want to take a bath?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and met his gaze. That look was a bit intense, and she quickly understood what he meant. She thought about how her daughter wasn't home tonight, and there were only the two of them on the bed. Does he not want to hold back anymore? She blinked and nodded gently, saying just one word, yes. Lu Jintai immediately straightened up. "I'll get water for you." Without waiting for her reply, he strode out of the room. Zhao Jinshu let out a soft sigh and sat down heavily on the bed. Although she had been through this with him from youth to old age, tonight felt different. She couldn't quite understand. Was this like a young cow nibbling on fresh grass? She wiped her face. It was her. She felt very young now, very young, even younger than Lu Jintai by several years. Inside, she was more advanced than them. She was definitely not an old cow. But then again, even if she was an old cow, wasn't Lu Jintai's tender grass something she should enjoy? Feeling reassured by this thought, she felt much better. "The water is ready." Lu Jintai's voice sounded beside her. She stood up normally, took her change of clothes from the cabinet, and didn't look at the man standing at the door. She simply passed him and went straight to the bathroom. Lu Jintai turned to watch her back silently. He only looked away when she closed the bathroom door, then slowly returned to his room. When Zhao Jinshu reached the bathroom, she saw the shower curtain hanging over the bathtub and was a bit surprised. She didn't know when he bought the shower curtain and she hadn't noticed before. "I don't know, so I just accept it. If you need to use it, that's fine." When she pulled the shower cover down, hot steam burst out. She didn't feel cold at all. Inside the shower cover, she stood outside the bath bucket, rinsed herself, then stepped into the hot bath and relaxed in the warm water. That night, she didn't wash her hair. After the bath, she put on her military coat and snuggled into bed. Today, the sun was very strong. She took the quilt outside to dry in the sun. The quilt became fluffy. Lying in bed, she felt warm and smelled the fresh, clean scent of cotton. It was very comfortable. Her son was already asleep. Lu Jintai wasn't in the room. She heard sounds coming from the kitchen and guessed he might also be washing up. She took out a book to pass the time. After reading for half an hour, Lu Jintai came in, still damp. She looked at him and handed him a hairdryer from the closet. She said, "Hurry up and dry your hair. In winter, it's easy to catch a cold." Lu Jintai took the hairdryer and looked at the bed, which only had one quilt. He couldn't help but smile slightly. He plugged in the hairdryer and started drying his hair. His hair was short, so it dried quickly. After finishing, he put away the hairdryer, closed the door, and got into bed. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt a bit strange. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but look up, trying to steal a glance at him. But she met his gaze instead. His look was calm, but it made her lower her head quickly. After reacting, she cursed herself for being so timid. According to their age and experience, she actually knew more about this than he did, though all that experience was brought to her by him. So she felt she was being weak and shouldn't be like this. She thought she was just a little nervous, but not much. However, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Before she could react, Lu Jintai had already rolled over and pressed down on her. She thought to herself that young people are always eager and full of energy, leaving no room for her to resist. Actually, she wanted to say she didn't plan to resist. They had plenty of time tonight to take things slowly. That night, Zhao Jinshu felt like a pancake being repeatedly cooked and flipped. Afterward, she was tightly held in his arms, with no freedom to move. He was so overbearing. If it weren't for my in-laws suddenly deciding to take Lu Rui away, I would have suspected they did it on purpose. But I have to say, being young is really great. I haven't felt this happy in many years. Mainly because as I got older, my energy decreased and my thoughts about intimacy faded. Often, things were rushed, and I didn't enjoy them much. Being reborn is wonderful. I feel young again. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Jinshu woke up late this morning. It was nearly 10 o'clock when she woke up. She had never gotten up this late before. She sat up, feeling still young. Her body was fine, just a bit of backache. She put on her clothes, tied her hair into a bun, and went out. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai was plucking chicken feathers, wearing a worn-out padded jacket he found somewhere. He was tall and straight, with fair hands even while plucking feathers. His sharp, elegant face looked relaxed, giving off a calm, handsome vibe. Seeing her, he said, "Breakfast is in the pot." Zhao Jinshu nodded, took her toothbrush and toothpaste, rinsed her mouth, and asked him, "When did you buy the chicken?" He looked up and said, "After I sent Lu Zhe." She nodded, brushed her teeth, washed her face, ate breakfast, and soon her in-laws brought Lu Rui back. While she was washing dishes in the kitchen, she heard Lu Rui calling Mom. As she stepped out, a little girl with a red face rushed into her arms. "Mom," Zhao Jinshu hugged her. "Our Rui is finally back." Lu Rui giggled and came out of her mom's arms, saying, "Mom, I didn't cry." "Really?" Zhao Jinshu asked with a smile.
Lu Hui nodded.
"Yes, I was very good." Zhao Jinshu looked at her again. "Why did you change clothes? Where did those clothes come from?" Ji Yuan-rong followed behind and explained with a smile, "Yesterday afternoon, a little friend got her down jacket dirty. Her aunt's wife saw her for the first time and insisted on buying her a new one." Zhao Jinshu smiled in surprise. "Thank you for the trouble." Ji Yuan-rong said, "Our Rui is pretty, has a good personality, and is smart. Your aunt likes her. Buying her clothes isn't a problem. Even though she's older and not working, she has more money than I do." Of course, Zhao Jinshu knew her aunt was wealthy, so she didn't say much. It was just a piece of clothing, after all. In the future, when her aunt's children came to visit, she would naturally treat them well. After showing off a bit, Lu Ruixian went to find her father. Her father was busy chopping chicken and couldn't hold her, so she stood beside him, chattering non-stop. Lu Jintai was cutting chicken and also trying to listen to her share her happiness. It was truly a sweet burden. Ji Yuan-rong pulled her over. "Your dad's place is messy. Don't get your clothes dirty." Zhao Jinshu asked nearby, "Mom, do you all need to go to work later?" Ji Yuan-rong held her granddaughter's hand. "It's this late. We're not going. Then let's eat here for lunch. We'll make some chicken stew," Zhao Jinshu suggested. "All right, I don't need to cook then." Seeing her daughter-in-law's sincere look, Ji Yuan-rong didn't refuse. After saying that, she looked at her son, who was chopping chicken. It's hard to imagine that her son, who only cared about studying and work, could cook so well. But seeing her daughter-in-law relax more and more, she wasn't surprised by her son's change. After lunch, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai cleaned up the dishes. Ji Yuan-rong took her granddaughter out to play. In the afternoon, guests arrived, college students brought by Lu Jintai to deliver some materials. They had never been to Professor Lu's home. As soon as they entered the yard, they couldn't help but look around curiously, afraid of being noticed, then quickly looked away. At that moment, only Lu Jintai was at home. Zhao Jinshu thought her son had no books to read, so she rode her bike to a nearby bookstore to see if there were any suitable books for him, planning to buy a few. Lu Jintai invited them into the study. They handed him their folders and stood nervously. Lu Jintai pointed to the chair in front of him. "Sit." The two didn't dare to sit, but since Professor Lu asked, they carefully sat down. The bookstore wasn't far, about a 10-minute bike ride. When she returned, the two students were still there, helping to pull wires in the yard. Seeing someone come in, they looked up. When they recognized her, their faces turned red, and they didn't know where to look. This woman was so beautiful and elegant. She was the most beautiful woman they'd ever seen, even at university. They wondered who this woman was, what kind of person she was. Could it be his sister? I heard the professor has a sister. They look quite similar, so it probably is. Lu Jintai glanced at them lightly, and they immediately became obedient, standing properly. Zhao Jinshu looked at them and smiled, asking, "Are there guests at home?" Lu Jintai nodded and asked, "Have you come back?" Zhao Jinshu responded with a hum and asked, "Are these two your students?" Lu Jintai nodded and glanced at the two who were eagerly watching them, explaining, "This is your teacher's wife." So, she is the teacher's wife. No matter how surprised they felt inside, they still loudly greeted, "Hello, Mrs. Teacher." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Hello. Will you be eating at home tonight?" Lu Jintai softly replied, "They have something to do." The two who had nothing urgent could only nod and say, "Mrs. Teacher, we have something to do and can't stay for dinner." Zhao Jinshu could only say regretfully, "Next time, definitely come and eat at home." Okay. Although they couldn't stay for dinner, before leaving, Zhao Jinshu packed a bag of fruit and pastries for them. The two left the yard dreamily. Then they started to praise. "Mrs. Teacher is so beautiful. Mrs. Teacher is so gentle. How can someone as gentle as Mrs. Teacher tolerate Professor Lu? She is the professor's wife. When he talks to her, his tone is so soft and gentle. But such a beautiful woman as Mrs. Teacher, no one can stay serious when facing her, right?" Exactly. Even Professor Lu wouldn't be an exception. When he sees such a wonderful woman, he would soften too. I also heard that Mrs. Teacher married him when Professor Lu was exiled. Such a kind and generous woman. She didn't mind Professor Lu's status at the time and married him wholeheartedly. Their relationship must be very good. They've been through tough times together, so their bond is strong. I heard they have 2 children. It's a pity we didn't see the younger siblings today. Hope next time we visit Professor Lu's home, we can meet them. They kept praising as they returned to school. Once there, they were immediately surrounded by classmates. People kept coming to ask about Professor Lu's family. The two of them clenched their mouths and refused to speak. Everyone found it boring and went their own ways. Zhao Jinshu didn't know that the 2 students were praising her. Lu Jintai sent the students away. Since no one was helping to hold the wire, she had to do it herself. After putting the book inside the house, she went over to help him. While holding the wire, she asked, "What are you doing with this wire?" "Installing a light outside the kitchen," Lu Jintai explained. Zhao Jinshu understood. There was no light outside the kitchen and bathroom, so it was quite dark at night. They still had the chicken soup from noon, so they ate it again in the evening. After eating and washing up, the family sat in the room, some reading, some knitting sweaters. There was no TV at home. Lu Zhe finished his homework every night and could only hold a book to read. But reading was hard now because his sister wanted to read with him. She only knew a few simple characters, which he had taught her. She liked to ask questions, and every time he read a character, she would ask about it, disturbing his reading mood. It was really hard to bear. So after their mother gave him a book, he grumbled and picked up his sister, tossing her into their father's arms. Lu Rui looked unhappy. Seeing his daughter upset, Lu Jintai put down his own book and found a simpler picture book to read with her, teaching her to recognize characters as they read. Lu Rui was happy again. Zhao Jinshu didn't pay attention to them. She was busy knitting her sweater. The new year was coming soon, and she needed to speed up her work, working overtime to finish knitting sweaters for everyone at home. Otherwise, they would have to wear old sweaters for the new year. However, Lu Zhe finished the 2 picture books in one night. He was still eager for more and kept sighing. Not enough to read. Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. "Stop sighing and go to sleep." She had searched many bookstores to find those 2 picture books. It wasn't that bookstores had few picture books, but many families already had them, and he had read all of them. Moreover, with his fast reading speed, no matter how many books there were, they wouldn't be enough for him. Seeing his daughter nodding off, Lu Jintai gently took her clothes off, laid her on the bed, and covered her with a quilt. Then he looked at his son and said, "You can read the family newspaper or the books in the study." Lu Zhe didn't want to talk to him. He was still in elementary school and wondered why he needed to read so many words. He simply doesn't want to. Mom said that when he starts first grade, he can look at books without pictures. Zhao Jinshu chuckled softly. Her son is only interested in comic books now. The newspapers and books in the study are filled with tiny, dense words. He has no interest in reading them. When he has read enough comic books and grows older, gaining more curiosity about the world, he will naturally become interested in the books in the study. She knows what they will become later. Both children are very good students. After rebirth, she doesn't have to worry that they will be distracted from studying by reading unrelated books. Because in their previous life, they lived like that. Both were bookworms. They read many kinds of books and could understand them easily. She deeply understands her son's feelings, wanting to read but not having the right books to read. Seeing her son's worried face, she thought that she could even write those comic stories herself. In her past life, with the internet developed, everyone had phones. Some older sisters liked to read novels. She also read when she had free time, and soon she became addicted. Immersed in worlds of cultivation, fantasy, and futuristic stories, she felt her view of the world was turned upside down. She never imagined such magical worlds existed. After reading many of these books, she had the idea to write her own stories. She secretly started writing on her computer without telling her family. Surprisingly, even though she typed slowly and couldn't keep up with the popular writers, she gained many followers. When she finished a book, she earned quite a bit of money. For someone who had never earned a penny before, she felt proud inside. She believed she had potential as a writer and could make money. When the country faced disasters, she donated all her earnings, feeling even more proud. In her excitement, she wrote several books, all of which did well. Some were even bought for film and TV adaptations. She didn't need much money. She saved what she had and donated whenever there was a need. Now, seeing her son without books to read, she was eager to start writing again. Her desire grew stronger and stronger, with no intention of stopping. She thought to herself, this is a side effect of reading too much. She couldn't help but want to express herself, pouring all her thoughts out. Lu Zhe got out of bed and headed to his own room. Lu Jintai followed to take a look, saw him honestly get into bed, then closed the door and left. When he reached the room, he didn't see Zhao Jinshu, but noticed an extra blanket on the bed, which was originally his. He paused for a moment, walked over, silently picked up the blanket and put it into the wardrobe. Then he pulled back the covers and lay down on the bed. After Zhao Jinshu returned from the bathroom, she saw only one blanket on the bed. Zhao Jinshu thought she thought the blanket was too small for 3 people to share, so she took it out. She couldn't help but say, "Let's take the blanket out. 3 people can't share it comfortably." Lu Jintai said softly, "That's fine." Lu Rui is over 3 years old now. She can sleep with her own blanket. Zhao Jinshu. Lu Rui would cry if she heard that. She naturally disagreed, saying, if she sleeps by the bed, she might fall to the ground. Lu Jintai, then just leave it as it is. Zhao Jinshu could only get into bed. Their bed was big, and the blanket was also large enough for 3 people, but who would be comfortable sharing with just 2? She felt he was being stubborn again. Their home wasn't short of blankets, so why squeeze together? It was uncomfortable and not enjoyable. Lu Jintai was already lying on the bed, closing his eyes. Zhao Jinshu didn't argue further. She took off her clothes and got into bed. As she lay under the covers, her feet kicked a long leg. Without asking, she knew it was his, so she moved his leg aside to block her. Lu Jintai opened his eyes and looked at her. "This way is warmer, Zhao Jinshu," he said again. "You can put your feet on my leg and it will be even warmer." Zhao Jinshu looked at him, silently turned over and faced away from them, closing her eyes. "Who wants to put their feet on your leg? It's uncomfortable." Lu Jintai. The night passed quietly. Zhao Jinshu had woken up late yesterday, but today she woke early. The father and daughter beside her hadn't gotten up either. She moved gently, and they both woke up. Lu Rui, upon waking, immediately snuggled into her arms. Mom. Zhao Jinshu smiled and hugged her. Lu Rui was squirming in her arms, then suddenly saw 2 red marks under her mom's neck. Lu Rui reached out and touched them, but they didn't go away. She touched again, and the red marks were still there.
Zhao Jinshu grabbed her hand.
What are you doing? Lu Rui said. Mom, are these red marks here? Zhao Jinshu lowered her head and asked, why did it turn red? After she spoke, she realized that it was something the man next to her had done. She has fair skin with no blemishes, and this man particularly likes her skin. He often leaves marks on her. Thinking of this, she glared at him. He looked back at her with a calm expression, showing no shame at all.
Her skin is really thick.
Zhao Jinshu felt ashamed of herself. She quickly said to her daughter, it's nothing, just a mosquito bite. Lu Rui asked and, upon hearing there was nothing serious, relaxed. Her small mind didn't even think about winter and mosquitoes. Then she turned to her father and said, Dad, sleep with us under the same blanket. Lu Jintai responded with a nod. These days, Zhao Jinshu has been very busy. She not only knits sweaters but also finds time to improve the recipes. Because of this, her family has been buying groceries from Lu Jintai, and he cooks the meals. Naturally, he also takes care of the children. But she thinks that he is always busy with work and rarely at home. It might be good to spend more time with the kids and build a better relationship. On Saturday, after she finished organizing the recipes, she felt relaxed. On Saturday, Lu Zhe only had half a day of school. Zhao Jinshu planned to take the 2 children to the bathhouse to wash up. Their home has a bathroom and a shower curtain, but she feels the bathroom is a bit small. Since the kids are young and it's winter, they need an adult's help. Going to the bathhouse for a warm, comfortable bath is better. Lu Jintai was at home, so he took the son to wash, while she took the daughter. After bathing, they didn't go back home. She packed the dirty clothes and stored them at Gu Qingye's restaurant. She also handed him the improved recipes. Then she took the 2 children to the zoo, as Lu Zhe had been asking to go for a while. Gu Qingye received the recipes happily and waved his hand, saying, go ahead and have fun. Come back for dinner. It's a good chance to try out the new recipes. Lu Jintai nodded happily, glad to accept the invitation. The zoo was quite large now, with many animals. There were tigers, elephants, lions, giraffes, parrots, peacocks, monkeys, and more. The 2 children watched with wide eyes and kept shouting in excitement. Lu Jintai also took out his camera and took many photos of them. The 2 children had never been to the zoo before. Their surprise was obvious, and they didn't want to leave even when it got dark. Zhao Jinshu told them, the zoo is right here. It won't run away. When the holidays come, your parents will take you back to visit again. Hearing they could come back next time, the children became happy again. The family called a taxi and went to Gu Qingye's restaurant. He looked happy and excited when he saw them, and he eagerly led them inside to eat. Today, I promise you'll eat well and have a good time. Gu Qingye felt a bit sorry because the last time they ate there, something unpleasant happened. Today, there were no more problems and the dishes had been improved a lot.
He was confident now.
Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, it looks like you gained a lot today. Gu Qingye nodded. My sister-in-law gave me a recipe. It not only helped me improve my cooking, but also opened my mind. Many confusing things became clear, and it was a big help. Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, that's a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Lu Minying, standing nearby, said, not at all. After Gu Qingye got the recipe from you, he cooked following it and kept praising. He said his sister-in-law is the real chef, and he's just an assistant. She couldn't help but laugh. In the past, whenever he talked about his cooking skills, he was very proud. Today, he seemed a bit defeated. Zhao Jinshu only ate more and saw more, so she learned more. She honestly wasn't as good at cooking as Gu Qingye, at least not in basic knife skills. Gu Qingye was a professional, and she was just an amateur. She said, that's not so exaggerated. Seeing she didn't believe him, he didn't say more and simply invited them to eat inside. When they sat down, Zhao Jinshu looked at the dishes on the table. They looked much better than the ones that day. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Great progress. You have real talent. The mushroom and pork soup was no longer cloudy like that day. No wonder he became a big name in the restaurant industry later. Gu Qingye looked a little proud. With my sister-in-law's guidance, my cooking will only get better. Zhao Jinshu agreed. With your dedication, your cooking skills will definitely improve. Gu Qingye looked at Zhao Jinshu with admiration and some anticipation. I didn't expect my sister-in-law to be such a good cook. When can I taste her dishes? Lu Jintai replied calmly. Take your time to think about it. But Gu Qingye ignored him and said confidently, I'll visit your house tomorrow. Lu Jintai reminded him, tomorrow is the weekend and there will be many guests. Gu Qingye was not worried. I'm not the only cook. Lu Jintai frowned. You're so playful. I should be careful with my investments. Gu Qingye certainly didn't admit to being playful. I'm going to learn from my sister-in-law. It's also work. Seeing that his brow was still tight, he quickly said, I'll bring the ingredients. I'll cut the vegetables and meat, so my sister-in-law won't get tired. You can rest assured. At this point, Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Come over if you want. Since you admit this is work, you should do it well. Lu Jintai's eyes suddenly focused on her. Are you trying to embarrass me? Zhao Jinshu was unfazed. This is my job. You should support me. Lu Jintai looked at her and slowly said, All right, I support you. Gu Qingye watched and couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, it seems that in the future, he doesn't need to worry about Jintai. He can just go directly to his sister-in-law. Thinking this way, he added, Sister-in-law Jintai and Lu Zhe and Lu Rui try this beef. Is it more tender now? Everyone reached out with their chopsticks. After Zhao Jinshu finished eating the beef, she kept nodding. It's much more tender. Gu Qingye smiled. I listened to you. I patted the beef to loosen it, so it cooks faster than before. It's really much more tender. Zhao Jinshu smiled as well. This was actually a method she learned later when making steak. Lu Jintai also gave a rare compliment. Not bad. The two children also liked the dish very much, grabbing one slice after another. Seeing that the beef was almost finished, Gu Qingye asked them to try the mushroom and pork soup. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, You don't need to try this. I already know you did a great job. Zhao Jinshu said, You only know if something works after trying. Gu Qingye nodded. Sister-in-law is right. When cooking, you need to keep trying and tasting to make better dishes. Since there weren't many people, Gu Qingye didn't cook many dishes that evening. After everyone finished eating, they discussed plans for visiting tomorrow. The family took their dirty clothes and said goodbye, heading home. At home, the other family members were still cooking, and some children were watching TV in the main room. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui arrived at the yard. They didn't go inside, but ran straight to Grandma's house. Ji Yuanrong had been cold to her daughter for a few days. Today, she bought some meat and was making dumplings and noodles. Seeing the dark house in the second room, she knew they had gone out to play and wouldn't be home for dinner. She felt a little disappointed that Ziz and Ruerue wouldn't get to eat her dumplings. As for the other grandchildren, she had already said before making the dumplings that she didn't make many. Each grandchild could have a bowl. She still felt upset with their parents and didn't want to give them any. When Lu Zhe and Lu Rue entered the house, a group of children looked at them all at once. Lu Manting's envious eyes fixed on Lu Rue's red down jacket. She looked at it several times and couldn't help but move closer, asking, Rue, did my second aunt buy your clothes? Lu Rue shook her head. My great-aunt bought it. Lu Manting knew her great-aunt. She had visited her house before. Her great-aunt liked her very much and always gave her lots of nice things. She pouted. Why did she only buy for you? She likes me, Lu Rue said confidently, smiling brightly. Lu Manting didn't believe her. That's not true. Grandma said so. Lu Rue replied unhappily. I'm not lying. Ask Grandma. She reached out to pull Lu Manting, wanting to find their grandma. Lu Manting thought for a moment and went with her. Since Lu Manting was older and walked slowly, she sped ahead into the kitchen. Seeing Grandma, she didn't wait for Lu Rue and asked, Grandma, why did my great-aunt only buy clothes for Rue? She likes me too. Why didn't she buy for me? This year, her mother hadn't bought her new clothes. She was only wearing old ones. Ji Yuanrong frowned slightly. If I buy clothes for Rue, does that mean I have to buy for you too? What kind of logic is that? Lu Manting felt it should be like this. You shouldn't be biased. Ji Rong spoke seriously. I bought you so many clothes before, but I didn't buy any for Ruru. Who are you favoring? Lu Manting suddenly didn't know how to respond. She really didn't want to give the clothes she had bought to Ruru. Ji Rong continued. Also, yesterday your auntie and I. Besides, it's just that she has no new clothes to wear. She still has clothes to wear. Old clothes, as long as they are clean and warm, can still be worn. She hasn't bought new clothes all year.
Who can she argue with?
Lu Xingyao sneered. Your mom has money for face cream, but not for clothes. Lu Manting pressed her lips tightly and said nothing. In the past, whatever she wanted, as long as she cried, Grandma would agree. Now that Ruiru is here, Grandma ignores her. Lu Ruirai walked in on tiptoes. They had finished talking. She looked around and saw her sister crying. She didn't think much of it. Her sister often cried. She thought her sister liked crying, so she let her cry. She remembered her purpose for coming and said softly, Grandma, Auntie Nai likes me and bought me clothes. Ji Rong's face lit up with a smile. Yes, Auntie Nai likes Ruiru, so she bought her clothes. Lu Manting saw her grandma smiling and felt very wronged. Grandma would scold her when she saw her, but she would smile at Ruiru. Ruiru had new clothes and she didn't. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became, and she burst into loud tears. Her voice was a bit loud. Wang Meijing had just finished cooking and called the children to come eat. When she walked in, she heard her daughters crying and thought she was being bullied, so she quickly came in. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu also had something to tell her mother-in-law and just happened to walk in together. Wang Meijing followed the sound and went into the kitchen. Seeing her mother-in-law and sister-in-law wrapping dumplings, Lu Ruirai was standing nearby, still smiling. Only her daughter was crying loudly there, with no one paying attention or asking. Her emotional defenses suddenly broke down. She thought Lu Rui, relying on her grandmother's love, was bullying her daughter, and her grandmother wasn't stopping it. She quickly looked at Lu Rui and sternly asked, Did you bully your sister? Lu Rui was stunned. Why would she bully her sister? Ji Yuanrong instinctively frowned, about to speak, when Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai came in. Hearing Wang Meijing's words, Zhao Jinshu hurried over, picked up her daughter, and placed her in Lu Jintai's arms. She turned to look at Wang Meijing and sneered, Did you see my daughter bullying yours? Wang Meijing naturally hadn't seen anything. Seeing she didn't speak, Zhao Jinshu looked cold and said, Since you didn't see anything, then keep your mouth shut. Wang Meijing pulled her daughter close and said, She didn't bully Manting? Why is Manting crying? Zhao Jinshu mocked, Your daughter cries 5 times when she's upset and 3 times when she's fine. If she's crying, you should ask her why herself, not come to find my daughter. Besides, Mom and Xingyao are still here. Are you too silent to ask, or do you think I, Zhao Jinshu, am easy to bully? Wang Meijing's face turned red with anger. She stepped forward and said, Why do you have to say that about my daughter? Zhao Jinshu's face was cold. If you can say that about my daughter, why can't I say it about yours? Your daughter is precious, and so is mine. Wang Meijing was about to speak again when Ji Yuanrong loudly shouted, Enough. Since you came here, if you had asked me properly, these things wouldn't have happened. Wang Meijing kept a stern face. Mom, don't be biased. The argument was only about her. Ji Yuanrong looked at Lu Manting and said, Fine, I won't say anything. You ask your daughter yourself. Why is she crying? Wang Meijing looked at Lu Manting and shouted angrily, You tell me. Why are you crying? Lu Manting sniffled and said intermittently, Ruirui has new clothes. I don't. Auntie only buys clothes for Ruirui, not for me. Grandma scolded me. After saying that, she started crying again. Ji Yuanrong looked coldly at Wang Meijing. Zhao Jinshu chuckled softly. That's interesting. If someone buys a piece of clothing for a child, then all the children want one? And you think I, Andy, won't give gifts in the future? Of course. She wasn't talking about the children, but was saying this to Wang Meijing. This woman is really foolish. Maybe her daughter has the same idea. Ji Yuanrong took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I will ask your mother. I want to know where all the promises about being a sensible and polite daughter went. People say relatives know each other well, but is this really true? At first, I thought she was a bit impatient, but at least she could speak and act properly. Now I see she can't tell right from wrong and is just causing trouble. Wang Meijing felt ashamed and pulled Lu Manting away. Before leaving, she angrily called Lu Kaifei. Lu Kaifei replied casually, "I'm eating dumplings at Grandma's." He just watched TV and ignored her. Wang Meijing could only keep a stern face and took Lu Manting back home. When they arrived, Lu Manting saw the noodles on the table and refused to eat. She complained, "Grandma made dumplings. I want to eat dumplings." Wang Meijing was so angry her head hurt.
If you want to eat, eat.
If not, forget it. Lu Manting started crying softly. Wang Meijing was speechless. Lu Hufeng came in and asked, "What's wrong?" No one paid attention to him. In the main house, Ji Yuan-rong finished cooking the dumplings. She looked at her second son and his wife. "Do you want to eat some more dumplings?" Zhao Jinshu smiled. "We can't eat any more." Ji Yuan-rong looked at Lu Rui. "What about Rui and Zai Zai?" Lu Rui rubbed his stomach. "I'm full," Zhao Jinshu said. "Tonight, they ate a lot of meat at Guqingya's place. They haven't digested it yet. Don't eat too much or they'll get indigestion." Ji Yuan-rong smiled. "All right, then I won't serve more." Seeing them eating, Zhao Jinshu mentioned, "Mom, Guqingya is coming tomorrow. Don't buy groceries. We'll eat here at noon." Ji Yuan-rong understood her daughter-in-law's temper and didn't refuse. "Okay, if you need help, just ask." All right, the couple took their 2 children and went back to their room. Lu Jintai looked down and asked, "Are you angry?" Zhao Jinshu was surprised for a moment, then realized he was talking about what just happened. She smiled. "I just told her off, so I feel better now." Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu looked up. "I won't allow anyone to bully or hurt my children. No one." She wanted him to know her bottom line. If anyone from the Lu family bullied her child, she wouldn't let it go easily. Lu Jintai. "Of course." He paused and added, "Our child." Zhao Jinshu smiled, feeling quite satisfied with his reaction. Tomorrow, she had guests to entertain and a pile of dirty clothes to wash, so she was quite busy. After the family finished washing up in the evening, they went to bed early. In the morning, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai woke up around the same time. Just as she was about to get up, Lu Jintai said, "I'll make breakfast. You sleep a little longer." When Zhao Jinshu woke up, she couldn't fall back asleep, especially since Lu Rui had also opened his eyes. "Forget it, I won't sleep anymore," she said, getting dressed. "I'll make breakfast. You can throw the clothes into the washing machine." As for underwear and similar items, she picked them out and soaked them in basins, planning to wash them by hand with hot water later. Lu Jintai nodded. Lu Rui ran outside to kick a shuttlecock and play. Lu Zai was still in bed. On weekends when he didn't go out to play, he would definitely sleep in. Zhao Jinshu let him be. He was usually very well behaved, and weekends should be a time for him to relax, especially since he was often a slow riser. When the washing machine started, it made quite a loud noise. The people in the other rooms heard it and came out quickly. Fortunately, they were already awake, so it didn't disturb anyone's sleep. Lu Zai was still sleeping, but the noise didn't bother him at all. Ji Yuan-rong and Lu Huaiyuan were also awakened and came over. "What are you doing?" Ji Yuan-rong asked as she approached. Zhao Jinshu came out of the kitchen, smiling, and asked, "Mom, did I disturb you?" The washing machine had only been used twice since they bought it. Today was the second time. The first time, they weren't home, so they didn't know there was a washing machine. It's the weekend and everyone was home, so naturally they heard the noise. Of course, they didn't mean to hide it. But they weren't the type to boast or tell everyone about buying a washing machine. She said this and went into the bathroom, taking a quick look. Lu Jiaming and his wife, along with Lu Hufeng, had all come over. Wang Meijing was standing in the hallway. She also wanted to come and see what was happening, but she had just argued with Zhao Jinshu last night, so she naturally didn't want to join in now. At this moment, Lin Yulan had already forgotten about last night and ran over with her father and brother. Wang Meijing was very angry and thought this child was so naive. Lin Yulan also went into the bathroom to take a look, feeling very envious. While they were arguing over a piece of meat, the second family, had already started using a washing machine. They all married into the Liu family, so why was there such a big difference? At this moment, Lin Yulan felt a bit unbalanced inside. She was the one washing the clothes at home, so she knew best how hard it was to wash clothes in winter. Anyone who washes clothes every day would want a washing machine. But she also knew that people are different and can't be compared. Still, knowing this made her feel restless and annoyed. If the mother-in-law had bought the washing machine, they could use it too. But the second family bought theirs, and it uses electricity. She didn't dare to ask to use it. Thinking about the fridge at home, it was also brought back by the second family and was now with the grandparents. Even though they eat separately now, leftover food and dishes are put into the fridge, and the grandmother never said anything. Although the second family bought the fridge, it was used by everyone. If the washing machine was also kept at the grandparents' place, maybe they could use it too? Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu's voice came from behind her. Mom, there's no need to wash your clothes by hand.
Just bring them here to wash.
It's more convenient and saves effort, especially in winter, so your hands don't freeze. Lin Yulan was speechless. Zhao Jinshu was getting smarter. If they, as son and daughter-in-law, used the washing machine, but the grandparents struggled to wash clothes by hand, people would say they were unfilial. Now she was letting the grandmother's clothes be washed here too, so no one could say anything bad about her. As for the others in the family, they wouldn't get any benefit. If they had a good relationship, they could also use the washing machine for big items, but their relationship wasn't good. At this moment, she felt a bit regretful for having argued so badly with Zhao Jinshu. Lu Xingyao walked over, and Lin Yulan playfully glanced at her. In the future, when you look for a partner, you should find someone capable. Just look at your second sister-in-law's life. Ordinary people really can't compare. Lu Xingyao munched on sunflower seeds and said, I'm not stupid. Everyone knows you should find someone with ability. The key is, can you find such a person? When my second sister-in-law married my second brother, he was down on his luck. No one knew he would be like this today. In her view, her second sister-in-law was somewhat lucky. Lu Huayuan looked at her unexpectedly. Today, she actually said something sensible. Lu Xingyao noticed his gaze and shrugged. She knew she was a bit reckless, spending money freely, being lazy and indulgent, but that didn't mean she was clueless. People's lives are unpredictable. You can't get everything just because you want it. So it's better not to think too much. Finding someone with ability is good if you do, but if you don't, you shouldn't fight for it. Going with the flow is fine. Lin Yulan was impressed by her younger sister-in-law. She said, that makes sense. If Lu Xingyao hadn't married someone else, her life might not have improved now. Lu Xingyao pouted, wanting to say something, but she glanced at her sister-in-law and her mother standing nearby. She swallowed her words. Today, her sister-in-law had guests, and she still wanted to stay for a meal. Over these days, she had realized that as a younger sister-in-law, you shouldn't offend the wealthiest brother in the family. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer in the end. As for Lu Xingyao, no matter how her second brother viewed her, Lu Xingyao didn't really like that woman. She felt uncomfortable thinking that she also didn't like her sister-in-law at first. But now, her sister-in-law was somewhat acceptable. Even if she didn't want to admit it, she had to acknowledge that her sister-in-law was pretty and filial. At least she was much better than Lu Xingyao and didn't look down on her second brother. Zhao Jinshu saw Gu Qingye come alone and scolded, why didn't you invite your wife too? I wanted her to come, but she can't leave her shop. No matter how I persuade her, she doesn't want to come. She said if I leave, she'll leave too. What about the business? Gu Qingye said helplessly. Lu Jintai said, better than you. All right, Gu Qingye agreed with that. He smiled happily and said, my wife is really capable and hardworking. Since I married her, I haven't worried much about household chores. I just focus on cooking my dishes. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, you should treat your sister-in-law better. Gu Qingye nodded and said, all the money we earn belongs to her. He thought he was probably the best man in his friend group. Who else would trust his wife to manage all the money? Thinking this, he looked at Lu Jintai, hoping to learn from him. His sister-in-law is so beautiful and capable. She deserves it. Lu Jintai replied calmly, isn't that the basic thing to do? Gu Qingye blinked, wondering what he meant. Lu Jintai glanced at him, but said nothing. Gu Qingye turned to Zhao Jinshu. She couldn't lie either and said, Jintai's earnings are also with me. Isn't that the basic thing? Having money with his wife doesn't mean she spends it all. There's nothing to show off. If you buy your wife a house or some valuable jewelry, then you can show off a little. Gu Qingye thought. So, I was showing off to the wrong person? Gu Qingye brought a lot of dishes. There were chickens, ducks, fish, and meat, everything you could think of, including a fresh, live grass carp. Zhao Jinshu looked at the food and asked, So much, will you finish it all? Gu Qingye replied, Not all now. We'll save some for the next meal. Do you need help? Ji Yuanrong asked as she came over. Yes, Mom. All right then. Zhao Jinshu looked at the ingredients and already had a plan. She took out a basket of dried chili peppers and asked her to help cut them into sections. In her memory, these dried peppers were from her hometown. They weren't very spicy, perfect for stir-fried spicy chicken, and kids could eat them too. She had just seen the rooster Gu Qingye brought. It's not very old. Cutting half of it into spicy chicken pieces would be enough. The rest would have to be saved. Thinking this, she took out some garlic and handed it to Lu Xingyao, who had just come in behind her mother-in-law. She couldn't do much else, but peeling garlic was easy. Lu Xingyao took it blankly. Her sister-in-law was now giving orders. She never dared to do that before. Well, if she wanted good food, she had to work. As for the grass carp, they had braised fish that day, so today they would make pickled fish. During the first few years she came to Kyoto, in winter, there wasn't much food at home, so she liked to make pickled vegetables. This year, she also made a lot of pickled vegetables when she first arrived. Later, seasonal vegetables became available in large quantities, and there was enough food in winter. Her family didn't eat much pickled vegetables anymore, so she stopped making them. There was also a duck she planned to cook with beer. One day, she saw a few bottles of beer still in the fridge, untouched for a long time. Since they weren't expired, she decided to use them to cook duck. The pork belly could only be used for braised pork. As for the soup, with so many meat dishes, she thought a simple cabbage soup would be enough to balance the flavors. The stove wasn't enough, so Lu Jintai brought over her mother-in-law's stove. With several stoves working together, there was plenty of space to cook. It would take some time to finish everything. Gu Qingye came over and asked, Sister-in-law, how do we start? Zhao Jinshu replied, First, kill the fish and slice it. Gu Qingye was surprised. Slice the fish. Zhao Jinshu nodded and added, That chicken only needs half, cut into small pieces. As for the duck, just chop it as usual. Today, they planned to prepare a table of Sichuan-style dishes for tasting. Gu Qingye nodded and went to kill the fish. He knew how to slice fish, but he was curious about how his sister-in-law would prepare it. Zhao Jinshu instructed, Make the fish slices thin. Got it. Lu Jintai finished hanging the clothes and came into the kitchen asking, What can I do? Zhao Jinshu was boiling rice in a pot and looked up, You can rest. There were no extra knives at home, and others had already started working on different tasks. No need to rest, Lu Jintai said. Seeing that he really wanted to help, Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and said, Then help me get some pickled vegetables and peel a few green onions. Lu Jintai nodded. Sister-in-law, is this thickness okay for the fish slices? Gu Qingye asked, holding the sliced fish. Zhao Jinshu glanced and said, Almost just like that. Gu Qingye replied, All right. Once all the ingredients were ready, she started cooking the beer duck in the pot. Even without bean paste, the duck would still taste good. Gu Qingye watched from the side. Zhao Jinshu called out, Lu Jintai, go get 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. Lu Jintai silently went to get the beer. Gu Qingye looked at him obediently listening and wanted to laugh. Who would have thought that as a child, he was so rebellious, yet now he is like this after getting married. He cooked duck, then braised pork, followed by pickled fish, and finally spicy chicken. Every time she made a dish, Gu Qingye was surprised, because these dishes completely changed his view of cooking. Even his favorite braised pork was different when his sister-in-law made it. Like the last dish, with so many peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, was it really tasty? He considered himself quite experienced, having worked in a state-owned restaurant for a few years, but he had never tried this dish. Even Lu Xingyao was startled and ran in to ask, Second sister-in-law, what are you cooking? It looks very spicy. The family couldn't eat much spicy food. With so many peppers, who could handle it? Zhao Jinshu said, "It's not too spicy. Even if it's spicy, only this dish is spicy. The other dishes are not spicy, so you can choose other dishes." The peppers weren't very spicy themselves, and considering their taste, she even removed the seeds to reduce the heat. Lu Xingyao didn't say anything, thinking that although it was a bit strong, it smelled really good. If it wasn't too spicy, it would definitely be delicious. In the main house, Lin Yulan finished cooking. The family smelled the aroma and ate without much flavor. "Mom, can we cook some dishes next time?" Lu Huidu was dissatisfied, only eating pickled vegetables. He didn't want meat. He just wanted some stir-fried potatoes or lotus root slices. They had been eating pickled vegetables for days. It's easy to say. It's hard to have a day off on Sunday, and I still have to wash your dirty clothes and clean the house. When would I have time to cook? You guys just sit around waiting to eat and pick at everything. Next time you cook, if you complain about this or that, don't call me. Lin Yulan was full of complaints. She saw in the morning that her second son was holding a basin of clothes, hanging them out to dry. Her second son, who was so cultured, could do some housework when he came back. Lu Jiaming was just an office clerk at the factory. He didn't do anything when he came back, just waited to eat, and was always dissatisfied and picky. Now he even stopped giving his wages. The more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt. She felt her life was hard. If it were someone else's family with 2 sons, they would be spoiled. But for her, no one paid attention. The 3 of them didn't dare say anything and just ate in silence. 3 rooms. Wang Meijing's family sits at the dining table. They cut meat every day, but the money is really running out. They just borrowed half of their salary and it will be gone soon. Wang Meijing counts the rice grains in her bowl and looks at Lu Hufeng, hesitating to speak. "Can we borrow some money?" she asks softly. "From whom?" Lu Hufeng looks up. "Of course, from someone who has money," Wang Meijing replies naturally. Lu Hufeng nods. "All right, then go visit your mother-in-law today." Wang Meijing widens her eyes. "What do you mean? Your mother must have money," Lu Hufeng says. "Go ask her for some." Wang Meijing gets annoyed. Afraid others might hear, she whispers, "I'm talking about your second brother. Ask him for some money. We need it for emergencies." "I won't go," Lu Hufeng says immediately. Why should he borrow money? Could he honestly tell his second brother that they have no food and need to buy groceries? Their family has 2 working adults, yet they can't spare any money. He can't afford to be seen as irresponsible. Wang Meijing frowns. "Why?" Lu Hufeng replies. "You go if you want." "I won't." He still cares about his pride. Wang Meijing feels so angry she doesn't want to eat anymore. But just then, a tempting aroma wafts from the other side, making her stomach growl. She feels upset but says, she's been cooking for months, but it's never smelled this good. Looks like she wasn't putting in effort before, hiding her skills. How sneaky. Lu Hufeng frowns but doesn't want to argue during mealtime. He says nothing and continues eating. Over at the second house, dishes are served one after another and everyone sits down. Seeing the delicious, fragrant food, they can't help but feel hungry and start eating with chopsticks. Lu Xingyao looks at the spicy chicken cubes and can't resist grabbing a piece, putting it in her mouth. Although it's quite spicy, the dish looks so good and tempting that she can't help but want more. After eating, her eyes light up. She grabs another piece, then another, and keeps going. She doesn't stop, and each bite makes it more delicious and more tempting to eat. While eating, I couldn't help but admire. My sister-in-law is amazing. Despite using so many chili peppers, her chicken dish only has the aroma of chili, without any spiciness. It tastes so good, so delicious. In the past, she really was clueless. Lu Zhe looked at her and said, "Little sister-in-law, you can try other dishes." He also liked the chicken cooked by their mother. The sister-in-law kept eating and eating, almost finishing the chicken, so others couldn't get any. Ji Yuanrong also said, "This fish is very tender, it melts in your mouth." Can fish really melt in your mouth? Lu Xingyao was a bit skeptical. She reached out with her chopsticks to try. When the fish reached her mouth, her eyes lit up again. Saying it melts might be a bit exaggerated, but it was very smooth and tasty. She had never eaten such delicious fish in her life. She couldn't help but pick up another piece. Gu Qingye didn't expect the fish to be so tender and tasty. He found it hard to believe. Not just the fish, every dish was so good that he almost wanted to swallow his tongue. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Sister-in-law, I really admire you. Looks like I need to give you a higher salary and learn a few more recipes from you. Our restaurant's business will definitely boom." Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huaiyuan were a bit surprised when they heard him. Gu Qingye smiled and said to them, "My sister-in-law is now our restaurant chef. She has improved many recipes for us. Aunt Ji, don't you think she deserves a higher salary?" Ji Yuanrong just smiled and said, "You guys could discuss that. Since it involved money, she didn't want to interfere much." Lu Xingyao widened her eyes and asked, "So, second sister-in-law now has a job?" Gu Qingye looked at her and said, "Of course." Lu Xingyao nodded. "Your cooking skills, sister-in-law, are making us money." Gu Qingye agreed with that. Lu Jintai didn't speak. He looked at his wife, sitting there happily chatting, with a deep gaze, lost in thought. This meal not only won over Gu Qingye's stomach, but also changed Lu Xingyao's view of her sister-in-law. Of course, whether her gaze changed or not didn't matter much to Zhao Jinshu. Before leaving, Gu Qingye said, "Sister-in-law, I can almost make these dishes now. I want to add them to the restaurant menu. Is that okay?" Zhao Jinshu naturally agreed. It was Lu Xingyao who cleaned up the dishes. She couldn't cook or cut vegetables. She didn't know how to do anything, so she could only wash the dishes. After a tiring morning, after having lunch, Zhao Jinshu couldn't resist taking a nap. When she woke up, she started knitting a sweater. As she knitted, a fairy tale story played out of her mind, scene after scene, and she couldn't help but think about it. Since her mind was telling her to express herself, she decided to write. She stopped knitting and searched her drawer for a while, but only found a broken pencil tip belonging to Lu Zhe. She couldn't find anything else. Lu Jintai was sitting in a chair reading some materials. When he heard the noise, he looked up and asked, "What are you looking for?" Zhao Jinshu didn't look up and continued rummaging through the drawer. "I'm looking for a notebook and some pens to write with." Lu Jintai didn't ask what she was going to write and got up to go to the study. When he returned, he brought a notebook and a fountain pen and handed them to her. Zhao Jinshu didn't take them. "Isn't this fountain pen the one you've been using? I'll just find a pencil in Lu Zhe's room." Lu Jintai looked at her calmly. "Can I use it?" Seeing that he insisted, she took the pen and notebook. The new notebook was blank. When she opened it, a bookmark fell out. She picked it up and looked at the elegant handwriting and the words written on it. She didn't know how to react at first. Lu Jintai saw her silent for a long time and looked up. His eyes fell on the bookmark in her hand, and he asked, "What is this?" Zhao Jinshu didn't answer. She silently turned around and handed him the bookmark. Lu Jintai took the bookmark, looked at the words on it, and his face remained calm, showing no emotion. After a moment, he said, "I'll keep this." Zhao Jinshu nodded, didn't ask anything, nor did she think much about it. She turned around and started writing her story. The story wasn't very long, and she didn't make an outline. She was afraid that once she finished the outline, the story's passion would be gone, which would be a loss. She preferred to finish writing first and then revise any parts she wasn't satisfied with. Writing by hand was naturally slow. Actually, she typed on the computer, thinking and writing at the same time, which wasn't fast either. Although it wasn't quick, she had already roughly planned the story in her mind. She wrote over 3,000 words in the afternoon. She planned to write about 100,000 words in total, and if she kept going without stopping, she could finish in half a month. She kept writing and didn't notice Lu Jintai's gaze on her. As the sunset fell, the two siblings playing outside came into the room, talking and laughing. Seeing their mother writing, Lu Zhe curiously walked over. "Mom, what are you writing?" Lu Rui also came over. Zhao Jinshu wrote the story for children, not intending to hide it from the family like in her past life. She handed him the notebook. "Read it yourself." Lu Zhe took it eagerly and started reading. Lu Jintai looked up, his expression unreadable, and glanced at Lu Zhe. Zhao Jinshu stood up. Let's have some porridge tonight. Lu Jintai said nothing but nodded slightly. She patted her son's head. Go to your room and look at it. Lu Zhe responded with an "oh," holding the notebook and walking to his room. Just as Lu Jintai was about to get up, Lu Rui came over with a book, asking him to teach reading, so he sat down. Zhao Jinshu finished rinsing the rice and put it into the pot. Lu Zhe rushed in like the wind, hugging her arm. Mom, what about the story? Did Xiao Shui find his way home? Zhao Jinshu smiled. What do you think? Lu Zhe thought for a moment. He is Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai said he would help him find his way home. She teased him. It's not that easy to find your way just because you want to. Lu Zhe's eyes widened. Really? Oh. He looked disappointed. He said unwillingly, then can't you let him find his home? He's so pitiful, with nothing to eat, and it's raining. His clothes are all wet. It's so sad. Zhao Jinshu asked him again. Why do you think Xiao Shui can't find his home? Without hesitation, Lu Zhe said, because he's playful and doesn't want to do homework. He just stays outside and doesn't want to go home. He wandered far and got lost. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Yes, he has gone very far, into the distant mountains. It's not easy to find his home, Lu Zhe insisted. Xiao Bai can help him. Xiao Bai even helps him find food. He hugged her arm. Mom, just tell me. Zhao Jinshu assured him. He will definitely return home. Of course, many unexpected things might happen along the way. In short, going home isn't so simple. Lu Zhe cheered and ran back to his room, placing the notebook on the table in his mom's room. Zhao Jinshu finished cooking and called them to eat. She saw the notebook on the table and was about to put it in the drawer. Lu Jintai spoke up. Can I read it? Zhao Jinshu hesitated for a moment, realizing it was time to eat. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, Can I? Zhao Jinshu replied, It's time to eat. Lu Jintai said, Lu Zhe can, but I can't? You're hiding it from me? She simply shoved the notebook into his hand and said, Take your time reading. Then she left the room. When Zhao Jinshu arrived in the kitchen, she found Lu Jintai following her. She looked back at him and asked, Why are you not watching anymore? Lu Jintai said, Good things are meant to be enjoyed slowly. Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled. Since you say so, I forgive you. After that, she took a bowl to serve rice. What did I do that needs forgiving? Lu Jintai followed her. Just now, he acted like a child wanting candy if he didn't get it, he fussed. It was a bit annoying. Lu Jintai. Zhao Jinshu handed him the porridge she had prepared. He silently took it and sat at the dining table. There's no rule in their home that food should be silent. The kids like to talk about whatever they eat. Lu Zhe patted his stomach and said, We've eaten a lot of meat these days. Having porridge at night feels very comfortable. Zhao Jinshu said, That's why I cooked something light tonight, to help you all feel better. Lu Rui looked at her mom and then at her dad, asking, Dad, are you not talking? Zhao Jinshu glanced at her husband. Seeing that he was just eating without saying a word, she thought, When I said he was annoying while serving food, he probably isn't angry now, right? She almost wanted to laugh. Could he be that petty? Or maybe his temper has always been strange. She couldn't tell. She didn't want him to get sick from holding it in, so she asked him, Your daughter is asking you a question. Lu Jintai looked up at her. Afraid you'll be annoyed. Zhao Jinshu couldn't tell if he was truly angry, so she asked, Are you angry? Lu Jintai said, You think I'm so petty. She quickly denied, No way. She asked again, So you're not angry? Lu Jintai glanced at her. Just because my wife scolded me. Why would I get angry? Zhao Jinshu nodded, seeming to believe he wasn't angry. She looked at her daughter and said, Your dad is eating, no time to talk. Lu Jintai looked at her and accepted this explanation. After dinner, Lu Zhe kept pestering his mom to quickly write the next part of the story. Zhao Jinshu, is he trying to pressure her to update faster? She regretted showing him the unfinished story. She had planned to keep writing that night, so she took out her notebook and continued writing. The main story is about a young boy named Xiao Shui who doesn't want to go home early to do his homework. He sneaks out to play alone and accidentally enters the animal kingdom, where he can't find his way back home. After feeling lonely, helpless, cold, and hungry, he meets a kind rabbit named Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai feels sorry for him, not only finding carrots for him to eat but also promising to help him find his way home. While searching for the way back, many adventures happen, and they face many challenges. At first, Xiao Shui is confused and scared. Xiao Bai keeps encouraging him, helping him overcome his fear. Together, they find ways to solve the problems. Along the way, they make friends with animals like a little squirrel named Hui Hui, a goat uncle, and a zebra sister. In the end, all the friends work together to help Xiao Shui find his way home. Of course, there are touching moments that bring tears and funny scenes that make you laugh. This kind of story is quite common now, but even Lu Zhe, who already knows many fairy tales, finds it fresh and interesting. Zhao Jinshu kept writing until 10 p.m. before she felt tired. She stood up and stretched. At this moment, she missed her computer. Even though she types slowly, at least she doesn't have to write stroke by stroke. Luckily, she's still young and can handle the strain. If she were older, writing for several hours would make her shoulders and neck hurt badly. She took out a thermos, poured herself a glass of water, and sat there slowly drinking. After finishing the water, she turned around and saw Lu Jintai still reading. She asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "Waiting for you." Suddenly, Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "I've written 3,000 more words. Do you want to read it?" Lu Jintai smiled. "So proactive?" Zhao Jinshu climbed onto the bed, handed him her notebook, and said with a smile, "Professor Lu, please give some advice." Professor Lu looked at her. "What's the benefit? Such confidence, and you still want benefits?" Zhao Jinshu raised her eyebrows slightly. "No benefits. I just help if I want to." Professor Lu looked helpless. Who's the confident one here? Professor Luju was also feeling that pulling her along was quite good. He said, "Help? Why not help? It's my honor." Then he took over and carefully read each word. He was even more serious about it than when he looked at research materials. While he was reading, Zhao Jinshu took off her clothes and got into bed. When he finished, he looked up and found she was already asleep. He rubbed his forehead, wanting to talk to her about his thoughts, but it seemed he could only wait until tomorrow. Writing stories is not only physically tiring but also mentally exhausting, as the mind keeps working. Zhao Jinshu slept very peacefully that night. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. The father and daughter next to her were no longer in bed. She got dressed and came out, seeing Lu Jintai in the kitchen making breakfast. The two children were washing their faces and brushing their teeth. She quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth too. After breakfast, she sent Lu Zhe to school. Then Lu Jintai said, "I'm going to the school." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Do you want to go see it?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "You go to work, what should I do?" In her previous life, she disliked going to the place where Lu Jintai worked. She felt it was full of intellectuals, and she didn't fit in. But now, she didn't feel anything about it. If she had time, she could take the kids for a walk, but she was busy writing stories, so she decided not to. Lu Jintai wasn't surprised. When he first invited her to visit the school, she didn't agree. He said, "You want to write fairy tales, right? I'll take Rira to see it." Zhao Jinshu frowned. "You're working. How do you have time to take care of her?" Lu Jintai said, "It's just a small matter, no big deal. I will take good care of our daughter." Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Rui and asked, "Do you want to go?" Lu Rui nodded. She wanted to visit her dad's workplace and play. Zhao Jinshu said, "Then go ahead." Lu Jintai rode his bike, taking his daughter and leaving. When they arrived at B University, they met the two students who had come to their house that day. He held Lu Rui and said to one of them, "Zhao Hongyang, ask Han Fingji to come to my office." Zhao Hongyang was surprised. "Okay, Professor Lu." He went to the lab, found Han Fingji, and told him about this. Han Fingji nervously walked to Professor Lu's office door, unsure what Professor Lu wanted to see him about. Looking at the door in front of her, she felt her heart beat faster. Gathering her courage, she reached out and knocked. "Come in." Hearing the deep voice inside, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open to go inside. When she saw what was inside, she froze. Usually serious Professor Lu was holding a little girl in his arms. The girl was well-behaved and cute, holding a treasured fountain pen and drawing on paper. Lu Jintai looked up and pointed at a bookmark on the table. Is this yours? Han Fingji looked over, her face turning bright red. She hesitated and couldn't say a word. Lu Jintai's face was serious. Personal belongings are not to be left around. Han Fingji looked at him, opening her mouth to speak, but she didn't dare say what she was thinking. Lu Jintai said, "Take it away." Han Fingji's face flushed even more. She stepped forward, grabbed the bookmark, and quickly left. Lu Jintai's voice came from behind. "Close the door." Han Fingji pursed her lips, her eyes turning red. Before closing the door, she heard the little girl inside say, "Daddy, am I doing it right?" The usually serious Professor Lu was gentle at this moment. "Yes, everything is correct. Rue is so good." She couldn't bear to listen anymore and ran away quickly. All morning, Zhao Jinshu kept writing and writing. By noon, she finally got up to prepare lunch. The father and daughter said they would come back for a meal. She cooked rice, stir-fried some lotus root slices, made a spicy vegetable and meat dish, and finally prepared egg drop soup. Just as the meal was ready, the father and daughter returned. Zhao Jinshu said, "You came back quite early. I'm hungry." Lu Rue patted his stomach. "Then wash your hands and eat." After eating, Lu Jintai said slowly, "This afternoon, someone will deliver a bed." "Why deliver a bed?" Zhao Jinshu looked up. Lu Jintai didn't answer directly but said, "The bed isn't very big. Lu Rue can sleep alone." "What do you mean?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "You don't plan to make her sleep alone, do you?" That's exactly what he meant. He said, "She's almost 4 years old. She can sleep in her own bed now." Zhao Jinshu replied, "She will cry." Lu Jintai said, she agreed and happily chose a very beautiful bed and sheets. Zhao Jinshu looked at her daughter, who was lying in bed, drowsy and almost asleep. In the middle of winter, making her sleep alone. "You're too harsh, Dad." Lu Jintai replied, with a hot water bag. Lu Zhe was sleeping alone by the age of 3. Zhao Jinshu said, "That was because we had Lu Rue then, and it wasn't convenient to let him sleep alone. So, a nearly 4-year-old child can sleep by himself." Lu Jintai insisted. "Our daughter is willing to.
She's brave."
You should let her be independent." Zhao Jinshu asked. "There's no room at home." "Where will the bed go?" Lu Jintai said. "Lu Zhe's room can fit 2 beds. Siblings sharing a room won't be afraid." He added, "This is only temporary." She thought to herself, "He acted first and told me later. What can I say?" She understood his meaning. They didn't have a house now. The children were young, so they would share a room for the time being. When the children grow older and they have a house, they can sleep separately. Lu Jintai sat beside her. "How much did you write today?" Zhao Jinshu had a burst of inspiration this morning and almost didn't have any writer's block. She wrote over 4,000 words in the morning, which surprised her. Lu Jintai asked, "Do you want to show me?" Zhao Jinshu handed him her notebook. "Here, take a look." Lu Jintai took it and sat beside her to read. Even though he read very carefully, over 4,000 words took only a few minutes. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Jintai looked at her with admiration. "Very good." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "What do you like about it?" Lu Jintai thought for a moment and said, "The 2 main characters discover they are being followed by a big gray wolf. They pretend not to notice and quietly hide in a cave. The wolf stays outside. I thought they would be stuck for a long time, but unexpectedly, they came up with a plan to divert the wolf's attention, leading the 2 wolves to the fox." Zhao Jinshu asked, and then Lu Jintai clicked his pen and continued. The little boy remembered a fairy tale he learned before, The Fox and the Crow. In the cave, he pretended to chat loudly with Little White, saying that the fox had tricked a lot of meat from the crow. He's hungry and plans to find the fox tomorrow to get some meat to eat. The big gray wolf was very hungry now. Hearing this, he naturally became interested. The little boy and the little white rabbit planned to stay inside until tomorrow, but he didn't want to wait here any longer. A smile flashed in his eyes as he said, he even kindly told them where the fox lives. "Clever child," Zhao Jinshu replied. "Foxes are also their enemies, and they want to eat Little White." Lu Jintai laughed and said, "See? He's so smart, making the 2 enemies fight each other." This was how Zhao Jinshu set up the story. Although the little handsome boy was playful and didn't like doing homework, he was actually very clever. Lu Jintai added. Later, Little White used himself as bait to lure the big gray wolf and the fox to the edge of a cliff. During their fight, both fell off. Zhao Jinshu coughed and said, "Of course, they still had some hero's luck. Is it just a coincidence that they both fell off the cliff?" It was only arranged by the author. Lu Jintai had never heard of this term. Hero's luck. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and explained, heroes can't get hurt, so some authors like to give their main characters special luck, like enemies dying at a certain moment or the hero always winning, or getting caught in funny situations. Seeing the other person look confused, she said, "Anyway, even if the hero is weak at first, they will gradually defeat stronger enemies and finally achieve their goal." Lu Jintai didn't read many stories, so he didn't quite understand what she meant. He believed that a hero who can defeat stronger opponents despite being weaker must be as clever and quick-witted as the little boy in the fairy tale Zhao Jinshu wrote. Otherwise, how could they win? Zhao Jinshu knew he didn't quite get it, but didn't explain further. Lu Jintai looked at her with admiration. This story is very well written, with good style and humor. Even when the characters are running for their lives, funny and embarrassing things happen. He thought it was very impressive that the little white rabbit defeated the big gray wolf. "Professor Lu says it's good, so I feel reassured," Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. Lu Jintai paused and asked, "How many words do you plan to write?" "About 100,000 words. Lu Jintai nodded. "Do you want to publish it?" "Of course." Zhao Jinshu said, "No author writes a manuscript just to leave it to gather dust at home." She was so quick to show Lu Jintai her work because she wanted him to help her judge it and also to find a publisher. Lu Jintai asked, "Do you need my help?" "Yes," Zhao Jinshu replied confidently. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked with a smile, "How should I thank you?" Zhao Jinshu looked back at him. "We are married. It's my duty to help you. No need to thank me." Lu Jintai smiled too. Since they're married, there's no need for thanks. After their discussion, they each went to do their own things. Around 3 p.m., Lu Rui's bed arrived. Lu Rui jumped onto the bed and said, "This is my bed. I never said it wasn't yours," Zhao Jinshu replied. She took him off the bed and wiped it again. "Once the water dries, I'll put a blanket on it, and then you can jump on it." The bed was made of wood, and she saw the wood was thick and sturdy. It was okay for the child to jump on it a few times. Lu Rui said, "I want new sheets. The new sheets haven't been washed," Zhao Jinshu explained. "Can I put the sheets I bought before on it?" Lu Rui nodded. "Okay." Zhao Jinshu then asked, "Are you really not afraid to sleep alone?" "Big brother is here," Lu Rui said. With her brother here, she wasn't afraid. Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking she'd let her try sleeping alone for one night. If it didn't work, she could come back and sleep with them. When Lu Zhe came back and saw an extra bed in the room, Zhao Jinshu explained. Lu Zhe was very happy. He had always felt lonely sleeping alone, but now with his sister here, the room felt lively. After dinner, they rested for a while. The couple washed the children and then got into their own beds. Lu Rui was curious and lay on her bed. Seeing her brother across from her, she felt safe and closed her eyes. She fell asleep after a little while. Zhao Jinshu worked on her writing for half an hour, then quietly opened their door. She saw that the brother and sister were already asleep, with their blankets neatly covering them. She felt relieved, closed the door, and went back to her room. Lu Jintai came in from outside and looked at her. "Did you boil water? Do you want to take a bath?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Seeing his hair wet, it was clear he had already bathed and washed his hair. When she met his gaze, she understood he was thinking again. Their daughter sleeping peacefully made things easier for both of them. This man's thoughts were obvious. However, there was no need to refuse. She said, "Blow-dry your hair and help me carry the water to the bathtub." Moreover, she also wanted to take a hot bath. Lu Jintai replied, "Okay." In winter, taking a bath is very relaxing. After coming out of the bathtub, Zhao Jinshu felt all her tiredness melt away. She dried herself, put on her clothes, and then ran into her room, curling up in bed. As for the bathwater in the tub, it has a drain. She simply opened it, and the water flowed out naturally. Lying in bed, she looked at Lu Jintai and asked, "Did you check on the siblings?" Lu Jintai nodded. "They haven't kicked off the blankets." Zhao Jinshu felt relieved. Lu Jintai turned to look at her and asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "No." After saying that, she waited for a while but saw no action from him. What was she waiting for? She turned her head and kicked him gently. "Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to sleep." Lu Jintai's gaze fell on her rosy face after the bath. Even the mischievous look in his eyes when she kicked him didn't fade. He reached out and grabbed her kicked foot. Zhao Jinshu was surprised. What kind of habit is that? That was her foot, not her hand. "Isn't it clean?" She blinked and said, "Don't touch me with your hand later." Such a spoil of the mood. Lu Jintai rolled his eyes at her. She couldn't help but yawn. After a bath, she was ready to sleep, and now she was feeling sleepy. Lu Jintai suddenly pulled her into his arms and looked at her. "Are you sleepy?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking, it's normal for a couple to be in the same room and still be so slow. No wonder she was sleepy. Last time, he was very eager. Lu Jintai didn't hold back. "Even if you're sleepy, you have to endure it." Zhao Jinshu's sleepiness suddenly disappeared. "Then hurry up. They were old married partners. Couldn't they have a little understanding?" Lu Jintai didn't want to say anything more. He leaned in and pressed his lips to her, blocking her words. Just after they finished brushing their teeth, his lips pressed against hers, and Zhao Jinshu smelled a fresh minty scent. She thought to herself, it smells quite nice. Lu Jintai was very careful about hygiene, which she was very happy about. It would be even better if his hand, which had just touched her foot, didn't wander around randomly. Even though she washed her feet very carefully, she still felt uncomfortable. Perhaps noticing her distraction, he pressed his lips more firmly. Soon, Zhao Jinshu no longer had the energy to think about his hand touching her foot. Her thoughts became fuzzy, and she felt like a small boat swaying in the deep sea, unable to find the shore. A bright flash of light appeared, and the sounds in the room gradually stopped. Zhao Jinshu closed her eyes tightly. She was sweaty and held in his arms. Half asleep, she heard him whisper in her ear, "Are you still sleepy?" Not only sleepy, but also tired. She had never understood why. Even though he was the one exerting effort, she felt so exhausted. Lu Jintai said, "Then go to sleep." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jinshu drifted into a dream. Lu Jintai looked at her peacefully sleeping face, gently touching her cheek. Thinking about her earlier annoyed look, he chuckled softly and withdrew his hand. Zhao Jinshu found it hard to breathe. In her hazy state, she felt trapped in a small space, unable to escape. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and saw Lu Jintai's sleepy, drowsy eyes looking back at her. His voice was a little husky. "What's wrong?" Zhao Jinshu moved slightly and realized she was tightly held in his arms. She said, "Let me go first." Lu Jintai didn't move. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Zhao Jinshu said, "I haven't brushed my teeth." Lu Jintai replied, "I don't mind." Zhao Jinshu wanted to say, "You don't mind me, but I mind you." But he didn't give her a chance. She couldn't say a word before being overwhelmed by his passion. She couldn't remember clearly if young Lu Jintai in her past life was also like this, troublesome and persistent. Not only did he kiss her warmly, but he also turned over and pressed down on her. She was distracted, thinking that last night was too tiring and she was too sleepy, so she didn't have time to put on her clothes and just fell asleep. Now, it was a perfect opportunity for him. No need to take off clothes. It was just before dawn. Outside was quiet, with no sound at all, but inside the room, things were heating up. Having just experienced it last night, Zhao Jinshu was starting to feel overwhelmed, whining and scratching at him. He didn't mind at all, holding her hand and gently pulling it. He wasn't in a rush to finish. Instead, he slowly enjoyed their special intimate moment. When the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Zhao Jinshu couldn't lift her hands anymore. She lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up again, it was already 10:30. She noticed she was dressed in underwear, a thermal shirt, thermal pants, and cotton shoes. Zhao Jinshu thought. She had slept so deeply that she didn't know how he managed to put her clothes on. She slowly sat up, feeling the soreness in her body, which made her realize how wild they had been last night. She yawned, put on a cotton jacket and pants, and slipped into her cotton shoes before heading outside. Outside, Lu Rui was sitting on a bench, leaning on a chair, drawing and writing. She approached him and asked, "What are you writing?" Lu Rui looked at her and said, "Dad asked me to write." Zhao Jinshu looked down and saw numbers from 0 to 5. Her father had written a sample for her to copy, so she just needed to compare and write each stroke carefully. She said, "Then take your time." Lu Rui looked up and asked, "Mom, are you done?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes, I'm done." Realizing she hadn't gotten out of bed, she thought maybe Lu Jintai had said something to her. Lu Rui asked again, "Really?" Zhao Jinshu confirmed, "Really?" Lu Rui smiled and said, "I'm writing now." Zhao Jinshu told him, "Go ahead and write." She then went to brush her teeth and wash her face. After finishing her morning routine, she saw the breakfast on the table. She looked at Lu Jintai, who was busy, and asked, "Is this for me?" Lu Jintai nodded and said, "Yes, it's yours." She looked at the food, a steamed egg, a glass of milk powder, and 2 meat buns. The buns were probably bought outside. Seeing the breakfast, she realized she was hungry. She sat down and eagerly grabbed a bun to eat. After finishing her breakfast and filling her stomach, she finally felt comfortable. She leaned back in the chair, not wanting to move. Lu Jintai came over and cleared the dishes. Zhao Jinshu carried her chair and sat next to her daughter, enjoying the sunshine. The winter sun was warm and bright. Before long, she started feeling sleepy. Lu Jintai washed the dishes and saw her drowsy state, then asked, "Want to go to your room and sleep?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I'll just take a quick nap here." The sun was warm, and she didn't want to move. She looked at him and said, "Today the sun is strong. Should we bring out the quilt and let it sunbathe?" Lu Jintai said, "I go, you sit down." Zhao Jinshu responded with a hum and leaned back in her chair. When she saw her daughter finish her homework, she asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lu Rui happily said, "Yes, I wasn't scared at all." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Are you going to sleep alone again tonight?" Lu Rui nodded and said, "My brother sleeps alone, so I want to sleep alone too." Zhao Jinshu once again thought that this child was easy to take care of. If she wanted to sleep separately, then they would. It was another Saturday. After dinner, the children played and ran around in the yard. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stood on the porch, whispering to each other, but she didn't know what they were talking about. Zhao Jinshu had written over 70,000 words for her manuscript. She was in the final stage and a bit tired. She wasn't in a hurry. She knew she couldn't rush it and had to take her time. Seeing the lively scene outside, she stepped out to relax. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing saw her, but didn't greet her. The two sisters-in-law were chatting happily. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind. Even after many years, she and these two sisters-in-law didn't have much to talk about. Ji Yuanrong tidied up the house and came out to stand in the yard. She said, "Your eldest Anne has been feeling better these days. Tomorrow, don't go out. Let's go see her together." The eldest sister-in-law had been unwell for half a year. When the children wanted to visit her, she didn't allow it. She said she just wanted to rest quietly and recover. When they all went to see her, it was lively at home, but she had to entertain them, which distracted her from her recovery. It was better to wait until she was better. Lin Yulan glanced at Zhao Jinshu and asked, "Your second sister-in-law has been here for so long. Haven't you been to visit the eldest aunt?" Before her rebirth, Zhao Jinshu really hadn't gone. She said, "It will be the same tomorrow." "That's not the same," Lin Yulan said meaningfully. Ji Yuanrong shot her a look. "What's different?" Recently, the eldest family's words and actions seemed to hint at causing trouble, especially targeting the second family. She looked on coldly. The three daughters-in-law, especially Jean Tai's wife, were sensible. She didn't talk much, but was thoughtful in everything. They focused on living their own lives. Don't think she was easy to bully. If anyone provoked her, no matter who they were, she wouldn't hold back. Of course, she also saw that the second family probably didn't regard the eldest or the third family highly. Lin Yulan felt a sudden sting from her mother-in-law's cold gaze and quickly changed her tone. I was thinking that Debo's house is in the military compound, which is very secure. I just wanted to tell Erdi's wife in advance, so she can be prepared and not run around at the last minute. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and said, "Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I'm not that unreliable. I won't run around everywhere." As for what she really wanted to say, she didn't bother. She knew it wouldn't be good. Lin Yulan forced a small smile, thinking to herself that when Zhao Jinshu first came back from the countryside, she hid at home for a month or two, afraid to go out. She spent her days cleaning, cooking, and tidying up, busy all the time. Now she seemed more confident, but who knew if she was just acting tough at home? The military compound was a serious place. If she was inexperienced, she might get scared and say nothing. Then it would be embarrassing. After Wang Meijing and Zhao Jinshu argued, they didn't speak to each other anymore. When they met in the yard, they acted as if the other didn't exist. She stood nearby silently, overhearing that they would visit Debo's house tomorrow. Her eyes lit up, and she asked, "Mom, will Aunt and the others go too?" Her aunt was her mother-in-law's sister-in-law. The Ji family and the Lu family were related by marriage, and they had always been close. Debo's wife had been ill for over half a year. Now she was feeling better, and normally, friends and relatives who visited would come to see her. Of course they will come. Ji Yuanrong had visited her sister-in-law last week. Seeing she was almost recovered, she discussed with her about everyone visiting her and then informed her own family. Wang Meijing smiled happily, her gaze subtly falling on Zhao Jinshu. Her aunt was her relative, and no matter whether she was in the Lu family or the Ji family, her status was unmatched. Zhao Jinshu clearly noticed her gaze. Her proud expression and the way she seemed to be imagining something made her seem like she was putting on a show. Since Wang Meijing questioned her daughter without reason last time, she hadn't paid her any attention since. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, the lights in each house gradually turned on. Lu Jintai opened his door, went to the kitchen, turned on the stove's exhaust, poured hot water for washing, and then started preparing breakfast. Zhao Jinshu dressed up and opened her daughter's door. She saw the two little ones cuddled in their pillows, their faces flushed. She gently touched their blankets. They looked warm and cozy. After the household responsibility system was introduced, her parents early on considered that she might need to move to the city in the future to live a normal life, and a quilt would be essential. They planted 3 acres of cotton and made 8 full beds of quilts for her. When Lu Jintai came to pick up their family of 3, she couldn't carry all the luggage herself, so the quilts were sent by mail, which cost a lot of money. She didn't want so many quilts at first, but her mother insisted and said she was right to listen to her. Later, she realized her mother had already foreseen this. Otherwise, where would the 2 children get new quilts to cover now? Even if they bought them now, cotton isn't easy to find these days. All of this was filled with her grandmother's love. Thinking of her child's grandmother, she decided to write them a letter at night. There was no phone in the village, so they couldn't contact each other easily, only through letters. She also didn't know if the shoes she sent had arrived. Fortunately, her parents were still young and healthy. Before her rebirth, her 80 or 90-year-old mother even called her to complain that her brother and younger brother were too strict, not allowing them to play mahjong. After breakfast, the adults and children dressed up and left. Their second household only had 1 bicycle, so the grandparents let the 2 children sit on their bikes. Everyone rode their bikes toward the military district compound, which looked quite impressive from afar. At that time, bicycles were the main way people traveled, so this was quite common. When they reached the gate of the military district, after registering, a group of people pushed their bikes and went inside. By then, Lu Erbo's family had already arrived. Lu Erbo Lu Huaixing had 1 son and 1 daughter, both married. Lu Debo Lu Huaizhong only had a daughter with him now, and she was married too. Her grandfather was the 3rd son of the Lu family, with many children, so their household was the largest. Seeing such a big group of people coming in, the eldest aunt's face softened unconsciously. Her gaze first fell on Lu Jintai. Then she looked at Zhao Jinshu and the 2 children beside him. Lu Huayuan looked at his older sister-in-law, sizing her up, and relaxed. Big sister-in-law looks much better than a few days ago. Grandmother Jinginghua smiled and said, things have been easier for a while now. Don't worry too much. There's nothing serious. She watched the group enter and stood quietly, waving to the children. Come here, everyone, sit with Grandma. Lu Rue and Lu Zhe looked at their parents. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, that's your great-grandmother. Go ahead. Lu Rue and Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment, then happily walked over. The older siblings from the first family, Lu Hui and Lu Xiang, and the third family, Lu Kai Fei and Lu Manting, stood nearby without moving. Although they were usually brave and fearless, whenever they faced the great-grandparents, they instantly became shy and timid. The older aunt looked at the two children in front of her and asked softly, who are you children from? Lu Zhe replied clearly, great-grandmother, we're children of Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu. My name is Lu Zhe. I will be 6 years old after the new year. Lu Rue looked at his brother and then at the great-grandmother. He took a step forward and said, great-grandmother, I am Lu Rue. I am almost 4 years old. I am my parents' child, and this is my brother. He pointed at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe glared at him. Who is your parents' child? You should say their names. Lu Rue was confused by his brother's glare, but didn't argue. He just looked at the great-grandmother. The older aunt smiled and pulled them closer. Oh, you're not afraid of great-grandmother? Lu Zhe looked at her and said, I like great-grandmother. She smiled when she saw us, so I'm not afraid. The great-grandmother looked at their expressions, which were the same as when she looked at her grandparents and other elders. Of course, she wasn't afraid. Lu Rue also agreed, saying, great-grandmother smiled, so I'm not afraid. The older aunt looked at Lu Jintai and teased with a smile. Jintai, they're much more fun than you were when you were little. Look, they even say I like them. She had a scar on her face and the children in the family were afraid of her. But these two children weren't afraid at all, and even looked serious when they said she liked them. They were confident children. How could they tell she liked them? Thinking of this, her smile deepened, making her scar look even more frightening. Lu Jintai had a slight smile on his face. Does that mean the older aunt doesn't like them? The older aunt nodded at him. Once you're married, things are different. You start teasing people. Lu Jintai's lips curled up. Wang Meijing pushed her two children from behind, looking serious. Come on, hurry up. They couldn't let the second family take all the attention, right? The two children didn't move. They didn't understand how Lu Zhe and Lu Rue dared to go over. They had heard that the great-grandfather and great-grandmother had fought in wars and killed many people. Were they not afraid? Lin Yulan gently nudged her two sons' backs. The third family's children were still young, so they didn't go along. You are the great-grandchildren of the Lu family. How can you be so timid? Especially when she saw the two children from the second family talking and laughing with their great-aunt. She felt like a cat scratching her inside. She wished she could replace her sons and go talk to her great-aunt herself. Lu Ming, Lu Jintai, and Lu Hefeng put the things they were holding onto a nearby cabinet. Great-aunt Lu Huaizhang looked at them with a stern face. Why did you bring these things? Your great-aunt doesn't eat them.
Yuanrong smiled.
They're children. They should come see their great-aunt, so they can't come empty-handed. Look, I didn't bring anything. Not bringing anything is fine. Didn't you bring something before? You can't bring a lot every time you visit. Great-aunt Lu said from the side, when you go back, take everything back. You all have children, but only me and your eldest brother are old here. No children, and the doctors won't let us eat certain things, so we can't eat much. It's so annoying. She spoke with a lot of frustration. Lu Fan, the eldest daughter of Great-aunt Lu, heard her words and looked helpless. She understood her mother's meaning. Her mother had been married for many years and hadn't had children. She was very opinionated and often brought up children in her talks. Lu Huaixing, the second uncle, said, we're all family. We should have proper manners, or others might say our Lu family isn't polite. Lu Huaixing's wife also agreed. Great-aunt Lu smiled. You all are so nosy. What does our family's business have to do with outsiders? Everyone chuckled. Then Great-aunt Lu looked at Zhao Jinshu. Is this child your daughter-in-law, Jintai? Lu Jintai replied, Great Aunt Lu, this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu stepped forward and smiled. Great Aunt. Ji Yuanrong said, Older sister-in-law, just call her Jinshu. Great Aunt Lu examined her. This girl looks nice. No wonder these two little ones are so handsome. After saying that, she added, Everyone don't just stand there. Come, sit down. Everyone found a place to sit. Lu Zhe and Lu Ruishuan sat down on either side of their great-grandmother. Great Aunt Lu was a bit surprised. These children weren't afraid of her at all. Thinking of this, she hugged Lu Ruishuan into her arms. Lu Rui sat in her lap, curious and looking at her carefully. She asked worriedly, Grandma, does it hurt? Ji Yuanrong was stunned and quickly looked at her older sister-in-law, afraid she might be upset. The older sister-in-law glanced at her and said irritably, Why are you so scared? Do you think I would hurt her? Ji Yuanrong smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Lu Rui looked at them confused. The older sister-in-law scolded gently, Children are not as smart as adults. There's nothing wrong with asking questions. Rui cares about me. This scar is my military medal. There's no taboo about it. Then she looked at Lu Rui and said, Grandma doesn't hurt anymore now. As for whether it hurt when she was injured, she had forgotten. Even if it hurt, she didn't care much at the time. Lu Rui finally smiled. Wang Meijing watched from the side, feeling envious. Even she didn't dare to be too bold in front of the older sister-in-law, nor did she speak casually. She didn't expect that Lu Rui from the second family was quite brave. Thinking of this, she looked at her daughter with disappointment. Usually, her daughter talked nonstop at home, but now she was silent. Lu Manting ignored her and felt unhappy. Lu Rui was talking with Grandma, so she should have been with her. Why push her away? Aren't you sitting here afraid to speak? You didn't even talk to Grandma like the second sister-in-law did. Zhao Jinshu watched nearby and felt a little moved. In her previous life, when the two children came to the older uncle's house, they weren't as open as now. It wasn't because they were afraid of their grandparents, but simply because they were shy and unfamiliar, lacking a sense of closeness. This life, she had intentionally or unintentionally tried to bring them closer to their grandparents. In just a few days, they became more familiar. As she changed, the children also gradually became more confident. They became more relaxed and comfortable around the Lu family, gradually fitting in. Now, even when they came to the older uncle's house and saw the unfamiliar grandma, they could chat freely. She was truly moved by her two children. Their ability to adapt was amazing. Lin Yulan looked at everything with complex feelings. At this moment, she had to admit that the two children from the second family were very well behaved. This made her feel a little defeated. Deep down, she had never really liked her two sisters-in-law. Even though she got along well with Wang Meijing, she thought Wang Meijing wasn't very capable. She was a bit naive, often speaking and acting without thinking, offending people without realizing it. As for Zhao Jinshu, there's no need to mention her. She comes from the countryside, with no family background, no education, and no job. Even if her second son is capable, it doesn't change the fact that besides her appearance, she has nothing else impressive. Right now, Zhao Jinshu, who has nothing, has outperformed her in raising children. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She even started to dislike her two obedient sons sitting quietly beside her. Now they are well behaved. Usually, they rush out when they get home, and when she asks for their help with chores, she can't find them. A deep sense of helplessness grew in her heart. She has been living frugally every day, all for their sake, but they are ungrateful. They are even less capable than Zhao Jinshu's children. Is there any hope for her in this life? Zhao Jinshu didn't know what her two children were doing. She almost made her sister-in-law depressed. They even started to doubt life itself. She smiled as she watched her two children talk with their great-grandmother. Aunt Lu, feeling jealous, said to Ji Yuanrong, It seems like my eldest sister-in-law really likes these two children. Ji Yuanrong looked proud. The children are well-behaved and cute. Who wouldn't like them? Then she looked at Lu Jing'an sitting silently nearby and asked, Why do you look so tired? Aunt Lu glanced at her daughter and no longer smiled. She's pregnant. Ji Yuanrong was surprised. Another one, Lu Jing'an nodded with a smile. Yes, Aunt Lu looked unhappy and also felt sorry for her daughter. I told her not to have more children, but she wouldn't listen. She insists on having a son. Is a son really that important? Lu Jing'an replied. In their hometown, if there's no boy, they get bullied and looked down upon. Ji Yuanrong frowned. Even if she didn't agree, she didn't say anything. She just asked, "What about your work?" Lu Jing'an smiled and said, "It's okay. If necessary, I can just quit." Ji Yuanrong looked at her helplessly. "You want to stop working? And also give up on manhwa? How will you live in the future?" Lu Jing'an smiled. Manhwa and his family have discussed it. After the baby is born, she will be registered under Jianhua's younger brother's name. It won't be a problem. Aunt Lu then said, "You really want a son? What if this baby is a girl? Will you keep trying to have more?" Lu Jing'an's eyes showed a hint of confusion about the future. She said, "I don't know. I think my second sister-in-law should understand me. They probably also have many children just to have a son." She then looked at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu frowned, not understanding why she was sharing this. She looked at them and said, "It's true, but every family is different, and so are their ideas. Old ideas are hard to change, at least for our generation. They can't be changed." Lu Jintai looked up at Lu Jing'an. "No one here understands you. Sons and daughters are equally important. You've been a young worker for years. Have you lost your mind?" His words were quite blunt, making Lu Jing'an feel a bit embarrassed. She knew her family didn't understand her. She thought her second sister-in-law would understand her, but of course, she couldn't. She has a son, so she can't understand. She was overthinking. Second, and also blamed her daughter for being too soft and lacking opinions. But after marrying Wu Jianhua for a few years, her mind was influenced by the Wu family, and she was solely focused on having a son for them. Every time she thought of this, she wished she could swallow the Wu family whole. No matter how much she hated the situation, she couldn't help but feel a mother's love for her daughter. She could hit or scold her daughter, but if someone else criticized her, she wouldn't be happy. She looked at Lu Jintai. Jintai still protects his wife. Obviously, Lu Jintai's earlier words had upset her. Ji Yuanrong glanced at her lightly. This sister-in-law always protected her own. But honestly, as long as someone is sane, who wouldn't protect their own children? Thinking of this, she smiled naturally and said, "Who else would he protect if not his wife? Just like you complain that Jing'an isn't capable, but if someone says a word against her, you wouldn't want to hear it." Lu Jing'an was silent. Second aunt forced a laugh. "I was just joking with Jintai, and you got so defensive." Ji Yuanrong raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course I do. I have to protect my son," Zhao Jinshu joked. "Then, Mom, you should protect him more, so he doesn't get bullied and doesn't know how to stand up for himself." Lu Jintai looked at her with a faint smile. Ji Yuanrong smiled back. Although she didn't think her son would be bullied, she still kindly assured, "I will protect him. I definitely won't let anyone bully him." Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan couldn't help but frown. Second aunt looked at Zhao Jinshu. This daughter-in-law from Jintai was good at flattering her in front of her mother-in-law. Both Jintai and her husband were clever and not easy to deal with. She said, "Only Jintai likes to bully others. No one dares to bully him. Kong and Jing and couldn't beat him when they were young. They often got tricked by him because he's very clever." Hearing this, second aunt was full of words to say. As a mother, she couldn't stand her children being bullied, but they enjoyed it and always played with Jintai. Zhao Jinshu had never heard anyone mention these things. She looked at Jintai and asked, "Really? That's not true," Jintai said calmly. Second aunt was a bit speechless. Could she still be lying? Kong'an came in from outside and heard his mother talking. He touched his nose and said, "No matter how clever Jintai is, I'm 2 or 3 years older. I can still trick him." "Mom, you're underestimating me." Everyone in the room, including his wife and children, was there. How could they think that their husband or father was not as good as others? His mother kept talking about his childhood embarrassments. He frowned because he cared about his reputation. Second aunt was silent. Ji Yuanrong looked at her frustrated expression and felt sorry for her. After talking with the eldest aunt for over half an hour, she yawned, waved her hand, and said, "You all go play. I remember there are feathered shuttlecocks at home. Lu Fan can bring them out for the children to play." Kong'an looked at Jintai and said, "Jintai needs to talk to you. Shall we go outside?" Huazhang pointed to the tea room and said, "Go to the tea room. I've brewed some tea." The brothers stood up. Jintai lowered his eyes and looked at Zhao Jinshu. "I'll go over for a while." Zhao Jinshu looked up. "Go ahead." Kong'an smiled and said, "Jintai is worried about his sister-in-law." Jintai looked at him expressionlessly but didn't speak. Kong'an continued to smile. "They're all here, let them talk and chat. Let's go to the tea room first." Zhao Jinshu waved her hand. "Go ahead, go ahead." After they left, the eldest aunt also stood up. "I'm going to the kitchen to see how the food is coming along." Ji Yuanrong also got up. "I'll help." With everyone standing, second aunt could only get up too. My great aunt didn't stop them. She kept letting them sit, but they felt uncomfortable. As for Lu Huaizhang, he took his two younger brothers outside to play chess. Half of the people in the house left. Lu Zhe and some older brothers went outside to play with glass marbles. Lin Yulan, Wang Meijing, and Lu Kong'an's wife gathered together to chat. Soon, Lu Jing'an also joined them. Zhao Jinshu sat quietly, without moving. Lu Fan took out a shuttlecock, and she took her daughter outside to kick it. She had been sitting all day writing and knitting, so she hadn't exercised for a long time. She tried, but it felt strange. After a few kicks, she didn't quite find the feeling from when she was a child. Still, it didn't ruin their fun. They mainly played and exercised. Who cared how well they kicked? Mother and daughter were having a great time. Lu Kong'an's eldest daughter, Lu Danyang, and her two cousins watched with interest. After a while, Zhao Jinshu and her daughter got tired from kicking the shuttlecock and were panting. They weren't as good as when they were kids. It seemed they needed to exercise more. Their physical strength was still lacking. Zhao Jinshu asked, "Do you want to play shuttlecock?" Lu Danyang looked at her and smiled. "Second Annie, shall we have a competition?" Seeing her confident, Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "How do we compare?" Lu Danyang grinned and said, "You four form one team, and I'll be on my own. Whoever kicks the most wins. Since there are more of you, each person can only play once per round." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "You're so confident." Lu Danyang flicked her ponytail and said, "I've never lost at kicking shuttlecock." Zhao Jinshu agreed. "Then let's do it." Lu Danyang looked around and said, "The space here is small. Let's go outside." They all stepped out of the gate. At the left side of the entrance was a large open area, so they stopped there. Lu Danyang handed the shuttlecock to Zhao Jinshu. "Second auntie, you go first." Zhao Jinshu took the shuttlecock. Although their team had 4 people, the oldest was her, and her skills were almost like a 3-year-old's. Lu Jing'an's 2 daughters were 9 and 7 years old, and the youngest, Lu Rui, was under 4. With such teammates, was there anyone who could really compete? But it was all about fun, and no one cared much about winning or losing. Zhao Jinshu picked up the shuttlecock and started kicking. Surprisingly, she did quite well this time, kicking many times in a row. Lu Rui has been learning to count with her father these past few days. She was saying beside him, counting from 1 to 10, when the shuttlecock fell down. Zhao Jinshu happily handed the shuttlecock to Wu Xuemei and Wu Xuelian, asking them to kick. To everyone's surprise, both of them kicked quite well. One managed 20 kicks, the other 11. Zhao Jinshu clapped and cheered. "Good job. You kicked more than I did." Wu Xuemei shyly smiled and said, "Second auntie, let Rui try." Lu Rui jumped up excitedly. I'll go." She threw the shuttlecock out, aimed her leg at where it was falling, lifted her leg halfway, and the shuttlecock landed on her foot before falling to the ground. Lu Rui was stunned. Was that all? She used to be able to kick twice as many. Zhao Jinshu and the Wu sisters couldn't help but laugh. Lu Rui looked at her sister Lu Danyang and asked, "Sister, does that count as 1? Lu Danyang picked up the shuttlecock generously and said, "Yes, that counts as 1. Lu Rui cheered happily. Lu Danyang said, "Watch me kick and help me count, okay?" The children all shouted together. Okay. Lu Kong'an married early and Lu Danyang was already 13. At this age, children were quite good at kicking shuttlecocks. The Lu brothers finished their chat and came out of the tea room. Lu Kongin teased Lu Jintai. They have several sisters-in-law, and you're worried your younger sisters won't have anyone to play with. Lu Jintai didn't reply and led the group out quickly. In the living room, all the wives were there, except for Jintai's wife. Before Lu Jintai could speak, Lu Kongin asked, "Only you guys?" Lu Yu nodded, "Yes." Just as he was about to speak, they heard children outside laughing and counting, with Zhao Jinshu's voice mixed in. Lu Jintai went outside. Lu Kongin followed, along with Lin Yulan and others. Lu Jintai reached the gate of the yard, standing silently, watching the mother and daughter laughing happily, a smile gradually appearing in his eyes. Lu Kongin came over, looked in the same direction, and couldn't help but laugh. "Your wife still has a child's heart. She can play with a bunch of children all day. She doesn't have that many thoughts." Lu Jintai said a few words and then walked away. Lu Kongin was stunned. What did that mean? He wondered, who has that many thoughts? Every time Annie hosts a gathering, she asks the kitchen staff to come help with cooking. Early in the morning, they prepare all the ingredients. Some are simmered, some are stir-fried, and everything is ready to go directly into the pots. The three of them looked around the kitchen, saw nothing they needed help with, and after standing for a while, they left. Seeing that no one was in the living room and hearing sounds outside, they also went out. By now, Lu Danyang had already kicked the shuttlecock 150 times. Andy watched their energetic display and was very happy. "Let's see if Danyang can kick it to 200. Second Annie said, "If you don't study well, all you do is play all day. You're too discouraging," second sister-in-law. "Study hard when it's time to study, and play hard when it's time to play." Ji Yuanrong disagreed, saying, "You can't just study all the time and not let people have fun." Second auntie didn't listen and instead said, "Your daughter-in-law Jintai leads the fun. She's a mother of two, but she's still young. It's only third sister-in-law who's calm and easygoing. Everything is left to her daughter-in-law. If it were her, she'd say a few words to her lively daughter-in-law." Ji Yuanrong replied, "I think it's good. It's better than competing all the time. It's nice to have some lively fun." Aunties smiled happily. "That's right. Jintai's personality is good, and she raises the children well. Second sister-in-law, you should change your old-fashioned ideas. You can't keep dwelling on the past." Second auntie looked awkward and said nothing. They didn't have a mother-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother to them. When they got married, it was the eldest sister-in-law who took care of everything. Later, after they had children, she busily looked after them and found people to help care for the kids. She loved their children as if they were her own. She was not just a mother-in-law. She was even more caring. They deeply respected such an elder sister-in-law and wouldn't oppose her words, nor dared to. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged glances. They didn't understand what was happening. In just a short while, even Annie looked at Zhao Jinshu differently. They looked her over, but couldn't see what was different about Zhao Jinshu. As they pondered, Lu Danyang's shuttlecock suddenly fell with a loud gasp. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, full of praise. 220 kicks, that's really impressive. She couldn't do that much when she was young. No wonder she's so confident. Lu Danyang blushed from the compliment. "I'm just a little better at kicking the shuttlecock. There is one impressive achievement already, which is very remarkable." Zhao Jinshu said, "Is there anything everyone can do?" Lu Danyang replied, "Our class monitor knows a lot. I don't know how he has so much time to study." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "There will always be a few different people. There's no need to feel sad. Just focus on doing your best." Lu Zhe and Lu Rui are also quite good. Whether in school or work, they've met people who are better than them. So, they need to learn to adjust their attitude and focus on the present. Lu Danyang stood beside her, looking hopeful, and asked, "So, even if I can't beat him in exams, I shouldn't feel too upset." Zhao Jinshu asked her, "Have you tried your best?" Lu Danyang nodded. She read her lessons once. He read them twice. She read 3 times. He read 4. In short, she was more diligent and did more homework than him, but she still couldn't beat him. It made her feel frustrated, especially since her elders at home thought she wasn't working hard enough. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, as long as you've tried your best, there's no need to feel upset. You have your own strengths. The class monitor might be better at kicking shuttlecocks than you, right? Seeing Lu Danyang shake her head, she continued, so, maybe the class monitor is better at studying. You're also good at studying, just a little behind him. But that's because he's naturally good at it. You can't compare your average skills with his top skills. That would be silly. As long as you use your talents well and try your best, you've already beaten many people. She didn't expect that, when visiting her aunt's house, she would end up giving the child some advice for her soul. She liked this child quite a bit. Seeing her so worried, she couldn't help but say a few more words. She had some experience in raising children. For a child like Lu Danyang, who is independent and strong, just encouraging her and giving her enough confidence is enough. She couldn't plainly tell her, child, your intelligence isn't as high as others, so no matter how hard you try, you can't beat them. That would be too discouraging. Lu Danyang suddenly hugged her arm and said, second aunt, what you're saying is different from what my mom says. I think what you said makes a lot of sense. As long as she tries her best, even if she can't beat the class monitor, she shouldn't feel discouraged. After all, studying is the class monitor's strongest skill. Lu Yu, who had been listening from behind, finally couldn't hold back and said, second sister-in-law, if you tell her that way, she will have even more reason not to aim for first place. Lu Danyang's eyes suddenly turned red. First place? Why must it always be first? Zhao Jinshu didn't understand why they insisted their child had to be number one. Just now, she was trying to comfort the child because he was really upset, but she didn't expect to upset the mother instead. She didn't want to interfere with how others raise their children, but every time she saw parents insisting their kids be top of the class, she couldn't understand and felt speechless. She also felt sorry for the child. Lu Jintai looked at Lu Kong'an. You used to often rank last in exams. His father wasn't good at studying, yet he still pushed his child to be number one.
Why?
Lu Kong'an was silent. His aunt smiled playfully. Lu Yu always seemed to be first in school. Lu Danyang couldn't help but speak loudly. Mom wants to be first every time. Now she's in college. She can't do it herself, but she still demands I do. Lu Yu took a deep breath. I'm not in college, so I want to encourage you to become one. It's for your good. Lu Danyang said, it's not necessary to be first to get into college. Can't she just be okay with that? Her aunt patted her head. Then you should ask her to earn 1,000 yuan a month. If she can't, you should say she's not trying hard enough. How can they force a child to be first? That's unreasonable. Lu Yu was silent. 1,000 yuan a month? She couldn't even get a share, let alone earn it. Zhao Jinshu thought she could argue back a few words, but even her aunt was saying this. Even if it was her own child, she could only lower her head and admit she was wrong. Her uncle and aunt were the decision-makers in the Lu family. Even the mother-in-law had to respect them, let alone her. Seeing her child's red eyes, her earlier rejection of her and dependence on Zhao Jinshu made her feel hurt. She wondered silently if she was being too strict. Lu Jintai didn't care about their conversation. He walked over and asked Zhao Jinshu, are you tired? Zhao Jinshu smiled. It's okay. Just exercising. Lu Jintai nodded and said, want some hot water when we go back? Zhao Jinshu responded with a soft, Annie mom, you all play. We'll take Lu Rui to the room for water. Her aunt smiled. Go ahead. The three of them went back into the room. Lu Kong'an followed back and walked into the yard. He couldn't help but smile wryly and said, you two really know how to hit each other's sore spots. Zhao Jinshu blinked and said, I did talk too much just now. I was only trying to be kind, to comfort the child when he was upset. I didn't mean to make you and your husband unhappy. We're outsiders after all. We shouldn't have meddled. I will remember this next time. Lu Jintai frowned and said, what did I do wrong? It's not that they don't know how to be good parents. You're her aunt, and she came to you for help. You tried to comfort her, but they didn't understand and blamed you. They must have a problem in their heads. Don't pay attention to them. Lu Kong'an looked embarrassed and said, please forgive me. If we weren't family, my sister-in-law wouldn't say so much. I know you all care about the child. I apologize. My sister-in-law's words just now woke me up. I realize I was pushing the child too hard. Lu Jintai looked at him coldly and said, Danyang is better than both of you. Lu Kong'an replied, all right, you're a professor. You see people more clearly than I do. She's my daughter, and she's better than me. I'm happy about that. Wang Meijing eagerly waited for her aunt, Wang Liqin. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time. However, her aunt didn't greet her warmly, as she expected. Instead, she just said hello, then took Zhao Jinshu's hand and started talking to her, introducing herself. They seemed to have endless things to say, ignoring her completely. This made her very upset. Her mother-in-law valued Zhao Jinshu, and her eldest aunt also looked at Zhao Jinshu differently. Now, even her aunt seemed to like Zhao Jinshu very much. Was Zhao Jinshu really that good? Although Wang Liqin was talking to Zhao Jinshu, she didn't miss the fleeting look of displeasure on her niece's face. She snorted coldly and paid no more attention to her. A few days ago, her younger sister-in-law, Ji Yuanrong, returned home and chatted with her. During their talk, she expressed clear dissatisfaction with Mei Jing. This was something she had never done before. Having married into the Ji family for many years, she knew her sister-in-law well. She was very tolerant of her daughter-in-law and had never spoken ill of her outside, always praising her. But this time, she rarely heard her say that her niece had been acting very out of line recently. Since it involved both families, her sister-in-law had spoken up. Clearly, the matter was serious, and she naturally wanted to find out what was going on. Only then did she learn that her sister-in-law and her 3 sons had fallen out. She understood this point. They had already married and had children. Their kids were grown up now, so splitting up was no big deal. But when she heard about what her niece was doing at her husband's family, she felt embarrassed. It was she who introduced her niece to the Lu family for marriage. Earlier, her sister-in-law from her maiden family liked Jin Tai, and when she heard that, she immediately refused. She always believed that the right match was important. Her niece and Jin Tai simply didn't suit each other. They weren't the same kind of people. Jin Tai had high standards. Many people proposed marriage to her, but she didn't like any of them, not to mention her own niece. Of course, only she and her sister-in-law knew about this. The children didn't know anything. Her sister-in-law, after hearing her refusal, didn't get discouraged. She was determined to marry her daughter into the Lu family and even suggested her 3rd son, Lu Hufeng. The 3rd son was lively and cheerful, just like her niece. They were well matched in education and personality. She thought for a moment and decided to be the matchmaker. She didn't expect that after so many years of her niece being married to Lu Hufeng, with children grown up, her sister-in-law would still find her and complain about her niece. It showed she had tolerated a lot. Thinking of this, seeing her niece, she felt a surge of anger. She had never been so embarrassed in front of her sister-in-law before, but because of this niece, she had to smile politely at her sister-in-law. She promised herself she would talk to her later and make her understand her daughter better. Only then did her sister-in-law give her a good look. Wang Meijing felt nervous. Her aunt's expression looked a bit strange, and her gaze was cold. She was confused. What was wrong with her aunt? This was the Lu family. Wang Liqin was busy chatting with others and didn't pay much attention to her. But inside, she was thinking about finding time to go back to her maiden home and have a serious talk with her brother's wife, hoping she would teach her daughter better. The eldest aunt prepared a very rich meal. Their big family was quite crowded, but luckily, they only invited their own relatives, or there wouldn't be enough space for everyone. Lu Kong'an pulled Lu Jintai to drink alcohol. Since Lu Jintai returned to work, he hadn't drunk much and wasn't very eager to go. Lu Kong'an looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked, "Sister-in-law, are you stopping him from drinking?" Zhao Jinshu looked up and asked, "Where did you get that idea?" Lu Kong'an said, "Then why isn't he drinking?" "He doesn't drink because he doesn't want to." Zhao Jinshu replied with a bit of annoyance, "I've never told him to drink. Besides, he knows himself best and doesn't need anyone to tell him." Before Lu Jintai went back to work, they stayed at her parents' house. Sometimes her father would invite him to have a small drink, and she didn't ask about it. Now, she wouldn't care about these things either. Lu Kong'an looked at Lu Jintai and said, Jintai, since your wife doesn't care, will you have a drink? Lu Jintai wasn't fond of alcohol. Occasionally, if he was in the mood, he would have a small sip. But he didn't want to drink with them.
He knew these people well.
Once they started drinking, it wouldn't be just a few glasses. Drinking too much could cause trouble, and he wouldn't give himself the chance to overdrink. Lu Kong'an had to ask Zhao Jinshu for help. Sister-in-law, please talk to him. Lu Jintai smiled and looked at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu said, why persuade him? If he wants to drink, let him. If he doesn't, then don't. It's up to him. The eldest aunt smiled and said, Jintai doesn't want to drink? Then don't persuade him. So many people are here drinking with you. Can't you have enough? Lu Kong'an really wanted to drink with Jintai, but he didn't want to. He couldn't do anything about the couple. The eldest aunt also spoke up, so he had to back down. After dinner, the table was messy. Everyone helped clean up quickly. The eldest aunt took a nap every day. The children were noisy and made it hard for her to rest. Once the house was cleaned, they left. A large group of people with nothing to do discussed going to the department store to buy clothes for the new year. Lu Xingyao was uninterested. I saw a coat I liked, but I don't have any money. Lu Yu teased her with a smile. Your brothers are here. Ask them to buy it for you. Lu Jing'an checked his pockets. He had no money either. Could he ask his brother and sister-in-law to buy her a coat? Thinking this, she looked at Lu Yu hopefully. Lu Yu avoided her gaze. How much money had they given her all these years? And now she wanted to buy clothes?
Dream on.
Lin Yulon thought her words were too bold. Her sister-in-law was working, earning no money from her wages, and living at home. How could she ask her married brother to buy clothes? Wang Meijing also wasn't very happy. Their family didn't have enough money for themselves, let alone buying clothes for her sister-in-law. But Lu Xingyao also thought Lu Yu's words made sense. She looked at her three brothers expectantly. Lu Hefeng, with his hands in his pockets and looking drunk, said, Don't count on me. I want someone to give me some money to spend. Lu Xingyao looked at Lu Jiaming. Lu Jiaming shrugged. I don't have any money either. Even buying a piece of meat at home was a hassle. How could there be money to buy clothes for her sister-in-law? He hasn't bought new pants for many years. Even if he had money, he would prioritize himself first. Lu Xingyao felt disappointed and looked at Lu Jintai. Lu Jintai glanced at her and asked, Don't you have enough clothes to wear? Just as Lu Xingyao was about to speak, Lin Yulon said nearby, Xingyao has plenty of clothes. She buys new ones every year. I remember she has 2 or 3 coats. She didn't want to spend money to buy clothes for her younger sister-in-law, and naturally, she didn't want the other 2 families to buy clothes for her either. Wouldn't that make her seem stingy? Wang Meijing agreed. As long as she has clothes to wear, there's no need to buy new ones every year. Lu Xingyao glared and said, Third sister-in-law, you often buy clothes too. Wang Meijing thought to herself, That's my own money. I can buy what I want. Lu Jintai said calmly, If you have clothes to wear, why buy more? Lu Xingyao chose not to speak anymore. Zhao Jinshu stood nearby, without saying anything. Lu Zhe walked beside his father and said, My mom only has 1 cotton-padded coat. Dad's money is used to buy clothes for my mom. He had heard his third aunt complain, saying that respecting others starts with dressing well. If you don't dress properly, people might look down on you. His younger sister-in-law and third aunt both liked buying clothes. They had many clothes, and his mother wanted to buy a lot too. His mother couldn't let others look down on her. Lu Kong'an smiled and said, You're so young and already know to protect your mom? Lu Zhe looked at him silently. He knew very well, when they first went to Grandma's house and their dad wasn't home, they liked to bully his mother. Of course, he had to protect her. Lu Jintai patted his son's head and said, I'll buy for your mom later. His son thought his mother had few clothes. It was true. He had failed in his duty. Lu Xingyao envied. A few days ago, I bought a down jacket. Now you're going to buy another. Lu Zhe rolled his eyes at her. Silly little sister-in-law. She only has 1 cotton coat. What if it gets dirty? Lu Xingyao laughed angrily. You're a bad boy, so rude and disrespectful. Lu Zhe wasn't afraid. Because you bully my mom? Lu Xingyao asked. When did I bully your mom? Lu Zhe snorted. You have so many clothes, but my mom only has one cotton coat. You say she has enough, but that's just bullying my mom. She wanted to buy many clothes herself, but thought her mom only having one was too little. Why? Lu Xingyao, feeling embarrassed and angry, said, You brat, at such a young age, your mind is more complicated than a hornet's nest. Lu Jing'an was very envious and said, That little brat is good. He knows how to care for his mother, so I believe having a son was the right choice. Lu Xingyao. Who are you talking to? Lu Kong'an also felt jealous. His own son only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun. He never worries about his parents' well-being. The child from the Jintai family is extraordinary. Even at such a young age, he can protect his mother. Growing up, he won't go wrong. He looked at Jintai and asked curiously, How did you raise your child? Lu Jing'an also looked at Lu Jintai with interest. If she had a son this time, she also wanted to raise him to be as obedient and sensible as Lu Zhe. Lu Jintai. I haven't taught him much. He usually only teaches children to read and recognize characters. Lu Kong'an. Lu Yu smiled and said, Jintai is hiding something, huh? Zhao Jinshu glanced at them and said, We didn't say much, just worried you might be upset. Whether or not they taught the children, they didn't want to say much. After all, children are different. With different personalities, they will have different ways of doing things. Lu Yu choked a little. This was before dinner, and she still remembered? That was too petty. But inwardly, she had to admit that Zhao Jinshu's 2 children were well raised. Lu Kong'an looked helpless and begged, Sister-in-law, let's forget about this matter. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said nothing. Halfway through, Lu Kong'an suddenly said, Gu Qingye's restaurant is behind the department store. Want to go take a look? Lu Hufeng became interested. Shall we go see? Wang Meijing, however, was uninterested. You guys go ahead. We're going to the department store. Lu Hufeng looked at her. You're not buying anything. What's so interesting about shopping? The family was almost out of money, yet she still wanted to buy clothes. Wang Meijing turned her face away and ignored him. Not buying, but she could still look, right? Lin Yulan and Lu Yu were quite eager to see what the restaurant looked like. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked, Where should we go first? Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and said, Maybe we should go see the restaurant first. He wasn't sure how the business was after the menu was improved. Since they had some free time, they could check it out. Lu Jiaming said, Let's first recognize Gu Qingye's restaurant, then go to the department store. So, they agreed, and the group headed towards Gu Qingye's restaurant. When they reached the restaurant entrance, they stopped. Lu Kong'an looked inside and said, Business is really good. It was already past 2 o'clock, but the restaurant was still full, with no empty tables, showing how busy it was. Lu Mining was at the front desk collecting payments. When she saw them standing at the door, she smiled and waved, inviting them in. Zhao Jinshu waved to her and looked at Lu Jintai. It's too busy. Maybe we shouldn't go in. Lu Hufeng nodded in admiration. People used to say Gu Qingye opened a restaurant and made money, but I didn't believe it. Now, seeing it's so crowded, no one would think they're not making a profit. Lu Kong'an looked envious and pushed Lu Jintai. This morning, I told you I wanted to quit and start a business. You all said it wasn't a good idea. Look at how lively it is now. They're probably earning more than we do working hard for a month. The others didn't agree. Lu Jiaming said, Your position could still go higher. Quitting now would be a shame. Lu Hufeng also said, It will be hard to get back into the tax department if you quit now. Think carefully. What he didn't say was that Uncle Lu's family only had Jing'an and Kong'an as children. Jing'an wanted a son and had no interest in working. If Lu Kong'an also quit to start a business, no one in their family would be working in the government anymore. It would be like losing the next generation, which is a big problem. They couldn't just rely on Uncle Wu Jianhua in the future, could they? He didn't think much of that person in any way. Lu Kong'an looked at Lu Jintai. Jintai, what do you think? Lu Jintai gave him 2 words. Be careful. Lu Jiaming said, In the end, it's your decision. We can only give advice. Even if it's just a cousin, not even a son, they couldn't make the decision for him. Lu Kong'an didn't say anything else, lost in thought. Gu Qingye, hearing they were coming, ran out of the kitchen. When he reached them, he laughed loudly. Come on, let's go inside. Then he looked at Zhao Jinshu. Sister-in-law, you should come see. Our business is doing so well because of you. Everyone was confused. Why were they talking about Zhao Jinshu? Lu Kong'an didn't move. There's nowhere to stand. Why go inside? Gu Qingye smiled. Don't worry, there's a yard inside that can fit all of you. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui saw him and happily called out uncle. The other children saw them do this and also called out uncle. Gu Qingye smiled and greeted them. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, we just came to see how the store is doing. It looks good, so we didn't go inside. Gu Qingye's smile deepened. Sister-in-law, this is all your credit. Our store has been doing better and better these days. Lu Kong'an was surprised. How is it still your sister-in-law's achievement? Lu Xingyao loudly said, I know. Lu Hufeng asked, what do you know? Lu Xingyao smiled and said, I know. Sister-in-law changed the menu at Brother Qingye's restaurant. Maybe that's why their business has improved. Now, sister-in-law is a chef at Brother Qingye's restaurant and gets paid for it, so Brother Qingye says it's her achievement. Gu Qingye nodded with a smile. Yes, it was after sister-in-law improved the menu that our restaurant's business got better. Although their business was good before, it hadn't become extremely popular. Especially today, on the weekend, customers kept coming in one after another. Many came because they heard the food was delicious and decided to try it. Everyone looked at Zhao Jinshu in surprise. Lu Kong'an said in amazement, sister-in-law has this skill too? Zhao Jinshu smiled but didn't say anything. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing felt very complicated. They didn't expect Zhao Jinshu to quietly get a job for herself. Although the job wasn't very demanding and she didn't have to work every day, just changing a few dishes was enough to revive the restaurant. That was real skill. Lin Yulan thought about Zhao Jinshu's father being a cook and wasn't surprised anymore. She sighed. When Zhao Jinshu bought shoes for her mother-in-law, her attitude changed. Today, her eldest aunt also praised her a lot. Now she has a job and an income, so she has a stable position in the Lu family. Wang Meijing thought about her cold relationship with Zhao Jinshu and felt uninterested. She was annoyed that she had to watch her look proud all day. Just thinking about it, she lost all her desire to talk. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng also felt that their brother's life was really improving. Comparing themselves, they felt they had much less. Lu Kong'an smiled and looked at Lu Jintai. Jintai, when will you invite us to your house for a meal? We want to taste your sister-in-law's cooking. Lu Jing'an also looked at Lu Jintai expectantly. There's no need to come to my house, Lu Jintai said, looking at the restaurant. It has everything inside, and you can come anytime. Lu Kong'an nodded. You are so stingy. Lu Jintai remained calm. Lu Yu, standing nearby, sourly said, Jintai is worried about his sister-in-law getting tired. Do you think cooking one meal is hard? Everyone knew he cared about his wife, but he didn't understand. Brother Lu, our restaurant has many new dishes improved by sister-in-law. If you want to taste her cooking, you can come to our restaurant. No need to trouble her. Gu Qingye naturally promoted his restaurant, not feeling embarrassed at all. Lu Kong'an said, You really know how to do business. Gu Qingye, being single, replied, How else do I make money? Lu Kong'an then said, I now think I might not be cut out for business. I don't have enough courage. Lu Jintai glanced at him. You don't know yourself well enough. What do you mean? Lu Kong'an widened his eyes. Lu Yu smiled and said, My second brother says you actually have a pretty thick skin. Lu Kong'an protested. That's nonsense. Everyone started laughing. As they were walking, they suddenly noticed a lively crowd ahead. Lu Zhe looked over and asked, Mom, what are they doing? Zhao Jinshu watched for a moment and concluded, They are lining up to buy clothes. Lu Zhe widened his eyes. People are lining up to buy clothes? Zhao Jinshu explained, Down jackets are in high demand. Since many want to buy them, they have to wait in line. Some people, having more money now and no longer lacking food or drink, want to dress up better. At this time, the new down jackets had just come out. Because there were few supplies and they were lighter and warmer than bulky cotton-padded coats or military overcoats, even costing around 400 or 500 yuan, many people liked them. Naturally, long lines formed. Last time at the overseas Chinese store, there weren't so many people. Lu Zhe tugged at his mom's hand. Should we also wait in line? Mom wanted to buy that down jacket, right? Lu Jintai came over and asked, "Shall we go take a look?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Let's see the styles first." They moved closer. Zhao Jinshu looked at the colors and styles, mostly bright red, black, or a plain blue. All were short styles, and she didn't like the designs much. She wasn't interested. She liked her long coat, which could cover her legs. Even without wearing thick pants, she wouldn't feel cold. She liked it very much. And once she got used to wearing it, it wouldn't be inconvenient. Even when kicking a shuttlecock, she could roll up the bottom half. From afar, Lin Yulan saw their family of 4 and smiled. "Second sister-in-law, you're also here to buy a down jacket?" Zhao Jinshu said. "You buy yours. We're leaving first." Today was the weekend and the department store was crowded. People kept pushing and shoving, and she lost interest in shopping. It would be better to come back when it's less crowded. Lu Jintai looked at her. "Don't like it? It's too crowded." Lu Jintai nodded. "Next time, maybe later." Lu Jintai picked up Lu Rue, and they headed outside together. "Jintai, you're also here at the department store?" Hearing the voice, Lu Jintai looked up and nodded at the person, then was about to leave. Lu Qingya called out to him. "I have something to talk to you about. Can we chat?" Lu Jintai showed no particular expression. "I'm busy now." Lu Qingya's breath caught. Every time she asked, he said he was busy. When could he find time? Thinking of this, she looked directly at Zhao Jinshu and smiled. "Comrade Zhao, I really need to talk to Jintai. Can I have a moment with him?" Lu Jintai's face turned cold. "I already refused." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her lightly and then chuckled softly. Lu Jintai is an adult. He has a mouth, not a mute. If you want to talk to him, go find him. Why ask me? You. Lu Qingya was speechless. If talking to Jintai was that easy, she wouldn't need to ask you. She didn't expect this rural woman to speak and act in such a way. "Isn't Jintai your man? Why are you blaming her?" She felt frustrated. She used to have a good relationship with Lu Jintai when they were kids, but now she can't even get in touch with him to do a simple favor. Next to her, Lu Qingya's mother looked at Zhao Jinshu. "Are you Jintai's wife?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Yes, I am." Lu Qingya's mother looked at her with a smile. "Our Qingya has known Jintai since they were young. They are friends. As women, when we go out, we should speak and act gently. Otherwise, it might upset the men. Don't you think?" Lu Jintai's face was cold, and his voice was stern. "Madam, you are overstepping." Lu Qingya's mother's face darkened. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu interrupted.
Sorry about that.
Rural folks are straightforward and say what they mean. If you've known me for a while, you'll see. But anyone with bad intentions tends to avoid me. If you mind, just avoid me next time. It's better to prevent misunderstandings. After saying that, she didn't pay attention to Lu Jintai. She held her son's hand and left. Lu Jintai carried his daughter and followed. Lu Qingya and her mother watched their backs for a long time, still in shock. How dare that woman say such things? Lu Qingya's mother sneered. Women being too arrogant isn't good. Someone will eventually teach her a lesson. Lu Qingya looked cold. Only Aunt Ji has a good temper. If it were another mother-in-law, she wouldn't tolerate her. Lu Qingya's mother thought for a moment. It's been a while since I last contacted Aunt Ji. The new year is coming soon. As juniors, you should visit her. Relationships are built over time. Even the best connections can fade if you don't keep in touch. Lu Qingya smiled. That's true. They talked and then went into a department store. Unexpectedly, they ran into Lu Kong'an and his group. Lu Qingya smiled and greeted them. Are you here shopping? I just saw Jintai earlier. Li Qingyao smiled and said, they met at the door. They have gone back now. Lu Kong'an was surprised. Did they finish shopping so quickly? Li Qingyao tidied her hair. It seems they didn't carry anything. They probably didn't buy anything. I think Comrade Zhao is frugal. The department store items are not cheap, so she probably didn't want to buy anything. She spoke to herself without noticing the strange expressions on the faces of Lu Jiatong and the others. Lu Kong'an awkwardly smiled and thought it was better to go look at clothes. He's not good at chatting with people. So, they exchanged a few words, and each went their own way. Meanwhile, Lu Jintai caught up with Zhao Jinshu and silently walked beside her. When they reached a quiet spot, he asked softly, "Are you angry?" Zhao Jinshu paused. "I really dislike people asking me if I'm angry. Being annoyed by someone but not allowed to get angry? Of course, she wasn't angry earlier. If someone provokes you, just fight back. What's there to be mad about? Getting angry only hurts yourself. You've lived through so much. Why hold on to it?" Li Qingyao and her mother's simple thoughts didn't concern her at all. In her past life, Li Qingyao waited her whole life. Even when Lu Jintai was already a grandfather, she still didn't get him to divorce and marry her. In this life, it's even less likely. No one knew better than her how much Lu Jintai cared about their 2 children. For the sake of the children, he would never divorce. Lu Jintai, Lu Zai's eyes darted around, looking at his silent father and carefree mother. Suddenly, he felt sorry for his dad and couldn't help asking his mom, "So, Mom, are you really angry?" Zhao Jinshu patted his head. She still wanted to save face for her son. "What anger? Mom tells you, being angry only makes you sad and hurt. It also makes enemies happy. So, you must not get angry, understand?" Lu Rui snuggled in her dad's arms. "Can't get angry." Zhao Jinshu smiled and looked at her. "That's right, no anger." Lu Zai nodded blankly, still confused. Since Mom wasn't angry, why did Dad seem even more silent? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Looking at his quiet dad, he said, "Dad, I don't like those 2 people just now." Lu Rui nodded. "Don't like them." Lu Jintai finally spoke. "If you don't like them, then don't." Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly, but said nothing. Lu Jintai noticed the lingering smile on her face and softly asked, "Are you smiling?" Zhao Jinshu rolled her eyes and glared at him. "Can I smile now?" Sometimes he cared about her being angry, sometimes about her smiling. He was really inconsistent. Was he like this in the past life too? Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled gently. Yes. Lu Zai looked at his father and then at his mother, feeling relieved. His mother wasn't angry, and his father was no longer quiet. They had returned to normal, so it seemed they wouldn't argue anymore. Then he suggested, "Mom, aren't there other malls? Let's see if they're crowded." Zhao Jinshu agreed. "Let's go." Lu Jintai nodded. "Let's go." The family went to the overseas Chinese store. It was indeed less crowded there. Since they came to buy down jackets, they headed straight to the section selling them. They looked at the same styles as last time. Last time they bought a black one, so this time they wouldn't buy black again. She wasn't planning to buy a red one, but there was also a blue and a pink one. While hesitating, Lu Zai pointed at the pink down jacket. "Mom, this one looks nice. Let's buy this." Zhao Jinshu moved her lips, but had never bought such a pink and tender piece of clothing before. She asked, "Is the color too childish?" Lu Zai shook his head. "It looks good." Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Rui. "Do you also think it looks good?" Lu Rui nodded. "Yes, it looks good." Zhao Jinshu looked back at the jackets. The pink one was just pink. She wasn't even 26 yet, still young. Pink was fine to wear. Even if she was a bit older, she could still wear it. Plus, her son and daughter both said it looked good, so it must be nice. Lu Jintai came up behind her. "Why didn't you ask me?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, thinking his opinion wasn't important, but she also thought that since they earn the money, she should ask. So she asked casually, "Is pink okay?" If he said no, she would tell her daughter and son to go ahead. After all, they chose the color. Lu Jintai understood her meaning and tactfully said, "Yes, it's fine." Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly and looked at the shop assistant. "I'll try on this pink one." The shop assistant took the pink down jacket and handed it to her. Seeing her wearing a black jacket, she smiled and asked, "Are you also wearing the one we sell here?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and immediately took off her down jacket, replacing it with a new one. "I came back to buy a down jacket, but it seems the clerk isn't you." The clerk said, "We work in shifts. You have fair skin and a tall figure, so pink suits you well." Zhao Jinshu zipped up her jacket and walked to the mirror. When she saw her reflection, she was stunned. The woman in the mirror, with her originally fair face, looked even more delicate and smooth under the pink clothes, like polished jade and tender as a flower. She blinked. "Is this really me?" The clerk admired. "You look very beautiful. Having been a clerk for a long time, she had seen many pretty women, but never one as confident and stunning as this. Lu Rui ran over loudly. "Mom, you look so pretty." Lu Zhe pushed his dad. "Dad, does your wife look good?" Lu Jintai patted him. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "My mom is the most beautiful mom in the world." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked them, "How do you think?" She was quite satisfied with herself. She didn't expect pink to look good on her. Maybe she could try more styles in the future. Lu Jintai looked up, his gaze resting on her smiling face, and steadied himself. "Not bad," Zhao Jinshu said. "Then let's buy them." The 2 down jackets were just enough for changing and washing, so it was perfect. Lu Zhe pushed his dad again. "Dad, you should buy one too." Recently, he secretly knew that their family was richer than Uncle Da and Uncle San's families. His dad was good at earning money, and his mom helped Uncle Gu with recipes for his restaurant, so they had steady income. Their family wasn't short of money. Since they had enough money, everyone had new clothes, except Dad. He felt sorry for him. Lu Jintai said, "Dad isn't buying." Lu Rui also said, "Buy. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "My husband and I are clearly arranged by you too." Lu Zhe asked, "Why isn't Dad buying?" Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai. "Since your son and daughter want you to buy, just buy it." Lu Jintai looked at her. "You want to buy too?" Without hesitation, Zhao Jinshu replied, "Sure." Her children cared about their dad, so she had to cooperate and not disappoint them. Lu Jintai asked, "You choose." These were small matters. Zhao Jinshu nodded and said, "Okay." Men's down jackets are easy to choose, with only 2 styles and 2 colors, black and gray. Lu Jintai has always liked wearing black, so naturally, I chose black for him. After selecting, I handed the jacket to him. Lu Jintai took it, took off his coat, and handed it to me. Zhao Jinshu took the coat and draped it over her arm. Lu Jintai slowly put on his down jacket, then looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked softly, "How do I look?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him. Before she could speak, the 2 little actors started performing. "Dad looks good. Dad is more handsome than a movie star. Dad is the best dad in the world." Lu Jintai, seeing his speechless expression, Zhao Jinshu held back her laughter. Remembering that he just said her clothes looked nice, she replied, "Yes, they look good." Lu Jintai looked at her. "If you say they look good, then they do." Both were satisfied, so they paid and left. They didn't buy anything for the 2 kids. Since the children were still young, they mostly wore cotton-padded jackets and pants made by their grandmother. Although simple, they kept the kids warm. The couple then took the children to buy some groceries, snacks, and fruit before heading home. When they arrived, Lu Rui was already asleep. The couple each held her and took off her clothes. Today was active, so the child was probably tired. Since she didn't wake up, they placed her in her small bed, then went about their own tasks. Zhao Jinshu went back to write a letter to her parents. Lu Zhe went to her room, opened her desk drawer, took out her notebook, and leaned over the desk to look at it. After rebirth, Zhao Jinshu also wanted to go back and see her family. But Lu Zhe was still in school, and the new year was coming soon. Given her parents' temper, if she went back now, she would get scolded. It was better to wait until after the new year, while Lu Zhe was still on vacation, and make the trip then. In her previous life, she only wrote happy news to her family, never mentioning worries. No matter how uncomfortable she felt about city life or how others looked down on her, she always wrote her letters carefully. This life, she also wrote positive things. For example, when they separated and started working, she could earn money. The whole family bought new clothes. Her parents-in-law treated her well and liked the children. They even spent money to buy clothes for the kids and so on. Every detail was written honestly, without hiding anything. This life is very different from the past one. Her mindset has changed, and the way she handles things has also changed. Naturally, her family and friends see her differently now. Most importantly, she feels proud and happy about her children's changes. They are more lively and confident than before, which makes her very pleased. She wrote several pages of letters. Even before her rebirth, she had seen her parents, but she didn't know why she had so much to say now. As she read each word on the paper, she gradually understood. This wasn't just a letter to her parents. It was a way to make up for her past life. In her previous life, she kept everything from her parents, afraid they would worry about her. She didn't dare tell them anything about her situation. This time, she wouldn't do that. She could honestly tell her parents and siblings that she is now doing well. They can rest assured. Her daughter is no longer the helpless girl she used to be. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Zhe and asked, "Do you want to write a few words to your grandparents too?" Lu Zhe quickly looked over and said, "Yes, I want to tell my grandpa, grandma, and uncles that I am very happy here. Grandpa and grandma love us very much. We went to the zoo and saw many cute animals. I also ate a lot of delicious food. At Grandma's house, I saw a toy gun, but it was a bit annoying to wake up every morning. I wish I could wake up a little later for school." Zhao Jinshu said, "That's enough. Don't write all that. Just say you're happy. You can't let everyone know about your bad habit of sleeping in." Lu Zhe chuckled awkwardly and said, "I was just talking too fast.
I shouldn't write that.
I don't want Grandpa and Grandma to know I like to sleep in, or else my little uncle will tease me again." Zhao Jinshu asked, "Do you want to write it yourself, or should I help you?" Lu Zhe said, "I'll write it myself. If I can't write well, you can tell me." "Okay." Zhao Jinshu handed him a pen. Lu Zhe took the pen and started to write carefully. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu went to the kitchen to cook porridge for dinner. Then she checked on Lu Rue in her room. The child was still sleeping, probably very tired today. But she still woke her up, or she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Lu Rue, with sleepy eyes, looked dazed and didn't say anything. She obediently let her mother dress her. It wasn't until a warm cloth was placed on her face that she woke up. Lu Rue called out, "Mom." After washing her face, Zhao Jinshu patted her little head and said, "Go out and play." Lu Rue responded with an "oh," then went to find her older brother. Her brother was in their parents' room writing a letter. Zhao Jinshu followed behind and entered the room. Inside, Lu Zhe had already finished writing the letter. At this moment, several pages of paper were in Lu Jintai's hands. Seeing the mother and daughter come in, he said slowly, "A few pages of letter, and not a single word about me." Zhao Jinshu was momentarily stunned. Had he not been mentioned? She hadn't noticed. Zhao Jinshu took the letter and quickly looked it over again. Of course, she knew what she had written. The few pages of letter contained many small details. When mentioning the separation of the different rooms, she emphasized how open-minded her parents-in-law were. She also told them that their family had bought a washing machine, so they no longer had to worry about cold hands washing clothes in winter. Regarding the children, she said they were gradually becoming closer to their grandparents. Lu Rue even went to a wedding with her grandparents, and her aunt bought her clothes. She mentioned that they were slowly getting used to city life, eating well, staying warm, doing well in school. Lu Rue had already learned to recognize characters. Besides missing her grandmother's steamed buns, everything else was good. When writing about herself, she specifically mentioned that she now had an income, got along very well with her in-laws, spent her days reading, knitting, taking care of the children, shopping, and cooking, living a very fulfilling life. As for the fairy tales she was writing, she hadn't decided on anything yet, so she didn't mention it. She also wrote about visiting her Anida, telling them that her uncle and aunt had once fought in wars, and she included many heroic deeds of theirs. She also said that her auntie loved the two children very much. Finally, she wrote that Lu Rue was now sleeping in a separate bed. Fortunately, her parents had foreseen this and prepared many large quilts, so their granddaughter now had warm bedding. The topics of dividing the household, buying a washing machine, daily life with the children, visiting Anida, and Lu Rue sleeping separately. All these things, upon reflection, Lu Jintai had participated in. When she wrote, she mainly focused on things she wanted to tell her parents, such as harmonious relations with her in-laws, having an income, and well-behaved children. As long as her parents knew these, they would be reassured and stop worrying. Unconsciously, they might overlook Lu Jintai. She cleared her throat and asked him, "Are you going to write something to your parents-in-law?" Lu Jintai glanced at her lightly, then slowly opened a drawer, took out some sheets of paper, and handed them to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu looked at the densely written words on the paper and asked him, "What is this?" "I wrote a letter to my parents," You also wrote to your parents. What do you think? Lu Jintai looked at her. If I don't write and you don't mention it, my parents might misunderstand me. Zhao Jinshu took the letter. Can I see it? Lu Jintai softly said. Take a look at what I wrote. Zhao Jinshu sat down slowly and started reading. After finishing, she felt a bit doubtful about life. The letter began with an apology to his parents, explaining that he was busy with work and couldn't bring their family to visit. He promised to go see them when he was less busy. As for the rest, some parts were similar to what she had written, but the way he described things was very different. For example, he mentioned that Lu Rui was sleeping in a separate bed, but he wrote that he and Jinshu had discussed and decided that Lu Rui should sleep separately. Another example was about buying clothes today. It was actually their son and daughter who asked him to buy some, but he said Jinshu noticed he hadn't bought new clothes for the new year and suggested he buy one, choosing a black one he liked. At the end of the letter, he summarized that he and Jinshu were harmonious, their family was happy, and he was very grateful that his parents had married Jinshu, such a wonderful daughter, to him. Zhao Jinshu found it hard to speak. Is this really about Jinshu? She couldn't find the right words and finally said, You must have been a very good writer when you were in school. Lu Jintai replied, My teacher said my essays had no soul. Zhao Jinshu didn't believe it. Your letter definitely has soul. Lu Jintai looked at her expression, knowing she was being sarcastic, and asked, What's wrong? Zhao Jinshu denied, Nothing is wrong. Just write it like this. They can't write that their marriage is unhappy or their family is not harmonious. That would be too far from reality. Their parents might read it and worry, and they might even come over during the new year. Lu Jintai's way of writing was good. At least, when his parents read it, they would be very happy. It also made up for the lack in her letter, which didn't mention Lu Jintai at all. Her parents might worry even more. She looked at it again and found no problem, saying, Let's leave it at that. Lu Jintai's eyes brightened with a smile, and he decided not to ask her why her letter didn't mention him. Some things are better left understood without words. As he stepped out of the courtyard, he was about to gather the clothes he had hung to dry in the morning when the gate opened. A group of people returning from shopping at the department store entered. Zhao Jinshu looked up and saw only Lu Jiaming carrying a bag. The others all had empty hands. Lu Xingyao saw her and walked over. Second sister-in-law, what did you buy? Why are you back so early? Zhao Jinshu took down the clothes from the rope and said, The department store was too crowded, so we went to the overseas Chinese store. Lu Xingyao. She was truly wealthy and asked, Did you buy any clothes? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes. Feeling envious and jealous, she quickly changed the subject. Sister-in-law, I saw a wool coat I like. Zhao Jinshu looked at her, but said nothing. Lu Xingyao knew her plan to ask her brother and sister-in-law to buy her clothes wouldn't work, since she had already tried that afternoon. She then asked, Can you lend me some money? Zhao Jinshu looked at her. Lend you money to buy clothes? Lu Xingyao chuckled and flattered her. Second sister-in-law, I earn over 60 yuan a month. If you lend me 200 yuan, I can pay you back in a few months. There were nice coats she could get a good deal on, but she didn't like them. If she was going to buy, she wanted a good one that looked impressive when worn. Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly. That might be possible. Lu Xingyao's face lit up, but Zhao Jinshu quickly added, But why would I lend you money? Her happiness faded, and she looked a bit annoyed. Zhao Jinshu continued, Lending money is fine, but there are conditions. Lu Xingyao was initially disappointed, but then felt a bit hopeful. Since she needed help, she had to suppress her temper. Second sister-in-law, just tell me the conditions. She wasn't afraid of conditions as long as they weren't too difficult to fulfill. She could agree. Zhao Jinshu said, Wait a moment. Then she went inside the house. After Lin Yulan and the others returned, they sat on chairs to rest and enjoy the sun. Shopping this round was more tiring than working. The hardest part was seeing clothes they liked, but being stunned by the prices. Their big family had saved quite a bit over the years, but it was all saved little by little. She was reluctant to spend it. Every extra penny she spent made her heart ache. If it weren't for Lu Jiaming causing so much trouble, she wouldn't buy him those pants. Thinking of this, she touched her cotton monkey, which was warm and blocked the wind, and felt it was pretty good. But she also envied Zhao Jinshu's down jacket. However, that jacket isn't affordable for everyone. A few hundred yuan is too much for most people to spend. Anyway, she couldn't bring herself to buy it, even though Lu Yu waited in line for a long time, but didn't buy it in the end. Only Lu Qingya, during her divorce, received some money from her ex-husband. With money in her pocket, she was willing to dress up and didn't mind spending a few hundred yuan. She bought herself a new jacket right away. Zhao Jinshu went into the room and quickly came out holding a half-knit sweater, saying, "This is Lu Rui's sweater. Help me finish knitting it, and I'll lend you the money." Lu Xingyao straightened up. Knitting a sweater? It's simple. She knitted her own sweater. Every day after work, she had nothing to do, so knitting sweaters helped pass the time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. You should have said earlier. Helping your nephew or niece to knit a sweater is no problem. Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance. What do you mean earlier? No benefit. Why would I be so nice? This little sister-in-law always likes to take advantage, never willing to suffer a little loss. Without benefits, who would invite her? Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly, took the yarn and sweater from her, looked at the pattern, and found it wasn't difficult. It's halfway done. With some overtime, I can finish it in a few nights. Zhao Jinshu smiled. All right then. My second brother, and I also want to knit sweaters. You can help us too. Lu Xingyao hesitated. Adult sweaters take a lot of time. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What do you think?" Lu Xingyao replied, "I'll knit. I'll borrow." She knew that 200 yuan was very expensive for a coat, but over the years, she watched her sisters-in-law's married lives and understood that life before and after marriage was very different. She could only enjoy herself more before getting married. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Your little aunt's sweater knitting is very good. She won't ruin your sweaters, so don't worry." Lu Zhe was suspicious and asked, "Does my little aunt really know how to knit well?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "If you don't trust your little aunt, do you still trust your mom?" Since mom dared to give her the sweater to knit, she must know her skills. Lu Zhe tilted his head and thought for a moment. That made sense. Lu Jintai sat on a chair and asked, "Do I also need to give my sweater to her?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "You know I haven't had time these days." After being reborn, she also wanted to do something. She wanted to finish writing her fairy tale story properly. Lu Jintai said, "I'm not in a hurry to wear it." Zhao Jinshu asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Jintai said, "I've been used to wearing your sweaters all these years. If this year's knitting isn't good, it's okay." Zhao Jinshu said, "That's fine too." She didn't really know what was different about her sweaters compared to others. Since he brought it up, she decided to spend some time knitting one for him. Lu Jintai said, "Thank you." Zhao Jinshu looked up at him, surprised. "Why are you suddenly so polite?" Lu Jintai glanced at her. "Sorry to trouble you. I was worried you wouldn't be happy." Zhao Jinshu laughed angrily. "You're so weird." Worried she wouldn't be happy, but he still bothered her without hesitation. Lu Jintai remained silent. Lu Zhe quietly nudged his dad and whispered, "He's scolding you." Lu Jintai patted his son's head. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui lay on the bed, secretly laughing. They also thought their dad deserved it for teasing mom on purpose. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. When Lu Jintai met her fierce gaze, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Zhao Jinshu said, "It seems Comrade Lu is very free." Lu Jintai nodded. "Not busy." "Then please, Comrade Lu, make dinner tonight." Lu Jintai looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Okay." Watching his back, Zhao Jinshu gently frowned. She felt that Lu Jintai's behavior these days was a bit unusual. Lu Jintai was never like this. He was calm and reserved, spoke very little, and would never pick fights or deliberately tease her like he did just now. But she was also very sure that this person hadn't been reborn, nor had he been replaced with a different personality. He was still himself. So why had he changed? The next day, Zhao Jinshu took the letter to the post office and sent it out, along with 100 yuan for her parents. She knew her parents' temper well. Even with 100 yuan, they would think it was too much. When she went back, they would keep scolding her for spending money carelessly. So every time she gave them money, she didn't give much. This week, Zhao Jinshu stayed at home writing her articles, while Lu Rui practiced calligraphy nearby. Recently, Lu Jintai increased her workload, adding 2 more characters each day. She didn't complain and finished her work quietly. After finishing her homework, she played outside alone, kicking a shuttlecock. Zhao Jinshu let her do as she pleased. Since the new year, the weather has warmed up and she was about to start kindergarten. Then she wouldn't feel so lonely. Lu Zhe finished his week of classes and was about to start winter vacation. On Saturday, Lu Jintai had to leave early for some errands. Zhao Jinshu finished her 10,000-word manuscript by noon. She packed her clothes, ready to take Lu Zhe home, and then go to the bathhouse with her mother and sister for a bath. After the bath, they ate lunch outside. Later, they went boating in the park and fed the goldfish. They played until it was dark, still not tired of having fun. That evening, Zhao Jinshu decided not to cook at home. She bought each of the children a bowl of lamb soup and then took the bus home slowly. Lu Jintai finished his errands and went home in the afternoon. He had planned to take Zhao Jinshu and the children out to play on Saturday, but the house was quiet. No one was there. He could only go to his study and start working, looking through the materials on his desk. He worked like that all afternoon. Until evening, no one came back. He rubbed his forehead and got up to cook. Thinking that Jinshu always made porridge when she returned from playing, he cooked some rice porridge, took some meat from the fridge, stir-fried lotus root slices, and made the children's favorite spicy and sour potato strips. He finished cooking, but the 3 of them still hadn't returned. Jiyuan came over and asked him, "Has Jinshu and the kids come back yet?"
Lu Jintai replied, "No."
Jiyuan smiled and said, "Zeza is on vacation. Maybe they went out to play and ate outside." Lu Jintai nodded quietly. Jiyuan asked with a smile, "Is the food ready?" He nodded again. Jiyuan Rong glanced at him and said, "She rarely goes out to have fun. You should understand, after all, your work keeps you away from home for a long time." Lu Jintai felt a bit helpless and interrupted her. "Mom, you're overthinking." Jinshu took the kids out to play and left him alone at home. He felt a little disappointed, but not angry. Suddenly, he realized that even if she was away from him now, she could live very well on her own. She had changed so much. He felt both happy and sad. He didn't know when she had completed her transformation, and he knew nothing about it. This made him feel confused and a little lost. Of course, since she hadn't come back late at night, he was worried about their safety. Jiyuan Rong no longer said much and asked, "Are you hungry? Should I prepare some food?" Lu Jintai replied, "No, I'm not hungry." Just as Jiyuan Rong was about to speak, there was the sound of the door opening. The 2 of them came out and saw 3 people, and their expressions relaxed. Jiyuan Rong smiled and asked, "You're back." Zhao Jinshu looked up and happily called out, "Mom." Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also smiled and called out, "Grandma." Jiyuan Rong patted her grandchildren's shoulders and said, "Grandma is going to eat now. You 2 should go back to your rooms." After saying that, she left. Lu Jintai looked at them and asked, "You're back?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and asked, "Have you eaten?" Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "Waiting for you." Does that mean he hadn't eaten yet? Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment and said, "We ate outside. We left you a note. Didn't you see it?" Lu Jintai asked, "Where did you put it?" "On the table." Zhao Jinshu spoke as she walked into the room. The room was dark. She turned on the light and looked at the table, but there was nothing. She lowered her head, and the note had fallen under the chair. She went over and picked it up. At this moment, she started to miss her phone. Not having a call was really inconvenient. Lu Jintai followed behind her and said, "Maybe the wind blew it onto the floor." He chuckled and went back to the study to get a notebook, placing it on the table. "From now on, we'll leave messages in this notebook if we have anything to say," he said, then looked at her. "Is that okay?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Yes, this will be our family message book," Lu Jintai said. "Family message book? That's a good idea." Lu Zhe ran over and asked, "Dad, you didn't go out to play, are you upset?" Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai, thinking, could he be that petty? Lu Jintai looked at her suspiciously and said, "I'm not a child." Zhao Jinshu agreed silently. After finishing the manuscript, Zhao Jinshu had some free time. In the evening, after the children went to sleep, she washed up, sat on the bed, picked up her knitting needles, and started to knit a sweater for Lu Jintai. When Lu Jintai got into bed and sat at the head of the bed, he picked up a book to read. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, then stood up and showed him the finished manuscript. He looked at it, put down his book, and took the manuscript from her. She smiled and said, "I'm knitting you a sweater. Can you help me review the manuscript?" Lu Jintai chuckled softly. "Sure." The couple each did their own thing. The room was filled with the sounds of flipping pages and the clicking of knitting needles. An hour later, Lu Jintai took off his glasses, looked up at her, and said gently, "There's a part here that doesn't make sense." Seeing her look over, he carefully explained what was wrong. Zhao Jinshu nodded, feeling he made a good point. She put down her knitting, got out of bed, picked up a pen, and started to make changes. Lu Jintai looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "You trust me that much?" She didn't look up and replied, "Of course. You're Professor Lu." He watched her profile and said, "I thought you'd say I'm your partner, so you trust me." Hearing this, Zhao Jinshu paused her writing for a moment. After a few edits, she looked up, with a playful look in her eyes. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Lu Jintai looked at her teasing expression, leaned lazily against the bed, and said, "What's the truth? And what's the lie?" Zhao Jinshu also leaned against the head of the bed, relaxed. The truth might not sound so nice. Lu Jintai put away his lazy smile. "Then let's hear the lie." Zhao Jinshu shot him a quick look. Of course, the lie wouldn't sound very good either. After saying this, she watched his rare dazed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jintai shot her a sidelong glance, but said nothing. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Whether it's Professor Lu or the father of the children, it's all you. Is there any difference?" Lu Jintai slowly nodded. "That's true." Then he looked at her. "It's late. Are you going to sleep?" Zhao Jinshu yawned. "Yes, I'm going to sleep." She took off her cotton jacket and sweater, then lay down in bed. Lu Jintai glanced at her, took off his clothes, and lay down before turning off the light. In the dark, Zhao Jinshu felt an arm wrap around her. She asked, "Aren't you going to sleep?" He replied, "It'll be soon." Zhao Jinshu didn't trust him. His idea of soon was different from hers. But he didn't give her time to think, and had already moved closer. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Jintai put on a new down jacket, carried her finished manuscript, and left. Last night, after a satisfying rest, she vaguely heard him mention that today he would show her manuscript to the chief editor of the publishing house. She agreed to this immediately. The children from the main house and the third house had finished their exams.
Today was a weekend.
Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were washing clothes by the sink. The children were either playing with marbles or kicking shuttlecocks, making noise in the yard. Lu Xingyao, wearing her new coat, came out holding a bag and sat next to Zhao Jinshu, who was knitting. She looked at her and asked, "Second sister-in-law, do you think this coat looks good on me?" Zhao Jinshu looked her over and said, "Yes, it looks good." The young, handsome girl looked like a flower. Just a simple dress made her very pretty. Lu Xingyao's face turned red. Zhao Jinshu looked at her curiously. Was she shy now? Lu Xingyao hesitated and said, "Someone said I look good too." Zhao Jinshu asked, "Who?" Lu Xingyao looked around, seeing no one paying attention, and blushed as she said, "Sister-in-law, someone from the cotton spinning factory said he wants to date me." Zhao Jinshu sat up straight. It seemed the person who said she looked good might be the young man who wanted to date her. In her past life, her sister-in-law's marriage partner wasn't from the cotton factory, but seeing her shy look now, it was clear she had feelings. She casually asked, "What's he like?" Lu Xingyao lowered her head. "He's a college student. He got into university the year the college entrance exam was restored. This year, he was assigned to our factory after graduation." Zhao Jinshu looked at her youthful, hopeful face and asked, "Which department is he in?" Lu Xingyao said, "The publicity department." Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled. "I bet he's very good at talking." Lu Xingyao said, "Better than my 3 brothers." Zhao Jinshu was silent. She thought to herself, this girl really favors looks over her brothers. It is understandable that her older brothers did not buy her clothes. Lu Xingyao then said, "He is a college student and I am just a high school student. I took the college entrance exams twice but didn't pass." I really admire those who get into college. My only wish in life is to find a college student as a partner. Zhao Jinshu looked at her and asked, do you agree with that? Lu Xingyao shyly smiled and said, I haven't agreed to him yet. I just want to ask for your opinions. Zhao Jinshu replied, I haven't met him, so I don't know what he's like. I can't give you advice. It mainly depends on how you feel. In her past life, her sister-in-law argued with her partner all the time, and there was never a peaceful moment. Could it be that this college student is truly her destined partner? She shook her head with a smile. Marriage is unpredictable. She is only reborn, and she doesn't have the ability to predict fate. Whether it's the right match or not, she can't say for sure. Lu Xingyao didn't ask further. She had her own thoughts and just wanted someone to talk to about her feelings. Among her 3 sisters-in-law, only the second sister-in-law was strict. If she didn't approve of something, she wouldn't tell anyone.
She felt very confident about that.
While they were talking, a sound came from outside the yard. They looked up and saw a woman in her 50s to early 60s pushing a bicycle into the yard. Lu Xingyao was about to stand up, but Wang Meijing ran over and asked, Mom, you're here? Lu Xingyao also stood up to greet her. Wang Meijing's mother's surname was Zheng, so she called her Aunt Zheng. Zhao Jinshu politely followed and also called her Aunt Zheng. Zheng Hongwan looked around the yard with a big smile and asked, Are you all busy? Lu Xingyao replied, Not really, just knitting sweaters and stuff. Zhao Jinshu greeted her and sat down to knit. When Lu Kaiwei and Lu Manting saw their grandmother, they ran over to call her and then ran away again. Zheng Hongwan looked at her empty hands and said to Wang Meijing, You came to visit and forgot to bring some snacks for the kids. Wang Meijing said, Do they still need snacks? Come on, let's go inside and talk. Her clothes had just been washed and now her mother was here, so she wanted to have a good chat with her. Zheng Hongwan parked her bicycle and went inside with her daughter. Lu Xingyao rolled her eyes at Zhao Jinshu and said, It's always the same words every time. Can you come up with something new? Lu Xingyao looked down on her and said, Only third sister-in-law thinks her mom treats her well and cares for the 2 kids. If she really cared, why doesn't she buy some snacks for the kids every time she visits? If she doesn't want to buy them, that's fine, but she always mentions it, making it seem like she's very fond of the children. But this time she said something, and next time she'll come empty-handed again. In her life, Zhao Jinshu had never interacted much with Zheng Hongwan, but she deeply understood her actions from her past experiences. Compared to Wang Meijing's mother, her father was even more unusual. Fortunately, they are now separated, so she no longer has to deal with them socially. Lu Xingyao happily said, Look at Mantai and Kaifei. They aren't close to her at all. When they called her grandma, they ran away. They don't want to pay attention to her. But my third sister-in-law says their grandparents treat them well, and the kids like going to grandma's house. I didn't see that at all. Children are sensitive. They can tell who treats them well and who doesn't. Watching who they like to be close to is enough. No matter how much we say, it won't change that. While they were talking, Zhao Jinshu heard her sister-in-law say that her mother was tearing apart bedding at home. She asked Lu Zhe to tell her grandmother to put the bedding in the washing machine. Ji Yuanrong came out holding the dirty bedding and heard her daughter-in-law's words. She smiled and said, I've been lazy too. Zhao Jinshu replied, The washing machine is bought to be used. Just use it. Lin Yulan was scrubbing stains off the children's cotton toys. Hearing their conversation, she felt a bit sour inside. Washing clothes in winter is tough, especially when others use the washing machine, but she's too stingy to use hot water. Her hands are immersed in icy cold water, making her feel even worse. Even without a washing machine, hot water for laundry would be good. But think about it. Each piece of honeycomb coal costs 5 cents. If she uses hot water for everything plus cooking, she'd need 3 or 4 coal balls a day, costing about 20 cents daily. Over a month, that adds up to 5 or 6 yuan. She'd rather freeze her hands than spend that extra money unnecessarily. In the third house, Wang Meijing took some sunflower seeds to her mother to snack on. They drank water and chatted while eating. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Zheng Hongwan spat out her sunflower seed shell and frowned, asking, What's that sound? Wang Meijing grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and hummed, That's the washing machine bought by the second house. It should be washing clothes now. A washing machine? Zheng Hongzhuan's eyes widened. That must have cost quite a bit, right? Wang Meijing took a sip of water and said, "It's definitely not cheap." Zheng Hongwan looked at her daughter and smiled. "It's true. I let you marry into the Liu family, right? Now you're using a washing machine." She then picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. She was knowledgeable and naturally knew about washing machines. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes and said impatiently, "That's the second house's washing machine, not ours. What's so special about it? Liu Hefeng can't even afford to buy me a washing machine. Not just washing machines, even buying clothes now requires careful thought." Thinking about the carefree days of the past, these days feel like living in hell. She felt so frustrated. Zheng Hongwan glared at her and lowered her voice. "You're so silly. So, what if it's the second house's washing machine? It's all part of the Liu family. Using it is fine. Don't you think? Liu Hefeng can't even buy you a washing machine." Wang Meijing's face showed her displeasure. She pointed at her forehead and said, "You're really stupid. In a family, even the lower teeth and upper teeth can clash, but after a fight, you just go back to how things were. If you're thick-skinned, your sister-in-law will call you to help with chores. I don't believe she'll kick you out." Wang Meijing leaned back in her chair, not wanting to talk about it with her mother. She knew that the old Zhao Jingshu wouldn't do such things before, but now she wasn't sure. She didn't want to embarrass herself. Zheng Hongwan was eager to scold her. "Can't you wake up? What's face worth? As long as you get the benefit, that's enough." Wang Meijing really didn't want to hear this. "Oh, Mom, it's almost noon. Let's go cook." Zheng Hongwan sighed, disappointed. "No wonder your aunt came back recently and asked me to watch over you. You're stubborn. If you don't change, you'll get into trouble." Wang Meijing disagreed. "Who dares to let me get into trouble? I won't let anyone bully me." Zheng Hongwan shook her head and sighed, feeling that her daughter was slow-witted and couldn't be taught. Wang Meijing urged her, "Hurry up and cook." Zheng Hongwan frowned. "I was about to come, and I was supposed to eat with your mother-in-law." Wang Meijing stood up. "We're eating separately now, so don't think about it." Zheng Hongwan felt uncomfortable. When she first came to the Liu family, everyone was warm and welcoming. But now, after being here so long, her mother-in-law hadn't come to talk to her or invite her to eat. Since they've separated, does that mean her in-laws no longer entertain her? Thinking about it made me feel uneasy. Ji Yuanrong knew that her third daughter-in-law's mother had come, but she was busy and only wanted to finish her work before talking to her, so she didn't rush over. By noon, Lu Jintai returned, bringing someone with him. Zhao Jinshu was just cooking rice when she heard the noise and came out. Lu Jintai led the person to Zhao Jinshu and smiled as he introduced, "Jinshu, this is Editor Li." He then looked at Editor Li and said, "This is my wife, Zhao Jinshu, the author of the manuscript you have." Editor Li couldn't help but glance at Zhao Jinshu and smiled broadly. "Are you really the author of this fairy tale?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled. "Yes, I am." Just as Editor Li was about to speak, Lu Jintai said, "Shall we go to the study to talk?" Editor Li suddenly realized, Yes, let's go to the study." In the study, they each sat down. Editor Li looked impressed and said, "The story idea is very clever. The main character, Xiao Shuai, has a rich personality. He's very smart at such a young age and always manages to escape danger. But," Zhao Jinshu asked, "But what?" Editor Li frowned slightly. "But there is one part that isn't quite appropriate." Before Zhao Jinshu could speak, Lu Jintai asked, "What part isn't appropriate?" He read it several times and didn't see anything wrong. He thought it was very well written. Editor Li looked at him and said irritably, "Are you the editor-in-chief or am I?" Lu Jintai was silent. Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly and said calmly, "Editor Li, please tell me which part isn't appropriate." Editor Li straightforwardly said, "It's not good that the little white rabbit considers itself bait. After all, this is a fairy tale for children, and I worry that children might imitate it." It wasn't a big deal, so Zhao Jinshu agreed. "Then let's change it. Whoever writes stories has edited their drafts before." Editor Li's eyes widened suddenly. "You're just going to agree to change it?" Lu Jintai looked at him coolly and said, "Didn't you say it wasn't appropriate?" Editor Li awkwardly touched his nose and said to Zhao Jinshu, "This is your manuscript. As a writer, you should have your own principles. How can you agree to revise it so easily? Of course, he preferred the unedited version, but as the editor-in-chief, he had to be responsible for the published work. Zhao Jinshu does not see herself as a writer. You're right, so I agree to revise the draft. I think it's fine. All right. Editor Lee said awkwardly, feeling he was being unreasonable. At noon, Editor Lee stayed home for lunch. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect visitors, so she didn't prepare many dishes. She only had some pork ribs and lean meat she bought a few days ago, so she asked Lu Jintai to go buy some vegetables. Editor Lee waved his hand. Whatever you have is fine. No need to trouble yourself. He was here to work, not to eat a big meal. He felt a bit embarrassed to come empty-handed and didn't buy snacks for the children. Lu Jintai reviewed the draft again, while Zhao Jinshu went to the kitchen to cook. The rice was already cooked. The pork ribs were braised, and she made a mushroom and sliced meat soup, stir-fried lotus root slices, and roasted peanuts. Thinking it might not be enough, she used some leftover meat and added celery, making a celery and meat stir-fry. She looked around the kitchen and found a few potatoes. Since she was back, she had never made crispy potato chips for the children, so today she decided to try making them. Both children liked this dish. In her previous life, they were already married and sometimes had the chef prepare it for them. After preparing all this, there were 6 dishes in total. Hosting guests at this time of year was already quite good. At the end of the year, Lu Huayuan, as the director of a state-owned factory, was busy and not home on weekends. Since guests were visiting, Zhao Jinshu didn't ask her mother-in-law to cook. Instead, she invited her and her sister-in-law to eat together. Ji Yuanrong was about to wash her hands and start cooking when her daughter-in-law called her. She didn't hesitate and took a few jars of canned food from the cabinet to bring later. Lu Xingyao looked eagerly and said, "I want to eat a jar." "You're so stingy. You took out 4 jars at once." "It turns out sons are more loved." Ji Yuanrong shot her a glance. "That's not because sons are more loved. My son and daughter-in-law often call me to eat. Today, I even washed the sheets at my daughter-in-law's house." "What's the use of giving you some?" Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly. She was just joking. Her mother was the same. Was it necessary to make a big deal out of it? Ji Yuanrong said, "Your monthly salary is quite good. These canned foods cost only 2 yuan each. Buy less useless stuff, save some money, and you wouldn't be so fixated on the snacks in my cabinet." She wasn't reluctant to give her daughter food, but if she didn't control her mouth, she would eat so much that she would spoil herself. Her daughter spends money freely, and she buys many hair ties each month. To her, this is unnecessary spending. 1 or 2 hair ties are enough, so why buy so many? She ignored her and packed the canned food into a basket, then left. Zhang Hongwan saw her mother-in-law carrying a basket as she stepped out. She approached with a bright smile and asked, "Mother-in-law, where are you going?" "Well, the second son's family is visitors, and they called us to eat." Ji Yuanrong didn't hide it. There was no need. When her daughter-in-law invites her to eat, it's a sign of respect. There's no need to hide it. To be honest, the recent actions of Wang Meijing made her think differently about the Wang family. At first, Wang Meijing boasted about how wonderful her own daughter was. Over the years, she didn't realize how bold and stubborn her daughter was. She felt it deeply now. Zheng Hongjuan's smile faded slightly. Seeing her carrying things, she forced a smile and said, "Meijing's cooking is almost ready." She wanted to invite you all to eat together, but then her second brother called you. I heard the pots boiling loudly inside. They must have cooked a lot of good dishes. As for Meijing's side, there aren't many dishes, so I didn't call you. Lu Xingyao followed behind. Hearing her words, she wanted to scowl, but then thought about arguing and felt it would be embarrassing, so she kept quiet. Ji Yuanrong looked at her. She had always known that her mother-in-law was superficial and insincere. They were all relatives, and she was the third wife's mother-in-law. Most of the time, she just smiled and didn't take her words seriously. But now, hearing her say these things, she felt a bit annoyed. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "It's been a while since we ate separately. The second family's side often invites us over, and I didn't expect Meijing to invite us too. It's kinda hurt to remember me, her mother-in-law." Zheng Hongjuan's smile gradually stiffened. What did her mother-in-law mean? Could it be that she thought her own Meijing was unfilial? Her words implied that she favored the second family's daughter-in-law, Lu Jintai. But even if she liked that country girl, there was no need to belittle her own daughter. She felt uncomfortable inside. She hadn't visited her daughter's home for several months. Today was the first time she saw Lu Jintai, the country girl. When she entered, she saw her sitting there knitting and called her mother-in-law. She glanced at her briefly without paying much attention and was pulled into the house by her daughter. Before entering, she silently thought that her daughter-in-law was pretty, but didn't think much more about it. She didn't expect her to be someone important. Don't be fooled by Ji Yuanrong's friendly words and kind smile. Inside, she is proud and difficult to get along with. Most people can't really see through her. Originally, her daughter married into the Lu family because her younger sister helped mediate and because she was good at talking and convincing others, which helped her daughter. Otherwise, with her daughter's temper, the Lu family might not have chosen her. This rural girl came to the city, and after just a few months, Ji Yuanrong started to treat her differently, showing how impressive she is. Since her daughter and her are now sisters-in-law, she might be plotting against her. She needs to teach her daughter to be more cautious. In just a few seconds, she thought of all this. She smiled and said, "This child has been spoiled since she got married. She's never had to take charge or suffer hardships. She's still young and not mature enough. If you have any complaints about her, mother-in-law, just tell her." She won't dare to complain. She was flattering herself, but Ji Yuanrong didn't want to wear that mask now. She just smiled and said, "Now that we're separated, the children are grown up. They should understand things on their own. Let them do as they please. If they're taught, they might still complain. Teaching them always works. I'm too lazy to worry about it. If the kids want to be filial to us, we're happy. If they don't care about us, we won't be bothered." Zheng Hongjuan's smile was forced. She felt that everything about today's visit to the Lu family was wrong. Ji Yuanrong usually spoke differently. She always agreed with her and made her feel happy inside, thinking she had married the right family and that her daughter was happy, so she was happy too. But today, she realized everything had changed. It turned out her mother-in-law could also be sharp and mean. Lu Xingyao looked at her mother unexpectedly. Why wasn't she siding with her mother-in-law anymore? Ji Yuanrong saw her silent and said, "Mother-in-law, the second son's dish is almost ready. I need to go see if they need help. We'll talk after dinner." Then she turned and went into the second room on the left. Zheng Hongwan felt a mix of emotions, disappointment, bitterness, and resentment, flooding her heart. Her face kept changing color, stiffening into a blank expression, and she turned around to go back inside. Lu Xingyao followed behind her and entered the house. Ji Yuanrong went into the kitchen and saw the couple cooking and chopping vegetables. She smiled and asked, "Do you need help?" Zhao Jinshu looked up and called out, "Mom," then smiled, "Just a few dishes. Jin Tai can help. You've been busy all morning, so rest now." Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "It's not tiring. I've put these canned goods in the cabinet for you." Zhao Jinshu looked over and asked, "Why bring canned food? Are you saving it to eat later?" Ji Yuanrong replied, "Your dad and I can't eat cold food. No one eats it in the cabinet, so I brought it for you guys as snacks." Lu Xingyao thought. She was standing here as an adult and her mom said no one would eat the canned food? Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Later, we'll open 2 bottles and put them on the table." Eating some oily dishes helps cut the greasiness. Canned food was now a rare item. Most families only bought it once a year, usually as a gift. When her mother-in-law came for a meal, she brought 4 bottles, showing she didn't want the younger generation to suffer. She handed the canned food to Jin Tai, who took it and opened it easily, pouring it into a bowl. Ji Yuanrong didn't say anything. Since they wanted to eat, they could do as they pleased. Lu Xingyao saw the food was ready, so she hurried to help carry dishes and bowls. After opening the canned food, Jin Tai went to the study to call Editorly for dinner. Editorly looked at the delicious dishes on the table, smiling happily. "The wonderful aroma just now in the study tempted me. Was that all made by Comrade Zhao?" Jin Tai chuckled softly. "She made everything. I just helped." Editorly praised. "Comrade Zhao not only writes great stories but also has amazing cooking skills." Truly impressive. Jean Tai is so lucky. Jean Tai agreed sincerely. Indeed. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Xingyao didn't understand what was happening and didn't ask in front of the guest. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Everyone sit down and eat." Since Editor Li was mainly here for work and just wanted a meal, Jean Tai offered to pour him some wine, but he politely refused. Lu Zhe, Lu Rui, and Lu Xingyao held their rice bowls, eating quietly. Today's potatoes were all crispy on the outside, very delicious. They had never tasted potatoes prepared this way, so they didn't pay attention to anything else. While eating potatoes, Lu Xingyao started imagining when her second brother's family would visit again. She looked forward to them coming over to share a meal. Even if she had to wash the dishes afterward, she was happy to do it. Editor Li was gnawing on a rib, with no time to talk about anything else, his mind focused on the tasty ribs. Ji Yuanrong ate and praised. Jinshu's cooking is getting better and better. Lu Xingyao looked at her eagerly. After eating this time, when will I get to taste second sister-in-law's cooking again? Lu Jintai glanced at her. You can wait patiently. Zhao Jinshu smiled meaningfully at her. It's not hard to get what you want. You buy the ingredients and I'll cook. If you do that, I don't mind working hard. Lu Xingyao kept her mouth shut, thinking that the food was so good. Enjoying the moment was the most important. Lu Jintai also felt a bit speechless. Ji Yuanrong laughed and said, "The most stingy person in our Lu family is her. No one else." Lu Xingyao suddenly raised her head. Nonsense. The tightest-fisted person in our family is actually the eldest sister-in-law. I'm not stingy. Lu Jintai looked at her. She's quite generous to herself. Lu Zhe agreed. Little sister-in-law is very generous to herself. She always buys the most expensive clothes. She's just stingy with us. He didn't say that when she had no money, she asked her mother for loans to buy clothes, and she only bought the expensive ones, not the cheap ones. Lu Rui secretly looked at his little sister-in-law, saw her face turn red, and secretly chuckled. Editor Li, listening nearby, sighed with a smile. Your family atmosphere is really good. Lu Xingyao didn't agree at all. What was so good? Everyone was criticizing her. After dinner, washing the dishes naturally fell to Lu Xingyao. Zhao Jinshu boiled water and made tea for everyone. They moved to the study room and sat down. After settling in, Editor Li looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked carefully, "Comrade Zhao, do you only like writing children's stories?" Zhao Jinshu paused. Actually, she preferred writing romance stories. After all, the novels she wrote in her previous life did quite well, and many people liked them. She had some talent in this area. She smiled and said, "The child reads books quickly, and he has finished all the comic books in the bookstore. I saw he really had no books to read, so after school, he did his homework and felt bored. I thought about writing a story for him to read." Editor Li smiled and asked, "So you wrote this children's story?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Yes." Li then asked, "Can you write stories like this?" He took a book out of his bag and gently asked, "This is a book written by a writer from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Have you read it, Comrade Zhao?" Zhao Jinshu looked at the cover and immediately knew what kind of book it was. She hadn't had the chance to read it in this life, but she had read it in her previous life. Nowadays, many romance novels of this type are written by authors from Hong Kong and Taiwan, due to the times. She smiled and said, "No chance to read it." Li handed her the book and suggested, "Comrade Zhao, when you have free time, you can read it. Maybe you can write such a wonderful story too. Finding a good writer is hard, and finding one who is willing and diligent is even harder." He finally caught a promising one. Whether she could write or not, he would first cast his net and see. Lu Jintai glanced over, looked at the cover of the book, and said nothing. Zhao Jinshu took the book and smiled. "Since Editor Li says the story is wonderful, I will enjoy it carefully." Li smiled again and took out 2 more books from his bag. "Since you want to enjoy it, I'll give you 2 more. I don't have many here, just a lot of books." Zhao Jinshu accepted them and said, "Thank you. Actually, there was no need to give so many." Li said, "No need to thank me. Read them at home, and I hope you can write stories as wonderful as these." This was the second time he mentioned this. Zhao Jinshu could only say, "I'll try." Whether I can write such a wonderful story depends on individual taste. Everyone has their preferences. After chatting casually, Li shifted to serious topics. Currently, society generally pays new writers between 5 and 14 yuan per thousand words. I've set a middle price for you, 10 yuan per thousand words. Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment, then looked up. Let's sign an agreement. Li straightened up. What kind of agreement? Zhao Jinshu asked. How much do well-known writers usually get paid per piece? Between 15 and 30 yuan per thousand words. Zhao Jinshu said. If the sales of this children's storybook reach the same level as those of well-known authors, then please compensate me for the remaining royalties based on their unit prices. Lu Jintai glanced at her, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Editor Li suddenly laughed. It seems that Comrade Zhao is very confident in her book. Zhao Jinshu replied. It's not exactly that. Just being prepared. Editor Li thought for a moment and said, I need to go back and discuss this with them. Zhao Jinshu understood. After seeing Editor Li off, Zhao Jinshu picked up the book he had given her and started flipping through it. She had read it before, but rereading it brought new feelings. Lu Jintai sat beside her and also picked up a book to read. Half an hour later, he turned his head to look at her. Seeing her calmly flipping through the pages, he didn't disturb her and lowered his head again. They sat for a while longer. Zhao Jinshu rubbed her eyes, then turned around and saw Lu Jintai looking seriously at the book in his hands.
She was a bit surprised.
Can you really get into it? Lu Jintai looked up. It's okay. After a pause, he asked, Are you planning to write this kind of book? Zhao Jinshu blinked at him. What do you think? Lu Jintai pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He tried to find a word to describe his feelings. The plot is a bit complicated. Liking something means liking it. Not liking means not liking it. He felt a bit confused. Why did dating someone have to be so uncertain? I might not be able to write these. After saying that, Zhao Jinshu noticed Lu Jintai's expression relax a little, and she smiled. Lu Jintai hesitated before speaking. Fairy tales are also good. Zhao Jinshu looked at him without saying anything. Children's stories naturally need to be written, but she also wanted to write romance novels. Lu Jintai looked at her again and said, You write children's stories very well. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes, yes, yes. She secretly smiled inside. How much he didn't want her to write romance novels. She didn't dare say that after more than half her life of practice, she had become that kind of woman, but she would keep working toward her goal. So, she still wrote romance novels. As for when she would write, she needed to have a clear plan in her mind first, because inspiration doesn't come easily. While she was lost in thought, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue ran in. Lu Zhe was holding a wooden sword, and Lu Rue had a hairband. Lu Zhe waved the sword twice, smiling happily. Mom, look. Grandpa bought me this wooden sword. Zhao Jinshu put down her book and asked with a smile, Did Grandpa come back? Lu Zhe nodded eagerly with a bright, sunny smile on his face. He also bought us toys. Both my brother and sister have one. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Grandpa is busy with work outside, but he still cares about you. Lu Zhe said proudly, We are Grandpa's grandchildren. Of course he cares about us. Grandpa said that during the holidays, no matter how well we do in school, he will give us rewards. Of course, the kindergarten he attended didn't have exams, and Rue wasn't in school yet, but Grandpa said they were good children and deserved rewards. Lu Rue raised her hand to show her parents. Grandpa bought me this hairband. I can use it to style my hair. Do you think it looks nice? She put it on her head. It looks very pretty, Zhao Jinshu praised kindly, smiling. Lu Rue then asked her dad, Dad, does it look good? Lu Jintai looked up and praised her like her mother. It looks very pretty. Lu Rue was happy and kept fiddling with her hairband. Lu Zhe was also waving his wooden sword nearby. Lu Jintai frowned slightly. The study is too small. To avoid hitting anyone, go play outside. Zhao Jinshu smiled and patted her son. Go play outside. You can't fully show your sword skills here. The house was small, so they only had a limited space. Lu Jintai needed a private place to work, so he specially separated a small room from the main hall to be his study. The study was narrow, with grid bookshelves on the walls filled with books. It could only fit a desk, a few chairs, and a small corridor for passing through. Usually, only Lu Jintai used the space. Others rarely came in. Today, they hosted Editor Lee here, and they also read some books together. Lu Zhe caught a strange word and became very curious. He quickly grabbed his wooden sword and ran to his mother, asking, "Mom, what is this Xianjian magic? Is it a very amazing spell? Like a magic weapon such as Sun Wukong's golden staff, he had seen the comic book of Journey to the West, which had many magical spells that could make things bigger or smaller. Very wonderful." Lu Jintai also looked up at her. Lu Rui heard Sun Wukong and stopped playing with his headband. He and his brother both leaned in front of their mother and said, "Mom, Sun Wukong, change. Their father had read about Sun Wukong to her. She knew Sun Wukong and liked monkeys very much. Zhao Jinshu, this is too general. How can a couple of sentences explain everything clearly?" 3 pairs of eyes looked at her eagerly. She thought for a moment and said, "The word Xian in Xianjian means immortal, so it must be very powerful." Lu Zhe widened his eyes and pushed his mother's arm. "How is it powerful? Mom, tell me quickly." Zhao Jinshu patted his shoulder. "How powerful it is, I can't tell you for now." Because at that moment, she suddenly had an inspiration. A story about a sword immortal appeared in her mind. Lu Zhe let out a disappointed sound. "Mom." Lu Jintai looked at her with a gentle smile, then looked down at his son's sad face. He patted his head and smiled again. Lu Rui saw his mother's expression and said, "Brother, Mom won't tell." Seeing him so disappointed, Zhao Jinshu explained, "It's a long story, hard to explain clearly. Just know that Xianjian is a very special and powerful sword. What's the difference between saying it or not?" Lu Zhe felt very upset. Zhao Jinshu added, "Since I can't explain it clearly, I will write about it." Lu Jintai looked at her. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly widened with excitement. His face showed surprise. "Really? Mom's drawing of a little handsome boy was very, very beautiful." He liked the little handsome boy and little white very much. If Mom writes about Xianjian, it will definitely be very beautiful. Lu Rui tilted his head. "Mom, write it." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Okay, I will write it. You guys go play outside. It's too crowded here." Lu Zhe felt happy inside. He waved his sword and ran out happily. Lu Rui followed behind and also ran out. Zhao Jinshu put down her book, stood up, and prepared to go back to her room to knit a sweater. Lu Jintai looked at her with a smile and asked, "So, are you planning to write a myth story?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "It's not a myth story. Once I finish it, you'll understand." Lu Jintai nodded and said happily, "That's good. I look forward to your great work, Comrade Zhao." Zhao Jinshu lifted her foot but then put it back down. She said, "Don't expect too much. Just stay calm, so you won't be disappointed." Lu Jintai smiled and looked at her.
"I believe in you, Comrade Zhao."
"You won't let me down." Zhao Jinshu was about to argue, but he added, "No matter what I write, I like it." She looked at him carefully and thought to herself, "Is he really a big fan of mine?" She teased, "What if I write a story similar to the one you like?" "Do you like that too?" Lu Jintai's lips moved, and after a moment he managed to say 3 words. "Did I think I like it?" The "think I like it" part made Zhao Jinshu hold back her laughter. If he didn't like it, he shouldn't say he does. It was hard for him. She said, "You go ahead. I'll go outside to enjoy the sun." She thought that in winter, the happiest thing is to enjoy the sun. Lu Jintai looked down almost invisibly. The children were playing with their toys in the yard. Zhao Jinshu moved her chair outside the corridor and sat against a pillar. The sun was just right here, making it easy for her to enjoy the sunlight. At this moment, Zheng Hongwan came out of the house opposite, followed by Wang Meijing and Lu Hufeng. Wang Meijing looked at the children in the yard and shouted loudly, "Kaifei, Manting, come back quickly. Pack your clothes and bags. Your grandma is taking you to stay at her house for a while." Lu Kaifei didn't lift his head. "I don't want to go." Lu Manting sat on a stone bench, holding a mirror and fixing her headband. She looked up and said the same thing, "I don't want to go." Zheng Hongwan smiled and walked over. "Why don't you want to go to Grandma's house?" "Grandma has lots of delicious food." Lu Manting didn't speak, and Lu Kaifei didn't say anything either. Wang Meijing saw this and got angry. "Grandma is talking to you. Are you mute?" Lu Kaifei snorted. "If I don't want to go, I just don't want to go." Wang Meijing was so angry she wanted to hit him. Seeing him with his head down and sitting still made her even angrier. She reached out and slapped his head. Lu Kaifei's eyes suddenly turned red. He stood up quickly and ran into his grandmother's room, sobbing as he called out for his grandma. Zhang Hongwan smiled, neither angry nor upset. She kept a stiff face and said, "What's wrong with this child? It's holiday time and you didn't go to grandma's house. Staying at home, who will cook for you? Isn't that hard on the parents? Usually everything is fine. Why don't you want to go this year?" Wang Meijing and Lu Huanfeng hurriedly followed after him. Zhao Jinshu sat nearby, watching coldly without speaking. Her two children's eyes lit up whenever they mentioned their grandparents. If asked to take them back to visit their grandparents, they would immediately start packing their clothes and couldn't wait to go. It's not that her children are unfilial to their grandparents. They know who treats them well and who doesn't. They understand this clearly. Kaifei and Manting must have been treated unfairly at Grandma's house, and not just small unfairness. That's why they resist going there. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huaiyuan heard the noise and quickly came out. Even Lin Yulan and Lu Jiaming came out. Lu Kaifei threw himself into his grandma's arms. Ji Yuanrong helped him up and asked what happened. Lu Kaifei couldn't hold back tears and sobbed, My mom hit me." Ji Yuanrong asked, "Why did she hit you?" Lu Kaifei sniffled, "I didn't want to go to Grandma's house, so she hit me." Ji Yuanrong looked up, glanced at her son and daughter-in-law, then asked her grandson, "Why don't you want to go to Grandma's house?" Lu Kaifei straightened up from his grandma's embrace and quickly hid behind his grandpa. Looking at his parents and grandma behind them, with red eyes, he said, "I don't want to go to Grandma's house. Every time we go, Mom gives Grandma money for living expenses. They make delicious food, but they don't let me eat, and they say my little cousin is younger, so they give him more food." Wang Meijing couldn't believe it. She looked at her daughter, who also had red eyes, then turned to her mother. Zhang Hongwan didn't expect her grandson to say such things. The children in the family are younger, and it's normal to care more for the younger ones. But hearing her grandson say this in front of her in-laws made her feel embarrassed and a bit upset. What kind of child is this? No matter how good he is to him, he only remembers grudges and forgets kindness, an ungrateful child. Seeing her daughter's gaze, she instinctively looked away. After avoiding her daughter's gaze, she felt something was wrong. Why was she hiding? Doesn't that make her seem guilty? She opened her mouth to say something but felt a bit uncomfortable. She was indeed a little guilty, but she couldn't offend her daughter and her family. She thought for a moment and explained simply, "We are all siblings. I thought his younger brother was smaller, so I focused on him first." Ji Yuanrong was tired of listening to her excuses. All she knew was that her grandson had been wronged at the Wang family, and that was enough for her. Seeing her grandson's eyes red from crying, she felt heartbroken. The two children had suffered such a big unfairness without anyone knowing at home. She felt so upset and secretly glared at her son. He was useless and had no idea what he was doing all day. She said, "Why haven't the two kids mentioned their grandparents for a while? It seems they were upset at their other home." Lu Hufeng felt innocent when he received his mother's glare. Kids never told him when something happened. How could he know they were wronged at the Wang family? Seeing her mother and the children's reactions, Wang Meijing still didn't understand. Did her son and daughter really suffer unfair treatment at her parents' home?
Why?
They were her own children. Although they were grandchildren, they still carried Wang family blood. How could they be so biased? She couldn't understand. She knew her mother was somewhat biased towards boys, but it shouldn't be this extreme. Moreover, during summer and winter vacations, the children went over, and she even gave them living expenses. Lin Yulan curled her lips and said Wang Meijing was just a talker. She didn't know her children were bullied at her mother's house. She was so stupid. Seeing this, Zhang Hongwan felt embarrassed but didn't want to leave just like that. If she left, her daughter would become distant from her. She said, "Meijing, I really didn't think much. Didn't you all always let the younger ones go first when you were kids?" Wang Meijing recalled her childhood and thought it was true. But her children had really been wronged. Zhang Hongwan saw her expression soften and quickly said, "If the kids don't want to go to our house, then don't go. Isn't their second aunt working? She can help take care of the children. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect this matter to involve her. She didn't speak but wanted to see how Wang Meijing and her husband would respond. Lu Manting quickly said, I want to go with second aunt. Lu Kaifei also said, I want to go with second aunt. Lu Ruerwen ran over and said, It's not up to you. It's my mom. Lu Zhe also said, Mom takes care of me and Ruerwe every day and it's already very hard. You're all grown up now and still need someone to take care of you? What he didn't say was that his mother still needed to write her fairy tale stories and didn't have time to look after her older siblings. His older siblings are in elementary school, yet they still need someone to care for them. In their hometown, children this age usually don't need adults to look after them. Lu Kaifei thought to himself, they are really not very loyal. Lu Manting's eyes reddened as she looked at her second aunt. She knew she wasn't her real mother, but she still wanted her to agree. Zhao Jinshu smiled but said nothing. Besides, she didn't really have a chance to speak. Lu Manting felt a bit disappointed. Her second aunt didn't care for her as much as before. Wang Meijing, although she argued with Zhao Jinshu, was still very confident about leaving the children with her. After all, Zhao Jinshu was good at other things, and with her around, the children wouldn't be mistreated. For the sake of the children, she was willing to forgive and make peace. She looked at Zhao Jinshu, noticing she had no reaction, clearly disagreeing with the idea. She felt a little disappointed. Lu Hufeng looked at his son and daughter, feeling annoyed. He said, The children are grown up. During the day, let them do their homework in the yard or play with their brothers and sisters. At noon, we take turns coming back to cook for them. The children are our own. We can't just push everything onto others. That would be unfair. Wang Meijing pursed her lips. If they did that, she wouldn't be able to take a nap at noon. Lu Hufeng said, It's only for a few days, just until the unit is on holiday. That was the only way. Wang Meijing nodded and agreed. The two children finally smiled. As long as they didn't go to their grandmother's house, they were happy. Ji Yuanrong's expression eased as she looked at Lu Hufeng and his wife. She said, That's how it should be. Even if it's tiring and busy, as long as the children are not suffering, it's fine. Zheng Hongwan looked awkward. Her mother-in-law's words were too harsh. How could the children be suffering? She looked at her daughter and said, Since they won't go back with me, I'll go home. She couldn't stay any longer. It's getting late. You should go back now. Wang Meijing looked at the apple in her hand and then at her mother, who was hoping she would stay. Her heart softened. She handed the apple to her. You like apples, take it and eat it slowly. Zheng Hongwan sighed and took the apple, feeling relieved. Her daughter hadn't turned away from her, so she could go home peacefully. Ji Yuanrong didn't say anything. If her daughter was filial to her mother, how could she not support that? Next time you come, it's not just about eating and taking things, so it's not a big deal this time. Lin Yulan thinks Wang Meijing is really silly, but that's a family matter between mother and daughter. As a sister-in-law, she naturally wouldn't interfere. After watching some entertainment, the sun was already setting. Zhao Jinshu carried a chair back to her room to prepare dinner. Lu Jintai came out of the study and asked, Did Kai Fei cry just now? Since the family doesn't usually hit the children, only Lu Manting often cries. The other kids rarely cry. Zhao Jinshu explained this once. Lu Jintai paused, frowned, and said, The third. He didn't finish, but it was probably not something good. Zhao Jinshu didn't ask further. Then he said, Both of them are confused.
She didn't comment on this.
She only knew that Kai Fei often said that his grandmother favored others and didn't love them. Wang Meijing didn't take it seriously. When he got annoyed, she would scold him. Over time, the two children stopped talking about their grandmother's family. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, Did you sit and read all afternoon? Lu Jintai rubbed his forehead and nodded. Your body must be stiff now?
Yeah.
Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Then go make dinner and move your muscles. Lu Jintai glanced at her and smiled. That's fine. You can help out too. Zhao Jinshu said to keep the dinner simple. You can handle it alone. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. You didn't sit all afternoon either?
All right.
Zhao Jinshu agreed. Since Zhao Jinshu planned to write about a sword immortal, She kept thinking about the story whenever she was lying in bed at night, knitting sweaters during the day, cooking, or even walking to the bathroom. After 2 days of thinking, she roughly outlined the story. This fantasy novel probably won't be short. It can't be as lazy and simple as her previous children's story. It needs a detailed outline, including many settings for magic spells, cultivation levels, and magic tools. She needs to plan all of these carefully, which takes a lot of time. She also needs to set the background story, character personalities, main characters, supporting characters, and villains beforehand. Right now, she has no computer, so everything is handwritten, which is very troublesome. Her temporary workspace is in Lu Jintai's study, where she stays for half a day. Fortunately, Lu Jintai has been free these days, so he mostly handles cooking, grocery shopping, and taking care of the children. After the new year, Lu Jintai will be busy again. Lu Zhe will start school, and Lu Rui will take her to kindergarten. She will be left alone at home, which will allow her to focus on writing her articles. It's worth mentioning that the children's story has already been signed with a contract based on the conditions she proposed. After a few busy days, the new year is getting closer. The children are counting the days on their fingers. How long until the small new year? How long until the big new year? As the holiday approaches day by day, everyone feels happier. That afternoon, Zhao Jinshu was writing in her study. Lu Jintai was in their room, teaching Lu Zhe math and helping his daughter learn to read. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front gate. Zhao Jinshu was so absorbed in her story that she didn't notice the knocking at first. She put away her pen and was about to go open the door when Lu Jintai went out first, and the children followed to rest. She rubbed her shoulders, picked up her teacup, and noticed the water inside was gone. She stood up to go pour some hot water. Before she could step outside, a familiar voice called from outside. Fourth sister, Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu couldn't believe her ears. She snapped out of her surprise and hurried outside. Before she could reach the door, the person calling her happily laughed. Then she heard Lu Zhe and Lu Rui calling their little uncle. Zhao Jinshu went outside and saw the young, handsome man carrying Lu Rui under his left arm and Lu Zhe under his right. She was momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to her brother in his 50s. Looking at her younger brother in front of her, she smiled and quickly ran over.
Jincheng?
It must be said, seeing a relative from her youth filled Zhao Jinshu with both surprise and excitement. She thought she wouldn't see her family until after the new year when she returned to her hometown, but her brother had come in person. This was something that hadn't happened in her past life. Jincheng, carrying his niece and nephew, looked at his older sister. Seeing her face rosy, her eyes bright and lively, and despite her wearing a big cotton coat made by their mother, her healthy appearance was obvious. He was secretly pleased. His sister had come to the city and hadn't suffered any hardships. Lu Zhe giggled happily, unable to hide his joy. "Mom, little uncle is here. Little uncle came to see us." Lu Rui also smiled and said, "Little uncle missed us." Zhao Jinshu suddenly remembered that her younger brother was still studying at this time. She asked, "Have you finished your exams?" Zhao Jincheng smiled and nodded. "Yes, I finished. I haven't received my notice yet. Our parents wanted the eldest brother to come, but I didn't want to. We drew lots and I was lucky." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "You are indeed lucky. But it's okay. After the new year, we will go home to see them." Lu Jintai was carrying 2 big bags, which Zhao Jincheng had brought. He looked happy and said with a smile, "Let's go inside first." Zhao Jincheng then looked at Lu Jintai and asked, "Fourth brother, are you not working today?" Lu Jintai strode forward, smiling as he said, "Nothing much before the new year. Tomorrow, I can take you out to play." Lu Zhe hugged his little uncle's arm and hurriedly said, "Little uncle, let's go to the zoo to see tigers and lions." Lu Rui also said, "And many small animals." Zhao Jincheng took them inside the house with Lu Jintai, then set them down. "All right, first we'll go to the zoo, and then see other things." Zhao Jinshu followed behind, smiling and teasing him. "What? Are you planning to visit all of Kyoto? Since it's rare to come here, of course I want to see everything," Zhao Jincheng said naturally. "That makes sense. Luckily, your fourth brother is free and can go with you," Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. Zhao Jincheng looked at her. Aren't you coming with me? Zhao Jinshu glanced at him and teased, then I'll stay with you for 2 days. Zhao Jincheng saw a chair nearby and sat down heavily. Just 2 days. Lu Zhe was lying on his little uncle's lap. Little uncle, Mom is writing a fairy sword story. Spending only 2 days with you will take up a lot of her time. What fairy sword story? Zhao Jincheng looked at her. You can write stories too. Zhao Jinshu rolled her eyes at him. Why can't I? Zhao Jincheng chuckled. You haven't written before, so I didn't know if you could. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, Are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? Hungry, very hungry. Zhao Jincheng rubbed his stomach, sighing. The food on the train was terrible. And since it's winter, the pancakes and eggs my mom brought are cold. I poured hot water over them and ate some cold eggs to get by. Zhao Jinshu scolded him with a glance. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already late afternoon. Soon it will be dinner time. Should I cook you a bowl of noodles? No matter what, just get me something to eat. I'm starving, Zhao Jincheng said while leaning back in his chair. Lu Jintai smiled and said, I'll cook for him. You sit and talk to him. Zhao Jingshu didn't sit down either. She opened the cabinet and took out some glutinous rice strips and osmanthus cakes to help settle his stomach. Here, have some first. Zhao Jincheng took the food after his niece and nephew had their share, then started eating. Zhao Jingshu went to pour him some water. It's cold today, drink some hot water. He took the water and ate the osmanthus cake while drinking. Seeing him enjoy the food, Zhao Jingshu smiled and said, Just now, you still had the strength to carry them. Looks like you weren't hungry. He rolled his eyes. Even combined, they don't weigh 100 pounds. If he's hungry, how could he not carry them? She laughed a little. That's true. Rural young men work in the fields during busy farming seasons. Even if they're still studying, they have a lot of strength. She asked again, How did you find your way home? You should have sent me a telegram so I could come pick you up. Coming like this, aren't you afraid of getting lost? Zhao Jincheng pointed to his mouth. Lost? After getting off the train, I just called a taxi, told him the address, and he brought me here. As long as I have money and a mouth, I can find my way anywhere. Zhao Jingshu said, You're pretty clever. He shot her a quick look. Don't underestimate me. I'm at least a third-year high school student. Zhao Jingshu glared at him. Feeling proud of being a third-year student? You don't even know you'll take the college entrance exam next year.
How can you waste time like this?
Aren't you afraid you won't pass? Zhao Jincheng pointed to his backpack on the cabinet. I brought my books. Besides, if I don't do well, no one in our class will. You're confident. It's because I believe in my strength, Zhao Jincheng said. While the siblings were talking, Lu Jintai had already cooked the noodles. Zhao Jingshu let him eat first. Zhao Jincheng looked at the big bowl of noodles in front of him, his eyes bright. He was so hungry, the osmanthus cake didn't really satisfy him. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As he ate, he noticed there were 2 eggs hidden underneath. He smiled and said, My 4th brother is really good to me. Seeing his wife glare, Lu Jintai chuckled softly. Your 4th sister doesn't treat you well? Zhao Jincheng looked up and saw his older sister glaring at him fiercely. He realized he had made a mistake and quickly said, My 4th sister is also kind to me. Zhao Jinshu then smiled and said, After dinner, let your 4th brother take you to the bathhouse for a hot bath. I'll stay home and cook. Lu Jintai naturally agreed. He can go after he finishes eating. Zhao Jincheng nodded. He had been on the train all day and felt dirty all over. He really needed a good wash. Lu Zhe said, I want to go too. Zhao Jinshu replied, Go ahead. Lu Rui was about to speak, but Zhao Jinshu patted her head and said, Mom is at home, so you shouldn't go. Next time, Mom will take you. Lu Rui responded, Okay, I'll go with Mom. After finishing his noodles, Zhao Jincheng said happily, That was so comfortable. He stood up, casually put his bowl in the sink, and was about to wash it when Zhao Jinshu came over and said, Don't wash it now. I'll use hot water later. Rest for a bit, then take out your change of clothes and go for a bath. It's getting late. Zhao Jincheng and his sister weren't formal with each other. He stretched lazily, looked outside, and asked, Are Uncle and Annie at work? Zhao Jinshu replied, They'll be back in the evening. The children from the main house's third and fourth rooms had done their homework in the morning. Now, they were watching TV at their grandmother's place. The main door was tightly shut, and the TV was loud, so they probably didn't hear anything or come out, making the yard feel very quiet. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai and said, "After your bath, buy some vegetables on the way back. Tonight, let's have dinner together at home with Mom and Dad. You bought lamb and lamb chops this morning, right?" "I'll start cooking the stew." Lu Jintai nodded. "We'll be back quickly." After they left, Zhao Jinshu told Lu Rui to kick the shuttlecock in the yard. She then took out the lamb chops to stew and cooked rice in the pot. More than 2 hours later, the group of people returning from work arrived one after another. The 3 who were bathing hadn't come back yet, so the groceries hadn't arrived either. But it wasn't urgent. She first told Ji Yuanrong, who was coming home from work, "Mom, my brother came."
Eve kokt lem.
"You don't need to cook. Come and eat here." Ji Yuanrong was initially surprised and then asked with a smile, "When did your brother come?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "He came in the afternoon. He didn't send me a telegram or anything before coming, just figured it out himself. Now, Jintai is taking him for a bath. This kid is quite brave." Ji Yuanrong smiled as she parked her bicycle and took out a piece of meat from the front basket. "I'm not taking this meat back. You can look after it and add it to the dish. He's quite brave, not afraid of anything," Zhao Jinshu said casually, taking the meat and smiling. "Tonight, I'll fry some crispy meat for you." Ji Yuanrong beamed. "Whatever you want to do. I'll change my clothes and come back to help you." Zhao Jinshu really needed some help, so she agreed. "All right." Lin Yulan pushed her bicycle inside and saw her mother-in-law handing a knife and some meat to Zhao Jinshu. She looked at Wang Meijing behind her and gave her a subtle signal. When Wang Meijing came closer, she whispered, "Did you see? Our mother-in-law is giving meat to Zhao Jinshu again." Wang Meijing looked over and only saw Zhao Jinshu carrying the meat into the house. She pouted. "Now Zhao Jinshu is the favorite of our mother-in-law. We're just pests, not liked at all." Lin Yulan felt uncomfortable. Why only give her the meat? Wang Meijing didn't know either. If the mother-in-law didn't give it to them, could they just take it? They had the desire but no courage. Both of them carried their thoughts and went into their own houses. When the 3 people returning from their bath came back, Zhao Jinshu's crispy meat was almost ready. Zhao Jincheng entered the house and saw a stranger standing inside. He paused for a moment and looked at Ji Yuanrong with a smile. "Is this Annie?" Ji Yuanrong smiled. "Are you Jinshu's younger brother?" Zhao Jincheng grinned brightly. "Auntie, I'm my sister's younger brother, Zhao Jincheng. Just call me Jincheng." Ji Yuanrong looked him over. "Jinshu, your brother is very handsome and he looks a lot like you." This boy resembled Jinshu at least by 5 or 6 points, and he wasn't short. Jin Tai wasn't short either, and standing next to Jin Tai, they looked about the same height. She thought to herself, "It seems the Zhao family all have good looks." Hearing this, Zhao Jincheng became more interested. "Our family, my 4th sister and I, look the most alike and are the most handsome." Jinshu shook her head with a smile. "Mom, he's just thick-skinned." Jincheng rubbed his nose, not shy at all. "Isn't that the truth?" But Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "This kid has a good personality. Z's and he are quite similar, but Jintai is a bit more reserved." Lu Jintai carried some vegetables into the house and heard her mother say that. She silently looked at her and placed the vegetables in the basket. Zhao Jincheng looked at him with a proud smile and couldn't help but laugh. "At home, my parents always say that 4th brother has a good personality, steady and reliable. They say I'm impulsive and reckless, so they dislike me." Ji Yuanrong immediately smiled happily. First, because she was pleased that her son was appreciated by his future mother-in-law, and second, because she genuinely liked his personality. Among her 3 sons, none was like him. She said happily, "It's okay. Auntie just likes your character." Zhao Jincheng felt even more proud. "Auntie, you speak honestly." Zhao Jingshu couldn't help but say, "His tail is almost to the sky." Lu Jintai glanced at his younger brother-in-law and chuckled softly. "He can lift it even higher." Zhao Jincheng looked at them and snorted. "You 2 are jealous of me. As long as you're happy." After saying that, Zhao Jingshu took out some crispy meat and placed it in a basin. "Eat while it's hot. Wash your hands and try some." Lu Jintai first handed a piece to Zhao Jingshu's mouth. Try this. Zhao Jingshu bit into it with his hand. It's delicious. You try some too. Lu Jintai took a piece of the crispy meat she had bitten and ate it. Zhao Jingshu couldn't help but say, there's so much in the basin. Lu Jintai looked at her. What's wrong? Zhao Jingshu felt he was doing it on purpose. She didn't believe he didn't understand what she was saying. She shot him a glance, but didn't say anything. Lu Jintai went to get more crispy meat for her to eat. She refused, saying she would eat later herself and didn't want him to feed her. Lu Jintai didn't insist. Ji Yuanrong was eating her crispy meat nearby, pretending not to see, but inside she thought that her son, who was praised by his future mother-in-law for being steady and reliable, sometimes also had his moments of being a bit careless, not always so steady. Zhao Jincheng held some crispy meat, eating as he called out to his nephew and niece outside, telling them to come in and eat. The two children quickly ran into the kitchen after hearing this. Each took a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Everyone ate and talked. Delicious. Really tasty. Once the meal was ready, Lu Huayuan and Lu Xingyao also returned. As Lu Huayuan entered the yard, he saw a young man standing with his back facing him. He paused slightly and walked inside. Lu Xingyao lagged behind a step, looking puzzled.
Who is that?
Ji Yuanrong came out of the kitchen and saw them returning. She smiled and said, Old Lu, guess who this is? She then pulled Zhao Jincheng's arm. When Zhao Jincheng heard her words, he turned around and saw the person approaching. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yuanrong stopped him with a smile and said, Let's not say anything yet. Let's see if he can guess who we are. Zhao Jincheng smiled quietly and said nothing. Lu Xingyao looked at the young man's face and thought he looked familiar. Meanwhile, Lu Huayuan also became interested. He smiled and stepped forward, carefully observing the young man. When their eyes met, Zhao Jincheng straightened up. Lu Huayuan looked at the young man's face and praised, This young man is very handsome. He paused and looked at him for a moment. He looks a bit familiar. Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but laugh. Ji Yuanrong smiled and asked, Did you guess? Lu Huayuan kept his gaze on his face, not looking away. After a moment of thought, he asked, He looks like Jinshu. Are you Jinshu's brother? Zhao Jincheng grinned and said, Uncle, you have good eyes. I am Zhao Jinshu's younger brother. My name is Zhao Jincheng, with Cheng meaning the Great Wall. Lu Xingyao was a bit surprised. She didn't expect the brother of her second sister-in-law's family to come. She looked him over again. He was dressed very plainly, wearing a big cotton-padded coat and cloth shoes. But his appearance was as outstanding as her second sister-in-law's. Of course, if he changed his clothes, he would look even better. Lu Huayuan let out an "Oh," and walked over to pat his shoulder. You're quite sturdy. Are you here alone? Zhao Jincheng chuckled and said, Yes, I came alone. Are your parents in good health? Lu Huayuan asked as he looked at him. Zhao Jincheng nodded and smiled. They're doing well. They're busy all day. When they have free time, they get a bit restless. They raised quite a few chickens, ducks, and geese. This year they even made a fish pond. Before I came, my mother prepared dried chicken, dried duck, and dried fish for me to bring over for you to try. Then we definitely want to try them. These things are hard to find. Lu Huayuan listened carefully and couldn't help but smile after hearing. Ji Yuanrong sighed nearby, saying, Your parents are very hardworking. What she didn't say was that after seeing Jinshu and Jincheng, she could probably guess what kind of people their in-laws were. Both children are polite and well-mannered, so their parents couldn't be bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't have raised such good kids. Compared to the boastful in-laws of the third family, she had higher expectations for Jinshu's parents. She was curious about what kind of in-laws they were and how they managed to have such charming children. Zeza and Ruiru are also well cared for, and their in-laws must have put in a lot of effort. Jean Tai didn't suffer much in the countryside. She was mainly supported by her in-laws. She feels very grateful for this. Zhao Jincheng smiles and says, People in the countryside are like this. Throughout the year, besides farm work, there are many small chores at home, so there's rarely any free time. Ji Yuan can't help but say, Your parents should come to Beijing to visit. We haven't met the in-laws yet. Zhao Jincheng laughs and replies, They do want to come and meet you. They also think about my fourth brother and sister, as well as Ziz and Ruiru. But the poultry and livestock at home are hard to leave, so they just send me to visit and bring some local specialties for you to try. They're all home-raised, so no worries about anything bad. Lu Huayuan looks at Ji Yuan and smiles. Try some tomorrow. I've had dried chicken a couple of times before, and it really tastes good. Ji Yuan naturally agrees. Sure. As they talk, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng, who are helping in the kitchen, hear the noise and come out. Lu Jiaming looks at Zhao Jincheng and asks, "Who is this?" Lu Huayuan pats Zhao Jincheng and smiles. "This is your second brother-in-law's younger brother. Just call him Jincheng." Then he looks at Zhao Jincheng again. "This is Lu Jiaming, the eldest at home. You should call him Go, big brother." Zhao Jincheng obediently says, "Brother Jiaming." Lu Jiaming laughs and sighs. "It's good to have you here. Have fun." Seeing Lu Xingyao nearby, Lu Huayuan says, "This is Xingyao, the youngest at home, a few years older than you." Zhao Jincheng glances at her and cheerfully calls out, "Sister Xingyao." Lu Xingyao smiles and says, "Finally, someone younger than me calls me sister." Lu Huayuan then turns to his third son, Lu Hufeng, and says, "This is the third son, Lu Hufeng." Zhao Jincheng says, "Brother Hufeng." Lu Hufeng smiles and says, "Don't rush to leave. When I have a holiday, I'll take you out to play." Zhao Jincheng, who is never shy around strangers, laughs and says, "I'll be looking forward to that." Since he's here, he doesn't plan to leave quickly. He wants to have fun. Ji Yuan can't help but tease. Brother Hufeng isn't good at much, but he's great at playing. Lu Hufeng touches his nose and, feeling a bit embarrassed, his mother also doesn't give him much face in front of relatives. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jincheng shows interest and says, "Really? I also like playing, but here, everyone is tired of the usual activities and there's nothing interesting. I really want to see more of the world with Brother Feng." Lu Hufeng's eyes lit up, and he patted his shoulder with a smile. "You're just like me. What are you doing now?" Zhao Jincheng shrugged helplessly. "Still a student under my teacher's watch, with nothing but books." Lu Hufeng looked surprised. "You're still a student." He thought Zhao Jincheng spoke so maturely that he must have already entered society, but it turns out he's still a student. Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, "It's my third year of high school." Lu Huayuan asked, "So you'll take the college entrance exam next year?" Zhao Jincheng nodded. Lu Hufeng casually asked, "How are your grades? Do you think you can get into Kyoto University?" Zhao Jincheng smiled slightly. "My grades are okay. Whether I can get into Kyoto depends on how I do in the future." He was being modest now. Lu Hufeng was about to speak again, but Zhao Jinsua called out that dinner was ready. Lu Hufeng told him, "You guys go eat first. We can talk more after dinner." Okay. They went inside, washed their hands, and took bowls and chopsticks. Although Zhao Jincheng had eaten a big bowl of noodles and taken a bath earlier, seeing the delicious dishes on the table made him hungry again. Since they were family, there was no need for formalities. They sat down, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and started eating. Zhao Jincheng was gnawing on a lamb chop, and his eyes lit up. "Fourth sister, your cooking is getting better." Lu Xingyao nodded quickly. "I agree. This was the truth." Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanrong smiled and nodded. Lu Zhe kept nodding his head. "My mom makes everything taste good." Lu Rui also said, "Everything is delicious." "Not bad," Zhao Jinsua said with a smile, accepting their praise. Then he frowned slightly. After eating a few pieces of crispy meat, his throat felt dry. He cleared his throat and was about to serve some soup when a bowl was handed to him. Zhao Jinsua looked over. Lu Jintai told her, "Drink some clear soup." Zhao Jinsua glanced at him, took the bowl, and smiled. "Thanks." She thought, this soup is quite timely. Lu Jintai glanced at her. "No need to be so polite." Zhao Jinsua also looked at him. When their eyes met with his calm gaze, she said nothing, lowered her head, and slowly sipped the soup. Zhao Jincheng sat opposite and was a little surprised to see how they interacted. Previously, at my hometown during meals, my fourth sister was especially caring towards my fourth brother. Now, the situation has reversed. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Xingyao naturally went to wash the dishes and chopsticks. Zhao Jincheng opened his luggage bag and took out some local specialties he brought. He looked at Ji Yuanrong and said with a smile, "Auntie, these are made by my mother. Uncle likes to eat them. I'll cook some for him tomorrow." Zhao Jingshu looked at the things in the bag and smiled happily. My parents really understand me. Knowing she loved these foods, they brought so many for her. Ji Yuanrong was surprised. This is too much. 8 dried chickens, 8 dried ducks, and 10 dried fish. Her in-laws really are generous. She looked at Zhao Jincheng and asked, "How can you carry all this?" Zhao Jincheng smiled widely. "My mother said it's not enough. My 4th sister loves these foods. This year we raised a lot of chickens and ducks at home and didn't sell them. My mother already prepared these to send to you. When I came here, I just brought them along." Lu Jintai was hanging the chickens, ducks, and fish in the wind, while Lu Zhe and Lu Rui handed him ropes. Zhao Jingshu took 2 of the dried chickens and ducks and handed them to her mother-in-law. "Mom, take these home first. When you finish eating, come back to get more." Ji Yuanrong waved her hand. "Not so many. 1 of each is enough. You love to eat these, so keep some for yourself," Zhao Jincheng advised. "Annie, just take them. We still have more at home. If you want to eat, I'll ask my mother to send some. They're all raised at home, no charge, just a little bit of grain." Ji Yuanrong had no choice but to accept. After Lu Xingyao finished washing the dishes, she handed her the things to take back and put away. Lu Huayuan sat nearby drinking tea, watching them busy. After finishing his tea, he asked Lu Jintai, "How will Jincheng rest tonight? There are no extra guest rooms here." Zhao Jingshu was about to suggest that he and Lu Zhe sleep in the same bed, but Ji Yuanrong looked at her and spoke first. "We have a small room over there. Pack up a bit, and Jincheng can stay there. He's alone and can have some peace. I heard he brought books so he can read at night. It won't affect his studies. After all, he will take the college entrance exam next year. Play as he might, he still needs to study." Zhao Jingshu looked at her brother. "What do you think?" Zhao Jincheng was indifferent. "I'm fine with anything. As long as there's a bed to sleep on, he doesn't care much about the rest." The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law finished tidying the bed together. At Ji Yuanrong's place, there were only 2 thin quilts. Zhao Jinshu asked Lu Jintai to bring his original quilt, layering 2 underneath and covering with a thick quilt on top. The young man was strong enough, so it was enough for him. After making the bed, Lu Huayuan took him to the main room to watch TV and chat. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing then saw Zhao Jincheng and politely greeted him. No one knew what they were thinking inside. Ji Yuanrong took out candies and sunflower seeds from the house, placed them on a plate on the coffee table, and let everyone take what they wanted. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng also came over to chat with him. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jingshu finished their chores and came over. The whole family sat together casually, chatting until after 10 o'clock. The children started to feel sleepy, so they washed up and went to rest. In the main room, lying on the bed, Ji Yuanrong looked at the person reading the newspaper and said, "Tomorrow, give Jincheng a red envelope. Since it's his first time visiting our home, we should show proper respect. After all, he's still a student." Lu Huayuan didn't look up and said, "You decide how much." Ji Yuanrong pushed him gently. "How much do you think is appropriate?" Lu Huayuan looked at her and asked, "What do you think?" Ji Yuanrong sat up straight and said plainly, 300 or 500, no more." "Wow, you're so generous," Lu Huayuan said in surprise. That was a big gesture. Ji Yuanrong leaned against the headboard and said, "It's not for anything special. It's because of Jintai's years in the countryside. His family treated him like a son. When the child comes to visit, even if I can't treat him like a real son, I should still show respect. Besides, over the years, we haven't spent much money on this family. Our grandchildren are well taken care of, saving us a lot of trouble. As for the older family members and the 3rd family, we've spent quite a bit for their in-laws." Lu Huayuan put down the newspaper and pondered. "Give 300. More than that, he might not accept." He doubted that the child would want it.
Yuanrong nodded.
"That's good. Or should we buy him a piece of clothing?" Lu Huayuan said. "Discuss it with Jintai and see what he says." Afterward, he couldn't help but laugh. "It looks like you really like that child." Ji Yuanrong also smiled. "I do like him. He's good-looking, speaks well, and most importantly, he's sincere. He doesn't talk nonsense. Everything he says makes sense." "Who wouldn't like that?" Lu Huayuan agreed with her. One night passed quietly. The family woke up early because they planned to go out and play. After breakfast, they tidied up and prepared to leave. Before going to work, Ji Yuanyong came over and called Zhao Jincheng, handing him some money. Zhao Jincheng was surprised and stunned. After realizing, he quickly refused. "Auntie, I don't want it." Ji Yuanyong looked at him sternly. "Take it. This is your pocket money from Auntie. It's not much. Once you start working, I won't give you any more. You're still in school." Zhao Jincheng firmly refused, but Ji Yuanyong insisted. He couldn't argue with his Annie and had to ask Lu Jintai for help. "Fourth brother, please talk to Annie." Lu Jintai smiled gently. "If she gives it to you, just take it." Ji Yuanyong smiled. "Your fourth brother says you should take it." Zhao Jincheng looked uncomfortable and turned to his sister. "Sister." Zhao Jingshu smiled and said, "Just take it. When you go back, send some special treats to Annie." She knew her mother-in-law well. If she didn't give, she wouldn't take it back once given. Zhao Jincheng finally accepted it. "Thank you, Annie." Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing pushed their bicycles. Seeing their mother-in-law's actions, they both made dismissive faces and left the yard. Outside, Lin Yulan asked Wang Meijing, "How much do you think mother-in-law gave Zhao Jingshu's brother?" Wang Meijing replied, "It definitely wasn't less." Lin Yulan said, "My nephew came over for the first time and mother-in-law gave him 10 yuan. That was quite a lot considering most gifts were 3 or 5 yuan, and some were even 1 or 2. Wang Meijing nodded. "My older cousin from my maternal family also received about that much when he visited for the first time." Lin Yulan whispered, "Maybe you should ask around? See how much mom gave to her second sister-in-law's brother." Wang Meijing asked, "Who should I ask?" Both women thought of one person, little sister-in-law. Wang Meijing said, "I'll try to find out after work. She might not know." "Okay, let me know after you find out." When her brother first came home, Zhao Jingshu, as the sister, definitely needed to buy him some clothes. Standing in front of the state-run store, Zhao Jincheng looked at his thick coat and said, "This coat is pretty good. It keeps warm. Compared to your down jacket, I'm not sure which one is warmer." "I won't buy it." Zhao Jingshu glared at him. "Don't worry, I won't buy you expensive ones." Zhao Jincheng firmly refused to buy anything. "No need to buy. You have some money, just save it. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui need to spend money. Can't you save a little?" Why was he wearing such nice clothes in the countryside? It was too fancy. When it snowed, he ran out to catch rabbits, which was not very quick. Even when school started, there was no need to dress so well. All the classmates wore big cotton-padded coats, but he wore a down jacket, which was too eye-catching and didn't match his low-key personality. Zhao Jinshu insisted, "If you come here, I won't buy you anything. If you go back, the villagers will gossip. Who cares if they gossip or not?" Zhao Jincheng said indifferently. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind what others said, but she really wanted to buy clothes for her brother. Zhao Jincheng looked at Lu Jintai. "Fourth brother, you should control her." Zhao Jinshu shot a quick glance at Lu Jintai. "He can't control me." Lu Jintai looked expressionless. "She says I can't control her." Zhao Jincheng sighed annoyed. "You haven't even tried." Lu Jintai said softly, "I won't try." Zhao Jincheng? Zhao Jincheng was determined not to go further into the mall, and Zhao Jinshu couldn't make him. Then she looked at him and smiled. "Your fourth brother and others opened a restaurant together. Do you want to go see it, then visit the zoo?" Zhao Jincheng's attention was indeed diverted. His eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Jintai. "Fourth brother, are you still in business?" Lu Jintai smiled faintly. "Not really, just invested some money." "Then let's go take a look." He didn't know before, but now that he knew, Zhao Jincheng definitely wanted to see. When he got home, he could tell his parents one by one, so they wouldn't worry. Besides, he was curious. Lu Zhe beside him said, "Little uncle, mom is still making a menu for them." "Really?" Zhao Jincheng looked surprised at his fourth sister. "I know you're good at cooking. Can you even make menus for restaurants?" "Don't underestimate me." Zhao Jinshu shot him a quick look. "You don't think I can't do anything, do you?" Zhao Jincheng was surprised, then raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Fourth sister, why would you think that?" "In my heart, you're the smartest, prettiest, gentlest, most capable, and the most caring sister. The best sister." Lu Jintai's gaze lightly swept over him. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but smile and said, "In that case, you are my best, smartest, and most handsome younger brother, Lu Jintai." Zhao Jincheng suddenly laughed and said, "I definitely am." Lu Zhe looked at them in disbelief. You two are just praising each other. They are both grown-ups, yet they don't consider his feelings when they talk about who is the best, smartest, or most handsome. He blushed and didn't want to admit it. Although his little uncle is very nice and cares for him, his mother has never praised him that much. Instead, she praised his little uncle. He pouted and mumbled. He is the mother's son, and in her heart, he should be the best, not his little uncle. Zhao Jincheng lowered his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Zhe turned his head away, deciding not to pay attention to him for now. Zhao Jincheng. Lu Rui covered his mouth and smiled. His mother said she loved him the most, and that he was her treasure. He didn't envy anyone. Lu Jintai's deep gaze fell on the group and gently reminded, "Are we going now?" Only then did Zhao Jinshu look at Zhao Jincheng, seeing his proud smile, and asked, "Are we going or not?" Zhao Jincheng stood behind her, stretched out both hands, and placed them on her shoulders from behind, hurriedly pushing her and saying, "Let's go. Of course we're going." Zhao Jinshu turned her head to Lu Jintai and said, "Let's go." Lu Jintai nodded and looked at Zhao Jincheng's hand on Zhao Jinshu's shoulder. He said to her, "There are many people. Hold the child's hand." Hearing this, Zhao Jincheng released his hand from his sister's shoulder, glanced at Lu Rui standing beside him, and then bent down to hold her in his arms. "Little Bean, little uncle will hold you." Lu Rui hugged his neck and said, "I'm tall, not small." Zhao Jincheng chuckled. "You're only a few years old, and you're already so concerned about height?" Then he looked at Lu Jintai and asked, "Fourth brother, which way should we go?" Lu Jintai pointed in a direction, and he carried Lu Rui, heading that way. Zhao Jinshu took Lu Zhe's hand and looked at Lu Jintai. "Let's go." Lu Jintai nodded. Lu Zhe looked at his dad, and then at his mom. Silently, he pulled his mom a few steps closer to his dad, and then reached out his small hand to hold his dad's big hand. Lu Jintai noticed his action, lowered his eyes to look at him, and held his small hand. He swung his hands left and right, finally satisfied. Lu Jintai looked up and met Zhao Jinshu's gaze. He gently glanced at her, and Zhao Jinshu casually looked away, secretly thinking about how to get rid of her brother later and buy him some clothes. He came all the way to Kyoto to see her, so she felt she had to buy him some clothes. She knew he didn't want her to spend too much money, but some expenses are necessary. Zhao Jincheng held Lu Rui's hand and walked quickly. Rui, do you remember where that restaurant is?"
Lu Hui nodded.
"Yes, I've been there before. I remember. It's this way." Zhao Jincheng was surprised. "You really remember?" Lu Rui replied, "Yes, I do." Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but smile. "You're quite clever."
Lu Hui jigled a pili.
Behind them, Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and then looked at Lu Jintai. "Later, you take them to play at the restaurant." Lu Jintai looked at her.
"And you?"
Zhao Jinshu softly said, "I'm going to buy him some clothes." "Don't tell him yet." "I'll go with you," Lu Jintai said quietly. "What about them?" Zhao Jinshu frowned. "Let them play at the restaurant for a while," Lu Jintai replied. Seeing she didn't speak, he asked again, "Is that okay?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "You should ask Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe, walking between them, suddenly spoke up.
"I'm fine."
"I can help keep it a secret from Uncle Xiao." Even though Uncle Xiao wants to compete with him for mom, he still considers him his own uncle and thinks he should buy clothes. Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Why are you so clever?" Lu Zhe asked her. "Am I your best son?" Zhao Jinshu naturally said yes. Lu Zhe was happy and nodded. "You're also my best mom." Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but pat his head. Lu Jintai silently walked beside them, glancing at the mother and son, but said nothing. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Qingye looked a bit surprised. After introductions, everyone went to a private room to sit. It was not even 9 o'clock, and the restaurant was quiet, with only the chef and some staff busy working. Zhao Jincheng looked around curiously. When they reached the private room, Lu Mining brought fruit, sunflower seeds, and candies, placing them on the table for everyone to eat. Zhao Jinshu stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, let them play here for a while. Later, we'll go to the zoo. I'll go buy some snacks. When they're tired from playing, they can eat." Lu Mining said, "There are snacks here. You can bring some over." Zhao Jinshu pulled her along and said, There are a few other things to do. I'll be back soon. Lu Mining understood and replied, all right, then let them play in the yard and see the big turtle. Zhao Jinshu also greeted Zhao Jincheng. Although he was surprised that she didn't buy anything earlier and didn't think much of it, he was unfamiliar with the area. He thought the place she wanted to buy snacks from was not on the same street, so he said nothing and started playing with his nephew and niece. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai went out together. On the way, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but scold, buying him clothes like he's a thief. Suddenly, a bicycle sped past beside them. Lu Jintai quickly pulled her into his arms to avoid being hit. Lu Jintai asked, "Are you okay?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head, straightened up, and looked ahead. A boy about 10 years old was riding his bike recklessly, making pedestrians dodge. She tidied her scarf and said, "Let's go quickly." Lu Jintai nodded but didn't let go of her. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai said, "Too many people. Hold on to my arm." "Hold on to your arm?" "This isn't the streets of the future." Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. "I'm not a kid. It was just an accident. No need to be so careful." She then broke free and walked ahead. Lu Jintai paused, then followed her. The two went straight to the overseas Chinese store and bought the same down jacket as Lu Jintai. There were only 2 colors available, so she chose the silver gray one for him. Jincheng has fair skin, so the gray wouldn't look strange. Lu Jintai looked at her. "Size? He's about the same height as me." Zhao Jinshu was checking the clothes without looking up. "I know his size." Lu Jintai nodded and said nothing more. They also bought him a pair of pants and a pair of leather-lined shoes. Even if he thought it might be noticeable at school, it would be fine to wear next year when he starts college. As they left the store, Lu Jintai asked casually, "Do you know my size?" Zhao Jinshu shot him a look. "If I didn't know your size, how could I knit you a sweater?" Lu Jintai was silent. "That's true." Carrying the bags, he watched her back and pinched his brow in frustration. What was he doing? Arguing for favor with his little brother-in-law? It's simply unbelievable. Since they said they wanted to buy snacks, the two of them also bought some snacks to carry home. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu handed his clothes to his younger brother, who was stunned. Zhao Jincheng frowned. "I won't be polite to you. I really don't want it and you bought it secretly." "I can't believe you." Zhao Jinshu glared at him. "Tell me, how do you feel when you come all this way to visit your sister and I don't buy you anything?" Seeing her getting angry, Zhao Jincheng quickly said, Okay, I'll buy. Lu Jintai patted his arm. "Don't think too much. The money to buy you clothes is still at home." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "If we didn't have money, I wouldn't buy you anything even if you asked." Zhao Jincheng raised his hands in surrender. "I won't say anything more." He opened the bag, took out a down jacket, and tried it on himself. Then he looked at his fourth brother, who was wearing a similar style of clothing, just a different color. Seeing the comparison, he suddenly liked it. He took off his cotton coat and put on the down jacket. Standing in front of them, he asked, "Is this okay?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and looked at him. "Not bad." Lu Jintai nodded. "Not bad." Lu Zhe said, "Little uncle, it looks good." Lu Rui also agreed. "It looks good." Zhao Jincheng changed his clothes and shoes, and when he came out, he looked like a different person. Gu Qingye smiled and said, "This kid really has spirit. Your whole family looks good when you go out." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "We're leaving first. You all be busy." They were going to have fun, and Gu Qingye didn't stop them. He just asked, "Come over for lunch." Zhao Jinshu checked his watch. It was already past 10. "Not sure if we can make it." Gu Qingye said, "Then come in the evening. Your brother came from far away, so you should treat him to a meal." Lu Jintai agreed. "Okay, we'll come in the evening." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "That's good. We won't need to go back and cook today." Today wasn't a holiday, but the children were already on vacation. The zoo was full of grandparents and relatives bringing children to visit. They walked around, tired, then sat down to eat some fruit and snacks, drink water, and rest. Lu Zhe sat on a stone bench, eating an orange, and asked Zhao Jincheng, "Little uncle, aren't you surprised to see tigers and lions?" "Not really. I've seen them on TV before." Of course, Zhao Jincheng was surprised, but he managed to act as if everything was normal, which made Lu Zhe wonder all along the way. Zhao Jincheng didn't expose him when he saw him joking with his son. Lu Zhe was unsure but said, "You've seen the Great Wall on TV before, so it's not a big deal. Should we just skip climbing it tomorrow?" Zhao Jincheng coughed and replied, "Since we're here, of course, we have to go." Lu Zhe asked, "Haven't you seen it on TV?" Zhao Jincheng awkwardly touched his nose and said, "My little uncle told you, even if it's rare, you shouldn't act like you've never seen the world." "I'm just being modest, not showing off, understand?" Lu Zhe looked blank for a moment then nodded. "Got it, you're just pretending." Zhao Jincheng's sister, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud after listening for a while. Lu Jintai also had a smile in his eyes. Lu Rui looked at their laughter, seeming to understand but not quite, and didn't ask anything, just eating his orange. Zhao Jincheng looked at him in disbelief. "You're so young, but your mind is so sharp." Lu Zhe smiled and said, "My mom says, a mind full of knowledge produces pearls. Do you know what that means?" If a high school senior didn't understand this phrase, he might as well not go to school. But he pretended not to know and asked, "What does it mean?" Lu Zhe leaned closer and explained, "It means having a lot of knowledge in your head helps you write good articles." His mom also liked reading books, so she would write children's stories. Zhao Jincheng teased him. "What does that have to do with having a sharp mind?" Lu Zhe looked at him disdainfully. "Reading a lot makes you know more, so you're smarter." It's the same idea, not about having a sharp mind. Don't think he didn't know that having a sharp mind isn't always a good thing. Zhao Jincheng pretended to suddenly understand. "Oh, I see. So, you've read a lot of books." But secretly, he thought back in their hometown during holidays, he often taught him to read and recognize characters. He knew the boy liked reading. He didn't expect that after just half a year apart, the boy had changed so much. He had to admit, kids who read a lot are really different from those who don't. Lu Zhe nodded. A lot. Just as they were talking, suddenly there was a commotion ahead, and people gathered around. Zhao Jincheng stood up and asked, "What's going on?" Zhao Jinshu looked over and said, "I don't know." Zhao Jincheng replied, "I'll go check." He then walked over. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and complained, "This is just people loving to join in the fun." Lu Jintai chuckled. "That's how he always is." Lu Zhe ran over and said, "Mom, I want to go see too." Lu Jintai looked at him and said, "There are too many people. Don't go." Lu Zhe looked around and saw there were indeed many people. He honestly said, "Okay, I won't go." Zhao Jincheng stood there for a while and then came over. Lu Zhe couldn't help but ask him, "Little uncle, what's going on?" Zhao Jincheng sat down slowly and explained, "A little kid just got lost. Luckily, a kind person helped find him. His grandma was very nervous and scared. When the child was found, she sat on the ground, hugging her grandson and crying." Lu Zhe looked relieved and said, "It's good they found him. Otherwise, they wouldn't see their parents." Lu Rui said, "I won't run around." Zhao Jinshu also sighed and said, "It's good they found him." Rui, you're a good kid for not running around. Thinking about children kidnapped by traffickers in later stories, though many were eventually found, most were not. Whether found or not, it was a devastating blow to the family. Now, both adults and children didn't pay much attention to preventing children from getting lost or kidnapped. With limited information, if a child went missing, it was hard to find them. Her mind moved, and she remembered the children's story she wrote, about a child lost and unable to find their way home. She hadn't thought much of this when writing it, but now she realized she could add some plot lines about this issue. She looked at Lu Jintai and said, "I plan to meet with editor Lee tomorrow." Lu Jintai asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I need to revise my manuscript." Fortunately, she hadn't started serializing it in the newspaper yet, so she still had time to make changes. Lu Jintai asked, "Why do you suddenly want to revise it?" Zhao Jinshu explained, "The recent events gave me some new ideas." Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. "All right, I'll go with you." Zhao Jinshu also smiled and said, "Okay." They had a fun time, but on the way back, everyone was tired and exhausted. When they returned to Gu Qingye's restaurant, a group of people sat on the chairs, too tired to move. The two children and their little uncle were hungry. When the food was served, they immediately started eating without hesitation. Gu Qingye took good care of them and even cooked rock sugar snow pear for them. Zhao Jinshu was very tired and lost her appetite. The cold sugar snow pear tea was refreshing, and she drank 2 bowls in a row. After finishing, she looked at the table full of dishes, but had no desire to eat. Lu Jintai looked up at her. "What's wrong?" "I'm not hungry," Zhao Jinshu said. "The snow pear tea is good." Lu Jintai frowned. "Eat a little," Zhao Jinshu replied. "I don't want to." Zhao Jincheng looked up. "Fourth sister isn't feeling well." "Is mom not feeling well?" Lu Zhe looked at their mother. Lu Rui sat beside her. "Mom isn't eating," Zhao Jinshu smiled. "I'm not unwell, just not hungry right now. I ate a lot at noon, so it's okay to eat less tonight. Don't make a fuss." Zhao Jincheng understood his sister. When she was young, she was thin and weak, with a small appetite. Her parents worried she would go hungry, especially since she was delicate and liked to get sick. They forced her to eat, but she would vomit after a few bites. They had to find ways to give her milk powder and malted milk, and gradually her health improved. Now that she said she wasn't hungry, they didn't insist. "If you really don't want to eat, don't force yourself. When you get hungry later, you can cook something." Zhao Jinshu nodded. "It's fine to eat less tonight." Seeing she truly had no appetite, Lu Jintai didn't press further. He softly said, "Go home and have a glass of milk powder." Zhao Jinshu responded with a hum. Gu Qingye came in and saw she hadn't touched her food. He teased with a smile. "What's wrong, sister-in-law? Don't like my cooking? Look at how they're all gobbling their food. That tells you how good my cooking is," Zhao Jinshu said gently. Gu Qingye patted his head shyly. "Mostly, I just lack confidence in myself in front of sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu quickly said, "You don't need to be confident in front of me. Just be confident in front of your diners." Lu Jintai glanced at him. "You're so dramatic," Gu Qingye laughed. All right, I won't say more." They finished eating quickly, then chatted with Gu Qingye and his wife for a while before saying goodbye and heading home. When they arrived, their other family members had already finished dinner and were watching TV in the main room. Zhao Jincheng took his nephew and niece over, with Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai following slowly behind. Ji Yuanrong saw them and hurriedly invited them to sit. Lu Hufeng looked him over. "You look pretty good." Zhao Jincheng looked at his clothes and smiled. "Nice, right? Really nice. Is it the same style as your older brother's?" Lu Hufeng asked. "The color is different." Zhao Jincheng nodded. "My older brother and sister bought it for me." Lu Xingyao watched nearby with envy and couldn't help asking, "This outfit isn't cheap, is it?" "I haven't seen this style in the state-run store, only in the overseas shop." Zhao Jincheng didn't know the price, nor did he ask. He wasn't stupid. He could tell from the style and quality that it wouldn't be cheap. But since his older brother and sister already bought it for him, saying more would seem ungrateful. Lu Xingyao looked at his clothes with longing and blurted out, "Second brother and second sister-in-law are really good to you. They bought such expensive clothes on a whim, while she could only borrow money from them." She sighed silently. She wished she had their luck. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai, upon entering, heard her words. They glanced at her, knowing what she was thinking without guessing. Zhao Jinshu said, "As long as Jincheng's school is on holiday, he takes care of the kids, except for eating and drinking. I hardly have to worry. Especially during winter and summer breaks, I feel very relaxed. Don't think of him just as my brother, just because he cares about me and helps with the kids, sharing the burden. It's more than enough." She didn't want to seem ungrateful, but she still felt uncomfortable. When her family was kind to her, no one noticed. In the future, she would be even better to her family, better than in her past life. If she felt uncomfortable, she would just hold it in. Lu Xingyao gave a shy smile, clearly teasing her. Zhao Jincheng chuckled awkwardly, surprised to realize how much his older sister thought of him. Lu Zhe turned to his grandmother and said, "My little uncle teaches me to read, plays with me and my sister, catches sparrows, rabbits, fish, and buys us delicious food." Ji Yuanrong was genuinely touched. She was still a child, but she could help her sister take care of the kids. Many children in other families were older and took care of the younger ones, but this was different. These were her nephew and niece, not younger siblings, so she didn't have to worry about them. She looked at Zhao Jincheng and couldn't help but smile. "Even if your older brother and sister-in-law didn't buy you clothes, I would buy you some too." Zhao Jincheng hurriedly waved his hands. No need, no need. I have clothes to wear. Besides, didn't my older brother and sister buy some for me? Having enough clothes was fine. There was no need to buy too many. Originally, Lin Yulan was sitting nearby, minding her own business, eating sunflower seeds and listening to gossip. Suddenly, she overheard her mother-in-law say something that made her uncomfortable. Zhao Jinshu had bought clothes for her brother, but now her mother-in-law also wanted to buy clothes for him. She wondered how much red envelope money had been given to him this morning, and now she was buying clothes too? She couldn't hold back and smiled, saying, Mom, you can't just buy clothes for Jinshu's brother. You have 3 daughters-in-law. Zhao Jincheng turned to look at her without speaking, but he thought that his eldest sister-in-law might not be easy to get along with. Wang Meijing also said, Yes, Mom, you have 3 daughters-in-law. Don't forget about us. Zhao Jincheng also glanced at her. His 4th sister-in-law was not easy to deal with either. He had already said not to let his aunt buy clothes, but they jumped in so eagerly. It looked bad. With these 2 sisters-in-law pushing from both sides, he couldn't help but worry. Did his 4th sister suffer any unfair treatment? Lu Huayuan looked expressionless at his eldest son and 3rd son sitting nearby. Although he didn't speak, his presence made Lu Jintang and Lu Hefeng feel nervous. What was going on with these women? Did the parents somehow owe their family? What's wrong? Ji Yuanrong sneered coldly, glancing at Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing. Your brothers from your family also bought you children? Your kids grew up in your family too. Lin Yulan's face turned red. Who was taking care of her grandchildren for no reason? Wang Meijing said, My family took care of them. During summer and winter vacations, my mother helped take care of the children. Your mother takes good care of them, giving them living expenses. My grandson and granddaughter can't even get a decent meal, and it makes the kids less willing to visit their grandmother's house. Ji Yuanrong didn't want to bother with her. She thought she was foolish. Wang Meijing thought about her 2 children and quietly shut her mouth. Ji Yuanrong glanced at them and said, So, no one should think I favor anyone. Lu Jintai suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow is the weekend. Mom will take Jincheng to buy clothes. I have some things to handle with Jinshu. Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, Okay, we'll go early tomorrow. Zhao Jincheng looked at Lu Jintai. 4th brother, there's no need to buy anything. Didn't we buy clothes today? Lu Jintai looked at him calmly. Your aunt bought you clothes, so just accept it. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stared blankly at Lu Jintai's expressionless face. Was he upset? Did he just agree for his little brother? Zhao Jincheng wanted to say something, but when he saw his sister-in-law's 2 sisters-in-law nearby, he silently swallowed his words. At worst, he would buy her more gifts when he visited her in the future. He was determined to keep the clothes he liked. The more they didn't want a sister-in-law to buy for him, the more he wanted her to do so. Suddenly, everyone in the room fell silent, except for the sound of the TV. Earlier, Zhao Jinshu hadn't spoken, but now she yawned, stood up, and said, It's getting late. I should go home and rest. We've had a busy day. Ji Yuanrong looked at her and smiled. Then go wash up and sleep. Jincheng, you should do the same. Zhao Jincheng replied, Auntie, I'll wash up at 4th sister's place first, and then come over. Ji Yuanrong nodded, That's fine. After the 2 children finished washing up, they went to bed. Zhao Jinshu hadn't washed yet. When she returned to her room, she lazily leaned on the bed and looked at Lu Jintai, who followed her in. She said, I want to take a bath. A hot bath would help her relax after a tiring day of walking. She was very exhausted. It was clear she didn't exercise much. Now that she was older, she should start exercising regularly, at least running or kicking a shuttlecock every day. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, Shall I boil some water for you? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Lu Jintai boiled the water, poured into the bathtub, and then came to call her. Zhao Jinshu looked up and asked, Is it ready? Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu took her clothes and went into the bathroom. She loved taking baths, especially when she was tired. After a bath, she felt much lighter. But she didn't stay in too long. About 20 minutes was enough. After getting out of the tub, she dried herself, put on her thermal underwear, and then a thick coat and pants. She quickly ran back to her room. Once inside, She took off her pants and sat on the bed. Lu Jintai glanced at her and said, "I'm going to wash up." Zhao Jinshu responded with a soft, applied her facial cream, took off her coat and lay down. She fell asleep quickly. After washing up, Lu Jintai returned to his room and saw her sleeping peacefully. He thought to himself that she hadn't had her milk powder yet. Seeing her sleep so soundly, he didn't wake her. Not wanting to disturb her, he took the hairdryer and went to the bathroom to dry his hair. When she returned, she pulled back the blanket and lay down, turning to her side with her back facing him. He quietly turned off the light, stretched out his arm behind her waist, and closed his eyes. He had a peaceful night without dreams. Zhao Jinshu woke up to find Lu Jintai had already prepared breakfast. After eating, everyone went their separate ways to do their tasks. Ji Yuanrong wanted to take Zhao Jincheng shopping for clothes and also took Lu Zhe and Lu Rui along. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu first went to the post office to send a telegram to their parents, telling them that Jincheng had arrived safely and they need not worry. They also called Shiguang Daily from the post office and learned that Editor Li was at the newspaper office, so they went directly there. Seeing them, Editor Li was surprised. "It's the weekend, and I was working overtime. What brings you here?" Then he suddenly looked at Zhao Jinshu. "Comrade Zhao has a new manuscript." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Even if I have a new manuscript, it won't be ready so soon." Editor Li's eyes lit up. There might be a story. But there was no need to rush. Since they came together, they must have a reason. He asked, "So, what are you here for?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "That children's story I mentioned, I have new ideas now, so I want to revise it." Editor Li hesitated. "The manuscript is already very good. No need to change it, right?" Lu Jintai glanced at both of them. "Find a place and sit down to talk." Editor Li awkwardly said, Yes, let's go to the meeting room to discuss." Zhao Jinshu told him. "Bring the manuscript and some paper and pens." In the meeting room, Zhao Jinshu shared her ideas. After listening, Editor Li pondered and said, "The ideas are good." But he hadn't seen the final draft, so his comments were vague. The previous version was already very good. After some revisions, it fit well, so that was fine. But adding unnecessary details would spoil it. However, Comrade Zhao insisted, so he could only let her revise it first. He asked her, "Will you take it home to revise?" Zhao Jinshu looked at the manuscript, thinking about where to include small tips on preventing kidnapping and getting lost. She didn't bother to look up and said, "No need." She roughly flipped through the manuscript, already confident that the task wouldn't take long, and she could finish it by the morning. She looked at them and said, "Why don't you go out for tea and chat?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "No need. Editor Li can do as he wishes. Editor Li has other matters to attend to, so he cannot stay here." After pouring water for them, he said, "I will go out to work first. When you finish writing, bring it to me." After Editor Li left, Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai and said, "Sitting here bored. Why don't you go home first?" Lu Jintai glanced at her and said, "No." He then stopped looking at her and picked up a newspaper from the shelf beside the conference table to read. Seeing that he found something to pass the time, Zhao Jinshu stopped paying attention and started editing her work. Time passed slowly. Soon it was noon. Editor Li finished his work and came over to see she was still writing. He didn't disturb her and quietly asked Lu Jintai, "Would you like to go out for a meal?" Just as Lu Jintai was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu finally put down her pen and looked at him, saying, "You should review the draft first, then go eat." Editor Li's eyes lit up. Finished editing, Zhao Jinshu nodded and handed him the draft. He eagerly took it and started reading, partly because he was worried she might have ruined the draft, and partly because he was curious about her confidence. Zhao Jinshu reminded him, "The changes are about 1,000 words or so. Don't read it word for word from the beginning." Editor Li didn't lift his head and carefully looked through it. A few minutes later, he looked excitedly at Zhao Jinshu. "Comrade Zhao, this is excellent." Lu Jintai looked over and Editor Li handed him the draft to read. "Look here, originally Xiao Shu got lost and couldn't find his way home. He was just scared and then cried. But here, I added a part about his inner thoughts. Xiao Shu felt very sorry. Mom always told me that no matter where I go, I should tell my family. I sneaked out without telling my parents, and they don't know where I am. They would definitely find me. Next time I go out, I will tell my parents clearly. Lu Jintai took the draft, read it, and a smile appeared in his eyes. He looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, "This is very well done." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Lu." Lu Jintai chuckled softly. "No need to thank me, Comrade Zhao. Is this how they, as a married couple, interact?" Editor Lee looked at them with a puzzled expression. But right now, they were busy with important work. He cleared his throat and said, "Not only is it well done, but it's very smooth. This children's story should be shown to my little rascal. Every time he goes out, he doesn't tell his family." He finished speaking and then added, "And here, the changes are great too." They added a scene where the fox tricks Little White by holding a carrot. When Little White sees the fox with a carrot, he quickly runs away, saying that his mom told him not to take things from strangers. Any stranger offering him something is a bad person, and he should run far away. After reading, he couldn't help but praise, "Comrade Zhao is amazing. I didn't expect you to make such perfect changes." After editing, this story has become even better. I was going to give you 10 yuan per 1,000 words, but now I feel a bit reluctant. Zhao Jinshu said, "Then hurry up and raise my pay." Editor Lee hesitated. He was so excited that he accidentally revealed his true feelings. And then he met Zhao, who is straightforward and speaks his mind. It was a bittersweet feeling, both sweet and bitter. Lu Jintai looked at him and asked, "So, are you not planning to ask for a raise?" Editor Lee felt awkward. "We signed a contract." Lu Jintai said, "That was the contract before the edits. Why not follow the previous publishing terms?" Editor Lee replied, "You all need to discuss it with the leaders." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "All right, I'll wait for your decision." Editor Lee was left speechless. At noon, it was naturally Editor Lee who invited them for a meal. After eating, they bought some vegetables on the way home. When they arrived, the group who bought clothes hadn't come back yet. Apparently, they ate out for lunch too. With mother-in-law around, Zhao Jinshu wasn't worried. When they got tired of playing, they would naturally come back. Lu Xingyao wasn't home on weekends either. As for the main and third households, weekends were for cleaning and laundry. Since the new year was coming, they needed to wash the bedsheets and other linens again. Maybe they didn't finish washing in the morning, so they were still doing it now. Lin Yulon saw the couple come back together, carrying a bag of vegetables. Various thoughts flooded her mind, but she couldn't say anything. In the end, she could only sigh in frustration. While they played, she was stuck at home washing clothes. As a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, her fate was different. She lowered her head and continued washing the bedsheets. Wang Meijing also saw the couple, but at this moment, she had no mood to care about anything else. With the new year approaching and having received an advance on her salary earlier, she only had half of her salary this month. This half had to cover daily expenses. Besides this month's half salary, their 3 households had almost nothing left. During the new year, social exchanges often require money. Now, she can't even afford to buy gifts for her family, let alone think about the upcoming school fees for her child after the holiday. She considers asking her parents, but she knows they wouldn't help and might even scold her. She thinks about asking her in-laws, but she doesn't believe they would support them either. She can imagine her mother-in-law criticizing them, saying, "Both of you have jobs, yet you can't pay the school fees. What are you doing all day?" Thinking about this, she feels hopeless. She suddenly realizes they have no support and no one to rely on. If they continue living without careful planning, life won't get better. To prevent their family from starving, they must stand up and face it. She looks worried, feeling that the days of buying whatever she likes without worry are gone. At this moment, she finally understands how much they have spent over the years. They have no savings at all. Her only feelings now are regret and frustration. Last night, Zhao Jinshu took a bath, but didn't wash her hair. When she got home, she went to the kitchen. The stove was warming some water, but it wasn't enough. Her long hair used a lot of water, so she opened the vent and added more water to keep boiling. Lu Jintai went to the study to read. Zhao Jinshu took out a chair and some knitting needles, sat in the sun to knit a sweater, and waited for the water to heat. Before the water was ready, Ji Yuanyong returned with a few people. Lu Rui ran into the yard shouting, "Mom!" As soon as he arrived, Zhao Jinshu looked at them, put down her knitting, and couldn't help but smile. Lu Rui, with a bright smile, ran over and threw himself into her arms. "Mom, I'm back. Rui is back." Zhao Jinshu hugged him and teased, taking off his scarf. Lu Rui leaned on her leg and said, "Grandma bought clothes for my little uncle, took us to the park, bought us lots of delicious food, and even brought back many treats for my brother and sister." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Really?" Behind them, Lu Zhe heard their conversation and ran over to report to his mother, "My sister was very good today. She didn't cause trouble or look for Mom. Usually they go out with their mother. Today was the first time he took his sister out without their mother nearby. He was worried she would cry, but she didn't cry at all, and he was very happy." Lu Rui looked at his older brother unhappily.
I'm obedient.
"I am grown up now," Lu Zhe said. "I wonder who used to cry and look for Mom when they were little." Lu Rui glared at him. "I've grown up, I don't cry anymore." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her son. "It's normal for a little sister to look for Mom. Weren't you the same when you were little?" Lu Zhe chuckled. "Who remembers things from when they were little? It's okay. Mom remembers everything for you," Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. "I remember too," Zhao Jincheng said as he stepped inside and smiled when he heard that. Lu Zhe mumbled softly, "What's so special about remembering that?" Lu Rui said, "Big brother, don't remember when I cried." "I don't cry anymore." Lu Zhe was silent. Zhao Jinshu and Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hui, Lu Xiang, and the third family members, Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting, heard the noise and ran out of the house. Ji Yuanrong divided the snacks she bought among the children. They took their snacks and started eating in the yard. Lin Yulong glanced over and frowned slightly. She thought her two children were silly. They took their snacks outside to eat without bringing any home or hiding them. It didn't seem to care about her at all. Wang Meijing didn't really mind. After all, the snacks were bought by her mother-in-law. As long as her children weren't upset, it was fine. Ji Yuanrong let them eat.
She yawned.
She was tired since she wasn't young anymore. After greeting everyone, she decided to go back and take a nap in the afternoon. Zhao Jinshu looked up and smiled at her. "Mom, you've been out with them all morning. You must be tired. Don't cook tonight." Dad said he likes dried chicken. "Why don't you cook one tonight? You can eat here." Hearing this, Ji Yuanrong felt very comforted. She wasn't a petty mother-in-law. She liked to be kind to her children. When they were good to her, she felt her efforts weren't wasted. The children being nice to her made her happy. She smiled warmly. "All right, I'll be lazy tonight and not cook." After Ji Yuanrong left, Zhao Jinshu stood up to go wash her hair. Zhao Jincheng asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhao Jinshu said, "I'll wash my hair." She went to fetch water, then prepared to take off her padded jacket. "Fourth sister, what are you doing?" Zhao Jincheng loudly interrupted her, frowning. "Washing your hair in winter without your jacket? Wait till we get home. I'll tell Mom and Dad." She doesn't know her own health situation. If she makes a small move and gets sick, she has no right to complain. No wonder, with the new year coming soon, Mom and Dad still sent them to see fourth sister. With this attitude, how could they not worry? Zhao Jinshu looked up at the sky. The sun is strong now and it's warm outside, so it's not cold. Besides, I'm still wearing a sweater. I won't catch a cold. Don't make a fuss. She spoke as if she had never washed her hair like this before. She even told Mom and Dad that she's an adult and shouldn't be tattling, acting more grown-up than them. Zhao Jincheng didn't want to bother with her. He walked over and took the water scoop from her hand. "Hold your head still. I'll help you wash." Their parents had told him earlier that fourth sister was delicate and that if she did anything wrong, he should tell her and give her some guidance. In the past 2 days, he thought fourth sister was quite nice and hadn't noticed anything wrong. He felt pretty pleased. But today, he caught her doing something he didn't expect. He was going to help wash her hair? Zhao Jinshu looked at him suspiciously. Would he do it properly? She had long hair, could he manage? Lu Zhe looked at his little uncle and then at his mother. "Mom, let little uncle help wash your hair. You should listen to your little brother." Every time, Mom wouldn't let them take off their jackets, but she wanted to take hers off. She was being disobedient. Lu Rui imitated his older brother. Mom, you should listen to your little brother. Zhao Jinshu thought, are they all going to control her? In her past life, her children grew up and liked to boss her around. They always asked questions about what she did. But back then, they were all grown, with more knowledge and experience. She accepted their guidance. Now, with two little kids, they also want to control her? Zhao Jincheng pushed her gently. Stop fussing. It's warm now, so wash your hair quickly and dry it. She couldn't let her younger brother and his children worry about her. Zhao Jinshu said, Fine. I'll let you be my hair-washing helper for once. She tidied her hair and the collar of her clothes, then lowered her head, letting him help wash her hair. Let me do it. Zhao Jincheng rolled up his sleeves to avoid getting wet and was about to scoop water when Lu Jintai's voice sounded behind him. He looked over and smiled, saying, It's okay, fourth brother. You're busy. Washing hair isn't hard. It'll be done soon. Lu Jintai glanced at him and said calmly, I'll wash her. Zhao Jincheng chuckled lightly and said casually, It's really fine. I can wash hair. I used to wash Lu Rui's hair before. Lu Jintai frowned and looked at him. Zhao Jincheng, bring the water scoop. Zhao Jincheng hesitated. He wondered if he could ruin his sister's hair. Was it necessary to be so serious? And calling him by his full name, was he looking down on him? Zhao Jinshu raised her head and said, No matter who helps, hurry up. Isn't it uncomfortable to keep your head down? She thought it might be better if she washed it herself. Zhao Jincheng saw that his fourth brother wasn't leaving, so he had no choice but to hand him the water scoop. After giving it to him, he made sure to say, I really know how to wash hair. Lu Jintai ignored him. He lowered his head, scooped water, and wet his hair smoothly and efficiently. Zhao Jincheng stood nearby, watching to see who would do a better job. Once his hair was fully wet, Lu Jintai looked to the side and softly said, Shampoo. Zhao Jincheng was momentarily surprised but quickly squeezed out shampoo for him. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also came over to watch. Lu Zhe watched his father's big hand move through their mother's hair. Though not very skilled, his movements were gentle, and he finished the job well. At least he didn't get their mother's clothes wet. Thinking about summer when his little uncle washed his sister's hair and their grandmother helped, and how their sister's clothes got wet, Lu Zhe smiled and confidently said, Dad washes better. Lu Rui strongly agreed, saying, Dad washes better. Lu Jintai looked at them with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zhao Jincheng was silent. All right, he had to admit that compared to being scolded by their mother for being rough, his fourth brother was definitely more gentle and careful. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze and asked softly, Is the pressure okay? Zhao Jinshu replied, It's fine. Lu Jintai smiled slightly and continued to massage and wash. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy washing, and seeing this scene, they were shocked beyond words. Was this really the Lu Jintai they knew? After a moment, Wang Meijing looked at Lin Yulan and asked, Sister-in-law, do I look really old? Zhao Jinshu is very beautiful and young, but she is not lacking either. All the men in the Lu family, why is she so different? Don't even mention washing her hair, just pouring her a bath water, and she keeps nagging nonstop. It's so annoying, I want to scream. Lin Yulan glances at her and honestly says, She doesn't look old, still quite young. Unlike me, I have wrinkles around my eyes. Wang Meijing feels relieved, and after that, she dislikes her own husband even more. He can't compare at all. The more she compares, the angrier she gets. Every child of Longsheng has different traits, it's true. Feeling upset, she looks at her older sister-in-law and says, You don't look old either. Besides, the women we married into the Lu family, none of them are bad-looking. They're really lucky. After feeling a bit sour, Lin Yulan comforts herself and tries to accept it. They haven't been married long, but we've been married for over 10 years.
How can we compare?
We can't, Wang Meijing then asks. Even when we first got married, it wasn't like this. Lin Yulan doesn't want to bother with her anymore. She finally comforts herself, but her sister-in-law's words burst her bubble. Now she has no excuse to comfort herself. It's really frustrating. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu's hair has been washed and is ready. Zhao Jincheng hands her a dry towel, and Lu Jintai takes it to wrap her hair. Zhao Jinshu straightens up and says, I'm fine. I can do it myself. Lu Jintai doesn't insist and just asks, shall I blow dry your hair? Zhao Jinshu glances at him and asks, are you free now? Lu Jintai replies, yes, I am. Zhao Jinshu nods. Okay. They go inside the room to blow dry her hair. In the yard, Lu Hui's children are eating snacks. When they see their second uncle and aunt come inside, they look at Lu Zhe and say, second uncle and aunt are really close. He is 13 years old now. Having seen his parents often argue, he naturally thinks that the relationship between his second uncle and second aunt is very good. Lu Zhe looks proud and says, my parents never argue. He has only been here for half a year, but he has heard his eldest uncle, aunt, and third uncle, aunt argue many times. Yet, he has never seen his own parents argue. Of course, in his mind, the small disagreements between his parents don't count as arguments. Lu Rui also nods and says, my parents don't argue. The children are very envious. They all like their second aunt and second uncle because she is gentle, cooks well, and most importantly, they've never seen her scold Lu Zhe or Lu Rui. That makes them even more jealous. When Zhao Jincheng heard the sound of the hairdryer in his fourth sister's room and listened to a group of children talking, suddenly a bright idea came to him. He quickly understood why his fourth brother was so determined to wash his sister's hair earlier. He hummed to himself, thinking his fourth brother was a bit petty. It's just washing his sister's hair, yet he wouldn't let him do it. If he knew someone secretly liked his sister behind his back, he'd be very jealous. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Jingshu and Lu Jintai came out of the room. Zhao Jincheng quietly observed them and asked, fourth sister, you said earlier you planned to go back to your hometown after the new year? Zhao Jingshu went inside to get a stool for them to sit on. Hearing this, she said, I plan to go back on the third day of the Lunar New Year. You can stay here for the new year, and when the time comes, we'll go back together. You can also help me watch the kids and carry the luggage. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jingshu and asked, when did you decide this? Of course, she had already decided when she was reborn, but she wouldn't say that. Instead, she said, not yet, I want to discuss it with you before making a decision. You probably won't oppose, right? Lu Jintai replied softly, of course not. I will arrange my time. Zhao Jingshu blinked and understood. You mean you want to go too? Lu Jintai looked at her. So, you don't plan for me to go back with you? Zhao Jingshu sat up straight. You're busy, right? Lu Jintai looked at her face. You can take a few days off. Zhao Jingshu said, all right, parents are probably thinking about you too. It's good to go back and see them. Lu Jintai nodded silently and didn't say anything more. Zhao Jincheng looked at him and asked fourth brother, are you really going back? Lu Jintai looked at him. Is there a reason to stay? Zhao Jincheng responded with an O and didn't say anything, but in his mind, he was thinking that he heard from Aunt Yi that Yizheng would come back this year. When that time comes, they must not have any unpleasantness. Yizheng joined the army after graduating from high school and hadn't come back for years. Fourth brother probably doesn't know him. He used to think his fourth brother was steady and wouldn't act impulsively, but now he wasn't so sure. Moreover, although Yizheng is quite reliable, after learning that his fourth sister was married, he didn't say much. They hadn't talked about it, but it's understandable that he'd feel upset and unwilling to accept someone who took away the person he liked since childhood. Fourth sister has been popular since she was young. Kids in the village, about her age, all like to play with her. Almost everyone in Zhao village has the surname Zhao, as they are all related from the same ancestors. Compared to other villages, their village is very united, but there are 2 or 3 families with different surnames. The Yi family moved here from somewhere else. The children of the Yi family are about the same age as fourth sister. Their homes are close, and they went to school together when they were young. Yizheng is about the same age as fourth sister. They not only went to elementary school together, but also middle and high school. They grew up playing in the same village and are very close friends. When they were young, he played behind fourth sister and her friends, and he also played a lot with the children of the Yi family. Only fourth sister and Yizheng passed the high school entrance exam in their group. After graduating from high school, Yizheng joined the army and became a soldier. He was away for a long time and didn't come back. At first, he didn't understand Yi Zheng's feelings. 2 years ago, Yi Zheng suddenly returned. When he heard from Yi Zheng that fourth sister was married and had children, his face stiffened like the stone in front of his house. He was a bit confused at the time. That night, he went to visit Ye's house. He was drunk and lying on the bed, still muttering fourth sister's name.
He was stunned.
Fourth sister was married. What was the point of mentioning her? Why didn't he do something earlier? He could only close the door tightly, not letting others hear his words, to avoid trouble. Of course, he didn't tell anyone about this, not even fourth sister. Now, he definitely wouldn't say anything. From an emotional point of view, he liked his own fourth brother more. Besides, fourth brother and fourth sister looked like a couple when they stood together. Yi Zheng and fourth sister simply weren't a good match. Yi Zheng looked good, but he was too wild in personality, not suitable for fourth sister. Morally speaking, fourth sister was already married with children. Even if Yi Zheng had feelings, he couldn't do anything immoral. He had to keep his feelings to himself. Zhao Jinshu didn't know that her brother's mind was already far away. She softly discussed plans with Lu Jintai. Tomorrow, you all go out to play. I'll tidy up the house, wash the sheets that need washing, and buy some New Year's goods for Dad, Mom, big brother, sister-in-law, and third sister. Right now, the family was sewing clothes from cloth. Even if they couldn't buy clothes for each person, they could at least give them fabric to make their own clothes. Lu Jintai frowned and looked at her. Are you going alone? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Not much to do. Without the kids, it's easier. Lu Jintai glanced at her, but said nothing more. After sitting for a while, Zhao Jinshu said, Tonight, let's make dried chicken and dried fish to eat. By then, Zhao Jincheng had regained his composure and said, Fourth sister, I'll chop the chicken. Whenever he's at home, his mother always has him chop the chicken. Zhao Jinshu originally wanted Lu Jintai to do it, but since he volunteered, she let him take on the task. Just as Zhao Jinshu was about to stand up and start cooking, Lu Jintai stopped her.
Sit down.
Jin Chung, and I will cook dinner. Having someone to cook made Zhao Jinshu feel relaxed. She smiled and said, Make a bit more. Mom and Dad will eat here too. Lu Jintai smiled slightly. Okay. Lu Xingyao returned before dinner. After tidying up, she saw that her parents hadn't gone back and were still chatting with her second brother and sister-in-law, so she dropped a big surprise. I'm seeing someone. A few people looked at her in surprise. Zhao Jinshu wasn't surprised. When she talked with her sister-in-law last time, she had already guessed something. Having a boyfriend was just a matter of time. Ji Yuanrong reacted quickly and calmly asked a few questions. Where is he from? What does he do? How are his parents and how does he handle people? Having married several wives and dealt with difficult in-laws, she understood deeply that when children get married, it's not just about their work and character, but also about how the in-laws behave. He's a college student. Her tone was proud, clearly feeling proud that her boyfriend was in college. Ji Yuanrong's face remained calm, showing no signs of happiness, satisfaction, or relief. Lu Xingyao felt disappointed. She looked at her father, who also showed no reaction, then at her second brother and sister-in-law, who were just the same, no change on their faces. She sat down heavily and, seeing Zhao Jincheng nearby, asked irritably, I'm just a high school student with a college boyfriend. What more do you want? Zhao Jincheng felt a bit uncomfortable. What did that have to do with him? He cleared his throat and said, If you like him, others' opinions don't matter. He also thought her view was a bit biased. Is it only about the other person's education? Shouldn't she consider their character and whether she likes them? Lu Xingyao didn't speak. Indeed, she couldn't stand hearing any disagreement now. Lu Xingyao said, I will bring him over tomorrow to meet my parents. Ji Yuanrong looked expressionless. Say nothing except his education level. Don't bring him here early, I won't host him. So what if he's a college student? Lu Jing'an's partner is also a college student. She sees no benefit in his status for Jing'an. Instead, Wu Jianhua is full of little schemes, trying to persuade Jing'an to have his child. She knows her daughter well. She only mentioned the other person's education level and kept everything else quiet. The man's family background probably isn't impressive. In the past, she cared a bit about family background. Now, she thinks as long as the family is polite and reasonable, a poor background isn't a big problem. Lu Xingyao glanced at them, knowing they couldn't keep up the act. She whispered, his family is from the countryside, but he's very hardworking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into college. Seeing they didn't respond, she looked at Zhao Jinshu and muttered, with the example of second sister-in-law, you probably won't mind, right? Ji Yuanrong snorted coldly. Can he compare to your second sister-in-law? Lu Xingyao wanted to say, why not, but saw the cold looks from Zhao Jincheng and her second brother. She wisely kept quiet. Lu Huayuan looked at her. Forget about his background for now. If you're dating him with the idea of marriage, then whether his education is good or not isn't the main point. First, look at his character. Then look at his family. Without considering these, just judging by education level, do you think you're so lucky to meet a kind and understanding family? Lu Xingyao pursed her lips and thought for a moment. She said, you should see him first before judging his character, right? It's too hasty to dismiss him just because we haven't seen him. Ji Yuanrong really wanted to slap her on the head. Who didn't say anything at first and started by saying he's a college student. You hide your words and actions, trying to fool us. Who's to blame? Lu Xingyao hesitated and said nothing. Zhao Jinshu felt she wasn't suitable to stay here now. She looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, fourth sister, I'll go wash up and read in my room. Zhao Jinshu looked up and smiled. Go ahead. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu. You should go wash up too. Ji Yuanrong smiled. Jinshu, take the kids to wash up. We're going back now. It's pretty cold to just sit around outside on a winter night. Lu Xingyao watched them talk and laugh as they left, and she could only sadly return to her room. After washing up, the two children snuggled on their parents' bed to read books. Zhao Jinshu also got into bed. At this moment, she didn't want to knit a sweater, so she sat in the quilt and read a book. Lu Jintai came over, but the women had already taken over the bed and pillows, leaving no space for him. He silently took a book and sat on a chair to read. Lu Zhe looked up and saw that Dad wasn't on the bed. He moved closer to the edge and gently pulled his sister over to his side, then looked at Dad. Dad, there's space on the bed. Come quickly. Lu Jintai looked over and saw the middle part was empty. Lu Zhe saw that Dad didn't move, so he looked at Mom. Mom, come over a little. Give Dad some space. Seeing her son's hopeful eyes, Zhao Jinshu moved closer. Seeing the extra space beside her bed, Lu Jintai smiled slightly, quietly lifted the quilt, and sat next to her. Lu Rui giggled. Big brother isn't covered with a blanket. Lu Zhe didn't mind. He was still wearing a padded jacket, and his legs in autumn pants were fine under the quilt. Thinking this, he leaned on the bed and continued reading. Lu Rui now recognized some characters. She was reading a book her dad had read to her before. She read it 3 times, recognizing some words, and was now on her 4th reading. Mom said that reading it multiple times would help her recognize more words. She wanted to learn as many words as her brother, so she planned to read this story many times. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, who was sitting very close to her, but said nothing. She wanted to find a comfortable spot to lean on the pillow and continue reading. However, the pillow was half occupied by him. She shifted back and forth, but couldn't find a comfortable position, feeling the bed was very crowded. Lu Jintai saw her twisting around but couldn't figure out how to help. He casually suggested, "You can lean on my shoulder." Zhao Jinshu looked at him, sat up slightly, and leaned on him. After adjusting to a comfortable position, she quieted down. Seeing her leaning on him with her head on his shoulder, a smile flickered in his eyes. He continued reading his book. The family of 4 each looked at their own books, occasionally hearing their little sister asking her brother how to read certain words. After about half an hour, their voices gradually quieted, and the sound of flipping pages stopped. Both parents looked over at the same time. The 2 little ones had fallen asleep on the bed. Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "Sit down. I will carry them over." Zhao Jinshu yawned and said, "Be careful not to freeze them." Lu Jintai nodded. After finishing his work, Lu Jintai returned to the bed, and Zhao Jinshu was already feeling sleepy. Lu Jintai leaned against the headboard and looked at her with lowered eyes. Are you asleep? Zhao Jinshu closed her eyes and said, It's too warm inside the blanket. As she lay down, she couldn't help but feel sleepy. Lu Jintai didn't say anything. He tentatively reached from her waist and placed his hand on her stomach. Zhao Jinshu slightly opened her eyes, turned her head to meet his gaze, and felt that his eyes were deep, as if trying to drown her. In her daze, his kiss already landed. Feeling the warmth of his lips, he gently probed inside. Compared to their previous times, she sensed that today he seemed more passionate, and his actions reflected that. Noticing her distraction, he increased his intensity a little. Suddenly, she lost her focus on his unusual reaction and was carried away by his passion. Once everything calmed down, Zhao Jinshu was tightly wrapped in his arms, lying in his embrace. She didn't resist or even want to move. At this moment, she had to admit that Lu Jintai's stamina was really good. She always felt exhausted afterward. When she was extremely tired, she would easily fall asleep. Feeling the long, steady breathing from his chest, Lu Jintai looked down and watched her sleeping face. After a while, he looked away, turned off the light, held her, and closed his eyes. Zhao Jinshu woke up late in the morning. Just as she opened her eyes, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui ran in excitedly, shouting, Mom, it's snowing. Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, Really snowing? Lu Zhe confirmed, Really snowing. Zhao Jinshu chuckled and said, I told Dad to take you and your little uncle out to play, but it looks like we can't go now. Lu Zhe felt a bit disappointed. Although it was snowing and they could build snowmen, they couldn't go outside to play, so they decided not to go. He said, Mom, I can't go shopping either. Zhao Jinshu replied, We can go shopping on a sunny day. Lu Jintai came in and asked her, Are you hungry? Zhao Jinshu nodded. She had used up a lot last night, so she was definitely hungry now. She said, I'll get up right away. Zhao Jinshu sat up, put on her cotton-padded jacket and pants and her cotton shoes. When she stepped outside, she was dazzled by the white, snowy scene before her. Zhao Jinshu asked him, Where is Jin Sheng? Lu Jintai replied, He ate breakfast and then went back to his room to read. Zhao Jinshu nodded. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, Lu Jintai had already placed her breakfast on the table. She smiled and said, Thank you, Professor Lu. Professor Lu smiled back and said, You're welcome. After saying that, he sat down beside her. When she finished eating, he took her bowl to wash. Zhao Jinshu watched his busy figure and couldn't help but comment, Professor Lu is really caring. In her past life, she heard her friends complain that men were like that, only being gentle and kind when they were satisfied in bed, making them easy to get along with. Thinking about last night when they hugged each other and seeing his expression, he probably was satisfied. Professor Lu looked at her and asked with a smile, Are you happy? Since she was being taken care of, Zhao Jinshu was naturally happy. She said, Very happy. Hearing that, Professor Lu also felt satisfied. He not only washed the dishes but also cooked lamb chops from the fridge. After cooking the lamb, he said, It's snowing and cold. Eating some lamb will keep us warm. Zhao Jinshu loved eating lamb. Seeing him cooking the lamb chops, her eyes lit up with a smile she couldn't hide. She said, Take your time cooking. I'll go back to my room and knit a sweater for you. Professor Lu looked at her and nodded slightly. With heavy snow falling, there was nowhere to go. Zhao Jinshu stayed at home, knitting a sweater and finishing the outline of her Sword Immortal story. In the evening, people who went to work started returning one after another. Lu Jintai's cooked lamb was plentiful, and since they didn't finish it at noon, he had planned to invite his parents-in-law to eat here. But unexpectedly, Lu Xingyao brought them over suddenly. With such heavy snow, she simply brought them inside. Ji Yuanrong was furious and didn't feel like cooking. She didn't even ask her sons and daughters-in-law to come over. Instead, she boiled some noodles for them. Lu Xingyao knew that his actions today had angered his parents, but it was snowing, and he was worried about himself. Bringing them back and visiting his parents seemed reasonable. Lu Xingyao's boyfriend is Guopan. He looks quite clean and bright-eyed. Overall, he's not bad. He didn't come empty-handed. He brought some fruit. Ji Yuanrong felt a bit relieved. At least he looked decent and seemed honest. Whether she agreed or not, she would need to see more. She didn't ask anything. After they finished eating the noodles, she politely asked Lu Xingyao to see him off. Lu Xingyao didn't dare to say much and saw him out. She looked at the other person, feeling a bit shy. Guopan smiled and said, I came here in a hurry, so it's normal that Annie wasn't prepared. When you go back, don't argue with them. Next time, find a good time to visit properly. Lu Xingyao nodded and said with a smile, I definitely won't argue with them. The main reason is I don't dare to. If her parents truly disapproved of her relationship, she knew the final result would probably be a breakup. She knew herself well. Her parents are her support. With them around, she can live without worries and buy whatever she wants. If her partner's parents are unhappy and she insists on staying, her parents probably won't be happy either. She isn't sure if they will still care for her. After all, her 3 brothers' parents said, once they are separated, they are separated. Heavy snow fell for a whole day and night. Early in the morning, the sound of crunching snow came from the yard. Zhao Jinshu put on cotton pants and a cotton jacket, then stepped outside. Several men from the Lu family were shoveling snow. Her younger brother was playing with a group of children, building a snowman, which was very lively. Zhao Jinshu became interested and looked at Lu Jintai. Have you had breakfast? Lu Jintai looked up. Yes, I ate. Your breakfast is keeping warm in the pot. Zhao Jinshu responded with a nod, quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth, then lifted the lid of the pot, took out her breakfast, and sat down to eat. During a break from snow shoveling, Lu Jiaming glanced at his second younger brother. Jintai, don't work too hard at home. If the brothers work too hard, it makes the family look lazy. It's okay to be a bit lazy. Everyone lives in the same yard, and if something happens in one house, everyone knows immediately. People often compare themselves. At first, Lin Yulon thought he was okay, but these days she looked at him with sharper eyes, sometimes even with cold light. At first, he didn't understand why. One evening, when she was cooking, she looked upset and asked him to get some ginger. When he was a little slow, she started scolding him loudly. He was stunned at the time. He was just a little late, not committing some terrible crime. Was it really that serious? Then he heard her complain about how children from the same family could do things like cook, wash clothes, and wash hair for their wives, but when it was his turn, he couldn't even get ginger right. What could she expect from him? He felt he was really wronged. Had he ever refused to do anything she asked? Lu Jintai didn't want to talk to him. He gave a faint glance and kept shoveling snow. Lu Hufeng smiled. Second brother is different from us. He's often away for work, so when he comes back, he should make up for his wife. Lu Ming thought that was a good point and said with a smile, that's true. Jintai rarely stays at home. If he's not diligent, over time, both kids and adults might become distant. Lu Jintai tightened his grip on the shovel, but said nothing. He lowered his head and continued clearing snow. After breakfast, Zhao Jinshu washed the dishes, changed out of her cotton shoes, and went outside. A group of children gathered around their uncle to watch him build a snowman. Zhao Jinshu stepped on the snow, making crunching sounds as she approached. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui's faces were red from the cold, and when they saw her, they called out, Mom. Seeing that they only wore hats and no scarves or gloves, Zhao Jinshu went over to touch their hands and faces. Their father had dressed them warmly, so their little hands were inside their sleeves, warm, but their faces felt a bit cold. Zhao Jinshu went back inside to get their gloves and scarves. Put on your gloves and scarves, she said, wrapping a scarf around their necks. After they put on the scarves, she handed them their gloves and let them put them on themselves. Lu Zhe didn't want gloves. He held his mom's hand and said, Mom, I want to play in the snow. Lu Rui looked at her and said, I want to play in the snow too. Zhao Jinshu saw their hopeful eyes and softened. She agreed. Okay. Lu Rui tugged at her clothes. Mom, I want to build a snowman. I want to build one myself. Can you help me? Zhao Jinshu went inside to find a shovel. The mother and daughter started building a snowman together, grunting and working hard. As for Lu Zhe, he could build his own snowman and didn't let anyone else help. The children from the main house and the third house, who were older, saw them building snowmen, and stopped watching Zhao Jincheng. They quickly went inside to find tools and started building their own snowmen. Lu Hefeng, tired from shoveling snow, leaned on a shovel to rest. Seeing this, he smiled and said, "Let's have a contest to see who builds the best snowman." Lu Zhe looked up at him and asked loudly, "Third uncle, is there a prize for first place?" Lu Hefeng hesitated. "Building a snowman, what prize do you want?" Lu Zhe lost interest. "No prize? Then why compete? It's not fun." Building snowmen was fun, but competing made it less enjoyable. Without a prize, it was even less fun. After that, he ignored them and focused on finishing his own snowman. Lu Hefeng looked at Lu Jintai with admiration and said, "Second brother, your son Lu Zhe is really impressive." Lu Jintai straightened up, looked up, and his gaze fell on the group of people building a snowman, with a smile in his eyes. "Follow his mother, he's smart." Lu Hefeng was momentarily speechless, thinking to himself, are these two especially good at teasing? But that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to say that the boy's words were really clever. Alright, he had to admit that Lu Zhe was truly smart. But following anyone? That was uncertain. After all, their second brother was a professor. When it came to intelligence, it made sense to follow their second brother. Following their second sister-in-law? He couldn't see it. But his second brother believed his wife was clever. That was their own business, and he naturally wouldn't argue. Still, he couldn't help feeling that his second brother's children were a bit overly sentimental. Lu Jiming looked at his two brothers and felt speechless. They all seemed a bit odd, and only he still considered himself normal. By the time the third brother finished clearing the snow, the group building the snowman was almost done. Zhao Jinshu looked at the snowman that reached her waist and thought for a moment. "Ruiru, do you think it's missing something?" Zhao Jincheng, who was building a taller snowman, hadn't finished yet. Hearing their words, he smiled and said, "It has a head and hands, so it doesn't lack anything." Zhao Jinshu didn't look up but watched the snowman. "It's too rough. Wait a moment." She then went inside, took out a few things, and started decorating the snowman. Lu Ruiru watched curiously from the side. The group of children also forgot about their own snowmen and ran over to see how she was decorating hers. Lu Hefeng watched from afar and chuckled softly. Second sister-in-law is really good at playing. The kids are the first to join. Not only did she add eyes, a nose, and a mouth to the snowman, but she also put on a scarf and a hat. As for the long nose of the snowman, he guessed it was a carrot, right? Lu Jintai looked over, his gaze softening as it fell on the mother and daughter. "That's called keeping a child's heart." Lu Jiaming glanced at his second brother and then at his sister-in-law, who was busy attaching buttons to the snowman. He thought to himself, indeed, they were a bit childish. His wife and third sister-in-law were currently hiding inside the house, unwilling to come out. Not to mention building snowmen, even just coming out to see the snow scenery, they seemed uninterested. Zhao Jinshu finished attaching the last button to the snowman, stood up, and brushed the snow off her hands. She looked at the cute, beautiful snowman in front of her and felt a bit regretful. If only she had a phone, she could at least post a picture on social media to show off. Lu Rui jumped up happily, puffing out his chest. "Mom, the snowman looks great." Zhao Jincheng also thought it looked nice. Once the snowman was finished, he thought he could learn from his older sister. Lu Zhe looked on with envy. "I want to decorate my snowman too." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll prepare some things for you." Lu Manting saw how beautiful Lu Rui's snowman was and was very jealous. She looked longingly at it, wishing she could have one too. She wanted to ask her second aunt to make her one, but after a few past experiences, she didn't dare speak so casually. She ran inside to find her dad. "I want a snowman like Rui's." Lu Hefeng glanced at her. "Ask your mom to make one for you." Lu Manting could only go inside and call for her mom. Since it was rare to have heavy snow, the factory had a holiday, and there wasn't much work. Now, Wang Meijing was lying in bed, reading a story. It was so warm under the blankets that she didn't want to go out. When she heard her daughter's words, she became a little impatient. Why bother with a broken snowman? Why all the fuss? She thought about asking her second aunt to help, but then hesitated, remembering their current relationship. Lu Manting's eyes welled with tears. She looked at her mother and shouted loudly, "Second Aunt made Rue's snowman, but you won't make me one at home. You're not as good as her." Wang Meijing, busy with something important, didn't want to leave. When she heard her daughter's words, she felt angry. She thought no matter how good her second aunt is, she's not your mom. "I may not be perfect, but I am your mom. If you need anything, you should ask me." She frowned and said, "I finally get a day off. Can you let me rest? Your dad is outside." "Go find your dad." Lu Manting's tears couldn't be controlled anymore. "Dad said to find you, but you say find Dad. Who am I supposed to look for?" The more she spoke, the more upset she became. In the end, she burst into tears. Her parents seemed so much better than Rue's parents. Wang Meijing was very annoyed. She couldn't understand why other children were so obedient, but her own child was so unruly. Frustrated, she suddenly pulled back the blanket and said impatiently, "Enough crying. I'll make one for you." She wanted to see what was so special about this snowman that it was worth her crying over. When she went outside, she felt a bit uncomfortable. The child looked quite pretty, and it was normal for her to like it, but she shouldn't be crying so much. She looked at her daughter's swollen eyes, and then at Lu Rue. The child had been here for a long time, and she rarely heard her cry. Only when she first arrived with a cold and fever did she cry a few times. Zhao Jinshu's two children are really well behaved. Thinking about her own daughter saying she's not as good as Zhao Jinshu, she also thought about how her own children, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue, are not obedient either. Every time they come home from work, they annoy her so much it gives her a headache. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang are a few years older. They do whatever they want without asking for help, and they don't call her mom or dad. Lin Yulan was inside, wiping the table. When she heard the noise outside, she felt a little proud. She thought she was better than her third sister-in-law. At least her own two children are grown up now, and don't bother her as much. They wouldn't even ask her to go outside in the cold to make snowmen. In the main house, Lu Xingyao was lazily lying on the bed, not wanting to get up. Their factory didn't have a holiday. She had eaten cold canned food last night, which upset her stomach. She ran to the bathroom many times during the night. After taking medicine, she finally fell asleep, but was woken up by the noisy sounds outside. She was furious. A bunch of little kids should be sleeping in bed during a heavy snow day. Why get up so early? Don't they know some people are still sleeping? Maybe because she took medicine, her stomach felt better now, even hungry. She slowly got dressed and came out. After eating the porridge her mother left for her, she went to the yard. She said irritably, "You kids are making so much noise early in the morning. It's hard for people to sleep." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and said, "It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not early anymore." Wang Meijing rolled her eyes and said, "Aren't you dating someone now? When you get married and have children, it will be noisier. Now that you're a girl, you're annoyed by your nephew and niece making noise." Lu Xingyao blushed. She was woken up and felt unhappy. She thought she should say something. She said, "Just take care of the kids. If you do, they won't make trouble." Zhao Jinshu didn't know she had stomach problems last night. She looked at her and said, "This is their home. They can make noise whenever they want. Besides, it's only after 9. They're just making a snowman." Lu Xingyao looked at her two sisters-in-law's cold faces and awkwardly shut her mouth. She realized she had no say in this family. No one paid attention to her. When her sisters-in-law were unhappy, they teamed up to criticize her. Thinking about this, she lost her mood to stay. She simply changed her clothes and went to the factory. She asked her mother for leave in the morning, but she wasn't sure if it was approved. At the factory, she happened to meet Guopan. He looked worried and asked, "Your aunt said you weren't feeling well this morning. How are you now? Since you took leave, you should rest at home." Lu Xingyao felt much better now. She said, "I was woken up by my nephew and niece, so I couldn't sleep." Guopan smiled and said, "You have many nephews and nieces, so it's normal for them to be noisy. I also have many, so I'm used to it." Lu Xingyao rarely heard him mention his family. Now that he brought it up willingly, she asked with a smile, "How many sisters do you have?" Guopan smiled and said, 5 siblings. I'm the third. 2 older brothers are already married, and I have a younger brother and a younger sister. They're still in school. Lu Xingyao's face gradually stiffened. If she married him, would she have 3 sisters-in-law? A little sister-in-law? Thinking about her own 3 sisters-in-law, with her parents still at home, she never dared to show off in front of them. If she said something they didn't like, they would team up to criticize her. How could she expect her in-laws to be any kinder? With this thought, she smiled slightly and asked cautiously, "Are your sister-in-law and younger sister easy to get along with?" Guopan paused for a moment, then thought and said, "Getting along with people depends on fate. They get along well with the villagers. My younger sister also has friends to play with, so they get along pretty well." Fate? What if there is no fate? Lu Xingyao looked at him and asked, "What if I don't get along well with them?" Her family knew her well. She was not someone who would swallow her anger easily. With many siblings and many things going on at home, she wasn't sure she could get along with them. Guopan smiled a little and said, "It's okay. We are in Kyoto now, not at home, so there's no need to live together." Lu Xingyao was somewhat satisfied with this. She thought about her second sister-in-law buying clothes, and her second brother didn't even blink. She then said, "But I tend to spend money freely. Last time, you said that beautiful coat was bought with your sister-in-law's money. It cost over 200 yuan. That might make you work a bit harder." Guopan's smile faltered slightly. He hesitated and asked, "Do you really have to borrow money to buy clothes?" He came from a farming family and was always frugal. He couldn't understand why she needed such expensive clothes. Plus, he had no money himself and had to borrow to buy them. He found it hard to understand. "Although I don't fully understand, I still like this person. His mother says some girls are spoiled at home, and after marriage and having children they change. He thinks Xingyao might be like that." Lu Xingyao didn't stay at the factory for even 15 minutes. Her talk with Guopan made her feel a bit unhappy. Since she had already taken leave, she thought, "Why did I come to work?" She left with a heavy heart and went back home. She always thought that educated men should be like her second brother, having good chances for promotion and being able to earn money. They wouldn't value money too much, and when their wives and children spend, they wouldn't mind. If they ran out of money, they would find ways to earn more so their family could live well. But his recent words made her feel uncomfortable. He said it was okay. When he was young, he had no pressure or worries, and he spent money freely. After marriage, responsibilities increased, and naturally things would change. He believed in her. She really wanted to ask, "What do you believe in me?" She didn't even believe in herself. Of course, she knew that being a mother was different from being a young girl. At home, she had 3 sisters-in-law and 6 nieces and nephews. She understood clearly. Her sisters-in-law were strong, but they were also her role models she secretly learned from. If she got married, she wouldn't be as free as before, but she would still buy clothes and shoes she liked. She wouldn't be as stingy as her eldest sister-in-law, who saved little money every month, suffering herself and her children. She admired the life her second sister-in-law was living after she started her own family. Guopan was capable, sociable, and full of potential. Her second brother could do what he was doing, so why couldn't he? He just couldn't do it now, but he should try hard. Otherwise, why did she choose a college student from the countryside? Moreover, she didn't think she was inferior. She had a job, looked good, and came from a good family background. Even if she was a bit proud and stubborn, she was confident she was more than enough for him. Most importantly, she didn't want to suffer. As a young girl, she had never experienced hardship, so she saw no reason to marry into a family and suffer. The sky cleared after the snow, and the sun at around 11 o'clock was warm and pleasant. When she returned home, her nieces and nephews were playing in the yard. Her brothers and sisters-in-law weren't in their rooms either. Someone had made a broken ceramic basin and burned charcoal inside. They sat around, warming themselves, enjoying the sun, eating sunflower seeds, and chatting. A group of children played happily in the snow. After playing enough, their little hands turned red from the cold, and they reached out to the charcoal basin. Zhao Jinshu quickly stopped them, saying, "Rub your hands warm first, then warm yourself by the fire. If your hands are frozen, you can't warm them immediately. Why, second aunt? Asked the children. Why can't you warm your hands right away when they're frozen? They asked. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and explained, I won't go into details, but just remember that when your body is very cold, your blood vessels shrink. If you suddenly heat up, they will expand quickly, which can cause blood vessels to burst. So, be careful. The older children understood this, while the younger ones seemed a bit confused. But they all remembered that when hands are frozen, you shouldn't warm them immediately. Lu Zhe listened to his mother and quickly rubbed his hands to warm them. Lu Rui ran over and asked, Mom, can you warm my hands? Zhao Jinshu played in the snow with them all morning. Now her hands felt cold. When Lu Rui touched her hand, he exclaimed, Mom, your hands are so cold. Her hands were even colder than his. Lu Rui looked up at his mother, eager to help. Can I help warm your hands, Mom? Zhao Jinshu smiled gently. She saw Lu Jintai sitting nearby on a chair, so she sat down and held out her hands. Come here. Just as Lu Rui reached out to hold her hands, someone else suddenly took her target. She stared blankly at the person who took her place and huffed, Daddy is naughty. Lu Jintai's slender, clear hands touched her icy, delicate hands. His brow furrowed slightly, showing disapproval as he looked at her. Zhao Jinshu asked him, What's wrong? Lu Jintai ignored her. He gently rubbed his own hands, then looked seriously at his playful daughter. Your hands are small and can't help, Mom. After saying that, he reached out and touched her hand, which was warmer than her mother's. Zhao Jinshu was speechless. Lu Rui looked at his own hands, then at his dad's, and reached out. Comparing them, he saw his hands were very small. He nodded secretly, approving of his dad's action. Okay, then. Dad, help Mom warm her hands properly. Lu Jintai nodded and said, Yes, listen to Rui. Zhao Jinshu looked at the father and daughter. She wanted to tell them she could do it herself, and it wasn't a big deal. But seeing how seriously they discussed who would warm her hands, as if it was an important matter, she decided not to spoil their fun and let them do as they wished. Rui was happy. She imitated her brother, rubbing her small hands together with her palms. She looked surprised. Mom, my hands won't be cold anymore soon. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Rui, you're so clever. Lu Rui chuckled softly. Lu Jintai looked at the mother and daughter with a smile and continued to rub his cold hands. Lu Xingyao stood nearby for a while, then took a stool. Seeing an empty spot between the eldest and third sisters-in-law, she placed the stool there and sat in the middle of them. Ling Yulan quietly nudged her younger sister-in-law's arm with her elbow, glancing at the couple who seemed unaware of their surroundings and paid no attention to their feelings. Lu Xingyao looked in the direction of her gaze. She had seen everything just now, so there was no need to remind her. Wang Meijing clicked her tongue silently, then grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and started cracking them rapidly. Lu Zega and Lu Hifeng also stopped talking. Each took a handful of sunflower seeds, pretending not to see, cracking seeds while looking at the sky or the ground, avoiding eye contact with their brother, who was holding his wife's hand tightly.
Lucia happily ran over.
Mom, my hands are warm now. Can I sit by the fire? Zhao Jinshu softly replied, Yes, be careful. Lu Rui also said, Mom, my hands are warm too. You can sit by the fire now. Be careful. Got it, Mom. Lu Xingyao cracked her seeds, occasionally sneaking a glance at them. After finishing her seeds, she couldn't help but call out, Second sister-in-law. Zhao Jinshu looked at her. What's wrong? Lu Xingyao raised an eyebrow and teased, Is my second brother okay? Zhao Jinshu turned her head to look at Lu Jintai. When she met his faint gaze, she looked away and then looked at Lu Xingyao. Honestly, she said, Of course he is. Lu Jintai lowered his eyes, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes. Lu Xingyao nodded. I think so too. She thought for a moment and asked second sister-in-law, What kind of person do you think is a good match? She used to think Wapan was pretty good, but after 2 days of talking, she realized they had communication problems and their ideas didn't match at all, which made her a bit confused. Zhao Jinshu was caught off guard by her question. She had chosen Lu Jintai at first glance and insisted on marrying him, but she had little experience in these matters. In her previous life, her children had married without her involvement, so she didn't have to worry about it. She said, "It depends on what you think, but at least the two should get along comfortably and naturally." She believed this was the most basic requirement. Although she felt awkward for a while after rebirth, she adjusted and found her own comfort zone. After she finished speaking, she noticed his hand holding hers. She looked at him, saw that he was lowering his head, and didn't pay much attention. Lu Xingyao looked at her older sister-in-law and third sister-in-law. "Do you think the same way?" she asked. The two nodded. Lin Yulan said, "If you're really going to get married, the couple should get along comfortably and happily. Otherwise, it's too frustrating." Wang Meijing also said, "Living every day feeling uncomfortable and unhappy is hard for everyone." Lu Jiaming snorted coldly. Lu Hefeng sneered. Lu Jintai was still holding his wife's hand and didn't respond. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing quickly looked at their own men. They spoke together. "Don't you agree?" Lu Jiaming rolled his eyes. "You're comfortable, huh? You suddenly start scolding me, and if you weren't comfortable, you wouldn't dare to do that. Who in our family feels totally relaxed and free like you?" Lu Hefeng felt the same. "That temper of yours is so quick to flare up. If you want to scold, just do it. Who dares to provoke you? That's why it's not always comfortable and relaxed, just being casual." The two sisters-in-law looked at the group in the yard. Lin Yulan's face looked a little uncomfortable. She cleared her throat. "You can't just scold your own husband freely and still say you're relaxed." Wang Meijing agreed. "Exactly. If you don't let me scold, who should I scold? Look at other couples. If they don't argue or scold, they're not really close. Understand?" Lu Hefeng thought to himself, "That's because you're the one scolding me all the time."
Of course you say that.
Lu Hefeng wasn't willing to accept this. He asked Lu Jintai, second brother, "Surely second sister-in-law wouldn't scold you, right?" Lu Jintai flicked his eyes. They said not to scold, but naturally, Jin Shu also scolded him. He calmly replied, "Yes, I've been scolded." Zhao Jin Shu's eyes widened. She wondered, when did she scold Lu Jintai?
When?
Lu Jintai looked at her with a questioning gaze and whispered, so only the two of them could hear, "And I've kicked her too." Zhao Jin Shu. All right, she understood what he meant. If that counts as scolding, then yes, she had scolded him. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing started to laugh. Lu Hefeng didn't believe it. Second sister-in-law speaks softly and gently. How could she be the type to scold? I've never heard her raise her voice. Wang Meijing wanted to roll her eyes when she heard this. She had argued with Zhao Jinshu before. Zhao Jinshu was sharp-tongued and good at teasing. Of course, she knew how to scold. Lu Jiaming also didn't believe it. He looked up at his second brother and, judging by his expression, he realized that their idea of scolding was very different from what it really was. He said he didn't believe, so Lu Jintai didn't want to pay attention to him. Zhao Jinshu's hand had already warmed up. She withdrew her hand and looked at Lu Jintai. It's almost noon. Shall we go make lunch? Lu Jintai nodded slightly. The two stood up and went to the kitchen. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing ignored their still-doubting husband and went back to their rooms to cook. Lu Xingyao sighed. At this moment, she had a different view of her three brothers. Although they each had flaws, they were quite good to their wives. At least they were willing to let them scold, which many men wouldn't do. She felt that Guo Pan didn't seem like the kind of man who would let his wife scold him. The children, tired from playing, each went back to their rooms. She looked at the empty yard and also stood up to go back inside and prepare lunch. She couldn't cook, so she decided to boil some noodles. It shouldn't be hard, right? The children went into their rooms to read. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu were busy washing and cutting vegetables. The lunch was simple and normal, and it was ready in less than an hour. She asked Lu Zhe to go to the main house and call his uncle for lunch. After building a snowman, he went back to his room to read. Lu Zhe responded and quickly ran to the main house. After eating, the family hid in the study to read. Suddenly, the small study became crowded. Lu Jintai was looking for a book on the bookshelf. Lu Zhe was holding the unfinished book he had been reading and started looking at it. A few days ago, his father had given him a library card and borrowed some books for him. Now he didn't lack books to read. As he grew older, his mother said he would start elementary school next year. He couldn't keep reading comic books all the time. He needed to gradually read some texts. The choice of books would be broader. Zhao Jinchen also didn't rush back to his room. Instead, he sat in a chair holding Lu Rue and read a children's book to her. Zhao Jinshu had finished outlining her story about the fairy sword. The character designs and plot were all set. She felt ready to start writing. Holding the outline, she began to write. Everyone was busy with their own things, and time passed quickly. After about an hour, Zhao Jinshu massaged her sore neck, took a sip of water, and looked at the two children. Don't look for too long. Rest your eyes first, then continue reading. Drink some water. Lu Zhe chuckled, put the book on the desk, and took a few sips from a porcelain cup. After placing the cup down, he curiously looked at his mother. Mom, are you writing a story about the fairy sword? Zhao Jinshu smiled and nodded. Fourth sister, what kind of story about the fairy sword? Zhao Jincheng was just curious, but his fourth sister kept her head down writing. He didn't want to disturb her train of thought and kept silent. Now that she was resting, he naturally wouldn't miss the chance. Zhao Jingshu had been writing for an hour and just wanted to rest. She didn't want to be distracted by stories, so she showed him the first 2 pages of the outline. After reading, he would understand naturally. Zhao Jincheng put down Lu Rue, and the two of them leaned in to look at it together. Seeing they ignored her, Lu Rue took her own book and sat on a chair to read by herself. The outline was just a summary of the main story, mainly the beginning part. After they finished reading, both of them were very excited and fascinated by the setting inside. Zhao Jincheng quickly asked, Fourth sister, when will you finish writing? Zhao Jingshu smiled and said, I can't be sure. When I'm in a good mood, I can write thousands of words a day. When I'm not, I might only write a few hundred words. Zhao Jincheng looked disappointed and asked, will you finish it during summer vacation? Lu Zhe didn't care much. As long as his mom wrote a little, he would read a little. It didn't matter when she finished. Zhao Jingshu smiled and said, you'll find out during summer vacation. She really couldn't be sure either. Lu Jintai looked up from his book and said softly, let me see. Zhao Jincheng asked with a smile, Fourth brother, have you read it?
Lu Jintai replied, no.
Zhao Jincheng handed him the outline, and he took it seriously to read. After finishing, he paused for a moment, then looked at Zhao Jingshu and asked, the hero's wife passed away? Zhao Jincheng was surprised. He had been so absorbed in the descriptions of the fairy swords and magic that he hadn't noticed that detail. Zhao Jingshu nodded and said, yes. Fairies are not so easy to cultivate. Lu Jintai was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke in a low voice. The phoenix tree nearly dies after the frost, and the white-haired mandarin duck loses its mate and flies away. The main character is not yet of age, but has already lost a partner. Can the story be changed? Zhao Jingshu didn't expect him to care about that, so she said, this story is about a sword immortal. Romantic scenes are not the main focus. He wants to become a sword immortal, so he must go through many hardships, understand life and death. Zhao Jincheng also thought there was no need to worry about it. This wasn't a real story written by his fourth sister after all. He cared more about the magic techniques and magical tools inside. After thinking for a moment, he said, when he becomes a sword immortal, if he really wants a wife, he can marry another. The key is that fourth sister needs to write out the most exciting parts of his cultivation. It must be done well here, or it won't be interesting. Suddenly, he looked at fourth brother with a cold gaze, and Zhao Jincheng felt a bit speechless. Zhao Jinshu also looked at her younger brother and said, he probably won't marry again. His wife has passed away, but she will always live in his heart. Zhao Jincheng responded with an, oh, thinking that whether he marries or not isn't really important. Isn't the most important thing the wonderful, magical world of the Sword Immortal? Sword Immortals. Does fourth brother not find it amazing? The story was already set. Even the series of events after the male lead's wife passed away had been thought through many times in her mind. If she changed the plot, the outline would basically be ruined. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, really can't change it, Zhao Jingshu nodded. No, it can't. Lu Jintai nodded back and handed her the outline, saying nothing more. Zhao Jincheng always felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. He looked at his fourth sister, and then at fourth brother, and after thinking for a moment he said, "Fourth brother, many stories have men whose wives are gone." Fourth sister only wrote that the main character's wife died unexpectedly. It's just a story, made up and fake. Don't make things difficult for fourth sister. She already finished the outline. We can't ask her to redo it. That would be a lot of work. Lu Jintai looked up, his face expressionless, and shot him a glance, but said nothing. He turned to Zhao Jingshu and said, "Let's leave it at that." Seeing his reluctance, Zhao Jingshu instinctively said, "Once the manuscript is finished, you'd better not look at it, so you won't feel uncomfortable after reading it." Lu Jintai looked at her. "You won't let me see it?" Zhao Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. "You're my loyal fan. Of course I'll show it to you. But you said you weren't happy with that setting, right?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "I'm not unhappy." He paused and then asked, "What is a loyal fan?" Zhao Jingshu looked at him and smiled. "Didn't you say you like to read whatever I write? Just support me wholeheartedly. That's a loyal fan. Fans come from fandom." Hearing this, Lu Jintai agreed and said seriously, "I am your loyal fan." Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, "Fourth sister, I am also your biggest fan, so you should hurry up and write your story." "I can't wait to read it." Lu Zhe, not wanting to be left out, said, "I'm also a big fan of Mom." "Mom, please write your story quickly." Lu Rui silently looked up, then lowered her head to read her book. She couldn't understand what her mom was writing, but once she could, she would definitely be a big fan too. Lu Jintai, Zhao Jinsu cleared her throat and looked at them slowly, saying, "Big fans shouldn't rush the author to finish. So, no more rushing." Zhao Jincheng immediately changed his expression. "Then I won't be a big fan anymore. You should write your story quickly. Try to finish some before school starts." Lu Zhe quickly changed his tone. "I'm not a big fan anymore either." "Mom, please write faster." Zhao Jinsu raised an eyebrow and looked at them. "Just changing your mind? That's really hurtful." Lu Jintai suddenly spoke from the side. "Changing orders all the time, unpredictable, wavering, don't pay too much attention to them." Zhao Jincheng refused to admit he was unpredictable. He said, "We mainly just want to see fourth sister's story." "How is that unpredictable?" Lu Zhe thought his little uncle was right. He supported his uncle and said to their dad, "Dad, you just said Mom's story isn't good, and you wanted to change the plot. You don't really want to see Mom's story early. That's why you're not rushing her. We just want to see it so badly, so we're rushing Mom. We are the biggest fans of Mom's books. You're just a fake big fan." Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but pat his little head to praise him. "Zezo's right. Fourth brother, you're a fake big fan. How can you compare with us?" Lu Jintai quietly looked at them and calmly said 2 words, "Excuse." He only felt sorry that the main character lost their partner, but he didn't say he didn't like Jinshi's story. "Yes, excuse." Zhao Jinsu strongly agreed. She didn't want to face them rushing her every day, so she said, "You only support the book I am writing now. If you don't like my next book, will you still support me?" "Professor Lu supports me personally. I admit he is my true fan. Your arguments are invalid." Lu Jintai looked at her with a smile in his eyes. Lu Zhe hummed softly. "Mom is biased." Zhao Jincheng echoed. "Yes, fourth sister is biased. She favors fourth brother and doesn't support us." Lu Jintai gently reminded, "I'm a loyal fan." The two of them exchanged a glance, feeling bored. Zhao Jincheng stood up. "We've been sitting for so long. Let's take a walk outside." Lu Zhe said, "Little uncle, let's go together." Lu Rui added, "I want to go too." After they all left, Zhao Jinsu quietly let out a breath of relief. Finally, she was free. She liked writing stories but didn't like being pressured to update in front of others. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. "Don't force yourself. Write as much as you want." Zhao Jinsu nodded and Lu Jintai added, "Ignore them." She teased him, "You're a loyal fan." "I'll listen to you." Lu Jintai nodded confidently and said, "That's right." Zhao Jinsu yawned and stood up. "I'm going outside for a walk to relax." Lu Jintai responded with a hum. On the last weekend before the new year, Gu Qingye had already informed his family he would visit his uncle and aunt and bring the restaurant's accounts to settle the bills. Coincidentally, Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli also planned to visit the Lu family to see their uncle and aunt, bringing New Year gifts together. When they arrived, after bringing the gifts for Ji Yuanrong and others into their room and sitting down, they hadn't spoken much before Lu Jintai invited them to the kitchen.
Gu Qingye sighed.
I thought I might get to taste my sister-in-law's cooking today. Zhao Jinsu smiled. Your cooking is also very good. Don't underestimate yourself. We all like your dishes. Hu Wenbin nodded repeatedly. Yes, Brother Gu. Your cooking has improved a lot. Be confident, Li Wenli said with a smile. Brother Gu, I consider your sister-in-law half a mentor. With the new year coming, you'd better show off in front of her. Gu Qingye joked. Should we hold a master-apprentice ceremony? Zhao Jinsu chuckled.
Don't be silly. Just call her sister-in-law.
I can't handle that. Gu Qingye smiled. I can handle it. I can handle it. Lu Jintai glanced at him. Stop messing around. Go cook. Lu Mining also arrived, pushing her husband. Hurry up and cook. Sister-in-law has prepared all the ingredients. You just need to cook. Isn't that easy? Gu Qingye agreed. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Hu Wenbin sat down. Today, we can enjoy a good meal again. Li Wenli glared at him and said, It sounds like you haven't let me eat enough lately. I'll tell Mom about this later. Hu Wenbin immediately sat up straight. Who is Brother Gu? He's the chef. Others want to eat his cooking, but they have to pay. We can eat for free here. Silly wife, aren't you happy? Since we're at Brother Lu's house today, let's eat more. Why complain about telling on someone? Li Wenli looked into Zhao Jinshu's smiling eyes and, not feeling embarrassed, chuckled. Sister-in-law, he's always like that. Only you, sister-in-law, are not a stranger. When we go to others' houses, it's embarrassing. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind and smiled. We have plenty of ingredients.
Feel free to eat as much as you like.
My brother-in-law brought dried chicken and dried fish from my family. You're lucky today, so eat more. Li Wenli's eyes lit up. I've never had dried chicken before. I must try it. They bought a chicken at home and cooked it right away. There was no chance to make dried chicken. Just as they were talking, there was a noise at the gate outside, and more people entered. Hu Wenbin sat on the corridor outside the door. When he saw the visitors, he quickly turned his head and looked at Zhao Jinshu. Sister-in-law, you and Wenli shouldn't get up. They must be here to visit uncle and aunt. I'll go call uncle and aunt. He then ran to the main room to call people. Hu Wenbin's loud voice reached the main room before he arrived, startling Ji Yuanrong, who was tidying up the house. She hurried out when she heard the noise. Hu Wenbin saw her come out and stretched his arm, pointing outside. Auntie, you have visitors. Ji Yuanrong looked up, saw who was there, paused for a moment, then quickly recovered and smiled as she stepped forward. Lu Qingya's face stiffened when she saw Hu Wenbin rushing to call someone. When she saw Ji Yuanrong come out, her expression softened a little. She wasn't stupid. Hu Wenbin had a good relationship with Lu Jintai. He was sitting at the door of Lu Jintai's room. She had just entered, planning to greet him and sit nearby, so she could stay with Lu Jintai naturally at noon. But unexpectedly, he directly went to call Aunt Ji. Lu Qingya smiled and called out, Auntie Ji. Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, Oh, you're here. Come in and sit. Lu's mother smiled and stepped forward, holding her hand. Yuanrong, it's been a long time since we saw you. Ji Yuanrong kept smiling. Yes, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to come. Actually, she was feeling nervous inside. Suddenly, someone came to visit, and she wondered if something was wrong. In the past, the two families were close, but since Jin Tai was demoted, their relationship gradually became distant. Since childhood, Lu Qingya had always followed Jin Tai around. After Jin Tai was demoted, Lu Qingya got married within a few months. People tend to seek good fortune and avoid trouble. She understood this well. It was normal for her to distance herself from them for her daughter's sake. She had her own pride and never said much. She continued to behave normally, no matter what. But since Jin Tai went back to work and after the death of the Lu family's old master, they lost their main supporter at home. They started to come over eagerly, which made her think. A few days ago, she heard her third son mention that Lu Jianjun had gone into business and wanted Jin Tai to help connect him with someone. He had asked Jean Tai several times, but Jean Tai ignored him. Her son didn't want to help, so she didn't want to interfere either. Since her son ignored them, she couldn't betray her own son by siding with them. So, what was their visit really about? No matter what their reason was, they came with gifts. She greeted them warmly. As for anything else, she wouldn't let her son be hurt or embarrassed. Lu family mother and daughter followed Ji Yuanrong into the house. Ji Yuanrong asked them to sit, then went to pour water and bring fruit to serve them. Last night, Jin Shu told her in advance that Cheng Yi and the others would come and eat at her place at noon. So, she hadn't prepared anything. But now, she didn't want to take the mother and daughter to her son's house. They were her guests, and she would host them properly. Thinking of this, she called her eldest son over. Lu Jiaming was helping Lin Yulan hang clothes when he heard her voice and asked, "Mom, what's the matter?" Ji Yuanrong approached him and whispered, "The Lu mother and daughter brought gifts. We can't let them leave hungry. Go buy some vegetables, ask your wife to help cook, and we'll eat here at noon." Lu Jiaming's eyes lit up. He reached out and said, "Money." Ji Yuanrong shot him a look. "Can I give you less?" He quickly took out money from his pocket and handed it to him. "I'll handle it. You're worried?" She rolled her eyes at him. "Hurry up and go." He took a few steps but then turned back. "Should I ask my third brother and the others to come eat too?" Erasmus paused and said, "There are so many people. We need to prepare a lot of dishes. The meat is cooked, so just serve some to both families. You should cut more meat. Serving both families means Jean Tai's family will also have some. Jean Tai has guests today, so their home probably has enough meat. My mother also wants to serve some, probably worried others might think she's showing favoritism. I learned something else today. I have 2 sons, and they will marry 2 daughters-in-law in the future. Our parents do a good job in this area. I should learn more from my own parents." I went back to my room and told Lin Yulan about it. She was happy, as long as she didn't have to spend money buying vegetables. She would cook if needed. The most important thing is that the adults and children can eat meat. That's the real benefit. After finishing with his own family, Lu Jiaming greeted the women in the main hall, then rode his bicycle away. Erasmus returned to the main hall, looked at the mother and daughter, and smiled. "I didn't know you were coming. I haven't prepared anything at home. I asked Jiaming to buy some vegetables. Don't just sit around, have some fruit." He took an orange and handed it to the mother and daughter. Mrs. Lu hesitated, but took the orange. They arrived unexpectedly, so things weren't prepared properly. Qingyao Lu politely took the orange and smiled at her. "There's no need to buy vegetables. I just saw Hu Wenbin and the others over at Jean Tai. We're friends, and eating there is just the same. We can chat together." Erasmus looked worried and said, "They are quite noisy. You and your mother prefer quiet, right?" At noon, I asked my eldest daughter-in-law to cook. She's good at it, so I didn't go. You shouldn't go either. They might be drinking, and the house smells of alcohol. Qingyao Lu was about to speak, but her mother looked at her and then smiled at Erasmus. "Yes, Qingyao will keep you company, Aunt Ji." Seeing her mother's look, Qingyao understood she was a bit eager. She smiled and said, "Of course, I'll keep Aunt Ji company. It's been a while since we last ate together." Erasmus patted her arm and smiled. "You are a good girl." Mrs. Lu's smile deepened and she joked, "How about comparing you with your 3 daughters-in-law?" Erasmus slightly frowned, annoyed by the question. Even as a joke, it was not very clever. Especially since Qingya once liked her son. She smiled and said, "Qingya is a good girl. My 3 daughters-in-law are also good girls." Then she changed the topic. "But they're my daughters-in-law, the mothers of my grandchildren, and they call me Mom. When I get old, I still rely on them, so I can't compare us equally." Mother Lu smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, having obedient daughters-in-law is our blessing. My 3 daughters-in-law are all very good. Last night, I even told old Lu that we are lucky." Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "Your daughter Lu Qingya is nice, but she's an outsider. No matter how bad my daughter-in-law is, she's still part of our family. How could I favor outsiders and belittle my own family? What am I thinking? Even if the daughter-in-law is not good, she can close the door and talk privately." She can't go around bragging and making everyone laugh at you. Mother Lu realized that no matter what Ji Yuanrong thought inside, outwardly, she was satisfied with her daughter-in-law. She felt uncomfortable inside. Her daughter married in a hurry at first, and after marriage, she didn't want children. If she hadn't scolded her to wake her up, her granddaughter wouldn't have been born. After the child was born, her daughter's life stabilized, and Lu Jintai went back to work. She desperately wanted a divorce, but Lu Jintai had already married and had children in the countryside. Even if she divorced, could she marry Lu Jintai? She never expected that after Lu Jintai returned to the city, he didn't bring his wife and children to live here for several years, which strengthened her resolve. This year, Lu Jintai finally brought his wife and children to the city. Watching how they interacted, it didn't seem like they were planning to divorce. Moreover, that countryside daughter-in-law was quite glamorous and striking. Lu Jintai probably wouldn't be willing to let her go. Zhao Jinshu chatted with Li Wenli and Hu Wenbin's family for a while, then went to the kitchen to see if she could help. After she disappeared from view, Li Wenli nudged her husband. She performed well just now. Hu Wenbin looked proud. Of course. Brother Lu has taken care of me since we were young. I can tell who's close to him. Sister-in-law is good at cooking and has a good temper. The key is Lu Zhe and Lu Rui are so clever and obedient. How can Lu Qingya compare to her? Li Wenli nodded and pursed her lips. A few years ago, after Brother Lu was demoted, it was obvious that the Lu family wanted to distance themselves from the Lu family. Now that Brother Lu is back at work and shamelessly trying to get close again, the whole family is shallow-minded and poor at social skills. Only when old Master Lu was alive did anyone pay attention to them. Now, who cares about them? Hu Wenbin nodded and said, when Lu Qingya came in and saw me sitting at the door, her eyes lit up like a light bulb. She immediately tried to walk over here, but I had a quick idea. I thought I must not let her do that, so I quickly called Auntie and moved her and the others to Auntie's side. I didn't want her to get any chance to get close to Brother Lu. Li Wenli glared at him. What do you mean? Her eyes shining like a light bulb and wanting to come over. Be careful with your words. Hu Wenbin rolled his eyes. I wonder if you have any self-awareness. Lu Qingya has her eyes on top of her head. Among all of us, except Brother Lu, who else could she like? Li Wenli clicked her tongue. Looks like she hasn't given up yet. Otherwise, with the relationship between the two families so strained, why would she come? Don't they realize they're disliked? Hu Wenbin said dismissively, whether she's given up or not doesn't matter. Sister-in-law is gentle as water, but Lu Qingya is too aggressive. Brother Lu won't like her. Li Wenli nodded. No matter what, we're firmly on sister-in-law's side. Hu Wenbin agreed. Of course. Zhao Jincheng was inside doing a test paper. When he heard noises outside, he didn't rush out. He finished the paper first, then stretched lazily and came out. He lives in the main room. When he left, he had to pass through the main hall and saw Lu's mother and daughter. Lu's mother exclaimed, "Where did this young man come from?" Lu Qingya looked over and saw that he looked somewhat familiar. His face resembled that rural girl from Jintai, which made her feel a bit uncomfortable. Ji Yuanrong looked at Zhao Jincheng and asked with a smile, "Finished your test paper?" "Just finished." Zhao Jincheng replied with a smile. "Came out to get some fresh air." Lu's mother also thought the young man looked familiar. She asked, "Yuanrong, who is this?" Ji Yuanrong finally looked at her and smiled. "He's the younger brother of my second daughter-in-law's family, the little uncle of the two children." Lu's mother's smile paused slightly. "Second daughter-in-law? Isn't that Lu Jintai's wife?" This rural girl not only came to Kyoto herself, but also brought her family here. It's almost New Year, and she hasn't gone back. Is she planning to stay? She's quite ambitious. She kept a gentle smile, her tone meaningful. "Is Kyoto better than your hometown? Do you feel like you don't want to leave here?" Zhao Jincheng suddenly looked at her. He was usually very sharp about others' hostility. Just one glance, and he could tell that the woman speaking didn't like him. Her dislike was obvious, and her words clearly looked down on him. Since coming to Kyoto, some people had jokingly asked him questions like that, and he didn't mind. But this woman's words gave him an uncomfortable feeling he couldn't quite describe. Kyoto is the capital of their country, so naturally the conditions are better than their hometown. That's obvious. But what does that have to do with her? Her tone made it seem like she built Kyoto herself. He thought she was just showing her disdain secretly, but now she was openly doing it in front of him. That was interesting. Lu Qingya smiled and said, "Of course. Not just here in the capital, even any city is better than the countryside. I heard the roads in the countryside are all muddy." Ji Yuanyong frowned and was about to speak when Zhao Jincheng asked her, "Annie, who are these two impressive ladies?" Lu Qingya's face darkened. Her mother's expression also turned unpleasant. "Impressive ladies?" Ji Yuanyong held back a laugh and thought for a moment before introducing. "They sometimes have contact with each other." Zhao Jincheng nodded, indicating they weren't very close. He looked at the two and asked, "Look down on people from the countryside?" Lu Qingya looked at him with a cold face. How dare he call her an auntie? How dare he? Seeing they weren't speaking, Zhao Jincheng continued, "What you two do? Are you the mayor of Kyoto?" The mother and daughter's faces changed. He then said, "Oh, not that? Are you national officials?" They both looked at him with dark, angry expressions. Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, "So not that either. Then maybe you're like Uncle Liu, the director of a state-owned machinery factory?" At this point, their faces were so dark they looked like they could drip water. Zhao Jincheng looked at them and burst out laughing. "Neither? Well, that's true. Such important jobs aren't something sneaky little people who only peek through door cracks can hold. Little people can only stay in dark, damp ditches, unseen by the light." He looked at them and left a parting remark. "Kyoto is nice, but there are always a few frogs that irritate people. As outsiders, you should understand. After all, such frogs are often the reincarnations of evil spirits. Auntie, I'll go check on fourth brother." He then strode away. The mother and daughter trembled with anger, clearly very upset. Ji Yuanrong chuckled softly. "Young people are full of energy. You look down on him, so it's understandable if he reacts strongly." She quickly settled the matter, saying, "You look down on him first, so don't blame others for teasing you." She actually felt it was all so pointless. "Why did you come knocking on the door and provoke my relatives? The Liu family really is declining. It's only a matter of time." Lu's mother looked stiff and forced a smile. "No, we didn't look down on him." Lu Qingya pursed her lips and said nothing, feeling annoyed by Jean Tai's country girl attitude and even more annoyed by her brother. "Truly, they are all a family of bad people." Ji Yuanrong said, "Children are very perceptive. Anyone who likes or dislikes him knows it. He's always been polite and respectful. In front of us uncle and auntie, he behaves well. I know you might look down on country folks, but no matter where people are from, there are good and bad ones. You can't judge everyone the same way." Lu's mother stiffly explained, "Yuanrong, I really didn't look down on him. He overthought it. After all, he's from the countryside. Sometimes country kids just don't know how to speak properly." What did Ji Yuanrong mean? That the boy is well-educated and polite, but they ignored that? Ji Yuanrong's face turned cold. "Just saying that shows you look down on him. No wonder the kid called you out." Lu's mother choked, thinking she deserved to be scolded. For a moment, she felt today was not going well. She also felt that since their family's old master was gone, they were always looked down upon wherever they went. Zhao Jincheng walked all the way to the second house, seeing his second brother and sister chatting, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. The people inside were surprised by his sudden appearance. Zhao Jinshu went over and gently patted his face. "Have you gone crazy from doing too many tests?" Zhao Jincheng, thinking of the two women who looked like they had swallowed something unpleasant, wanted to laugh. It was so ridiculous. They finally finished a test and wanted to relax, but she started mocking him. Her attitude ruined his good mood. Who did he offend? For people who attacked him without reason, he naturally responded with the highest level of defense, making sure not to overlook anyone. Every one of them would be showered with his spit. Zhao Jincheng laughed so hard he almost doubled over, leaning his arm on her shoulder. Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli stared at him blankly, as if they had taken the wrong medicine. Lu Jintai came over and helped him straighten up. Zhao Jincheng glanced at him casually, still smiling as he held onto his arm for support. Lu Jintai let him, not wanting him to lose balance from laughing too hard and fall, which would make him too embarrassed to eat later. After a while, Zhao Jincheng was still laughing. Lu Jintai frowned and asked, Are you done laughing? Zhao Jincheng finally stopped, stood straight, and said, Fourth brother, you don't know what just happened. Two rude women came to Aunt's room and mocked me for being from the countryside.
How could I stand that?
I scolded them right back. You should have seen their faces, it was hilarious. Hu Wenbin's eyes lit up with interest. What did you say to them? Lu Jintai frowned, his expression turning cold. They mocked you? Zhao Jincheng grinned. I gave it back to them. I'm not the type to take a loss. Gu Qingye came out carrying a plate of cooked fish and overheard their conversation. What's wrong with the Lu family? Lu Jianjun keeps asking Jintai for help, and now they're picking fights? That's ridiculous. Even though he had been cooking, he had heard Lu Qingye's voice and knew exactly who Zhao Jincheng was talking about. Really? Zhao Jincheng turned to Lu Jintai. Fourth brother, you're not going to help them, right? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lu Jintai's eyes as he said calmly, No. Zhao Jincheng looked relieved. That's my good fourth brother. Worthy of my fourth sister. Lu Jintai chuckled, but said nothing. Hu Wenbin, seeing that Zhao Jincheng had found someone to talk to, pulled him aside to ask more about the argument. He was curious, since Lu Qingye was known for being proud and sharp-tongued. Most people couldn't win against her. Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, There's no real trick. When someone looks down on you, if they act arrogant, you just act even more confident. If they're rude, don't bother being polite. If they already dislike us, why should we let them walk all over us? If someone hits your left cheek, are you supposed to offer the right one too? That's being a coward. We're not cowards, right? Hu Wenbin shook his head. Of course not. If someone messes with us, we stand up for ourselves. Exactly, Zhao Jincheng said, patting his shoulder. That's the spirit, brother. Hu Wenbin blinked at the gesture. How old are you anyway? Zhao Jincheng pulled up a stool and sat down. Not that young, 18. Hu Wenbin looked at him and said, I'm 28. You should call me Big Brother. Zhao Jincheng glanced at him, chuckled, and went along with it. Big Brother Ben. Hu Wenbin patted his shoulder. You're smart. You're older than me, so calling you Big Brother is right, Zhao Jincheng replied. Hu Wenbin laughed out loud. You're not the type to suffer losses. Of course not. We never lose when we eat. The two sat together and started chatting. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were ready and placed on the table. Zhao Jinsu asked everyone to wash their hands and eat. The chicken and duck were dried goods brought by Zhao Jincheng, chopped and cooked directly. The fish was bought fresh early in the morning by Lu Jintai, and Gu Qingye prepared braised fish. There was beef brisket with radish, spicy salt ribs, and 5 main dishes. Zhao Jinsu also made crispy potato cakes, stir-fried lotus root slices, and peanuts. Finally, they boiled cabbage soup to help with richness. There was plenty of food, enough for everyone even if they were many. Ji Yuanyong asked Lu Jiatong to bring over a plate of braised pork, another meat dish. Since there were no outsiders, no one was competing for drinks, and no one was urging others to drink. Lu Jintai poured a small glass of wine for Hu Wenbin and Gu Qingye, and the three slowly enjoyed it. Zhao Jincheng was eager to try and asked, Fourth brother, why don't you pour me a glass? Zhao Jinsu rolled his eyes at him. You're still studying. Why would you drink? Zhao Jincheng was unconvinced. I'm 18 now, he said, officially an adult. He looked hopefully at his fourth brother. Zhao Jinsu looked at Lu Jintai. Don't pour for him. Lu Jintai turned to meet his brother-in-law's eager eyes and said calmly, Listen to your sister. Brother-in-law, if he wants to drink, let him drink less, Hu Wenbin said with a smile. Zhao Jinsu glanced at him and said with a smile, Once he smells of alcohol, it's not just about drinking less. After his college entrance exam, I won't stop him if he wants to drink. Lu Minying also said, He's still a student. It's better not to drink. Lu Zhe added, Little brother-in-law, listen to your sister. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. Yes, little brother-in-law, listen to your sister. I always listen to my brother. Zhao Jincheng hesitated.
All right.
It's only a few months left anyway. Lu Minying couldn't help but laugh. These two little ones are so well-behaved, they even know to look after uncle. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Their dad and I are often told off by them too. They're quite clever. Lu Jintai looked at them with a gentle smile and gave each child a piece of chicken. The children looked at their father, smiled briefly, then lowered their heads to eat the chicken. Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu beside him and also put a piece of chicken into her bowl. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and did the same, placing a piece of chicken into his bowl. Eat some too. Lu Jintai smiled at her. Gu Qingye couldn't resist teasing. Wow, you two are so polite to each other. Lu Minying rolled her eyes. Unlike you, who only cares about eating and ignores your wife, Gu Qingye sighed. This is truly a disaster. Hu Wenbin thought to himself. Who asked you to be so rude? I'll just keep quiet and focus on eating. Thinking this, he quickly took a piece of dried chicken and started eating. After a bite, he was conquered by its firm texture and strong spicy flavor. He raised his thumb. This tastes amazing, so delicious. Li Wenli was too busy eating to speak. Hu Wenbin finished his chicken and looked at Zhao Jinshu with some regret. Sister-in-law should have come to Kyoto earlier, then we could have enjoyed this delicious chicken sooner. Lu Jintai paused slightly with his chopsticks and looked slowly at Zhao Jinshu beside him. Zhao Jinshu smiled faintly. Before she could speak, Zhao Jincheng on the opposite side said, Back then, Ziz was only 2 years old. Rue hadn't even turned a month old. When we came to Kyoto, no one was there to take care of them. At home, my dad, mom, and eldest sister helped with the kids. When I was on leave, I also helped take care of them. Lu Minying, who had 3 children, spoke with authority. As kids grow older, they just cause more trouble with eating, drinking, and going to the bathroom. Adults can still manage to do things. Before they turn 3, they're the most annoying and prone to illness. If they're raised carefully without much help, the mother will suffer the most. I don't have a mother or mother-in-law, so I had to take care of the kids myself. During seasonal changes, if all 3 got sick at once, it was so stressful I cried. I don't know how I survived those days. Luckily, Gu Qingye is quite family-oriented. Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but nod. Hu Wenbin teased him. You, a young man of 18, not even married. What do you know? And you're nodding. Zhao Jincheng glanced at him and said, I am not married. I have seen my 4th sister and my older sister-in-law taking care of the children. Especially my 4th sister. Don't be fooled by Rue now. She is very obedient and cute. Before she was 6 months old, she would cry loudly at night. She would cry through most of the night. My 4th sister was already in poor health, and she couldn't sleep well at night. Her legs would cramp, and she would cry while holding the baby, hiding under the blankets. If I hadn't gotten up at night and noticed, told my mother, and my mother insisted on taking turns caring for Rue, she wouldn't have survived. My mother even quit her teaching job for this. Zhao Jinshi smiled softly. Although it seemed like a story from 2 or 3 years ago to them, for her, it was all in a past life. Too many years had passed. Whether it was hardship or pain, the long years had gradually been forgotten. As the saying goes, a healed wound forgets the pain. She no longer felt anything about it. Li Wenli said, Thanks to your mother, or else you would have suffered so much. Lu Minying looked at Lu Jintai and teased, Jintai, you should be filial to your mother-in-law. You even quit your job for your granddaughter. It's so nice to be loved by a mother. She had lost her own mother when she was young, and her husband's mother had also passed away early. She never knew what it was like to be loved by a mother. Lu Jintai had been silent since earlier. He hadn't touched a drop of wine in his cup, and he hadn't moved the chicken Zhao Jinshi had put on his plate. Hearing her words, he seemed to find his voice again and softly responded with a, Gu Qingye smiled and said, Jintai was indeed busy back then. He couldn't take care of his family. It was understandable. The country was in chaos, and once he resumed work, he was busy. Not only could we not find him, but even Uncle Lu and Auntie couldn't find him. Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, I remember 4th brother returned to the city almost a year ago. After finishing his work, he came back to see my sister and the children. Since then, every year after finishing his work, he would come back to visit them. Otherwise, people might think 4th brother was abandoning his wife and children. Lu Jintai finally looked up. Impossible. How could he bear to do that? But in his mind, The words about her crying while holding the child and hiding under the blankets kept echoing. He ate every bit of rice in his bowl without leaving a single bite. Zhao Jinshi sat beside Lu Jintai. Seeing that he hadn't touched his chopsticks, she gently nudged his arm. "What are you staring at? Winter vegetables get cold quickly. Hurry up and eat." Lu Jintai turned his head silently, watching her. Zhao Jinshi saw he hadn't moved and looked up to meet his gaze. His eyes were deep, as if hiding countless unpredictable emotions. Zhao Jinshu paused, then asked, "What's wrong? Having a meal and also having worries?" Gu Qingye sat next to Hu Wenbin, smiled, and said, "Jintai, what's the matter?" Lu Minying kicked him hard under the table. What else could it be? Of course, it was because she felt sad hearing about how hard her sister-in-law had it. Asking about it was like poking at her heart. Lu Jintai looked away and ignored him. He slowly picked up the chicken that Zhao Jinshu had put on his plate. Seeing that he seemed upset, Zhao Jinshu filled his bowl with hot soup and placed it in front of him. "The chicken has cooled down. Have some soup." Lu Jintai looked at the soup in front of him, raised his eyes to her, and moved his lips. Seeing her look at him with curiosity, he said nothing and slowly picked up the bowl. Gu Qingye and Hu Wenbin both sighed. They thought, it's the sister-in-law who knows how to take care of people. When Lu Gu didn't have much appetite, the soup was immediately brought to him. Zhao Jinsheng was used to this. Back in their hometown, their fourth sister always took good care of their fourth brother. Lu Zhe looked at his dad, and then at his mom. After finishing the chicken in his mouth, he thought for a moment and said, "Dad, eat well." Lu Rui raised his hand and said, "Mom said to eat enough so we have strength." Lu Jintai looked at them and softly said, "Dad knows." Lu Mining looked at them curiously and couldn't help joking, "These two kids are so good. Sister-in-law, how about we swap our 3 kids for your 2? We take your 2 and you take ours." Lu Zhe quickly looked up and loudly declared, "No, I don't agree. I don't want to swap. Adults are so annoying, always wanting to swap children. They just don't understand. It's all because I'm too good. Others are jealous of my parents." Aunt Lu could only envy silently. She wouldn't call anyone mom. Lu Rui was also unhappy. She snorted and said, "No way. I want to be mom's little treasure." She only liked her own parents and didn't like anyone else. Even in jest, Zhao Jinshu didn't want her 2 little ones to be sad. She smiled and comforted them. "No swapping, no swapping. These 2 are my treasures. I wouldn't give them up for anything." Lu Mining laughed brightly. All right, no swapping. If we really swapped them, wouldn't the 2 kids be arguing with me every day?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said stubbornly, "I'd definitely be arguing with you every day, making sure you can't do anything." Gu Qingye smiled and said, "Lu Mining, you have really upset Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe added, "Aunt Lu, if you don't change things for us, no one will bother you. You can definitely make a lot of money. Lots and lots of money." Lu Mining laughed, finding the child very funny. She said, "No more changes, no more. Will Andy be able to make big money next year?" Lu Zhe nodded. "Yes, you can make lots and lots of money, so much that you can't spend it all." Lu Mining was very happy. "Great. Next year, you'll make so much money that you can't spend it all. Your parents will also get a share of the endless money." Lu Zhe smiled happily. His parents could get money too. He just hoped Aunt Lu would earn a little more so their family could get a bigger share. After dinner, everyone helped clean up. Once everything was done, Gu Qingye and Lu Mining pulled Lu Jintai aside to settle accounts. Zhao Jinshu told them to go to the study, so no one would bother them. Lu Jintai grabbed her hand. Zhao Jinshu was surprised and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "You should come too." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "I'm outside talking with Wenli and the others. It's just some calculations. You all do the accounting." Lu Jintai insisted, "Come with us." Li Wenli was sitting outside in the sun, smiling. She said, "Sister-in-law, you all go do the accounts. We don't need to come. There are sunflower seeds, peanuts, and hot water here. We're not outsiders. We can take care of ourselves." Since they all said that, Zhao Jinshu went into the study with them. Gu Qingye's accounts were very clear. The daily, weekly, and monthly reports were neatly arranged on the desk. Lu Jintai looked at them for a few moments and then handed the reports to him. Gu Qingye saw what he was doing and joked, "Jintai, you just glanced at it. Do you understand?" Zhao Jinshu saw that Lu Jintai didn't speak and smiled. "If you understand, you understand. Do you think you can fool us?" Gu Qingye said seriously. "No, we're close, but business is business. Even brothers or parents need to be clear about the accounts. That way, there won't be any conflicts." Lu Jintai nodded. "I understand. That's it." Gu Qingye smiled, took out a bundle of money from his bag, and handed it to him. "Jintai, this is your share of the profit." Lu Jintai took it and handed it directly to Zhao Jinshu. Gu Qingye said, "We need to count this. Don't feel embarrassed. Our relationship is close, but when it comes to money, everything should be counted face-to-face to avoid misunderstandings." Zhao Jinshu smiled and started counting. After finishing, she said, "It's the same as on the account, no mistake." Then Gu Qingye took out 320 yuan and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. "Sister-in-law, this is your salary." Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "Has it been a month?" "No, right? Also, this salary is a bit more than usual." Gu Qingye looked at her and smiled. "Not quite a month, but I calculated it as a month. Since you changed the menu, you've earned at least half more than before. Since the new year is coming, I gave you 2 months' salary as a bonus. Everyone is happy during the new year. Next month it won't be this much." Zhao Jinshu's face lit up with a smile. "So that means I get 160 yuan a month. Is that a lot?" Gu Qingye said, "Not really. You're a skilled worker, not an ordinary labor. Our restaurant is doing so well because of your efforts." Lu Mining even said the wages were too low. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Since you say so, I accept it." Gu Qingye said, "This is your salary. Keep it if you want." After settling the accounts, everyone went outside and sat in the yard chatting. At this moment, Ji Yuanrong was seeing off Lu's mother and daughter. Seeing them sitting in the yard, Lu Qingye approached and smiled. "Have you eaten?" A group of people was cracking sunflower seeds and drinking water, but no one responded. Gu Qingye didn't really want to talk to her. It was awkward to stay silent, so he said, "Yes, we've eaten." "Are you leaving now?" Lu Qingye saw them and actually wanted to stay and chat, but since they had already said goodbye to Aunt Ji just now, she could only say, "Yes, we're going back." Gu Qingye waved his hand. "Then take care on your way." Lu Qingye couldn't say anything else. She looked at Lu Jintai, who was talking to his rural wife with his head down, not even lifting his head. Seeing her, she stomped her foot in frustration and left silently. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were watching TV in the main room. Jin Qing finished eating and went back to his room to read and do homework. After Gu Qingye and the others left, Zhao Jinshu stretched lazily and planned to rest inside. She just sat on the bed when Lu Jintai came in and sat beside her. Zhao Jinshu pushed him gently. "Sit a little closer. I want to rest for a while." Lu Jintai didn't move. He reached out and held her calf, placing it on his lap, and gently massaged it. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai looked down at her leg and softly said, "Do you still get cramps?" Zhao Jinshu was surprised for a moment, then realized what he meant and smiled. "Not anymore now." Lu Jintai nodded slightly and said, "Drink a cup of milk every night." Zhao Jinshu didn't really like the taste of milk powder. She occasionally drank it but couldn't handle drinking it every day. She said, "We have fresh milk ordered. After the new year, when we return from our hometown, let's order fresh milk to drink." Lu Jintai replied, "It's your decision, but you need to drink milk every day." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Okay. She knew her body well and needed to take good care of herself. Lu Jintai wasn't a professional massage therapist. His massage skills couldn't match those of a trained therapist who can target specific acupoints precisely. But his strength was moderate, neither too hard nor too soft. Since she was still young and her body didn't have many blockages, his gentle pressure was just right. Zhao Jinshu let him massage her calves, leaning on a pillow, relaxing her mind and closing her eyes. Before long, she fell asleep. Lu Jintai didn't hear any movement for a while. He looked up and saw she was asleep. He pulled the blanket over her and continued massaging her legs. Zhao Jinshu didn't sleep long. After about half an hour, she woke up and found her 2 calves, along with her feet, resting in his arms. She was startled and quickly pulled her feet back, glancing at him with a look of disgust. You haven't washed your feet, and you're wearing stinky socks. Don't you find it gross? Lu Jintai paused for a moment. Seeing her frightened expression, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. I know you dislike it. I changed my socks for you. She looked over and saw they weren't the socks she wore that morning. She felt a little relieved but still said, Next time, don't do that. Lu Jintai looked at her steadily. Why? Zhao Jinshu sat up straight, somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with you? Lu Jintai looked at her in surprise. Zhao Jinshu coughed and said, I mean, you changed your socks but didn't wash your feet. They're still stinky. How can I put them in my arms? She was a bit particular about cleanliness. Lu Jintai said, I don't mind. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. You need to change that habit. You should mind. Do you understand? Lu Jintai saw her being fierce and quickly agreed. Got it, but he didn't really understand. Zhao Jinshu put on her cotton shoes and looked at him. Go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Since it's cold, eat early and go to bed early. Lu Jintai smiled at her and nodded, then followed her out. For lunch, they ate greasy food. In the evening, they made porridge and stir-fried 2 vegetables. No meat dishes, just simple dinner. Everyone was happy eating. After dinner, Zhao Jinshu called everyone into the room secretly. Zhao Jincheng looked at her. What's wrong? Anything good? Lu Zhe was affected by her expression and leaned close to his mom, his eyes bright. Mom, is the story of the fairy sword finished? Zhao Jincheng's eyes also lit up. Really? Zhao Jinshu rolled her eyes at them. Don't get your hopes up. What are they thinking? She just finished writing it. Would she show it to them willingly? Who can guarantee they won't keep asking for more once they see it? Both of them drooped their shoulders at the same time. Who's the one losing interest now? Lu Jintai sat on a chair, smiling as he watched them. Lu Rui hugged her mom's arm. Mom, what's going on? Zhao Jinshu opened a drawer and took out her paycheck from today. This is my first salary. I want to share some happiness with you, so I decided to split it into 4 parts, 1 for each of you. Zhao Jincheng's eyes widened. Really? Lu Zhe and Lu Rui gathered around her, looking at her eagerly. Zhao Jinshu started dividing the money. Of course it's real. You can use it to go out and play during the new year, or buy things. After that, I won't give you money anymore. Lu Jintai asked, Do I have any? Zhao Jinshu continued dividing the money, without looking up. Of course you do. She had just said so. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. Lu Zhe's eyes sparkled. Can I keep my part myself? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes, even though they are still young, they can learn to manage their own pocket money. Mom. Lu Rui leaned on her mom's lap. I want to manage my money too. Zhao Jinshu patted her head. You all manage your own pocket money. There's a drawer on your bedside table where you can put it. The 2 kids have never been careless with money. Since she gave it to them, she feels at ease. Zhao Jinshu divided the money and handed it out to all 4 of them. Zhao Jincheng was not polite this time. Since the money belonged to his sister, he chuckled and said, 80 yuan, sister. You're so generous. Lu Jintai looked at the money in his hand, and then at her. Did you keep none for yourself? Zhao Jincheng smiled and replied, Didn't I give you all the bonus today? Lu Jintai chuckled softly and said nothing more. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui happily took their money and put it into their drawers. Zhao Jincheng also took his money and went back to his room to read. After the room was only left with the 2 of them, Lu Jintai handed the money to Zhao Jincheng. Please keep this for me. Zhao Jincheng returned it. No, I won't. This is your pocket money. You should manage your own money. Lu Jintai smiled quietly and said, That's fine. Then he placed the money into his drawer. Zhao Jincheng's family had a tradition of making fried New Year treats. The children loved fried snacks. Zhao Jincheng also planned to fry some, but since they had to go back to their hometown on the 3rd day of the new year, they couldn't make too much, or it would go to waste. The factory was on holiday. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy preparing New Year gifts for their families, buying presents, and so on. Whether they had money or not, they still celebrated the new year. The adults didn't mind, but they wanted the children to be happy, so preparations were necessary. The next day, Zhao Jincheng and Lu Jintai woke up early. After breakfast, they went shopping without bringing anyone along. When they returned with the groceries, they started preparing. They cut and marinated pork for crispy pork, fish fillets, and chicken pieces, then fried them. Ji Yuanrong was on holiday and came to help. Although she didn't fry much, she worked all day. That evening, they ate together. After Lu Xingyao arrived, she ate silently, not saying a word. Zhao Jincheng glanced at her. She hadn't mentioned her boyfriend these days. Had it fallen apart? Ji Yuanrong looked at her daughter. Since that young man came over, she had steadied her mind and hadn't brought up her daughter's relationship. She watched coldly. Her daughter seemed a bit off lately, always gloomy. She didn't talk about her boyfriend anymore, and she looked downcast. Seeing this, Ji Yuanrong sneered inwardly. A few days ago, her daughter was excited, talking about her relationship and even introducing her boyfriend. Now, she was silent. Had it fallen apart so quickly? She hadn't even made a move and their relationship had already ended? She thought to herself, this was too childish. Lu Xingyao naturally sensed her mother's gaze and understood what she was looking for. They hadn't parted ways yet, but she felt it was not far off. Every time she interacted with him, her thoughts about not needing that person grew stronger. Guo Pan is a good person, she admits that. But no matter how good someone is, if you can't communicate with him, you can't live well together. Although her parents were no longer here, Ji Yuanrong still went back to her mother's house during festivals to visit her siblings. Her son and daughter-in-law had their own matters, so she didn't ask them to come along. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui had never been to their uncle's house. After discussing with Zhao Jinshu, the elderly couple decided to take them to meet their relatives. Zhao Jinshu naturally agreed. After breakfast, they packed gifts and set out with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. Lu Manting was crying and insisting on going too. Ji Yuanrong patiently persuaded her a few words, comforted her, and promised to bring her delicious food. Only then did she stop crying. Wang Meijing was somewhat displeased. When she returned to the room and saw Lu Hufeng, she muttered, now that mom and dad have a little grandson and granddaughter, they no longer pay attention to us, the children of the main and third houses. They always take Lu Zhe and Lu Rui everywhere. Manting almost cried and they didn't take her along. Before and after the new year, if they took the children to visit, their uncle would definitely give them red envelopes. The amount wouldn't be small. Now, they could only get the smaller red envelopes from the second house, and they couldn't get anything. Naturally, she felt unhappy. Lu Hufeng was indifferent. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui have never been to uncle's house. Mom and dad are taking them to meet relatives. How many times have Manting and the others gone? They can't take all the children. How many red envelopes would uncle have to give? Forget it, I won't talk to you. I'm going out shopping with Jin Chung. Wang Meijing immediately objected. Why are you going out with him? Second brother and the others are with him. Her second brother's brother-in-law had nothing to do with her. Why was she so eager to flatter? Lu Hufeng shot her a glance. What do you know? I get along well with him. We agreed to go out and have fun. Now that it's holiday, I need to keep my promise. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes at him. Fine, I don't understand. You love to play, so go ahead. After arguing, she asked, when are we going to my mother's house? Lu Hufeng looked at her irritably. I've given you the money. When you want to go, just buy some things and let me know. With only half a month's salary, it definitely isn't enough. He has been working for many years, and he still has a few friends. He can borrow some money in case of emergency. Originally, when he went to his father-in-law's house, he wasn't very enthusiastic, but as a son-in-law, he did his best to be polite. Now, looking back, he thinks it wasn't necessary. No matter how well he behaved, he was still an outsider and wouldn't truly care for their children. There's no need to worry so much. Just doing the basics is enough. Wang Meijing was also impatient. She was given some money, but not much. She had to think carefully before buying things for her parents. She had to spend within her means and couldn't afford to spend too much. People said she married well, but in the first year after they separated, her gifts to her parents were much less. How would others see her? Lin Yulan was in the room discussing with Lu Jiaming about visiting her parents. Since we're going back anyway, the sooner the better. When we return, We'll have to wash and sew the children's jackets again. It's the new year, so they should wear clean clothes. Lu Jiaming listened indifferently. You decide what to do. You don't need to discuss everything with me. Lin Yulan wanted to talk to him seriously, but he was so indifferent that she felt angry inside. Not discussing with you, huh? Fine, I'll take all my salary this month to buy things for my family. I don't believe you'll agree. Lu Jiaming chuckled. Go ahead and buy. He could tie 24 knots with a single coin. He was stingy even when eating meat himself, yet he was willing to spend it on her family. He didn't believe her. So how could he believe him? He didn't believe at all. Lin Yulan didn't say anything. The family wasn't just her, and if she bought too much while her sisters bought less, they'd definitely have opinions. It was better to stick to the usual standards. Comparing too much was not good. Lu Jiaming laughed. I knew it. Lin Yulan glared at him. What are you laughing at? If I had that money, I'd buy more meat to give the children for the new year. She just wanted to buy some extra things to bring home. Could those things possibly go to her parents' mouths? Every time she brought things back, her nephews would take them into their own rooms. Lu Jiaming's eyes lit up. That's right. This is the first new year since we separated. We should prepare more meat. Lin Yulan paused. On New Year's Eve, their grandparents will definitely call us all together. We don't need to buy too much meat, right? Lu Jiaming said. We can't go empty-handed. When our parents invite us to celebrate the new year, we should at least bring some meat. Lin Yulan was a bit unhappy. Do I still have to bring meat over? Lu Jiaming looked at her seriously. What's the matter? After all these years, you haven't shown respect to your parents. Now, during the new year, you're reluctant to bring some meat. Lin Yulan hesitated. It's not like that. Lu Jiaming looked at her. I don't interfere when you buy things for your family, but your parents should also show some respect. Besides, both kids are almost grown up and eat more than anyone. You won't lose out. And don't think only you're bringing something. If everyone else brings gifts and we come empty-handed, who will look bad? Lin Yulan replied. Did I understand? Seeing she listened, Lu Jiaming didn't say anything more. Zhao Jincheng went out to play with Lu Hufeng, and the two kids were taken to visit by their grandparents. The house was left with Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai. They didn't stay idle. They changed clothes and went out to buy things for their family, and also took a walk around. She put on a pink down jacket, her hair tied up high. About a year after she left, when she returned to visit, they bought a cashmere scarf in the county town. As soon as they stepped out of the house, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing saw her. Both were surprised and thought, when did she buy another down jacket? Last time they went shopping at the department store, they left early. Did she buy it later? Although Lin Yulan had a few disagreements with Zhao Jinshu, they usually greeted each other in the yard. She couldn't help but look at her clothes again. You look really nice. Zhao Jinshu looked down and smiled. I think so too. Lin Yulan was a bit taken aback. She thought, this sister-in-law is getting more and more shameless. She should be a little modest. Wang Meijing watched from afar, feeling both envy and jealousy. Zhao Jinshu was really living well. She was dressed more fashionably than her. When she went out like that, who would think she was a girl from the countryside? Lu Jintai lagged behind and came out. Lin Yulan didn't say much to her. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai. Let's go. Lu Jintai looked at her and gently suggested, should I ride my bike and take you? During the cold winter, whether riding a bike or sitting in the back seat, it's not very comfortable. Cold wind blows from all directions, constantly filling the body. Zhao Jinshu usually takes the bus when going out, trying to avoid riding a bike. She quickly said, since the kids aren't here, let's take the bus. Lu Jintai looked down at her and said, that's fine. The two of them walked out side by side. Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan exchanged glances. Wang Meijing pouted and said, this morning, I planned to go shopping for New Year's gifts with Lu Hufeng. But he ended up going out to play with his second brother's brother-in-law. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were also taken away by their grandmother. Now, the two of them are free. Lin Yulan teased her. Are you jealous? Wang Meijing asked. Aren't you jealous? Lin Yulan replied, I'm not. Lin Yulan doesn't like shopping with Lu Mingshi because he always wants to buy everything he sees. She doesn't agree, and he keeps complaining all day. It's easier for her to go alone. Wang Meijing was a bit surprised. She looked up at her expression and wondered if she was upset about her older brother spending money. Her lips twitched, and she didn't want to say anything for a moment. As the new year approached, many workplaces were on holiday. The bus was crowded. The couple was squeezed to the back, and the bus swayed. People pushed and jostled each other. Zhao Jinshu almost lost her balance. Lu Jintai reached out and gently put his arm around her shoulder, whispering in her ear, "You can lean on me." Zhao Jinshu leaned toward him and pressed closely against his chest, standing still. Lu Jintai looked down at her with gentle eyes. When they reached their stop, Lu Jintai took her hand, and they slowly got off with the crowd. After getting off, Zhao Jinshu let go of his hand. Lu Jintai looked at her, but didn't say anything. She asked, "Where are we going first?" Lu Jintai held her arm and said, "I'll take you somewhere." Curious, she asked, "Where?" He replied, "You'll see when we get there," she said, so mysterious. Lu Jintai chuckled softly and took a step forward. Zhao Jinshu glanced at his back and followed him. Lu Jintai slowed his pace, and when she caught up, he suddenly grabbed her hand. She looked around at the busy surroundings. This wasn't the same as in later times. She whispered, "It's not a good idea. It's okay, we're husband and wife." Lu Jintai didn't loosen his grip. Instead, he held her hand tighter. "There are many people. Holding hands keeps us safe." Seeing he wouldn't let go and noticing no one was paying attention, Zhao Jinshu decided to stay quiet. Lu Jintai saw she didn't object and smiled slightly. A few minutes later, they stopped somewhere. Zhao Jinshu looked up and asked, "Is this the cinema?" Lu Jintai nodded. "Do you want to watch a movie? You brought me here, so of course I want to watch." In her past life, Zhao Jinshu had never been to a cinema when she was young. Later, she went a few times with her grandson. Now, even though she knew modern movie equipment was better, she still wanted to experience it. Lu Jintai smiled and went to buy tickets. Zhao Jinshu found a less crowded spot to wait. While buying tickets, Lu Jintai saw some young people in line ahead. After purchasing, they bought snacks like popcorn and sunflower seeds. When he finished, he also bought some popcorn and seeds for Zhao Jinshu. He carried the snacks over to her and handed her the popcorn. "I saw they bought some." Zhao Jinshu smiled and took it. They went straight into the cinema. The movie hadn't started yet and the lights in the theater were still on. Lu Jintai held Zhao Jinshu's hand and found seats to sit and wait. After a few minutes, Lu Jintai checked his watch. The movie would start in about 7 or 8 minutes. He looked down and asked, "Do you need to go to the bathroom?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "Are you going?" Lu Jintai looked around. "Are you okay being alone here?" "There's nothing wrong with that," Zhao Jinshu said with a small smile. "Go quickly. The movie will start soon." Lu Jintai said, "I'll be back very soon." "Okay," Zhao Jinshu replied. People kept coming into the theater. Soon it was full. In the front row, a few young men were talking and joking loudly, making some noise. Zhao Jinshu ate her popcorn quietly, passing the time. Suddenly, a voice spoke near her ear. "Is this young lady here alone to watch the movie?" Zhao Jinshu kept eating her popcorn, ignoring the voice. Even though she was reborn, she was now 26 and a mother of 2. She wasn't a young girl anymore, so she didn't think the person was talking to her. Zhao Jinshu looked up and met the smiling gaze of a few young men. "Are you here alone to watch the movie, little sister?" One of the young men with a crew cut asked cheerfully. Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment, realizing they were talking to her. She didn't reply, just glanced at them briefly before looking away. The tallest of the group, with a crew cut, was no more than 20 years old. Calling her little sister? "Why aren't you talking, little sister?" The young man with the crew cut leaned closer. He had just come in and noticed this pretty girl sitting alone, eating popcorn. Her face was fresh and smooth, so lovely, he couldn't help but want to talk to her. "What do you want to say?" A deep voice suddenly sounded nearby. The young man with the crew cut froze, looked up, and met a commanding pair of eyes. Seeing who was speaking, he shivered and immediately lost his smile. Lu, second brother Lu. He had seen second brother Lu before, but he was still young then. Maybe he didn't recognize him now. The man, Lu Jintai, looked at him coolly, and sat down next to Zhao Jinshu, speaking calmly. Tell me, whose family are you from? Zhao Jinshu remained silent. The young man stammered, A Chu family. Hu Wenbin is my older cousin. Lu Jintai glanced at him, without saying a word. The young man quickly looked at Zhao Jinshu, nervously explaining, Second brother Lu, I didn't mean anything bad. I just saw this girl sitting alone and thought it wasn't safe. I wanted to talk to her, get to know her. He wasn't stupid. He could tell that this beautiful girl was with Lu Jintai. Lu Jintai shot him a sharp look. She's my wife. The young man froze, looked at Zhao Jinshu, then at Lu Jintai. His face turned bright red, and he quickly shrank back into his seat, afraid to say another word. He was so embarrassed he wanted to disappear. The young men with him looked stunned, their shoulders trembling as they tried not to laugh. Zhao Jinshu remained silent. Lu Jintai turned to her and asked, Would you like some sunflower seeds? Just as she was about to reply, the lights above dimmed slowly, and the big screen lit up. She said, The movie is starting. I won't eat anymore. Lu Jintai nodded, lowered his head, and packed the sunflower seeds and popcorn into a bag. The movie began, and the two of them quietly watched and enjoyed it. After leaving the movie, I ran into that group of young men again. The young man with a crew cut secretly glanced at them, called out, Second brother Lu, and before they could respond, he ran away quickly. The people with him also followed and ran off. Zhao Jinshu watched them run like mice encountering a cat and couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Zhao Jinshu stopped laughing, Lu Jintai quietly said, A bunch of kids who haven't even grown their hair yet. Zhao Jinshu. After leaving the cinema, I went straight to buy things for my family. I didn't buy much, just some fabric and yarn, which I took back to share with them. Then I bought some vegetables and carried them home. While carrying the things, we were about to catch the bus when we saw a couple in their 60s walking toward us. They smiled and approached Lu Jintai. Professor Li smiled and said, Jintai, out shopping? Lu Jintai smiled and introduced Zhao Jinshu. This is Principal Zheng. This is Professor Li. And this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu smiled politely. Hello, Principal Zheng and Professor Li. Professor Li looked at Zhao Jinshu and thought she had a very lively face. Jintai was very lucky. She had a kind smile and said, I'll call you Jinshu. A few years ago, Jintai was busy and you were taking care of the children alone back home. Thank you for your hard work. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai. She didn't expect his colleagues at school to know about this.
She softly said, It's okay.
My family helps take care of the children, so it's a bit easier. Principal Zheng adjusted his glasses and teased the young couple. Jinshu, you might not know, but Jintai tries to finish a year's worth of research in one day, so he can come back to see you. It makes his team members very busy too. Lu Jintai shot him a quick look and interrupted, Is there anything else?
No.
Then we'll go now. Zhao Jinshu didn't know about this. She only knew that after Jintai returned to the city, he would stay with them for over 20 days each time. His attitude was quite rude, but Principal Zheng didn't mind. Instead, he smiled at Zhao Jinshu and said, Jinshu, look at this guy.
He's usually not polite to me.
Is he trying to tell me something? Zhao Jinshu had never seen them before in her past life and didn't know their relationship. In front of others, Lu Jintai always behaved politely and respectfully. If they weren't close, he wouldn't speak to her in such a tone. She smiled and thought for a moment before saying, It shows he has a good relationship with you. Lu Jintai glanced at her, but said nothing. Principal Zheng chuckled warmly. You're right, we are close. Lu Jintai looked calm, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing this, Principal Zheng's smile deepened. Usually, this young man didn't pay much attention to him, but today, in front of his wife, he didn't deny their good relationship. It made him feel his usual worries about him were worth it. Then, he remembered something and asked, Han Fingji came to see me and said your team list for next year doesn't include her. Lu Jintai showed no emotion and said quietly, That girl has a strong background. She managed to get Principal Zheng's help. Principal Zheng chuckled awkwardly and said seriously, She says if you don't include her name, it's discrimination against female students. Everyone else is on the list, but her name isn't, so she feels looked down upon. She's even said that. Can you? Lu Jintai interrupted him. No, my team doesn't need students who aren't focused on research. Besides, there are more than just her in the team. Principal Zheng awkwardly smiled. Fengji is quite capable. Can't you? Lu Jintai looked at him and said, It's not impossible. Principal Zheng was surprised. You actually agreed. Lu Jintai gave him a faint look. If she stays, I leave. Principal Zheng was speechless. Was he trying to make him angry? His temper hadn't changed at all. Professor Li couldn't help but nudge Vice Principal Zheng and said irritably, always meddling in things that aren't your business. No wonder Jintai doesn't look kindly on you. Principal Zheng sighed.
You know how old Wu came to me. Seek, fine.
If he doesn't agree, so be it. I can't make things difficult for Jintai just because of an outsider. Professor Li nodded. That's good to know. Lu Jintai said nothing more. The bus is here. Professor Li, let's go first. Professor Li looked at Zhao Jinshu. Jinshu, when you're free, have Jintai bring you to visit us. Zhao Jinshu smiled and nodded. Okay, when I have free time, I'll visit. You all can also come to my place if you want. Professor Li smiled. All right. Watching the two get on the bus, Professor Li rolled his eyes at Vice President Zheng. You tell me, Jintai was willing to give you a good attitude, and now he's upset with you. Principal Zheng was also annoyed. His personality is just like Lao Xie's, stubborn and not smooth enough. No wonder they're both teachers and students. First Lao Xie was mad at me, and after he left, Jintai started to get mad too. If you don't agree, just say so. We should discuss things calmly. Look at his cold face. No matter how good his looks are, I don't want to look at him. Professor Li showed no sympathy. Jintai isn't here for you to look at. You knew his temper, yet you still agreed to Lao Wu's request. You deserve to be scolded. Zheng sighed again and said, when I mentioned he was busy researching at school, he cut me off. It's like he doesn't want me to talk. He's silent all day. If you don't say anything, how does his wife know? Only his wife is easygoing enough not to argue about these things. Otherwise, their marriage will have problems sooner or later. Hearing this, Professor Li's eyes flickered. He asked, earlier, Jintai said Han Fengji isn't focused on research. What does that mean? Principal Zheng frowned. Could it be that she's slacking off and not taking her work seriously? If that's the case, Jintai wouldn't tolerate her. Professor Li also frowned. I don't think it's that simple. Jintai looks young and capable. Zheng suddenly looked at her sharply. What do you mean? Professor Li glared back. In the past 2 years, there have been many young men and women at school, people abandoning their spouses, or vice versa. Talented men and women, all with restless minds. Principal Zheng instinctively said, that can't be. Jintai is married and has children. Professor Li shot him a look. No matter what, Jintai wouldn't agree to this. Just don't interfere. Zheng was silent for a moment, then said confidently, school is a place for studying, not for dating. If he had known about this earlier, he wouldn't have agreed to Lao Wu acting as a matchmaker. Professor Li thought to himself that it's unreasonable to prevent young singles from dating, but if their intentions are bad and they want to break up others' families, that's not acceptable either. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai got off the bus and slowly walked home, carrying their things. They didn't speak along the way. As they approached the door, Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu. Why aren't you talking? He asked. Zhao Jinshu turned her head to glance at him and asked curiously, what should I say? Lu Jintai paused and looked at her. Are you bored talking to me? He asked. Zhao Jinshu looked at him strangely. Why don't you say something? You're like a dull gourd. After saying that, she opened the door and stepped into the yard first. Dull gourd? Did he say that about himself? Lu Jintai froze in place. After a moment, he finally stepped inside. When they got home, they put their things down. Lu Jintai still seemed distracted, watching her with a hesitant tone. Was I really a dull gourd? He asked. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Could it be me? Professor Lu, you don't seem to know yourself very well. She finished speaking and ignored him, changing into a thick coat to prepare lunch. Lu Jintai followed her into the house, watching her quietly. Do you think being with me is boring? He asked. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment. I think it's pretty good. He didn't talk much, but he did everything he was supposed to at home. He didn't like nagging or bothering others, and she really thought it was nice. Lu Jintai looked at her quietly, but didn't say anything. Zhao Jinshu wasn't sure if he believed her. When they went to the kitchen to cook, the rice was boiling in the pot. While washing vegetables, he asked, "Do you have any questions about my work?" Zhao Jinshu paused while chopping vegetables. "I don't understand your work, so I can't really ask. I trust your ability a lot. You'll definitely do a good job." Why did this topic suddenly come up? Lu Jintai turned his head to look at her. "Is your compliment sincere, Zhao?" Zhao Jinshu looked into his eyes and said honestly, "Of course it's sincere. Don't you trust your own workability, Professor Lu?" She was speaking honestly. She had no doubt about his professional skills. Lu Jintai looked at her and lowered his head to continue washing vegetables. Zhao Jinshu finished chopping the vegetables, started stir-frying, then cooked the soup, and the rice was ready too. After they ate, they each went to do their own things. Lu Jintai watched her back, holding a book in his hand, and didn't turn a page for a long time. Every time she praised him sincerely, he thought about it. Honestly, being called a dull gourd didn't seem so bad. Maybe it was kind of nice. Zhao Jinshu didn't pay attention to him and kept writing her manuscript. In a previous children's story, Editor Lee told her that it could only be published after the new year, so she would receive the payment later as well. She wasn't in a hurry for the money. She just wanted to publish it early and get paid sooner. When she went home and told her parents, it would help reassure them. Even so, they knew she had written a story and that it would be published, which made them happy. She spent the whole afternoon writing until Zhao Jincheng and Lu Hufeng came back from outside.
Only then did she stop writing.
Zhao Jincheng was carrying snacks he bought for Lu Zhe and Lu Rui during his playtime. He placed them on the shelf and looked at his sister. "No one disturb you today. How many drafts have you finished?" Zhao Jingshu didn't want to talk to him. How could he be so pushy right after coming home? She changed the subject. "Where did you go to play today?" Zhao Jincheng smiled. "Fengji took me ice skating. It was so fun. I invited him to lunch, but he refused. Later, he invited me instead. When I bought snacks for Rui and Zhe, I also gave him one." Zhao Jingshu didn't say anything. Her younger brother was polite at least. After rebirth, Zhao Jingshu felt she had overlooked something, until the night of the 29th of the lunar month, when she felt a dull pain in her stomach. After going to the bathroom, she finally remembered what she had forgotten. Since rebirth, her period, which she had never experienced before, was late. She returned from the bathroom and sat heavily on the bed, experiencing menstrual cramps, something she hadn't felt in many years. Fortunately, in her previous life, she didn't have cramps every month, but even occasional pain was quite tormenting. Maybe this was the only bad thing about being reborn. Lu Jintai came back from the main house and saw her with her eyes closed, leaning on the headboard, her right hand on her lower abdomen. He asked softly, "Does your stomach hurt?" He sat down beside her. Zhao Jingshu opened her eyes and looked at him tiredly. "Yes, menstrual pain." Lu Jintai reached out to feel her temperature. "It's a bit cold." "Does it hurt a lot?" Zhao Jingshu replied. "Just a dull ache." Mainly, she felt weak every time her period came. Lu Jintai gently said, "I'll get you a hot water bag." She nodded. "Okay." Lu Jintai pulled back the blanket and placed it over her, then got up to prepare the hot water bag. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were watching TV in the main room. The house was quiet now. Lu Jintai placed the hot water bag on her lower abdomen. He softly said, "After washing up, go lie on the bed. I'll get you some water." Zhao Jinshu nodded in agreement. After washing up, she changed into her underwear and thermal clothes before lying down to sleep. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui watched a TV show, then hurried back home. Lu Jintai stopped them, saying, "Be quiet, Mom is sleeping." Lu Zhe and Lu Rui tiptoed carefully, acting very cautious. Lu Jintai smiled and patted their heads. "Dad will get you some water. After washing, go to bed. Tomorrow is the last day of the year. You should get up early, especially Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe raised his hand and whispered, "I will definitely get up earlier than Rui." Lu Rui snorted softly and quietly argued, "I get up earlier than you every day." Lu Jintai looked at them and said, "Stop arguing. Come and wash up quickly." Their father became serious, and they didn't dare say more. They both responded with a yes and followed him. After the two children finished washing and went to bed, Lu Jintai returned to his room and lay down. He reached out to touch her belly. It was warm. He withdrew his hand, turned on the light, and closed his eyes. During the night, Zhao Jinshu got up twice, and Lu Jintai also got up twice. He wasn't sure if Lu Jintai slept well, but she certainly didn't rest well. Still, she got up early. Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "You don't feel well. Don't go over there. I'll help make dumplings. When they're ready, I'll call you." Zhao Jinshu paused and smiled. "Okay. After a busy year, taking a rest for the new year is good. But you've worked hard." Lu Jintai glanced at her lightly. "It's just making dumplings.
What's hard about it?"
Don't be so polite." Zhao Jinshu looked up. "I've noticed you've been talking more these days," Lu Jintai said. "Didn't you say I was a quiet person?" Although she was the one who said it, Zhao Jinshu didn't admit it. "I did say that, but I didn't mean you're boring." Lu Jintai looked at her. "I'll change." After saying that, he added, "You rest. I'll go ahead." Watching his back, Zhao Jinshu was momentarily stunned. Will he really change? Will Lu Jintai become a chatterbox?
She couldn't imagine what that would be like.
She was used to her quiet husband. Would she have to get used to a talkative man for the rest of her life? She couldn't help but smile. With Lu Jintai's personality, even if he changed, he probably wouldn't become a chatterbox. She was overthinking again. Lu Jintai arrived at the main house. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged a glance, but didn't see Zhao Jinshu. They wanted to say something, but after seeing Lu Jintai wash his hands, they sat down to make dumplings. The words they wanted to say caught in their throats. "Well, it doesn't matter if the man is here too." Lu Xingyao yawned as she came out of the room. She saw her second older brother sitting there making dumplings and smiled, asking, "Second brother, why didn't second sister-in-law come over? On New Year's Eve, second sister-in-law should at least cook a few dishes, right? That way she could taste her cooking again." Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. Lu Jintai looked up at her. "Can I come?" Lu Xingyao was about to speak, but Lu Jintai said, "Wash your hands and sit down to make dumplings." Lu Xingyao widened her eyes. "I don't know how," Lu Jintai said. "Then learn." Lu Xingyao wanted to say she couldn't learn, but Lin Yulan spoke up. "It's normal not to know at first. Everyone starts that way. After doing it more, you'll get the hang of it." Wang Meijing also said, "Look at me, I used to be bad at cooking. I could only wash dishes and cut vegetables. Now that we live separately, I can cook decent meals. The more you practice, the better you'll get. Even someone slow can learn." "You're not slow, right, Xingyao?" Of course, Lu Xingyao couldn't admit she was slow. Surrounded by the three of them, she could only reluctantly wash her hands and make dumplings. The dumpling filling prepared by the mother-in-law was very flavorful, and the dumpling wrappers were thin, perfectly suited to Zhao Jinshu's taste. After finishing one bowl, she went to serve herself a few more. Lu Jintai glanced at her and asked with a smile, "Do you like it?" She didn't eat much normally, at most one bowl of dumplings. Today, she ate several more. Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled at her mother-in-law. "Mom's dumpling filling is delicious, and the wrappers are thin. Very tasty." Hearing this, Ji Yuanrong's smile deepened. "If you like it, just tell me when you want to eat dumplings. I'll make them for you." It's rare for this daughter-in-law to like something, so she was very happy to fulfill her wish. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing couldn't help but feel a bit jealous inside. They were still sitting nearby, but the mother-in-law hadn't even thought of them. Her tone just now made it seem like Zhao Jinshu was her own daughter. They looked on coldly. Now, the mother-in-law treated Zhao Jinshu even better than her younger sister-in-law. It was really hard to find a reason to complain. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "All right then. When I want to eat dumplings, I'll buy some meat and call Mom to help prepare the filling and roll the wrappers." Erasmus smiled and said, "That's fine. This daughter-in-law never takes advantage of them. If it were the other two, they would definitely try to get some benefits whenever possible. She has a strange personality. She doesn't like to take advantage of them. Instead, she often thinks more about their feelings. Anyone trying to get benefits from her, she isn't interested in indulging or paying attention to them." Lu Jintai looked at them with a smile, but didn't say anything. After breakfast, Lu Jintai took out a brush and red paper and started writing Spring Festival couplets. The two children watched him write the couplets. Zhao Jinshu stood nearby for a while. Then, with nothing else to do, prepared to go back to her room and write her own work. Lu Jintai looked up and said disapprovingly, "Take a break for a few days. Don't write anymore." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him. That was fine. She wasn't in a rush. She took a chair and sat outside in the sun. Lu Xingyao brought over a bag and handed it to her. Zhao Jinshu took it, opened it, and smiled. "Is this my sweater? It's well made." Earlier, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui's sweaters were also very well made. Lu Xingyao sat down next to her with a chair. "I've been working overtime every night recently, but I finally finished knitting your sweater on New Year's Eve." She then took out a stack of money and handed it to her. "Here, this is your money back." Zhao Jinshu took it, looked at it, and said surprisingly, 40 yuan a month? Her salary was over 60 yuan, so being able to pay back 40 yuan showed her sister-in-law was quite thrifty. Lu Xingyao gritted her teeth. 40 yuan a month. It will be paid off in 5 months. It's just a tight half year. Don't worry, I can do it. She seemed to be comforting Zhao Jinshu, but also reassuring herself. Zhao Jinshu looked at her expression and didn't try to discourage her. As spring arrived, the weather gradually warmed. The clothes in the market only got better each year. For a young woman like her who bought new clothes every month, not buying clothes for the season was more uncomfortable than being scolded. Lu Xingyao saw her sitting still and said, "Second sister-in-law, can you cook for us this noon?" Zhao Jinshu lazily sat there. "No, I can't." Lu Xingyao let out a disappointed sigh, thinking about her brother's cold face this morning. She urged her to learn how to make dumplings, worried she might ask her second sister-in-law to cook, and her brother would then force her to learn cooking. She didn't say anything more. Zhao Jinshu simply said, "With fish and meat, what more do you want?" Lu Xingyao thought to herself, many families find it hard to have a good meal, so during the new year, having fish and meat is already a blessing. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were washing and chopping vegetables in the main room, busy preparing lunch. Lin Yulan glanced at her mother-in-law, who was boiling meat, and whispered to Wang Meijing, "Today is New Year's Day, and Zhao Jinshu dares not to come? Doesn't she have a thick face?" Ji Yuanrong was boiling the meat in the pot when she overheard this and glanced at her. "Jinshu isn't feeling well. Jing Tai is busy too, writing Spring Festival couplets for everyone." Early in the morning, Jing Tai came to tell her that Jinshu wasn't feeling well. "If anything happened, call him, and don't disturb Jinshu." What could be more awkward than overhearing your sister-in-law's gossip and being caught by the mother-in-law? Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing looked at each other helplessly and lowered their heads to continue working. Eating dumplings, putting up Spring Festival couplets, having New Year's Eve dinner. This is what New Year's is all about. A day of feasting just passes by like that. On the first day of the new year, their family always eats dumplings. Yesterday, everyone made dumplings, so today they could relax. After breakfast, Ji Yuanrong called the children to give them red envelopes. When they heard about the red envelopes, Lin Yulan became interested and quickly urged her children to kowtow to their grandparents. Ji Yuanrong stopped them. "No need to kowtow. Grandma is giving you red envelopes." Lin Yulan awkwardly touched her nose. Wang Meijing shot her a glance. Whenever this sister-in-law mentions money, she loses her sense of direction. Has Grandma ever asked the children to kowtow to her? The children lined up, waiting for Grandma to give them red envelopes. Ji Yuanrong handed out the envelopes from oldest to youngest. Finally, she approached Zhao Jincheng, took a red envelope from her pocket, and handed it to him. "Jin Cheng, this is for you." Neither Lin Yulan nor Wang Meijing expected Grandma to do this. Although they felt a bit jealous, they didn't say anything during the new year. Jin Cheng was stunned for a moment and chuckled. "I still get one? I'm an adult now. I don't need a red envelope." "Auntie, I don't want it." Ji Yuanrong put the envelope into his down jacket pocket with a smile. "It's not much money, just a lucky gesture. I hope you have a smooth year ahead, get into a good university, and go to Kyoto. It's perfect to be with your second sister. Take it." Jin Cheng looked at his older brother and sister. Lu Jintai looked over and said, "Take it." Zhao Jincheng finally did not refuse. He couldn't help but smile, genuinely surprised that, even at 18, he still received New Year's money. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui took their red envelopes and ran to their mother. "Mom, Grandma gave us this red envelope." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "You can keep it yourselves." As she finished speaking, Lin Yulan told her two sons to keep the money. Lu Hui looked at Zhao Jinshu with a look of dissatisfaction and said, "Lu Zhe and Lu Rui are keeping their money themselves. I'm grown up now, and I want to keep mine too." He refused to give it. Lu Hui is the oldest son. He doesn't give his red envelope to his mother, and his younger brother Lu Xiang, who learns everything from him, wouldn't give either. During the new year, Lin Yulan was very angry. These two mischievous kids. Now they compare everything to Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. What kind of work does your dad do? What about other dads? Can they be compared? The three of them argued back and forth, each refusing to give in. Over on the other side, Wang Meijing was also asking her children for their red envelopes. The children didn't want to give, and Wang Meijing was about to get angry. Lu Hufeng stopped her. "That's what their grandma gave them. Let them keep it. No matter how poor they are, it's not right to take the children's money. In previous years, they didn't ask for it, and this year, they won't allow it either." Wang Meijing looked at her two crying children. During the new year, she didn't want to see them sad. Her anger, which had just risen, suddenly cooled down. Lu Huifeng saw that his uncle also didn't want his wife to take the children's red envelopes, and he felt more justified. "Uncle, since you don't want to take it, and they don't want to give, only you are insisting on taking it." Lin Yulan deeply felt that her sisters-in-law and younger brothers-in-law were all so annoying. They all pretend to be good parents, but she feels like the only bad person. Lu Hufeng was relieved that his wife didn't insist on taking the children's red envelopes. Leaning against the doorframe, he watched the children's faces light up with smiles when they heard their parents wouldn't take their money. He couldn't help but feel a bit sour inside. After all these years, he had no plan, just muddled through. His older brother's life was tough, but he knew they didn't lack savings. His second brother was educated, had a good job, and even brought his wife's children over. Their life would only get better day by day. As for him, he had no money, no education, and was careless. During the new year, his pockets were empty. The old year has passed, and the new year should not be spent the same way. Hopefully next year, the children can have a good celebration during the new year. There should be no more conflicts over a new piece of clothing or a few yuan of lucky money. On the second day of the new year, the main household and the third household both took their children to visit their parents. The two children went out to play with their grandparents. Jin Chung was reading a book in his room, while Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai were packing their luggage. After packing, they bought train tickets. The train leaves at 10:30 in the morning. They ate dinner early tonight, then let the children wash up and go to bed. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan brought some things over. Zhao Jinshu looked at the items on the table. "Mom, what is this?" Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "This is for your parents." "Not much, just 2 jars of malted milk, and I also bought a wool sweater for your mother. I heard Jintai say your father smokes, so I brought him a pack of cigarettes." Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but laugh. She looked at the cigarettes and said, "If my dad sees these, he'll be so happy." Ji Yuanrong smiled too. "I just worry they might not like it. I also bought some fruit and snacks for the trip. They'll like it." "Mom, you're so thoughtful. It's getting late, so we won't talk anymore. Be careful on the road and don't let the children run around." "Okay, I understand." Zhao Jinshu's period hadn't ended yet. The children were already asleep. After seeing off her parents-in-law, she also washed up early and went to bed. Lu Jintai checked the luggage again. Seeing everything was packed, he also washed up and went to bed. They had a quiet night. Early the next morning, before breakfast, a car arrived outside. Gu Qingye strode in. Ji Yuanrong saw him and asked, "Why are you here so early?" Gu Qingye pointed to the car outside. "Jintai asked me to take them to the train station." "Oh, thank you. Where did you find the car?" Ji Yuanrong asked with a smile. Gu Qingye smiled. "I borrowed it from someone. He has connections for his business." Ji Yuanrong saw he didn't want to say more, so she changed the subject. "Have you eaten breakfast?" Gu Qingye replied, I ate before coming. He stood in the yard chatting with them while waiting for Jean Tai and the others to finish packing. After the family finished breakfast, they started packing their things. Zhao Jinshu gave her mother-in-law the leftover vegetables and the New Year's treats they fried for the holiday. We're leaving now. These leftovers will spoil if we don't eat them, Mom. You can take them to eat. Ji Yuanrong didn't refuse. Jing Shu was right. It would be a pity to waste them. She took the leftovers and asked Lu Xingyao to take them back to the house. Lu Hui and the children heard that Lu Zhe and the others were going to Grandma's house, so they all came out to talk to him. Even Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing couldn't resist and came out too. Lu Hefeng and Lu Jiaming were outside as well. They helped load the luggage onto the car. Before leaving, Zhao Jincheng smiled at everyone and said, Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, we're leaving now. Take your time and stay safe on the way. Come visit during summer vacation. Try to get into Kyoto. Safe travels. A few people got into the car. Ji Yuanrong stepped forward to look at her grandchildren and told them, Be good and follow your parents on the way. Don't run around, okay? Lu Zhe nodded. Grandma, my sister, and I will hold Mom and Dad's hands tightly. Lu Rui also nodded. Hold Mom's hand and don't let go. Ji Yuanrong smiled. You two are good. Watching the car drive away, Ji Yuanrong returned to the yard. Suddenly, she felt the house was empty. She felt sad and went back inside. At the train station, after getting off, some carried luggage, some watched the children. Gu Qingye saw them off and then left. Once inside the station, they waited until 10:30 to board the train, finally feeling relaxed. They had booked sleeper tickets. After storing their luggage, Zhao Jincheng sat with Lu Rui and Lu Zhe, each holding a book to pass the time. The train slowly left Kyoto. Zhao Jinshu didn't do anything. She was captivated by the scenery outside the window. Even the bare branches, distant houses, and snow still on the rooftops felt familiar and warm, making her want to look at every scene and object. Lu Jintai took out their water bottles, filled them, and sat down beside her. Seeing her staring intently out the window without speaking for over 10 minutes, he wondered, why does she like this so much? Following her gaze, he saw the common scenery outside. Why is she so fond of it? After a while, he gently nudged her arm. Want some water? Zhao Jinshu turned her head and looked at him. I'm not thirsty. She then turned her head back again. A few minutes later, he nudged her again. Want some cake? Zhao Jinshu looked back at him and said, I'm not hungry right now. You all can eat. Lu Jintai was about to speak again when Lu Zhe, on the opposite bed, took a book from his backpack and handed it to him. Dad, you can read when you're free. Don't always bother Mom to look at the scenery. Lu Jintai. He gave him a faint look, took the book, and casually flipped through it. Zhao Jincheng smiled nearby and said, Your dad is just caring about Mom. Lu Jintai glanced at him, but said nothing. Hearing their words, Zhao Jinshu finally turned around and looked at them. I'm not thirsty or hungry right now. If you want to eat, go ahead. If you want water, drink some. Also, don't keep looking down at your books all the time. Take a break after a while. Traveling on a train for several days is tiring. They need to find something to pass the time, but they can also read books. The two children heard her and put down their books. Lu Rui got off the bed and came over to her side. She squeezed between her parents and sat next to her mom. Lu Jintai looked up at her and moved aside a little to leave some space. Lu Rui hugged her mom's arm and asked, Mom, when can we see Grandpa and Grandma again? Zhao Jinshu looked away from her book and asked, Rui, do you miss Grandpa and Grandma? Lu Rui nodded nonstop. Yes, I miss them very much. Lu Zhe, sitting nearby peeling an orange, heard his sister and pursed his lips in dissatisfaction. I miss Grandpa and Grandma too. Why can't they live with us? Zhao Jinshu teased him. Next time we go back, we won't return to Kyoto. We'll stay in the hometown to study. Is that okay? Lu Jintai suddenly looked up at her. Lu Zhe, without thinking, said, Okay, I want to stay at home and keep Grandpa and Grandma company. Zhao Jincheng put down his book and looked at him, smiling. Really? Lu Zhe looked serious and said, Really? Zhao Jincheng smiled and asked, If you stay in the hometown, don't you miss Grandpa and Grandma in Kyoto? Lu Zhe didn't answer. He wouldn't tell them that he also misses Grandpa and Grandma, but he misses Grandpa and Grandma even more. In his heart, his parents are the most important, and Grandpa and Grandma are second. Zhao Jinshu looked at his expression and asked, "Are you really going to stay in the hometown to study?" Lu Zhe nodded and said, "There is a school in the village. Let Dad go back to stay with Grandpa and Grandma. Mom, sister, and I will stay at our hometown to keep company with Grandpa and Grandma, just like before. It's so nice. There are many fun places in the village." He thought his idea was very good and believed his mom would agree. So he looked at his dad and asked, "Dad, do you think my idea is okay?" Lu Jin looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I think you talk too much. You can be quiet now." Lu Zhe hummed and stopped talking. The two children were quiet for a little while. They finished reading their books and couldn't help but chatter around Mom. One said they would help Grandma plant vegetables when they got home. They would plant lots of vegetables, enough to eat, and even feed the chickens and ducks and collect eggs for them. The other said they would help Grandpa herd sheep, cut grass for the cattle, and make the cattle strong and healthy. Before they even reached home, their plans had already been scheduled for next year, or even the year after. Zhao Jinqing listened for a while and asked with a smile, "Your plans are very clear. It seems you really don't plan to go back to Kyoto." Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "As long as I learn everything from the books, it doesn't matter where I study, right, Mom?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "You seem very determined. I'll have a good talk with your grandpa about this." Lu Zhe said, "Go ahead." Zhao Jinqing looked at his nephew and said, "Studying somewhere else is not the same." "What do you know, little kid?" Lu Zhe snorted and said, "Don't underestimate me. I know a lot." Lu Jintai looked up at him and asked, "Are you going to first grade next year?" Lu Zhe nodded and said, "Mom said I can start first grade in September next year. Don't you know, Dad?" Lu Jintai looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Zhe smiled twice and said, "Dad cares so much about my studies, he must know." Lu Jintai didn't say anything more. He looked at him and asked, "When I saw you collecting books this morning, I saw some old first-grade books. Let me take a look." Lu Zhe replied, "Those are borrowed from third cousin. I'll return them after I finish reading." He opened his school bag, took out the books, and handed them to him. Lu Jintai nodded and took the books, asking softly, "Have you finished reading them?" "I've read some," Lu Zhe said. Lu Jintai opened the book and glanced at him. "You already know many characters, so reading by yourself is no problem. Your preschool teachers also taught you pinyin. Have you learned it all?" Lu Zhe nodded. "The teacher hasn't finished teaching yet. When there's something I don't know, I ask Mom if she has time. If she doesn't, I ask my older brother and sister. I know it all." Lu Jintai casually said, "That's good." Lu Zhe puffed out his chest. Of course there's no problem. Their teacher always praised him. Every time he learned something new, she liked to ask him questions. She said he was smart, quick to learn, and very hardworking. He definitely wouldn't have trouble learning. Lu Jintai calmly said, "If there's a problem, you'll only know when you take a test." Lu Zhe exclaimed, "Our teacher doesn't give tests, so why do you?" Lu Jintai looked at him. "Didn't you say there's no problem?" Lu Zhe hesitated but said, "Okay, fine." Lu Jintai opened the book he was just looking at. The book didn't have pinyin. He pointed to 2 lines of characters and asked, "Do you recognize these 2 lines?" Lu Zhe sat beside him, looked at them, and read, "I recognize all of them." Lu Jintai said, "Since you recognize them, help add pinyin." "I see you brought a notebook." Lu Zhe silently looked at him, honestly took out a notebook, pencil, and eraser, and started writing at the table in the middle of the bed. Zhao Jinqing watched for a while and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jintai glanced at him, and Zhao Jinqing quickly stopped laughing. Lu Rui leaned on his mom, secretly looked at him, and quietly whispered in her ear, "Mom, Dad is so strict." "Lu Rui, don't talk. Your brother is doing his homework," Lu Jintai said, flipping through his first-grade book in a calm tone. Lu Rui immediately shrank back, covered his ears, and looked at Dad. "Dad, I didn't say anything bad about you." Lu Jintai looked up at her. "Covering your ears to steal a bell, that's telling on yourself." Lu Rui, who had heard the story of covering his ears to steal a bell, understood a little. She quickly put her hands down and leaned into her mom's arms. Zhao Jinsu patted her little head. "It's okay. Dad didn't hear." Lu Jintai shot her a glance. He had heard. Zhao Jinsu met his gaze and said, Dad didn't hear, right? Lu Jintai helplessly withdrew his gaze, lowered his head, and continued flipping through his textbook. Yes, he didn't hear. After a while, Lu Zhe looked up and said, Dad, I finished writing. Lu Jintai took the notebook and picked up his pencil to make corrections. After finishing, he looked at him and said, You made 2 mistakes. Lu Zhe was surprised. Where are the mistakes? He picked up the notebook and looked at it. Chun and Ci are wrong. One is a tongue-out sound, and the other is a flat sound, right? Lu Jintai said, Didn't I say there was no problem? Lu Zhe pursed his lips and said nothing, silently correcting his work with his pen. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai and kicked him lightly. Why are you so serious? Lu Jintai looked at her. What's wrong? Zhao Jinshu glared at him. There's no special way to remember the difference between flat and tongue-out sounds. You just have to learn little by little. It's normal to make mistakes if you don't notice this. As you practice more, mistakes will decrease. Ziz is already doing very well. Lu Jintai looked at her. So, he should focus on studying now, not always thinking about herding sheep or cutting grass. Zhao Jinshu disagreed. Going back to the countryside and herding sheep or cutting grass sometimes is good. It's a way to relax after studying. Besides, they're still young. They should play when they want. If not, childhood memories will all be about studying, and that's so boring. Lu Jintai looked at her and said nothing. Lu Zhe looked up and smiled. Mom, it's okay. If Dad hadn't asked me to take the test, I wouldn't even know what I don't understand. Now I do, and I'll pay attention in the future. Zhao Jinshu looked at his proud little face and couldn't help but pat his small head. Oh, our Ziz is so well-behaved. Lu Zhe chuckled and said, I want to find all the flat and tongue-out sounds in this story. If I find mistakes, you have to correct them. Zhao Jinshu replied, Take your time. You won't start first grade until next September, so no rush. Lu Zhe said, Anyway, riding the train isn't fun. It's better to study. Zhao Jinshu smiled. When you're tired, just rest. Lu Zhe responded with an, and then focused on reading his book. Lu Rui had been silent all along. When Zhao Jinshu looked down, she found that Lu Rui had fallen asleep in her arms. Zhao Jinshu took off her cotton-padded jacket and pants, placed them on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and let her sleep. The 2 children were sleeping, and those doing homework were working quietly. Soon, everything became peaceful. Lu Jintai finally looked up at Zhao Jinshu and said, I didn't stop them from playing. There are many fun places in the city. When we have time, we'll take them to visit. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and saw that he was serious and focused. She couldn't help but laugh. I know you don't want to part with them. You won't let them study back home. Besides, the city has many good schools, and we can't let their education suffer. Lu Jintai looked at her, his lips moving as if to say something, but he didn't speak. Hearing his mother, Lu Zhe looked up at his father and asked, So, Dad, you don't want us to stay back home? Lu Jintai gave him a faint glance. Dear homework, Lu Zhe responded with an oh, then continued doing his homework. Rui was right. Dad is so strict. Traveling by train can be tiring, but since there are many of them, they chat, read books, snack on sunflower seeds, enjoy some fruit, and admire the scenery outside. When they get tired, they lie down and rest. The long journey quickly passes. When the train arrived at the station, everyone helped with the children and luggage, then followed the crowd to get off the train. Their family home is next to the road, less than 5 miles from the local government office. Their town is in their county and is considered a big town. It has both middle and high schools. Many students from nearby towns choose to study in their town's high school. Even students who didn't get into the county high school often come to their school. Because of this, the county runs 2 buses to their town, one at 10:30 in the morning and another at 5:30 in the afternoon. They got off the train at 9 a.m., hurried to the bus station, and caught the 10:30 bus. On the bus, although it was old and crowded, Zhao Jinshu didn't mind. She looked out the window at the familiar scenery and felt a warm sense of closeness. As she got older, she missed her hometown's every tree and grass more and more. Now that she was back and seeing the familiar sights, she felt very grateful that life had given her a second chance. Lu Jintai held Lu Rui and sat beside her. Seeing her lost in thought outside the window, he softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Zhao Jinshu turned to look at him and smiled. "I'm thinking that we're finally home." Lu Jintai looked at her steadily. "Isn't Kyoto home?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him in surprise and said, "Of course I do, but this is also my home. It's where I grew up, so it's different." Lu Jintai looked at her and nodded. Since receiving letters and telegrams from her daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, and knowing they would return by train on the third day of the new year, her mother, Yu Shuang, still asked her eldest son to wait in town from the very beginning of the third day. Even though she knew they couldn't come back so soon, she wanted someone to help carry their luggage. Yu Shuang counted the days, guessing they would arrive soon. She not only sent her eldest son to wait in town but also borrowed bicycles from the village, one for each of them, and they all went to the station. They stood there, eagerly watching the sparse cars coming and going. As Zhao Jinshu got off the car, she saw her parents and older brother outside. She looked closely at her parents' black hair and their still full cheeks. Looking back, her parents seemed younger. It was nice. "Grandpa, Grandma, big brother, wow, my dear," Yu Shuang said with a big smile. She looked at her daughter, saw she hadn't lost weight, and actually looked a little plumper than before at home. She felt happy inside. Then she hugged the two children, holding them close. "I missed Grandma so much," Yu Shuang said, gently touching their small faces with a happy smile. Lu Zhe hugged Grandma's arm. "I miss Grandma and I miss Grandpa too." Lu Rui leaned into Grandma's arms. "I miss Grandma and Grandpa." Zhao Jinshu's father, Zhao Jianzhong, watched eagerly from nearby. He also wanted to hold his grandchildren, but both children were already in their grandma's arms, so he couldn't. Zhao Jinshu smiled brightly. "Dad, Mom, big brother." Zhao Jianzhong looked at his daughter carefully, frowned, and asked, "Why do you look thinner?" Zhao Jinshu looked at herself. Not really, since her rebirth, she had gained some weight. But every time her father saw her, he always thought she looked thinner. Her mother was much more rational. Zhao Jianzhong firmly said, "It does look like you've lost some weight." Big brother Zhao Hongtai looked at his sister and then at their father in a strange way. He wondered why, at just over 50, his father's eyes were already failing. His sister was clearly a bit plumper than before. How could their father think she was thinner? Zhao Jinshu smiled but didn't argue because she knew it wouldn't help. Her father would stick to his own opinion. Zhao Jianzhong said, "We slaughtered a sheep at home so your mother can cook you a good meal." Zhao Jinshu asked, "Did you really kill a sheep?" Yu Shuang hugged her grandson and granddaughter nearby, saying, "Your father knows you like lamb, so he prepared to slaughter one when he knew you were coming back. Yesterday, he had someone help with the slaughter. When I arrived, there was lamb stew on the stove along with a whole chicken." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "The food on the train wasn't good, I hardly ate. When I get back, I'll have a proper meal." Yu Shuang looked worried and said, "You must be hungry. Hurry back and eat." Zhao Jinshu replied, "There are snacks and fruit, so I'm not starving, but there's not much oil in the food." Yu Shuang asked, "What oil would there be?" Lu Jintai and Zhao Jincheng carried their luggage and got off the car behind them. Lu Jintai said, "Dad, Mom, older brother." Zhao Jianzhong looked at them, smiled and responded, then stepped forward to help carry the luggage. Zhao Hongtai smiled and said to him, "Jintai." Yu Shuang looked at Lu Jintai again, nodded secretly. The whole family looked healthy, and since they were raised in the city, seeing this made her feel relieved. Zhao Jincheng grinned and asked, "Mom and Dad, didn't you see me?" Zhao Jianzhong looked at his clothes and frowned. "Whose clothes are these?" Zhao Jincheng smiled and said, "My fourth brother and sister bought them for me." Zhao Jianzhong scolded him, "I told you to see your fourth sister, not to buy clothes. Everything in the city costs money. It's not easy for your sister to save some." Yu Shuang glared at her daughter and said, "Why did you buy such nice clothes?" "That's a waste of money." Zhao Jinshu quickly said, "Dad, Mom, I bought them secretly. It's not his fault. He's cold and hungry. Let's go home quickly." Yu Shuang didn't scold her son right away. She looked at her daughter and said, "That's right, you're wasting money." She then said hurriedly, "There aren't enough bikes. Your dad will wait here. A few people will go back first and come back later to bring things. The house was less than 5 miles from the town, and riding a bike took about 10 minutes each way, so they would be back soon. It was very cold outside in the middle of winter. They lived by the roadside, and they didn't meet anyone they knew along the way. When they arrived home, Zhao Jincheng and his older brother went back to get the luggage. Yu Shuang went to the kitchen to prepare food for them. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui followed their grandmother to the kitchen to watch her cook. Zhao Jinshu arrived home and first checked the house thoroughly. The house was later torn down and replaced with a new building, so now she could only remember it in her mind. It was full of memories. Yu Shuang carried vegetables to the water well to wash them. As seeing her moving around, she smiled and said, "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize your home?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "Of course I recognize it. I just miss home." Lu Jintai put down his things, washed his hands, and came over to help wash the vegetables. Yu Shuang didn't let him help. "You rest for now. It'll be ready soon. The old hen in the pot is already cooked soft. Didn't we say we'd have dumplings on the train and noodles off? I'll roll some noodles for you. First, each of you can have a bowl of chicken soup noodles." Hearing this, Lu Jintai put down the vegetables in his hands. "Jinshu likes the noodles I roll. I'll go roll the noodles." Yu Shuang was a bit surprised and looked at him. "Oh, okay." Lu Jintai stood up. "Mom, I'll go make the dough." Before Yu Shuang could react, he had already skillfully found the flour, took a basin, and scooped the flour in. Yu Shuang watched his movements in surprise. Something felt a bit off about all of this. Hadn't Jinshu always liked her own hand-rolled noodles? When did she start liking the noodles he rolled? Zhao Jinshu looked around the house thoroughly, even checking the sheep pen beside the yard. A flock of sheep bleated at her. She smiled, fed them some hay, and was satisfied watching them eat happily before leaving. Back in the kitchen, she saw Lu Jintai kneading dough. She praised, "Professor Lu, you're so diligent." Lu Jintai looked up at her. Her face was bright with a relaxed, lively smile. He had never seen her smile like that in Kyoto. He looked at her deeply. "As long as you're happy." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him. Why did he suddenly become so serious? She smiled and said, "I'm very happy." Very satisfied, Lu Jintai gave her a slight glance, then lowered his head to cut scallions, showing he didn't seem to care much about her compliment. Zhao Jinshu was a bit confused by his look. What did it mean? Did he doubt her words? Did he think she might lie? Look at the current sons-in-law. How many go into their father-in-law's house and start cooking? Just from this, she thought he was pretty good. Zhao Jinshu. She was still thinking when his voice interrupted her thoughts. She looked up at him. "What is it?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "Light the fire." Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Okay." After speaking, she sat down, picked up some firewood, found matches, and lit the fire. Lu Jintai saw her obediently sitting and starting the fire. A faint smile appeared in his eyes. When Zhao Jianzhong and the others arrived home with their luggage, Lu Jintai had already rolled out the noodles and was waiting to cook them. Zhao Hongtai came in and stood at the door of the kitchen, glancing inside. "Oh, Jintai, you're cooking?" When the water boiled, Lu Jintai put the noodles into the pot and looked toward the door. He called out, "Big brother." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Jintai has cooked before, so what's so special about that?" While they were talking, their older sister-in-law's voice came from outside. "Mom, where's Jinshu?" Hearing the familiar voice, Zhao Jinshu threw some firewood into the stove and said, "Big brother, watch the fire." Then she quickly stood up and ran outside. Lu Jintai watched her move and couldn't help but say, "Jinshu, take it slow." But Zhao Jinshu didn't hear him and ran out quickly. Seeing this, Zhao Hongtai glanced at Lu Jintai and muttered, "She's grown up, but still acts like a child, so impulsive and reckless." Before he finished, Lu Jintai interrupted him, "She has a good personality." Zhao Hongtai was silent. All right, now that his sister is married, he has a brother-in-law. Since they are a family now, as the eldest brother, he wanted to say something to his sister, but he had to consider whether her husband agreed. Zhao Jinshu ran outside and immediately hugged their older sister-in-law. "Sister-in-law, sister-in-law." Wang Xiaomai hugged her and laughed. After laughing, she loosened her and looked her over carefully. "You've gained weight," Zhao Jianzhong mumbled softly nearby. "I thought she lost weight. Jinshu smiled and said, I have gained a little. That's good. You were too thin before. With some flesh on your face, your skin was fair and rosy, making you look several years younger. If someone saw you outside, they wouldn't believe you're a mother of two. People might think you're still a young girl who isn't married, Wang Xiaomai said with a gentle smile. Jinshu smiled. When her sister-in-law came in, she was only 10 years old, always following her around. Her sister-in-law didn't find her annoying and liked to take her everywhere, even back to her parents' house. Their relationship was closer than that of real sisters. She linked her arm with her sister-in-law's. Sister-in-law, I brought you some yarn and fabric. Later, you can use them to make clothes or knit sweaters. Wang Xiaomai gave her a playful look. Why bring those things so far away? You can buy them in town. Zhao Jinshu smiled warmly and said, That's not my intention. I came back definitely to bring you gifts, and I didn't spend much money. Hearing this, Wang Xiaomai didn't say anything more and looked toward the yard. Zeza and Rira, where are they? As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui ran out of the house. They ran while calling, Auntie, Auntie. Wang Xiaomai stepped forward, first hugging Lu Rui, then hugging Lu Zhe. The two children giggled happily around their aunt. Lu Zhe looked at her and asked, Where are big brother and second brother? Wang Xiaomai smiled and said, They're still at Grandma's house. They haven't come back yet. Seeing Lu Zhe and Lu Rui look disappointed, she couldn't help but say, After lunch, I'll ask your uncle to pick them up this afternoon. The children cheered happily. Wang Xiaomai turned her head to Zhao Jinshu. Where is Jintai? Zhao Jinshu pointed toward the kitchen. Wang Xiaomai smiled and walked a few steps to the kitchen, where she saw Lu Jintai filling a bowl. She smiled and said, Jintai, why did you go to the kitchen to cook as soon as you got home? Lu Jintai looked up and called out, Big sister-in-law, and said, Jinshu likes the food I make. Yu Shuang, who followed behind, pretended not to hear but couldn't help but think to herself. Just now, she said Jinshu liked the noodles he rolled, and now she's saying Jinshu likes the food he cooks? She and her son-in-law had spent quite some time together, yet she didn't realize he had this side. Now she was seeing it for herself. Wang Xiaomai was also a bit surprised and looked at him with a smile. Jintai, have your cooking skills improved? Jinshu raised her eyebrows. Jintai could cook, but his skills weren't exceptional. They definitely weren't better than his mother-in-law, who had been cooking for many years. Jinshu liked the food he made, which showed his cooking was improving. Yu Shuang shot her a glance. This eldest daughter-in-law was good at everything, but she was too honest. Jintai was busy with work every day. How could he have time to improve his cooking? Maybe her daughter was just saying that to make him happy, and her son-in-law believed it. That was quite strange. She patted her arm and said, Since the noodles are ready, everyone can eat here. Jintai, put the lamb and chicken soup into the big bowl. You must be hungry, so hurry up and eat. Wang Xiaomai's thoughts drifted, and she didn't hold back. She smiled and said, Then I don't need to cook lunch. I'll have a good meal at my mother's place today. She washed her hands and helped carry the bowls. Lu Jintai looked up at his mother-in-law's calm and steady eyes. He paused for a moment, silently scooping some lamb soup with his spoon. Yu Shuang, Zhao Jinshu didn't go into the kitchen again. She took a basin, poured hot water, and helped the two children wash their faces and hands. The big dining table at home could seat 10 people comfortably. Since there were fewer than 10 of them, everyone could sit easily. Wang Xiaomai was eating noodles and quietly nodded. The noodles made by Jintai are really good. No wonder Jinshu likes them. Lu Jintai instinctively looked at Zhao Jinshu. When she heard her sister-in-law's words, she was slightly surprised. She caught the look in Lu Jintai's eyes, and there was nothing she didn't understand. Zhao Jinshu smiled a little. Yes, I just like the noodles Jintai makes. Lu Jintai looked at her for a moment, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Yu Shuang pretended not to hear anything, acting as if she was deaf. Zhao Hongtai and Zhao Jincheng were focused on eating, not paying attention to what was happening. Zhao Jianzhong was eating noodles and secretly nodded. They've improved, but the noodles could be rolled thinner and cut more finely. Jinshu likes. Yu Shuang couldn't help but kick him lightly. He's talking too much. Zhao Jianzhong looked at her strangely. Why kick him? He hadn't finished speaking yet.